Mother, I implore you to return the 300,000 yuan to me. My sister is in dire need of this medical fee. It cannot be delayed. With a thud, Ye Chen knelt heavily. Slap. His mother-in-law, Lu Milan, struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Get lost. You good for nothing. When have I ever owed you money? The insurance company said the compensation was taken by you." Ye Chen was in a state of desperation. 3 days prior, his sister had been severely injured in a car accident, with the driver fleeing the scene. The overwhelming medical expenses left him gasping for breath. After much anticipation for the insurance payout, it had been withheld by his mother-in-law. Lu Milan argued, "So what if I took it? After all these years of eating and drinking at my expense, it is you who owe me. As a man, you cannot even gather your sister's medical fees. What use are you? You might as well go outside and find a vehicle to end your life." She then turned to her daughter, Su Yunqing, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and complained, "See, this is the useless man you chose. A pauper who cannot earn a dime. Mom, he is just a poor worker. Where could he possibly save money?" Su Yunqing looked at Ye Chen, kneeling on the ground, and despite her disdain for her spineless husband, she felt a twinge of sympathy. She added, "Mom, perhaps we should give him the compensation after all." "Shut up," Lu Milan interrupted, her voice rising. "That money is reserved for your brother's marriage, and no one shall touch it." She approached Ye Chen and delivered a few harsh kicks to his abdomen, taunting, "You have no money, yet you still cling to life. If you're dissatisfied, why not take a knife and end me?" Ye Chen clutched his abdomen, his anger boiling, but upon glancing at his wife, Su Yunqing, he could only swallow his rage. "Ha! I knew you were too cowardly to act. Get out. Our family has no room for parasites like you. In a few days, I will finalize the divorce with Qingqing, and from now on, we owe each other nothing." As she spoke, Lu Milan shoved Ye Chen out. Su Yunqing did not intervene, her expression filled with disappointment towards Ye Chen. As for his father-in-law, Su Guoqiang, he remained engrossed in his newspaper, treating the entire scene as though it were none of his concern. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, Ye Chen was utterly disheartened. After 3 years of living under someone else's roof, laboring tirelessly, he had anticipated his mother-in-law's sharp tongue, yet he had not expected such a lack of compassion. "No matter what, I must gather the funds for the surgery." He mounted his battered electric bike and set off to the construction site to demand his wages. Ye Chen had studied architecture and worked at a construction company after graduating. To put it nicely, he was a site technician in reality. He performed the same tasks as a laborer, toiling from dawn till dusk for a meager 5,000 yuan a month. This situation only fueled his mother-in-law's disdain. Half an hour later, within the foreman's office at the construction site, Foreman Ma Lao-san was playing mahjong with several supervisors, stacks of cash piled high on the table. Ye Chen, in despair, pleaded, "Brother Ma, could you please settle my outstanding wages? I haven't been paid in 6 months. My sister urgently needs medical funds." Ma Lao-san, puffing on a cigarette, replied impatiently, "Damn it, all you do is ask for money. The project funds haven't come through. Where do you think I can find money for you? One bamboo stick. Brother Ma, if the project funds haven't arrived, why have others been paid while I have not?" Ma Lao-san exchanged glances with the other supervisors and suddenly smirked. "To be frank, your wages are deliberately withheld by me." "On what grounds?" Ye Chen's expression turned to one of shock. "On what grounds?" Ma Lao-san flicked the cigarette, but at Ye Chen, a mocking expression on his face. "Simply because a useless man like you managed to marry the most beautiful woman in Anong City. It makes me feel unbalanced. Not satisfied? Then go ahead and find someone to deal with me." Chen felt despondent. Ma Lao-san had been entrenched in Anong City for years and wielded significant influence. In his presence, Ye Chen felt as insignificant as an ant. Ma Lao-san continued to smirk. "Actually, if you were to bring that beautiful lady from your home to entertain me, I could easily reward you with a couple hundred yuan if I enjoy myself. How about that?" The other supervisors chimed in. "They'll offer 200 once Brother Ma is done. Ideal I could turn to. Better yet, let this fool watch while we indulge. I've heard that Su Yunqing is still a virgin. TSK. She must be quite tight." Such vile remarks flooded Ye Chen's ears, and he could no longer restrain himself. "Damn it." Ye Chen charged forward, fists raised, that he struck Ma Lao-san squarely in the face. Bang! Ma Laosen staggered back several steps, his fury igniting. Damn it! Beat him up! Several supervisors and outside workers surged forward. Two fists could not withstand a multitude. Ye Chen was soon overwhelmed. Brutally beaten, he lay battered and bruised. You foolish thing! Ma Laosen stepped on Ye Chen's head and even urinated on him. Throw him out, discard him. As night fell, Ye Chen squatted by the roadside, cradling his head and weeping bitterly. This was a day when his dignity had been utterly stripped away. Few knew that his true identity was that of the eldest son of the prominent Han family in the capital. His fall from grace stemmed from a sorrowful past. 25 years ago, his father, Ye Chen, married into the illustrious Han family in the capital that a year later, the Han family's eldest daughter, Han Shuhan, gave birth to a boy. The boy bore the maternal surname, named Han Shun. Ye Chen, with his weak disposition, endured humiliation within the Han family, his status falling below that of the servants. Han Shuhan, meanwhile, indulged in extravagance, taking numerous lovers. Even more outrageous was that not long after, the assertive Han Shuhan brazenly took another son-in-law. A successful man might have several wives and concubines. It was not uncommon for daughters of prominent families to marry two men. The new son-in-law became Han Chen's second father. Especially after the second father had a son with Han Shuhan, Ye Chan's status plummeted even further. Even Han Shun, as Han Shuhan's son, was far less favored than his younger brother. 10 years ago, Han Shuhan simply divorced Ye Chen, casting both father and son out of the Han family. This Phoenix man and his illegitimate child are unworthy of consuming a single morsel from our Han family from now on. We have no ties. These were the harsh words spoken by Han Shuhan. Leaving the capital, the two returned to their rural hometown in Annong, relying on one another. Han Shun adopted the name Ye Chen. Later, Ye Chen took in a girl, 7 years younger than Ye Chen, as his daughter. Though the family of 3 lived in poverty, they also shared warmth. However, good times did not last. 3 years ago, Ye Chen mysteriously vanished for a month. When he returned, he was already terminally ill. After borrowing countless sums for treatment, he ultimately could not be saved. After Ye Chan's death, to repay debts, the newly graduated Ye Chen reluctantly became a son-in-law of the Su family, enduring humiliation and toil for 3 years. Now, with his sister's accident, Ye Chen had exhausted countless means to gather medical funds. He even mustered the courage to contact his mother, Han Shuhan, with whom he had had no interaction for a decade, asking to borrow money. But she coldly replied, "I have no son by the name of you. Giving birth to you was the most foolish decision of my life." And then she hung up. There is no greater despair than this. Sister, it is my inadequacy. This is my last resort. From now on, you must live happily on your own. Ye Chen rose, his gaze resolute that he intended to leap from the construction site building to end his life, feigning an accident. This way, he would secure a compensation of 600,000 for the site. Let's hope the compensation is not withheld by my mother-in-law. Just as he was about to step into the site, a black Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled up before him. License plate, Ning F88888. An elderly man in traditional attire alighted, exuding an extraordinary aura. He bowed to Ye Chen, saying, "Young master, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Ye Chen? Chapter 2. Inheriting the Legacy. Ye Chen found himself utterly bewildered. The elderly man introduced himself. "My name is Xiao Dai, and I have come specifically to find you." Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You are Xiao Dai, the wealthiest man in Annong City and the chairman of Hongfeng Group? A mogul worth hundreds of billions. A legend in the business world of both Annong and Ning province? You've come to see me? This must be a joke." Xiao Dai replied, his tone reverent. "To be precise, these titles will belong to you from today onward, young master. My apologies, but I am a bit lost. What on earth is going on?" Xiao Dai gestured for Ye Chen to follow him. "It's chilly outside. Let us discuss this in the car." Ye Chen shook his head. "Perhaps not. A bit unkempt." He still bore the remnants of urine left by old man Ma. Xiao Dai, however, was undeterred. He firmly grasped Ye Chen's arm and ushered him into the vehicle. Once inside, before Ye Chen could marvel at the opulent interior, Xiao Dai shared a story that would utterly shatter his worldview. The tale unfolded as such. After Ye Chen and Appos, as father was expelled from the Han family, he did not, as the public believed, descend into mediocrity. Instead, he quietly established his own commercial empire. Hongfeng Group was merely one of the enterprises under Ye Chan's command, and Xiao Dai was, in truth, his trusted aide. Thus, while he appeared as the chairman of Hongfeng Group, the true power lay with Ye Chen. Before his demise, Ye Chen had clandestinely left a will stating that 3 years posthumously, Ye Chen would inherit all his assets in Anong, with the stipulation that no assistance could be provided to him during that period. Coincidentally, today marked the completion of those 3 years, prompting Xiao Dai to seek out Ye Chen to facilitate the inheritance. After absorbing this revelation, Ye Chen remained in stunned silence for an extended time. It felt like a dream. His father had kept such a monumental secret from him. But why? Ye Chen struggled to comprehend why, if his father possessed such wealth. Their lives had been so impoverished. How could he have passed away without even the means for medical care? Knowing that substantial debts from his illness would burden both him and his sister? Sighing, Xiao Dai and Apos' expression turned wistful as he replied, "Your father was a man of great wisdom. His actions were undoubtedly guided by profound reasoning. As for the specifics, I cannot say. You must remember this. Young master, your father was far from the incompetent fool that others may have claimed. He was the most remarkable individual I have ever encountered." The gravity of Xiao Dai's words rendered Ye Chen's perception of his once honest father both mysterious and distant. Yet, for Ye Chen, the pressing concern remained his sister's medical expenses. Before he could voice this, Xiao Dai anticipated his thoughts. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched the finest doctors to attend to your sister. I have just received word that the surgery was successful and she is safe." "Thank you, old Xiao. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Ye Chen exclaimed, his excitement surging. This news brought him even greater joy than the prospect of inheriting a fortune. Xiao Dai insisted, "It is but my duty. Also, please do not refer to me as old Xiao. Simply call me Lao Xiao, as your father used to." He continued, "The will indicated that you should first take on the role of president at Hongfeng Real Estate under the Hongfeng Group. After gaining some experience, you will eventually assume control of the entire group. Your father had great faith in you. Do not let him down." Ye Chen nodded solemnly. Reflecting on the endless humiliation and oppression he had endured for over 2 decades, a fierce flame of determination ignited within his eyes. Those who prey upon the kind shall face retribution. The tides of fortune may shift. I, Ye Chen, shall ensure that those who have wronged me will witness my rise. Later, Xiao Dai took Ye Chen to the hospital. His sister, Ye Ning, had completed her surgery and was currently resting in a high-end ward under the care of 3 specialized nurses. At that moment, Ye Chen felt a profound sense of relief. "Lao Xiao, it's getting late. You should return home and rest," he suggested. "And you, young master? I wish to stay a little longer with my sister." "Do not worry." "Very well. Your clothes are rather soiled. I have arranged for someone to bring you fresh ones. Please remember to change after you wash up. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." With that, Xiao Dai departed. The private ward featured an ensuite bathroom. Ye Chen discarded his urine-stained clothing and cleaned himself thoroughly before donning the new attire. The fresh clothes felt far more comfortable than the previous shabby garments. Additionally, he discovered a note left by Xiao Dai. "Young master, your father left you a sum of pocket money, which has been transferred to your account." Curious, Ye Chen opened his banking app to check his balance. The sight of an astonishing number of zeros left him astounded. 10 billion? This was merely pocket money? Ye Chen found himself increasingly perplexed by his father. Once he had settled everything, Ye Chen sat beside his sister and Apos' bed, gazing at her serene yet pallid face. His heart aching. She was merely 17, at the prime of her youth, yet had endured countless hardships alongside him after marrying into the Su family. They had faced disdain from all, yet she had always stood by him. Gently stroking Ye Ning and Apos' hand, he murmured, "From this day forth, I shall ensure that you suffer no further indignities, especially at the hands of that reckless driver. He will pay for what he has done." The identity of the driver had been uncovered by Xiao Dai, with all pertinent information placed at his bedside. Gung Wuda, the wealthy heir of the Gung family, was a notorious figure in Anong. It was no wonder Ye Chen had struggled to obtain the driver's details. An eye for an eye, that must be repaid. Just wait. The following morning, Ye Chen awoke and opened his phone to find a bank notification. A voice message from his wife, Su Yunqing, read, "I have transferred 300,000 to you. It's all I have. Please don't mention this to Mom. Take care of yourself." Her usual cold demeanor warmed his heart. Despite her apparent indifference, it was clear she still cared for him. After years of marriage, he had never gifted her anything substantial. Now that he had the means, it was time to show his appreciation. Ye Chen left the hospital to visit the largest jewelry store in the city. purchasing a diamond necklace named Eternal Love for $5 million without a second thought. Upon returning home to the Tianhe Bay community, he was confronted by a black Mercedes S600 parked at the entrance. Recognizing the license plate number, Ye Chen's eyes widened in fury. This was the very car belonging to the reckless driver, Geng Wuda. Chapter 3. When enemies meet in the living room of Su Guiqiang's home, a lively atmosphere prevails. For the esteemed heir of the Geng family, Geng Wuda has come to visit. Uncle and aunt, please accept this modest gift. Geng Wuda, seated confidently on the sofa, has laid before him 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite red wine and a box of luxurious, imported Korean cosmetics. 1982 Lafite. Surely, each bottle costs over 100,000. How extravagant. Su Guiqiang feels an urge to capture this moment and boast about it to his old friends on social media. Lu Milan, in admiration, exclaims, "Young Geng is indeed well-mannered, having returned from abroad. He is far superior to that useless son-in-law of mine." The thought of it stirs her irritation. "Thank you for your kind words." And Geng Wuda replies with a satisfied smile as he retrieves a beautifully wrapped small box from his pocket. This is a gift for Qingqing. Upon opening the box, a diamond necklace, with diamonds the size of grains of rice, sparkles inside. Lu Milan and Appo's eyes widen in astonishment. Such a large diamond. It must be incredibly expensive. Geng Wuda, with a glint of cunning in his eye, feigns generosity. 1 million. Just a trivial sum. He presents the diamond necklace to Su Yuqing, his gaze revealing an unmistakable greed. In fact, he is Su Yuqing's senior from university, having pursued her multiple times during their school years, only to be rebuffed. After studying abroad, he learned of her marriage and was infuriated to discover her husband was a mere pauper. However, a month ago, upon returning to China, he found out from friends that Su Yuqing and her husband were merely a nominal couple, having never consummated their marriage. This ignited a desire within him. Coincidentally, the previous night, Lu Milan had called him to extend an invitation and casually mentioned Su Yuqing and Ye Chen's marital discord. Geng Wuda, of course, grasped the underlying implication. Thus, he made this visit, bearing gifts. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing is troubled. She harbors resentment towards Ye Chen for his lack of ambition and capability. Had she not married him, she believes she would have led a much happier life. Yet, compared to Geng Wuda, she would still choose Ye Chen. Despite Ye Chen's shortcomings, he is honest and principled. While Geng Wuda is a man who, during his university days, took advantage of his wealth, playing with numerous girls and indulging in rumors. "I don't want it. Give it to someone else," she retorts, dismissively. Geng Wuda and Appo's face flushes with embarrassment as he casts a pleading glance at Lu Milan. She quickly intervenes. "This is young Geng's heartfelt gift. You should accept it. Just think, what has that good-for-nothing sent you in 3 years of marriage? This necklace is worth more than he could earn in a lifetime." As she speaks, she forcibly places the necklace box into Su Yuqing's hands. Then, turning to Geng Wuda, she adds earnestly, "In a few days, once Qingqing is divorced, you must take her out to distract her. The Maldives would be splendid. You know, at my age, all I wish for is to hold a grandchild. Young Geng, you understand my meaning, right?" Geng Wuda gulps and nods repeatedly. "I understand. I understand." Su Yuqing tosses the necklace box onto the sofa, frowning. "Mom, I haven't and Appo's even decided to divorce Ye Chen yet." Lu Milan glares. "Why not? Would you rather suffer with that useless man?" Su Yuqing mumbles under her breath, "I will decide my own marriage." This provokes Lu Milan further. "What nonsense. 3 years ago, you stubbornly made him a part of our family, bringing along a burden of a younger sister. Look at the mess it has caused. Other families have good sons-in-law buying houses and cars, while he has nothing but a failure." Su Guiqiang adjusts his glasses and adds his counsel. "Your mother speaks wisely. A happy marriage is built on a solid economic foundation, and Ye Chen is simply not cut out for it." Geng Wuda nods in agreement. "Qingqing, I have heard about your marriage to that ungrateful wretch. A man of his social standing does not deserve you. To be candid, he must have ulterior motives for marrying you. For money, he would stoop to anything." Geng Wuda, with an air of worldly wisdom, casually concludes, "I've encountered many phoenix men like him." Su Yuqing falls into deep contemplation. Is Ye Chen truly so heartless? Just then, the door creaks open. Ye Chen has returned. Upon seeing him, Lu Milan's expression is one of disdain as she sarcastically remarks, "Out all night. Who knows where you've been gallivanting? Perfect timing. We shall finalize the divorce with Qingqing right now." Ye Chen ignores Lu Milan, his gaze fixated on one person, Geng Wuda. The car parked downstairs indeed belongs to him. Geng Wuda chooses this moment to flaunt his superiority. Standing up, he speaks with derision. "So, You are the useless husband of Qingqing? Let me inform you. It is time for you to divorce her. If you agree, I can arrange a security job for you, 6,000 a month. You could never earn that in your life. He believes Ye Chen will be grateful and readily agree to the divorce. Ye Chen steps forward, locking eyes with Geng Wuda. You are Geng Wuda? Afraid of my reputation? Fear your grandmother. Ye Chen bellows. Is it you who fled the scene after hitting my sister? At that moment, a flicker of panic crosses Geng Wuda's face. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ye Chen narrows his eyes, fury bubbling within him. Are you too cowardly to take responsibility? Before Geng Wuda can respond, Lu Milan leaps to her feet, kicking Ye Chen into Appo's shins. What are you talking about? Young Geng could never be the hit-and-run driver. I think you're losing your mind. Su Guoqiang and Appo's face darkens. Ye Chen, apologize to young Geng immediately. Even Su Yinqing furrows her brow in concern. Are you mistaken? Mistaken? Ye Chen pulls out his phone and plays a video. What do you think this is? The video reveals surveillance footage outside the school. After evening classes, Ye Chen is seen crossing the street when a Mercedes S600 suddenly appears, striking her down. The car speeds away into the night without stopping. After the video ends, Geng Wuda, initially tense, now breathes a sigh of relief, attempting to refute. Is this your evidence? We have many black Mercedes S600 SN and on. Without hundreds, there are dozens. Why should I be the hit-and-run driver? Believe me, I will sue you for defamation. Lu Milan chimes in. I see this ingrate is desperate for money and trying to extort you. Not a chance. Young Geng, and he supports you in taking him to court. Su Yinqing gazes at Ye Chen, a sigh escaping her lips, disappointment etched on her face. She never anticipated he could stoop so low for money, even resorting to extortion. Take it to court? Su? Ye Chen snorts derisively, pulling several photographs from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. Let us go right now, if you dare. Geng Wuda's eyes widen, his complexion turning pale. The photographs clearly depict the driver of the offending Mercedes S600. It is none other than Geng Wuda himself. Chapter 4. Do you plead guilty? The living room was enveloped in a tense silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Several photographs stood out with an unsettling clarity. Impossible to fabricate. Geng Wuda lifted his gaze to meet Ye Chen's, feigning composure. Where did you acquire these? Inside, however, he was in a state of utter panic. Just last week, he had drunk excessively at a social gathering, driven under the influence, and fled after hitting someone. He later learned that the girl he had struck was an orphan, with only a useless brother-in-law to speak of. Hence, he thought little of it, leveraging connections to bury the matter. Little did he expect that this brother-in-law would turn out to be Su Yunqing's husband. Even more astonishing was the fact that the other party had obtained evidence. This was inconceivable. He had pulled strings. Ye Chen's voice was icy as he interrogated. Do you plead guilty? Geng Wuda frowned and retorted. What does it matter if I plead guilty? Are you the law, capable of sentencing me? Spare me the theatrics. You merely wish to extort some money. Your sister is just as worthless as you. Take 20,000 and be gone. Even aware of his own culpability, Lu Milan defended him. Scoffing him. Just a little tramp. She isn't worth that much. You might as well buy me some cosmetics. Ye Chen remained silent, striding directly to the coffee table and lifting a bottle of 82 Lafite, weighing it in his hand. Seeing this, Su Guoqiang hurriedly exclaimed, Put that down. That wine costs 100,000 a bottle. You can't afford to break it. Can't afford it? Ye Chen scoffed. The one who can't afford it is him. In a split second, before anyone could react, Ye Chen swung the wine bottle and smashed it against Geng Wuda's head. With a resounding crack, the bottle shattered. Glass flying everywhere. Ouch! Geng Wuda collapsed, blood mingling with red wine, staining his face in a gruesome spectacle. Damn you, Ye Chen! You worthless scum! How dare you hit me? Geng Wuda roared in rage. Striking you is akin to striking a dog. Ye Chen retorted, raising another bottle of wine to bring down upon him. Geng Wuda quickly dodged, but it shattered on the floor instead, sending shards flying and leaving multiple cuts on his body. In the midst of this unexpected chaos, Su Guoqiang and his family stood stunned. After a long pause, Lu Milan was the first to react, wailing, It's over. Murder. Ye Chen has committed murder. Su Guoqiang gazed at the shattered glass on the ground. His heart aching. My wine. I hadn't even posted it on social media yet. Su Yinqing, covering her mouth, was paralyzed with fear. Geng Wuda seethed. Ye Chen, you bastard. I should have killed that little tramp back then. Your words are foul. They need to be silenced. Ye Chen declared, seizing a necklace from the sofa and advancing towards Geng Wuda. Lu Milan rushed to block him. What are you doing, you good for nothing? That necklace is worth over $1 million. Don't act rashly. Ye Chen glanced at the necklace, a flash of malice in his eyes. Stay away from me. He shoved Lu Milan aside, pressing Gung Wuda and Apos' head down and forcing the necklace into his mouth. You dare deceive my wife. You and Apos, recording death. Gung Wuda attempted to struggle, but he was merely a spoiled rich kid, lacking the strength to match Ye Chen, who toiled daily on construction sites. Ultimately, he was forced to swallow the diamond necklace whole, unable to regurgitate it. He felt utterly incapacitated. This shocking display left Su Guoqiang and Apos' family utterly speechless. In their minds, Ye Chen had always been a timid pushover. He had never dared to raise his voice, let alone resort to violence. His current demeanor was both unfamiliar and terrifying. Gripping Gung Wuda's chin, Ye Chen stared intently at him. At that moment, Gung Wuda no longer exuded arrogance. Faced with Ye Chen's gaze, he instinctively trembled. Ye Chen spoke coldly, Did you not demand compensation? My sister and Apos' hospitalization due to the car accident has cost a total of 3 million. You just accidentally smashed my wine and ruined your necklace. That amounts to 300,000. Thus, you still owe me 2,700,000. As for how you repay me, that depends on my mood. Ye Chen was not fabricating this. Just yesterday, Xiao Dai had called in an expert for surgery. And with the costs of a high-end hospital room, the medical expenses were conservatively estimated at 3 million. As for the necklace, earlier that morning, while purchasing a necklace for Su Yunqing, Ye Chen had seen one priced at 100,000, which Gung Wuda had deceitfully inflated to 1 million. Do not provoke me. Gung Wuda, thoroughly terrified, only wished to escape this troublesome situation. Faced with Ye Chen's threats, he dared not protest, nodding in agreement. Get lost. Ye Chen kicked Gung Wuda, who stumbled to his feet and scurried away, tail tucked between his legs, not daring to look back. The living room still reeked of mingled blood and alcohol. Lu Milan could hardly believe that her meticulously planned scheme of bringing in a new son-in-law had fallen apart. Under normal circumstances, she would have slapped Ye Chen across the face by now. Yet, after witnessing the earlier scene, she felt a twinge of guilt and hesitated to confront him. With a sudden shift, she threw herself on the floor, wailing, Oh, Lu Milan, must have been cursed for 8 generations to have ended up with such a useless son-in-law. Not only does he dare to strike a guest in front of me, but what if he decides to peel the skin off this defenseless woman? Then she turned to Su Yunqing, crying, Ching Ching. The television says that some men appear docile and honest, but behind closed doors, they're tyrants. If this person is to remain in the house, I shall move out. It and Apos' too frightening. Woe is me. Surprisingly, this tactic was effective. Su Yunqing could only respond, Ye Chen, if it comes to that, perhaps I should. I won't be staying here for the next few days. I want to spend more time with Qian Ning at the hospital. Ye Chen abruptly interrupted her. Su Yunqing felt a lump in her throat, pitying him momentarily. Yet, recalling his earlier actions, she found him terrifying and unfamiliar. Allowing him to cool off for a few days seemed prudent. Ye Chen retrieved a gift box from his pocket and handed it to Su Yunqing. This is for you. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Without a backward glance, he departed. Bang! As the door slammed shut, Lu Milan immediately ceased her wailing, spitting at the door and cursing, Garbage. I hope you die out there. I'll celebrate with firecrackers. Su Yunqing opened the box to find a necklace inside. A large diamond. It was several sizes larger than Gung Wuda's. However, Lu Milan snatched it away and tossed it into the trash bin, grumbling. Clearly a piece of junk bought from a 2-yuan store, and you think it can compare to what young Master Gung gave? You've offended him now. Just wait to suffer the consequences. With that, she stormed towards the bedroom. Su Guoqiang followed behind, head hung low. Lu Milan, incensed, slapped Su Guoqiang on the head. What are you following me for? Hurry up and clean this mess. Oh. Su Guoqiang complied reluctantly. Marrying you, Su Guoqiang, was truly a stroke of bad luck. You and Apos, all ungrateful wretches. It would be better if you all vanished. With an exasperated huff, Lu Milan slammed the bedroom door shut. Chapter 5. The red envelope command. Upon descending the stairs, Gung Wuda's Mercedes-Benz S600 had already departed. Today, he had suffered significant losses at the hands of others, and retribution was undoubtedly on his mind. When the soldiers come, the generals will block them. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. In this moment, Ye Chen felt no fear. Arriving at the entrance of the community, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Hongfeng Real Estate Company, Limited. Tomorrow marked the day he would officially assume the role of president at Hongfeng Real Estate, and he intended to arrive early to familiarize himself with the environment. He opened his phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Dai, notifying him that he was en route to Hongfeng Real Estate. Xiao Dai replied that he would arrange for someone to pick Ye Chen up. At that moment, a message popped up in the high school classmates group chat, tagged everyone. It was a notification from the class monitor. Hao Jian, I would like to invite everyone to gather tonight at Hongjimin Grand Hotel. I will cover the expenses. So please sign up quickly. Our class teacher, Mr. Wang, will also be attending. A flurry of responses followed. Hongjimin Grand Hotel is the finest restaurant in Anong. It's quite expensive. The class monitor is impressive. Count me in. Hao Jian, upon seeing the responses in the group, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He took a photo of his office and posted it in the group with the message, I'm so busy with work every day. Stuck in the office and feeling quite bored. I miss you all. It was an obvious attempt to show off, and someone replied, what an extravagant desk. I'm envious. Rumor had it that Hao Jian was a human resources manager at a large company, earning an annual salary of 400,000 to 500,000. Mr. Wang, the class teacher, chimed in, expressing admiration. Hao Jian, you are young and accomplished. Everyone should learn from you. Hao Jian humbly responded, thank you, teacher. If anyone encounters any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. We should help each other out as classmates. The group was filled with flattery. At that moment, someone in the group questioned, why isn't Ye Chen speaking? Is he not in the group? Ye Chen? The one from our class who couldn't and oppose. He even afford tuition? He used to scavenge for leftover rotten apples to eat back in school. While he once ate rotten apples, he now lives a life of dependency after graduation. Haha, just a spineless leech. A few days ago, I heard he was borrowing money everywhere, claiming it was for his sister's hospitalization after a car accident. Everyone should be cautious and not fall for his tricks, even if he had money. I wouldn't and oppose to lend it to such a petty person. The classmates and oppose comments about Ye Chen stirred no emotions within him. After all, he had little interaction with these individuals during school. Why should he care about their opinions? In fact, very few people in the group even knew that this WeChat account belonged to him. Perhaps it was time to exit this meaningless group. Just then, Hao Jian sent another message. Why does our wonderful class have such a disgrace? I feel ashamed. He even stole money from others back in the day and committed a slew of despicable acts. His current misfortunes are a fitting punishment. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. These words caused Ye Chen to furrow his brow. What others said about him was inconsequential, but not when it came from Hao Jian. The two had a history. Back in high school, due to his impoverished background, Ye Chen was looked down upon and ostracized by his classmates. Only his deskmate, Bai Aoxiwei, maintained a decent relationship with him. Bai Aoxiwei was beautiful and had many admirers at school, including Hao Jian. However, she rejected all of them, subtly expressing her affection for Ye Chen instead. Ye Chen harbored feelings for her as well, but was too self-conscious about his poverty to admit it. In Hao Jian and Appo's eyes, Ye Chen was merely a rival. During one physical education class, when the classroom was empty, Hao Jian seized the opportunity to steal money from Bai Aoxiwei and Appo's wallet and hid it in Ye Chen and Appo's desk. After physical education class, when Bai Aoxiwei discovered the money was missing, she, with Hao Jian's help, found it in Ye Chen's desk. Ye Chen had no way to defend himself and was unjustly labeled a thief. This incident caused an uproar, resulting in Ye Chen receiving a severe reprimand, and his scholarship and financial aid were revoked. Bai Aoxiwei gradually distanced herself from Ye Chen due to this incident. Teachers, believing he had a flawed moral compass, began targeting him, looking for ways to expel him from the classroom, which led to a sharp decline in his academic performance. Later, when a scandal erupted involving stolen underwear in the girls' and Appo's dormitory, Ye Chen was the first to be suspected. He was branded a pervert and was forced to publicly apologize before the entire school. The humiliation was unbearable. Yet, for the sake of his education, Ye Chen endured it all, carrying the weight of countless slanders. Reflecting on the past brought back vivid memories, and even today, he still felt a pang of discomfort. Haha, since you have chosen to provoke me, do not blame me for my response. Ye Chen located the text command red envelope feature within the WeChat mini program, Taitao Jian is a fool, and sent out a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. With 60 people in the group, he sent out 20 envelopes. He clicked send. The classmates in the group, not paying close attention, eagerly clicked to grab the red envelopes. Hao Jian is a fool. Hao Jian is a fool. Hao Jian is a fool. Hao Jian. Equipped with a WeChat red envelope grabbing tool, activated it to automatically seize red envelopes. Hao Jian is a fool. He managed to grab 0.02 yuan. Upon seeing the amount on his phone, Hao Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is messing with me? He quickly retracted the message that insulted himself and tagged Ye Chen in the group. Who are you? Are you looking for trouble? The classmates who had claimed the red envelopes were astonished at the drastic amounts. 20,000 yuan divided into 20 envelopes meant the largest envelope contained over 5,000. The smallest was the one that Hao Jian grabbed, while he had just insulted himself. While the excitement of claiming the envelopes was thrilling, they knew better than to offend the class monitor, so they hurriedly withdrew their messages. Only those who had the automatic grabbing tool and had been watching the group chat did not retract their messages. 7 or 8 instances of Hao Jian is a fool remained visible in the chat. The atmosphere in the group became quite peculiar. Everyone could tell someone was stirring trouble. Yet no one knew who the account behind the red envelopes belonged to. At this moment, Ye Chen sent another large red envelope. I am Hao Jian's daddy. The chat was instantly inundated with messages. I am Hao Jian's daddy. I am Hao Jian's daddy. I am Hao Jian's daddy. Hao Jian was infuriated, continuing to tag Ye Chen. Who the hell are you? Are you looking to die? Ye Chen ignored him and proceeded to send another red envelope. Hao Jian's son has no anus. The classmates quickly understood that someone in the group was deliberately targeting Hao Jian. After all, who would turn down a chance to enjoy the spectacle when money was involved? Even the usually silent class teacher, Mr. Wang, joined in. The messages flooded in. Hao Jian's son has no anus. Hao Jian's son has no anus. Ye Chen continued to send red envelopes. Hao Jian, if you're not satisfied, come bite me. Due to the rapid frequency of red envelope sending, everyone was too preoccupied with claiming them to withdraw their messages. They went into a frenzy. The group chat was filled with disgraceful insults directed at Hao Jian. Ironically, since Hao Jian had not turned off his red envelope grabbing tool, each time he automatically sent a message, he ended up insulting himself. To make matters worse, every time he managed to grab an envelope, it was always the smallest one. Just as Ye Chen was about to send the 11th envelope, a notification popped up. You have been removed from the group chat. Ye Chen had no choice but to cease his antics. It was obvious that this was Hao Jian and Appo's doing. Though he had spent 20,000 yuan, he felt no regret. Instead, he found the entire situation amusing. The joy of the wealthy is indeed a true joy. As Ye Chen pondered this, the taxi came to a halt. Arriving at the base of the Hongfeng Real Estate Office Building. Chapter 6. Ye Chen cleans the restroom. As Ye Chen gazed at the majestic office building of Hongfeng Real Estate, a wave of emotions surged within him. It is worth mentioning that he had long been intertwined with Hongfeng Real Estate. Being the largest real estate company in Anong City, it boasted numerous engineering teams, among which was Ma Laosan's crew. In the past, when Ye Chen was denied his wages, he had visited Hongfeng Real Estate to seek answers, only to be forcibly ejected by the security guards. Now, he had ascended to the position of president of Hongfeng Real Estate, a true testament to the cyclical nature of fortune. Stop. What are you doing here? At that moment, the security captain, accompanied by 2 others, appeared and shouted loudly. Upon getting a closer look at Ye Chen, a look of disdain crossed his face. Oh, it's you. Here to demand your salary? Get lost. You're just an eyesore standing there. Ye Chen chuckled bitterly. I'm not here to demand my wages. The security captain scrutinized him suspiciously. If you're not here for your salary, are you looking for a job? Just as he finished speaking, a sudden, croaky voice echoed. Who's looking for a job? The security captain turned around and immediately stood at attention, saluting. Manager Hao. This person is here looking for a job. Hao Jian, clad in an expensive black suit, exuded an air of fashion. However, his countenance was grim, for he had just been humiliated in a high school group chat, berated by an unknown individual through a red envelope. His attempt to show off had backfired, leaving him furious enough to smash his phone. In a foul mood, he scolded the security captain. I specifically emphasized this morning that the new president is taking office tomorrow. We must maintain the company's image. Why let any riffraff come in here looking for work? The security captain hung his head, too intimidated to speak. Hao Jian, known for his notorious temper as the HR manager, was not someone to offend. Hao Jian's gaze fell upon Ye Chen, and he paused in surprise for a few seconds. Ye Chen? Yes, it's me, Ye Chen replied. The realization dawning upon him that Hao Jian was the HR manager of Hongfeng Real Estate. It was indeed a case of enemies converging. Hao Jian, still seething with anger directed at Ye Chen, feigned a nasal mockery. Oh, I wondered why there was a foul odor in the lobby. It turns out a stray dog has wandered in. Ye Chen frowned slightly. Please mind your language. Hao Jian scoffed. Do you know where you are? How dare you speak to me like that? What is wrong with Hongfeng Real Estate? Ye Chen shot back. Hao Jian, hands clasped behind his back, ordered the security captain. Introduce him to who I am. The security captain, puffing out his chest, solemnly stated, "This is our HR manager at Hongfeng Real Estate, overseeing all employee positions." Hao Jian nodded in satisfaction. "Did you hear that? If you wish to work here, you'll need my approval. This is not a place for garbage collection." Oh, Ye Chen nodded meaningfully. "That truly is an impressive position. Now you understand." Hao Jian's eyes glinted with cunning, and he adopted a tone of disappointment as he addressed the surrounding security personnel. "You might find this amusing, but this is my high school classmate, who was utterly unambitious and troublesome back in the day. As the class monitor, I looked after him for years, yet he remains unrepentant. Look at the disparity in our statuses now. It truly breaks my heart." The security captain immediately chimed in. "Manager Hao, your distress is palpable. It's all because your classmate is ungrateful. He deserves this." Hao Jian nodded gravely and turned to Ye Chen. "Your current predicament is entirely of your own making. To be honest, I had no intention of meddling, but since you've come here of your own volition, I cannot stand idly by. Coincidentally, the company is in need of a restroom cleaner. 2,000 a month. This job suits you perfectly." Clap, clap, clap. The security captain joined in, flattering Manager Hao. "You are so considerate." Ye Chen's expression darkened. It was clear that Hao Jian was mocking him, cloaked in a veil of insincerity. Hao Jian glanced at his watch and told the security captain, "I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Please take good care of my old classmate." He emphasized the last part. The security captain grinned, understood. With a dismissive gait, Hao Jian departed without casting a glance back at Ye Chen. Watching his retreating figure, Ye Chen bore a faint smile, lost in thought. At that moment, a Toyota pulled up in front of the company. A man disembarked, adorned with a large gold chain and chewing on a toothpick, exuding an air of arrogance. Well, isn't this Ye Chen? What brings you here?" It was none other than Ma Lao-san. The security captain stepped forward, grinning. "Oh, brother Ma, this kid is here looking for a job. We've got him set up to clean the restroom." "Cleaning the restroom?" Ma Lao-san burst into laughter. "Looks like this kid was satisfied with being drenched in urine yesterday. He's back for a taste of the toilet aroma today." Upon hearing this, everyone joined in mocking laughter, filling the lobby with a jovial atmosphere. Ye Chen appeared unfazed and calmly replied, "Ma Lao-san, aren't you worried I might report you for embezzling workers' wages? If Hongfeng Real Estate finds out, you'll be in serious trouble." "Report me?" Ma Lao-san looked at Ye Chen as if he were a fool. "You think I'd be scared of that? If I dared to do it? I'm not afraid of you reporting me. Go on, give it a try." "What do you mean?" The security captain sneered. "You probably don't know that our brother Ma is actually the cousin of the finance manager at Hongfeng Real Estate. If you have the guts, go ahead and report him." Ma Lao-san made a hand gesture to the security captain, grinning. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Despite his words, his expression was anything but subtle. Ma Lao-san whispered to the security captain, "I just received important news from my cousin. The new president will be arriving shortly for an inspection. I came early to make a good impression, and we need to clear out any irrelevant individuals." "Is that so?" The security captain was taken aback, quickly straightening his uniform. He then ordered his two subordinates, "Take him to clean the restroom first." Ma Lao-san added maliciously, "Make him lick it clean. This waste of space loves that flavor. He must lick it spotless." "Understood." The two security guards chuckled wickedly as they seized Ye Chen and Oppo's arms and led him toward the restroom. Ye Chen made no effort to resist and merely told the guards, "Believe me, following their orders will be the biggest regret of your day. Shut up and stop bragging." One of the guards slapped the back of Ye Chen's head. Ye Chen simply snorted coldly and fell silent. Just as they departed, a group emerged from the elevator, all high-ranking officials of Hongfeng Real Estate. Leading them was a woman in professional attire, standing at about 168 meters, dressed in black high heels and stockings, approximately 27 or 28 years old, possessing an alluring beauty that radiated both maturity and sensuality. Deputy General Manager Hu. Upon seeing her, all the security guards and employees bowed and greeted her. She was none other than Hu Jiao, the current vice president of Hongfeng Real Estate. Hu Jiao scanned the crowd, her eyes landing on Ye Chen. "Have you seen President Yi?" Chapter 7. Licked clean. The security captain inquired. "Executive Hu. Who is this director you speak of?" Hu Jiao replied coolly, "Our newly appointed president." "Report. Director Yi is not present. He may not have arrived yet." "That's peculiar." Hu Jiao mused, puzzled. This time, the company's parachuted new president was mandated by Xiao Dai, a matter she regarded with utmost importance, and she couldn't afford to be remiss. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed the mobile number Xiao Dai had provided for Ye Chen. Meanwhile, in the first-floor men's restroom, the tall security guard gestured towards a stall, commanding Ye Chen, "Get in there and lick it clean." "And what if I refuse?" Ye Chen inquired, a smile playing on his lips, though his eyes remained icily cold. The tall security guard brandished a rubber truncheon from his waist. "Then you'll get a taste of this." The shorter guard produced his phone, sneering, "I'll film a video and post it on Kuaishou Live. The viewership will skyrocket." Just then, Ye Chen's phone rang. As he answered, a magnetic female voice emanated from the other end. "Hello, Director Yi. This is Hu Jiaojiao, Vice President of Red Maple Construction. Where are you at the moment?" "I've already arrived." Hu Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. "Arrived? I haven't seen you." Ye Chen replied placidly, "I'm in the men's room on the first floor." A flush of embarrassment crept onto Hu Jiaojiao's face. "Director Yi, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you." Before Hu Jiaojiao could finish, the tall security guard snatched Ye Chen's phone, barking into the receiver, "Who's the dimwit calling at this hour? Don't they know he's about to lick the toilet?" Hu Jiaojiao's tone shifted. "Who is this?" The tall security guard chuckled lewdly. "Oh ho, sounds like a dame. I'm a security guard at Red Maple Company. What's up?" "Ye Chen, that imbecile, is about to lick the toilet. Why don't you come over here and help me lick it? And I'm not talking about the toilet. If you catch my drift." "Ha ha. Beep beep beep." Hu Jiaojiao hung up, her face ashen. Those around her felt a chill as they observed her expression. Who had offended this formidable woman? Hu Jiaojiao turned to the security captain, demanding. The security guard said Director Yi is licking the toilet. Is that true? The security captain hastily replied, there was indeed an idiot taken to lick the toilet, but it wasn't Director Yi. Ma Laosen scurried forward, ingratiatingly explaining, "Hee. The person taken there is named Ye Chen, a complete and utter waste of space. Letting him lick our company's toilets is already doing him a favor." "Ye Chen?" Hu Jiaojiao's lips twitched violently. She strode forward and raised her hand. Slap. Slap. Ma Laosen and the security captain each received a resounding slap. "If Director Yi is missing a single hair on his head today, you'll pay dearly," Hu Jiaojiao hissed, her voice dripping with menace. She strode towards the first-floor men's room on high heels. The cohort of executives followed closely behind, though they remained clueless. Ma Laosen and the security captain exchanged bewildered glances. "Damn it," she hung up. The tall security guard tossed the phone back to Ye Chen, disgruntled. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a wicked grin spread across his face. "I've been holding it, waiting for you to finish licking the toilets inside. Then you can lick this urinal clean." He unbuckled his belt and began urinating into the urinal. Midstream, a deafening crash echoed as the men's room door was kicked open. Hu Jiaojiao stood at the entrance, her face a mask of anxiety and rage. "Executive Hu." The tall security guard was seized with panic at the sight of Hu Jiaojiao. He turned to salute her, forgetting to pull up his trousers. The stream of urine splashed onto the shorter security guard and Appo's trousers. "Ouch, damn it. Are you blind?" The shorter security guard leaped about in disarray. The tall security guard hastily pulled up his trousers, but his bladder was still bursting, leaving a wet patch. However, with Hu Jiaojiao standing at the door, the two men straightened up at attention as quickly as possible, though inwardly they were bewildered as to why the esteemed director who had suddenly appeared in the men's room. Followed by a gaggle of company executives, Hu Jiaojiao ignored the two security guards, rushing towards Ye Chen and bowing deeply. "Director Yi, I am truly sorry. Are you all right?" "Executive Hu, you've got the wrong person, haven't you?" At that moment, Ma Laosen squeezed through the crowd. "He is a menial laborer from our company's construction team. Here today looking for a job cleaning toilets." "A menial laborer?" Hu Jiaojiao retrieved her phone, found the photo of Ye Chen that Xiao Dai had sent her, compared it to the Ye Chen before her, and then displayed the photo to the crowd, scolding, "Look, this is our company's new president, Ye Chen, Director Yi." "What?" The crowd gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg. The tall security guard felt the world spin as he realized that he had not only forced the new president to lick the toilet, but had also harassed Executive Hu on the phone. It was a blatant act of self-destruction. He was finished. He regretted not heeding Ye Chen and Appo's advice. "Executive Hu, this is impossible," Ma Laosen stammered. "This man has worked under me for 3 years, and he's a shameless live-in son-in-law. He must resemble Director Yi and is trying to impersonate him." Ma Laosen glared at Ye Chen. "You bastard. How dare you deceive Executive Hu? You have a death wish. I think it's you who has a death wish." Ye Chen finally spoke, pulling up a photo on his phone. "This is my letter of appointment. It has old Zhao's signature on it." The crowd craned their necks to look, their faces falling. Xiao Dai's signature was on many company documents, and everyone present recognized it. It was impossible to forge. "D. Director Yi." Ma Laosen felt the world spin. his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees. He had hoped to make a good impression on the new president's first inspection, but instead, he had committed a blunder of epic proportions. It was over. All over. Hu Jiaojiao and the executives behind her were seething with rage, cursing Ma Laosan and his ilk 1,000 times over. Hu Jiaojiao broke the silence. Director Ye, I apologize to you on behalf of the entire company. We will deal with these individuals severely. Oh, how will you deal with them? Ye Chen inquired with interest. Hu Jiaojiao replied earnestly, a year's salary and fines, immediate dismissal, and a permanent ban from re-employment. Ma Laosan and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they were on the verge of tears. If they were dealt with in such a manner, how would they survive? Ye Chen waved his hand. There and oppos, as no need for fines or dismissal. Then what do you suggest? Hu Jiaojiao asked cautiously. It and oppos, as simple. Ye Chen flashed a harmless smile. Let Ma Laosan and the security captain lick the toilets inside. Let the tall security guard lick the urinal. And as for the remaining short security guard, he can stand here and film a live broadcast on Kuaishou until the three of them have licked everything clean. Hearing this, Ma Laosan and the others abandoned all pretense of dignity and began kowtowing to Ye Chen. Director Ye, we truly know our mistake. Please, have mercy on us. Ye Chen remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping over Hu Jiaojiao and the executives. This is my first order as president. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 8. Ye Chen and the medical dispute. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. While ostensibly punishing Ma Laosan and his associates, it was, in reality, a show of authority. Ye Chen, as the parachuted executive appointed by Xiao Dei, held a unique position. The company executives, despite their lofty titles, were merely high-ranking employees. Who would dare oppose Ye Chen's views? They could only nod in agreement. As long as Ye Chen was willing, he could deal with these individuals however he pleased. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall trouble you to supervise this matter. After saying this, he walked straight out of the men's restroom and said to Hu Jiaojiao, Vice President Hu, please assist me in navigating the premises. Of course. Hu Jiaojiao promptly followed him out. The remaining executives in the restroom finally breathed a sigh of relief, their pent-up anger erupting. They began to berate Ma Laosan and his gang, then proceeded to enforce Ye Chen's orders. Not to flatter? Let's see you try refusing. Ma Laosan and his companions were left in despair, yet they could not afford to offend these powerful figures. They could only brace themselves and comply. Hu Jiaojiao led Ye Chen to the presidential office on the 20th floor. Mr. Ye, your office was tidied up yesterday. Do you have any opinions on the layout? Ye Chen settled onto the luxurious leather sofa, surveying the space. It was indeed grand and spacious. I have no objections. Vice President Hu, please take a seat and do not feel constrained. Hu Jiaojiao sat opposite Ye Chen, her long legs elegantly positioned. Mr. Ye, I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired today. I hope you can speak kindly on my behalf to Chairman Xiao. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. This matter will not be mentioned to old Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Hu Jiaojiao exhaled in relief, her chest rising and falling. Ye Chen averted his gaze, stating, I am still unfamiliar with many of the company's operations. I will need your assistance moving forward. Certainly. Do you have any further instructions? Not really. Ye Chen paused. But I would like to casually mention that I heard Ma Laosan's cousin is the manager of the finance department. Have you come across this information? I have never heard of it. Hu Jiaojiao shook her head, her expression serious. The company has a clear policy that financial executives must disclose any familial relationships with other employees. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Ye Chen glanced at the time. Let's leave it at that for today. I have some matters to attend to and will be taking my leave. I'll see you off. There and oppos. No need for such formality. Hu Jiaojiao suddenly recalled something. Mr. Ye, there is a dinner gathering at 6 this evening with the owners of our partnering companies. Would you be able to attend? Certainly. Where is it? At the Hanjinmen Grand Hotel. I understand. After leaving the company, Ye Chen hailed a taxi and headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, as Ye Chen exited the elevator and glanced towards his sister's high-end ward, his eyes widened in shock. His sister, Ye Qianning, was lying on a bed in the hallway outside the ward. The respirator and other equipment had also been moved outside. There was no one to attend to her. What on earth was happening? In an instant, anger surged within him. He rushed over to find Ye Qianning still in a comatose state. Fortunately, she was not in grave danger. Yet, unable to contain his fury, Ye Chen kicked the ward door open without hesitation. Inside the ward, a young man was lying on the bed playing with his phone, while a middle-aged couple, presumably his relatives, sat beside him. A balding middle-aged doctor stood near the entrance. Upon seeing Ye Chen burst in, the balding doctor frowned and barked. Who allowed you to enter? Get out immediately. Don't disturb the patient's rest. Ye Chen pointed at Ye Chen outside, his face steely as he questioned. Who moved her out? The balding doctor impatiently replied, I, Zhou Yuanping, did. What of it? This ward was reserved by me. Zhou Yuanping sized Ye Chen up and declared. Consider this your official notice. This ward has been transferred to someone else. You can sign at the nurse's station later. On what grounds? Because I am the vice president of this hospital. Now, leave if there is nothing else. Zhou Yuanping retorted brusquely, turning his back on Ye Chen to address the middle-aged couple. Don't worry, just let Xiaoyang stay here. If anything comes up, just let me know. The young man on the bed muttered, Damn it, I can't believe I lost to him this time. It's so frustrating. The middle-aged woman affectionately patted his head, saying, Don't worry, son. It's just a leg scrape. Your uncle arranged for you to be in a high-end ward. And we will ensure all medical expenses are covered at the highest level. We will make those who hurt you pay. The middle-aged man snorted derisively. How dare they hit my son? They really have some nerve. Zhou Yuanping instructed the young man, Xiaoyang, rest well. I have a meeting to attend. However, as he turned to leave, he noticed Ye Chen still standing at the doorway, instinctively furrowing his brow. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still here? Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he questioned, as a doctor. How can you abuse your authority by placing a mere leg scrape victim in a high-end ward while shoving a patient who just underwent major surgery into the hallway? Do you possess even a shred of professional integrity? What business is it of yours? What does your sister amount to compared to my nephew's leg? Since I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, I can ensure you won't even find a bed in any of our hospitals in Anong. Filled with disdain, this statement unleashed Ye Chen's pin-up fury. Although he shared no blood relation with Ye Chen, he regarded her as a sister, an untouchable taboo. Bang! Without a hint of reason, Ye Chen landed a punch on Zhou Yuanping and Appo's nose. The latter staggered back several paces, touching his nose to find it bleeding. You little brat. You dare to hit me? Zhou Yuanping's eyes widened in disbelief. The middle-aged couple also stood up, pointing at Ye Chen and threatening him. You little punk. You dare to hit our family? You must be looking for trouble. Ye Chen spat on the ground. Scum of society, what is the harm in teaching you a lesson? All right. You have some guts. Today, you will experience the price of youthful arrogance. Zhou Yuanping wiped the blood from his nose and pulled out his phone to call security. Hurry up to the 6th floor. Enough talk, just get here. Someone is causing a scene. After hanging up, he menacingly warned Ye Chen, You dare to hit me? You're finished. Do you know how serious a charge of medical disturbance is? Punch me once, and I'll ensure you spend a lifetime in prison. Ye Chen sent a brief message to Xiaodai, outlining the situation. Xiaodai simply replied, Rest assured, young master. I will handle it immediately. Before long. 3 security guards rushed upstairs, their appearances rather unkempt. Before even reaching the doorway, they shouted, Vice President Zhou, which one is the troublemaker? Let us take care of him. Chapter 9 Mr. Yi, we are late. Zhou Yuanping shouted, pointing at Ye Chen. It's him. Hurry and seize him. Damn it. How dare this reckless fool cause a scene in a hospital? 3 security guards, grumbling, advanced to apprehend Ye Chen. Wait. Ye Chen's voice rang out, halting their actions. What? Are you afraid? Zhou Yuanping sneered mockingly. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Regretting it now? No way. I'll report you for medical harassment. And not only will you face imprisonment, but your unfortunate sister and all your relatives will be barred from hospitals for life. They might as well wait to die. Huh. A chilling glint flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. They say a healer's heart is compassionate, yet the first hospital in Anong has produced such a disgrace. You would sacrifice lives for your selfish desires. Zhou Yuanping scoffed. You accuse me of endangering lives? Kid. Do you have any idea how many people I've saved in my lifetime? There's a saying that saving a life is better than building a pagoda. I've built so many pagodas they could reach the heavens. Do you think you can criticize me? Ye Chen stood his ground. Are you saving lives for money or for compassion? Deep down, you know the truth. Aren't you afraid of being exposed online? Uffed. Zhou Yuanping dismissed him. Don't act tough. This hospital is filled with my people. Who would believe your words? Don't end up losing more than you bargained for, or I'll add defamation to your charges. Let the netizens hunt you down. While I may not have the power of mere words, your own statements will suffice. Ye Chen waved his phone, showing the recording interface. You dare record me? Zhou Yuanping's face fell. I'll give you a chance. Hand over your phone and delete that recording, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Director. You're quite the authority. I refuse to hand over my phone. What will you do about it? Ye Chen replied defiantly. Zhou Yuanping's anger flared. You insolent brat. Unaware of your own insignificance. You lot. Seize his phone. The three security guards lunged forward to snatch Ye Chen and Apos' phone. A chaotic struggle ensued, attracting onlookers in the corridor, including family members of patients and some hospital staff. While the staff initially intended to intervene, they quickly averted their gaze upon seeing Zhou Yuanping's furious demeanor, choosing instead to retreat. Amidst the commotion, a brash voice suddenly broke through. You little punk, if you don't hand over your phone, I'll rip this girl's breathing tube out. Ye Chen turned to see Zhou Yong, lying at the bedside, had moved beside Ye Chen, his left hand hovering ominously over her breathing tube, his gaze defiantly locked onto Ye Chen. Release her. Ye Chen's voice deepened. Zhou Yong rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? I can occupy the high-class ward if I wish. Your sister is lucky to even be here ahead of me. Bah. With that, a wicked smile crept onto his face. But to be fair, this girl is quite pretty. Let me check if she's matured yet. Heh. He reached his right hand towards Ye Chen. Damn you. Ye Chen roared, attempting to rush forward, but the security guards held him back, rendering him immobile. At that moment, some onlooking patients could no longer bear the sight and began to voice their concerns. Using a patient to threaten someone is shameless. What about the doctor inside? Aren't they going to intervene? Someone could die. Where are the hospital security? Why are they stopping the family instead of this guy? Faced with the crowd's murmurs, Zhou Yong raised his fist. Shut up. Anyone who meddles will regret it. Zhou Yuanping not only failed to stop this, but also menaced. Anyone who interferes will be thrown out of the hospital. With that, everyone fell silent. Ye Chen glared furiously. I will ensure you pay for your actions. Zhou Yong laughed mockingly. Huh, fool, what price? Hand over your phone and kneel to apologize to my uncle. Or else, not only will I feel her up, but I'll also pull out her oxygen tube and let her die. Zhou Yong's mother chimed in. Just by looking at him, he's a little wretch. Killing him would just dirty my hands. At that moment, rage engulfed Ye Chen's chest. Even the taunts from his mother, Lu Milan, or Ma Laosin from yesterday could not compare to his current fury. Dragons have their reverse scales. Touch them, and you face death. Phoenixes have their vulnerable necks. Offend them, and you are doomed. As Ye Chen contemplated a desperate struggle, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Remove your filthy hands from the young lady. This thunderous command drew everyone's attention. A group of over 20 people strode in from the elevator, led by a man towering over 6 feet with a bald head and a scar beneath his left eye, wielding a baton. His presence was imposing, and the group behind him radiated an intimidating aura. Their arrival altered the expressions of everyone present. Zhou Yong trembled, swallowing hard. Brother Long. The rest of the onlookers displayed an uncontrollable panic. Ye Chen recognized him instantly. Zhao Hailong, a prominent figure in the earth and stone business. He thrived in various circles in Anong, known to be a powerful man. While he appeared to be a successful businessman on the surface, everyone understood the darker dealings he was involved in. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Hailong approached Ye Chen and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me. The crowd stared in disbelief. What was happening? Who was this young man that could compel Zhao Hailong to apologize? Ye Chen remained unfazed, as he had anticipated Zhao Hailong's arrival from the moment he entered. Yet, a tinge of resentment lingered within him. You're not late. My sister and I are still alive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailong, known as the Dragon of Anong, trembled and fell to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. Mr. Yi, it's my fault. I deserve to die. Please grant me another chance. Zhao Hailong's fear stemmed from the command issued by Xiao Dai just moments ago. If even a hair from Ye Chen was harmed, it would cost him his life. No matter how powerful Zhao Hailong was in Anong, he was merely an ant in the eyes of true overlords like Xiao Dai. This shocking scene led the onlookers to realize that this young man named Yi was far from ordinary. Although Zhou Yong was arrogant, he was not foolish and recognized he had landed himself in serious trouble. Trembling, he released the oxygen tube and, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded with Zhao Hailong, Brother Long. This is all a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Zhao Hailong ignored him, remaining on his knees, awaiting Ye Chen's response. Would he be granted a chance? After a tense 10 seconds, Ye Chen finally spoke, emotionless. He is hospitalized due to a leg injury. This statement left the crowd baffled. What did it mean? Yet, for Zhao Hailong, it felt like a pardon. He sprang to his feet and turned to Zhou Yong, raising the baton to strike at Zhou Yong's thigh. Bang. Crack. Chapter 10. You are no longer the deputy director. Ag. Zhou Yong bellowed. A sound akin to a donkey's agonizing lament as he writhed on the floor. Zhao Hailong remained relentless, his truncheon ceaselessly assailing Zhou Yang's legs. The resounding thuds were punctuated by the ominous crack of fracturing bones, a testament to the brutal force employed. Zhao Hailong focused solely on the legs, avoiding other areas. Initially, Zhou Yang's pleas for mercy echoed through the corridor, but he soon succumbed to the excruciating pain, losing consciousness. His lower limbs were a mangled mess of blood and flesh, their original form irrevocably altered, bearing the unmistakable signs of comminuted fractures. The onlookers gasped, a collective shiver of revulsion rippling through them. They had heard tales of Zhao Hailong's ruthlessness, but witnessing it firsthand was a truly harrowing experience. Crack! Only when his truncheon snapped did Zhao Hailong cease his assault. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, turning to Ye Chen with a servile smile. "Mr. Ye, you were right. This fellow was indeed hospitalized due to a leg injury." Ye Chen nodded, inwardly impressed by Zhao Hailong's swift comprehension. A seasoned veteran of the underworld, he had instantly grasped the implied meaning behind Ye Chen's words. His execution was equally decisive and merciless. This was a man who would prove useful in the future. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted as Zhou Yang's mother burst from the sick room. "You murderous bastards! How dare you lay hands on my son? I'll fight you to the death." Before she could reach the doorway, Zhao Hailong, without so much as a glance, delivered a swift side kick to her abdomen. She cried out in agony as she was sent sprawling several meters, landing in a heap on the floor. Zhao Hailong licked his lips, issuing a chilling threat. "You wretched hag, utter another word, and I'll strip you naked and parade you through the city." Zhou Yang's mother immediately fell silent. Zhou Yang's father, utterly petrified, dared not utter a peep. At that moment, Zhou Yuanpong, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, declared, "Yi, I know you wield influence in Anong City, but this hospital is not your personal playground. Take your men and leave at once, or face the consequences." "You dare to challenge me?" Zhao Hailong retorted, slapping Zhou Yuanping across the face. He then seized Zhou Yuanping by the collar, dragging him before Ye Chen. "Mr. Yi, what shall we do with this bald scoundrel?" Zhou Yuanping, still defiant, threatened, You better not do anything rash. I've treated countless patients over the years and know many influential figures. You can't afford to cross me." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, remarking to Zhao Hailong, "You called him bald, but I don't see it. He seems to have quite a bit of hair." Zhao Hailong's eyes lit up as he understood the implication. He gestured to his underlings, instructing, "Shave this old codger's head and make him truly bald." The henchmen swarmed Zhou Yuanping, their hands relentlessly plucking at his hair. Some even produced fruit knives, scraping at his scalp with reckless abandon. "Ag, it hurts. Please stop." Zhou Yuanping screamed, his struggles proving futile. Those with thinning hair often hold onto what remains with a desperate tenacity, and Zhou Yuanping was no exception. He regarded his sparse strands as his lifeline, tending to them with meticulous care. Now, they were being subjected to the most brutal and degrading treatment. No one dared to intervene. The 3 security guards had long since retreated into the crowd, fearing becoming collateral damage. 2 minutes later, Zhao Hailong's men dispersed. Zhou Yuanping's scalp was now barren, lacerated, and bleeding. He was a picture of utter humiliation. The onlookers erupted in laughter, pointing and jeering. Overwhelmed by shame and anger, Zhou Yuanping's face flushed crimson as he trembled. Howling, "You scum of society. I'll see you in my capacity as the deputy director of Anong First Hospital. I'll take you to court and see you utterly destroyed." As the words left his lips, a sudden, aged voice echoed from the back of the crowd. "Zhou Yuanping, as of today, you are no longer the deputy director of Anong First Hospital and have no authority to represent our institution in any legal proceedings." All eyes turned to see an elderly man in a white coat and spectacles approaching, flanked by several young doctors. Zhou Yuanping's expression shifted to astonishment. "Director Chen Wenlin, I thought you were abroad on a research trip. Why are you back so soon?" Chen Wenlin scoffed, retorting, "If I hadn't returned, you would have completely tarnished the reputation of our hospital with your disgraceful behavior." Without another word to Zhou Yuanping, he hurried to Ye Chen, bowing deeply. "Mr. Yi, please forgive my inadequate oversight that has caused you such trouble. I offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of Anong First Hospital." Ye Chen had long been familiar with Chen Wenlin's esteemed reputation. As the director of Anong First Hospital, he was a respected figure throughout the medical community of Ning Province. Ye Chen held this virtuous and talented physician in high regard. "Director Chen, you are too kind. I understand that this matter is unrelated to you and is solely the result of Zhou Yuanping's personal actions. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will ensure that justice is served." Chen Wenlin turned his gaze upon Zhou Yuanpeng. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Zhou Yuanpeng, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, knelt on the ground. His face etched with panic as he pleaded, Director, please listen to my explanation. I am not to blame. They ganged up on me. Taking advantage of the fact that our hospital is defenseless. You must stand up for me. Chen Wenlin regarded him with cold indifference, clearly unconvinced. The corridor was now filled with spectators discussing Zhou Yuanpeng's reprehensible conduct, some even recording videos to upload online. Zhou Yuanpeng could no longer maintain his composure. He leaped to his feet, pointing at Chen Wenlin and shouting, You senile old fool. I respect you as the director, but don't think you're so powerful. You're an old codger who favors outsiders. Even as the director, you can't simply dismiss me, the deputy director. Dismissing you may be difficult, but this will make it effortless. Chen Wenlin retrieved a stack of papers from one of his accompanying doctors and flung them in Zhou Yuanpeng's face. These are all the records of your embezzlement and bribery while in office. They are sufficient to land you in prison for at least 10 years. The police will be here shortly. Zhou Yuanpeng's face contorted in horror as he collapsed to his knees, clutching at Chen Wenlin's legs and begging for mercy. Chen Wenlin merely leaned down and whispered something in Zhou Yuanpeng's ear. The latter's body stiffened, and he turned his head with a look of utter despair, casting a final glance at Ye Chen before appearing to lose all vitality. He remained kneeling, dumbfounded, having surrendered completely. Moments later, several police officers arrived, exchanged a few words with Chen Wenlin, and promptly escorted Zhou Yuanpeng away. The other matters were left unaddressed. A young doctor gestured to the unconscious Zhou Yong lying on the ground and cautiously inquired, Director, what about this patient? Chen Wenlin barely lifted his eyelids as he replied, Our hospital is too small to accommodate such dignitaries. Please remove him and inform the other hospitals in the city. They will know what to do. A shiver ran down the young doctor's spine. Chen's words implied that no hospital in Anong would dare to accept Zhou Yong. He stole a glance at Ye Chen, resolving to maintain a low profile and remain humble in the hospital, lest he suffer the same fate as Zhou Yuanpeng. Chapter 11. Ye Chen's encounter with the punishment of Zhou Yuanpeng and his associates. The hospital conflict came to an end, and the crowd dispersed. Ye Chen was once again placed in a private ward. Dean Chen Wenlin assured Ye Chen with a pat on his chest that such incidents would never occur again. With his word, Ye Chen felt a sense of trust. Dean Chen, I have a question that I hope you can clarify, Ye Chen inquired. The latter smiled and replied, You wish to know what I whispered to Zhou Yuanpeng, correct? Precisely. Chen Wenlin responded earnestly. I informed him that it was Elder Xiao de Ye's directive. And he understood immediately. Ye Chen was somewhat baffled. While Xiao de Ye held a prestigious position in Anong City, he was not part of the hospital system and lacked the authority to dismiss Zhou Yuanpeng. Chen Wenlin elucidated, Mr. Yi, you may not be aware, but our hospital is currently undergoing a transformation into a private institution. Elder Zhao's Hongfeng Group is the largest investor, meaning he will become the hospital's principal owner. With his command, it is indeed simple to discharge Zhou Yuanpeng. To be candid, I was abroad for inspections recently, and upon receiving a call from Elder Xiao regarding your sister's surgery, I immediately arranged for the province's top experts and rushed back myself. Due to the confidentiality surrounding this matter, most staff members were unaware. Otherwise, Zhou Yuanpeng would not have dared to act so recklessly. Ye Chen understood now. With the Hongfeng Group investing in the first hospital of Anong City, it seemed the hospital would now operate with his authority. This thought intrigued him. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Ye Chen left the hospital to attend the dinner party that Hu Jiao had mentioned. Zhao Hailong had initially offered to drive him, but Ye Chen declined, as the journey from the hospital to the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel was merely a few bus stops away, and he did not wish to impose. Nonetheless, Zhao Hailong left his WeChat contact, stating he was available whenever needed, and departed with his entourage. As Ye Chen boarded the bus to the hotel, he opened Kuaishou, where a video featuring Ma Laosan and the security chief of Hongfeng Real Estate was trending. He clicked on it, and the content depicted an unfortunate scene that was too unsavory to describe. The comments were filled with disgust, lamenting that some would go to such lengths for fame. Ye Chen only watched for a few seconds before closing the app, reflecting on the justice of Ma Laosan's punishment. He felt no sympathy. Had it not been for his current status, he might have suffered even more at the hands of such individuals. The power of wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Yunqing. Ye Chen hurriedly answered. On the other end, Su Yunqing's voice was laced with irritation. Where have you been? I just left the hospital. I'm heading out for dinner. Okay, how's your sister doing now? The surgery went quite well, Yes, fine. And thank you for the money transferred this morning. Though Su Yiqing maintained a cold demeanor, her heart was soft, which was evident as she had not divorced Ye Chen despite her mother Lu Milan and Apos' relentless attempts to instigate. That and Apos, that's good to hear. However, the money isn't a gift. It's a loan. You'll need to write me an IOU and remember to pay me back with interest. Ye Chen was at a loss for words. Su Yiqing sighed. Don't forget, tomorrow is the family monthly meeting. You must attend. I heard that my cousin Su Tingting has a new boyfriend and specifically requested your presence. Ugh, it's obvious she's just trying to show off. Ye Chen groaned. He understood that Su Yiqing was worried about how he would be perceived. How about I find an excuse not to go? But Su Yiqing's tone was firm. No way. Since childhood, my cousin has always tried to outdo me in everything. I have always surpassed her, and if you don't attend, it would be as if I'm conceding. I don't want to see her smug face. So you must go. I'll transfer you 2,000 yuan for some nice clothes. Be there early tomorrow. After hanging up, Ye Chen soon received a notification of the 2,000 yuan transfer. Women, oh women, why must they always engage in competition? Ye Chen lamented. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at a stop not far from the Hongjinmen Grand Hotel. As Ye Chen approached the hotel's parking area, a white BMW suddenly sped around the corner. He quickly dodged to avoid being hit. The BMW parked nearby, and a woman in a low-cut dress and sunglasses emerged. She appeared to be of similar age to Ye Chen and had a commendable figure. Before Ye Chen could speak, she pointed at him and shouted, "Are you blind? You nearly damaged my car. Are you going to pay for it?" With an innocent expression, Ye Chen replied, "Excuse me. I was walking perfectly fine when you came barreling out of nowhere." The woman, however, was unreasonable. "I drive however I please. It's none of your business. You look increasingly suspicious. Are you trying to scam me?" Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. "We could review your dashcam footage or check nearby surveillance. If it turns out I'm at fault, I'd certainly compensate you." She scrutinized Ye Chen, then spat on the ground disdainfully. "You're clearly too poor to afford anything. Selling you wouldn't even cover the damages." Ye Chen glanced at the BMW, realizing it was worth only about 300,000 to 400,000, far less than the interest he earned on his billion yuan savings in a single day. "Whether I can afford it is beside the point. Let us check your dashcam." A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she checked her watch. Impatiently, she said, "Forget it. I have a dinner to attend. I want to hold it against you today. Consider it a warning, and I want to pursue this further." With that, she turned on her heel and strutted toward the entrance of the Jiuzhou restaurant. Left standing there, Ye Chen could only smile wryly. It was clear she knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare check the footage, yet she still had the audacity to act tough. After this minor incident, Ye Chen remained unperturbed. Approaching the restaurant, he saw the woman on the phone, informing someone that she had arrived and requesting someone to come pick her up. Upon hanging up, she noticed Ye Chen beside her and frowned in disdain. "What are you following me for? Still hoping to extort money?" Ye Chen rolled his eyes. "I'm just here to eat." With a scoff of disbelief, she retorted, "Look at you. Do you really think someone like you can just walk in here? You need a reservation to dine here. Otherwise, you can't even enter. You're just a country bumpkin." She then turned to the doorman. "This person just attempted to scam me in the parking lot. He is not trustworthy. Make sure he is kept away, or he might steal something from your restaurant." The doorman assessed Ye Chen, noticing his shabby attire, and promptly ordered, "Get lost. Don't loiter around the entrance." Chapter 12, The Class Reunion. A woman in sunglasses chimed in with mockery. "Did you hear that? Get lost. There's a Shaoxin snack across the street. That's all you're worth." Ye Chen frowned. Wasn't this bullying a bit excessive? Just as he was about to retort, a familiar disdainful voice interrupted. "Ye Chen, what are you doing here?" He turned to see Hao Jian emerging from the restaurant. It suddenly dawned on Ye Chen that earlier that morning, Hao Jian had messaged the group about treating classmates to dinner at the Hongjinmen Grand Hotel that evening. What a coincidence! Hao Jian approached Ye Chen, furrowing his brow as he reprimanded, "Company policy states we finish work at 6. It's not even 6 yet, and you've snuck out? After I just introduced you to a job, you have some nerve." Ye Chen was speechless, thinking to himself how this guy could certainly overdramatize things. Since that was the case, he decided to play along and see how Hao Jian would flaunt himself. Thus, he countered, "Since we finish at 6. Did you come here on leave?" Hao Jian looked down his nose at Ye Chen, brimming with arrogance. "I'm in charge of HR. Why would I need to take leave? I'm ordering you to return to the office and write a self-critique, or I'll dock your entire salary." At that moment, the woman in sunglasses removed her shades and sneered, "Oh, no wonder he looks familiar. It's that perverted thief, Ye Chen, Xiaoxiaoman." Ye Chen was taken aback. Zhao Xiaoman was the arts committee member from his high school class, with a commendable figure and appearance. Back in school, she was known for smoking, fighting, getting tattoos, and even dating delinquents. She had been discovered pregnant during the senior physical examination. Yet, even with her past, she had a far better reputation than Ye Chen in school. Now, with her face seemingly plumped with countless hyaluronic acid injections and sunglasses on, Ye Chen had failed to recognize her at first. No wonder it's you. After all these years, your temper is still as foul as ever. Ye Chen couldn't help but mutter. Zhao Xiaoman glared at him. What did you say? Do you believe I could have someone from the streets deal with you? Trash. Hao Jian attempted to mediate. Xiaoman, why bother squabbling with someone like him? The classmates are waiting inside. They want to see how our class's beauty has transformed. Zhao Xiaoman feigned shyness, playfully swatting at Hao Jian. What beauty? I'm an old lady now. Yet, despite her words, a proud smile lingered on her face. TSK. If you're an old lady, then there are no young girls left in the world. Hao Jian complimented, deliberately leaning closer to Zhao Xiaoman, brushing against her waist. She responded with a flirtatious glance, her waist swaying lightly in acceptance. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoman seemed to have an idea, a thoughtful smile appearing on her lips as she suggested to Hao Jian. Since it's a reunion, why don't we bring him in too? Hao Jian hesitated. To be honest, he didn't oppose. He want to bring Ye Chen inside. Firstly, the incident with the group chat red envelope had originated from Ye Chen, and he feared someone might stir trouble with that topic. Secondly, he had already spent a considerable amount of money to impress the classmates. Bringing Ye Chen in would be yet another expense. Oh, come on. Zhao Xiaoman playfully nudged Hao Jian's arm. Pouting. Class leader, you're so wealthy and magnanimous. Don't you want your classmates to witness how our old classmate has fared? Hao Jian enjoyed the attention for a moment. Then he thought, bringing Ye Chen inside to mock him would only serve to highlight his own success. It wouldn't be a loss after all. He turned to Ye Chen. Consider yourself lucky. You can write your self-critique tomorrow. For now, come in and eat with us. Zhao Xiaoman added, what are you standing there for? Don't just linger at the entrance and embarrass us. Ye Chen was curious to see what schemes they were concocting. So he followed Hao Jian and Zhao Xiaoman into the restaurant. As they crossed the threshold, Ye Chen distinctly heard a hostess scoff. What a disgrace. A poor person crashing every gathering. Ye Chen chose not to argue. He took out his phone to message Hu Jiao, informing her that he would be late and instructing her to start eating without him. The trio made their way to a private room on the second floor. Hao Jian opened the door and called inside. Everyone, look who has come to join us. Inside the room were 10 classmates, 6 boys and 4 girls. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoman, the male classmates instantly rose to shower her with compliments, praising her figure and beauty. A couple of them even whistled. The female classmates looked on with envy. Zhao Xiaoman reveled in the attention, akin to a proud peacock, as she sashayed to her seat. At that moment, a classmate suddenly asked, Hey, isn't that Ye Chen at the door? Why did he come too? This remark captured everyone's attention, leading to a flurry of derisive comments. They brought someone like him? I've lost my appetite. I bet he is here to mooch money for his sister's hospital bills. We should keep an eye on our wallets. If he can't borrow money, he might steal it. He has done it before. Absolutely, even stealing girls' underwear. What a pervert. The group spoke freely, their discussions echoing loudly, and everyone heard clearly. Hao Jian felt pleased, though he maintained a facade of decorum, raising his hand to signal, let us keep it down. After all, he is an old classmate. We can't just ignore Ye Chen's fall from grace. I'm actually arranging a job for him at our company, and I thought it would be nice to treat him to a meal. A female classmate inquired, what job are you arranging for Ye Chen? Hao Jian proclaimed loudly, to clean the toilets for a salary of 2,000 a month. Laughter erupted among the group. Haha, cleaning toilets is definitely his forte. 2,000 a month? That is quite a salary, barely enough to buy my monthly cosmetics. However, at that moment, a girl interrupted the mockery. Can you all just stop? We're here for a reunion. Is it really entertaining to belittle others? The girl had striking features, sun-kissed skin, and was dressed casually in jeans that concealed her perfect figure. Her long, dark hair fell past her shoulders, exuding a unique charm. Muihi, Ye Chen's high school classmate. His most prominent memory of her was her athletic prowess, sporting a short haircut, and her carefree personality, resembling a tomboy. Many boys pursued her, only to be met with her fierce rebuttals. She was known as the female tyrant of Anong No. 1 High School, causing many boys to steer clear of her. Yet, Ye Chen had a good relationship with her back then, as they were more like buddies. Especially during the incident when he was wrongfully accused of stealing money and underwear, he was the only one who stood up for him. Not long after that, She transferred schools for reasons unknown, and they lost contact. To his surprise, after all these years, Muihi had transformed into a stunning beauty. With Muihi speaking up, many classmates turned their heads and ceased their taunts towards Ye Chen, indicating that the former female tyrant still held some sway. Although no one openly welcomed Ye Chen, they also didn't invite him to sit beside them. Ultimately, it was Muihi who took the initiative and offered him a seat next to her. As everyone settled, conversations sprang up. Among the boys, led by Hao Jian, topics revolved around work, salaries, and connections with influential figures. Meanwhile, the girls, led by Zhao Xiaoman, chatted about cosmetics, handbags, and which of their friends had wealthy boyfriends. This so-called reunion was merely an opportunity for comparison and ostentation. Ye Chen didn't engage in their discussions, and instead conversed privately with Muihi. He noticed that the once boisterous tomboy had matured into a graceful young woman, though her strong sense of justice remained intact, evident in her disdain for the other classmates' treatment of Ye Chen. As a result, when a few male classmates approached her to ingratiate themselves, they were met with an icy glare from Muihi. In response, Ye Chen could only smile and reassure her to remain calm. Before long, their high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, arrived. The exchange of greetings between teacher and students ensued, filled with pleasantries. Ye Chen also stood up and politely greeted Mr. Wang, but the latter paid him no heed. Consequently, Ye Chen was met with a round of teasing from his classmates. After another 10 minutes or so, the door to the private room swung open, and a woman rushed in hurriedly. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she exuded an impeccable aura, her figure and appearance both exceeding an impressive score of 85. I apologize for the delay. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Upon seeing her, Ye Chen's gaze faltered. The newcomer was none other than his high school deskmate, the class beauty, Biao Xue, who had once harbored feelings for him, but had ceased all contact due to a misunderstanding. Chapter 13. You deserve to eat in the corner. The arrival of Biao Xue immediately stirred a tempest. Unlike Zhao Xiaoman's entrance, the male students exhibited a greater sense of restraint and inferiority, while the female students felt a twinge of shame. After all, she was the true goddess of their high school era, rendering everything else pale in comparison. Biao Xue, come here. I've saved you a seat. The class monitor, Hao Jian, promptly stood up, pulling out a chair to his left with a self-satisfied grin. Believing himself to be quite the gentleman, Biao Xue surveyed the seats and politely declined. I'll sit with the girls. We have many secrets to share. Hao Jian, though embarrassed, could only manage a forced smile and nod. He then vented his frustration towards Ye Chen. Can't you be more observant? The girls are all crammed in. Can't you just shift a little? How can I shift? I'm sitting directly opposite the girls. No matter how I move, it won't change anything, Ye Chen replied calmly. Moreover, it was a table for 14, and with only 12 present, it was hardly cramped. Hao Jian smirked maliciously. Just move your chair to the corner and eat alone. Don't occupy the table. Muihi frowned. What about Ye Chen? How's he supposed to eat? Hao Jian scoffed. Let him eat holding his bowl. Or he can wait until we and Oppos re-finished and then come eat. After all, he used to enjoy scavenging others and Oppos, leftovers in high school, didn't and Oppos. Tee? This elicited a round of laughter from their classmates. You are going too far, Muihi exclaimed, visibly furious. However, Biao Xue interjected. It's all right. I'm not cramped at all. Let him join us. We're all classmates. Let us not make it too awkward. With her words, Hao Jian had no choice but to concede, saying to Ye Chen with a hint of indifference, fine. For Biao Xue's sake, you can eat at the table. Biao Xue took her seat, but did not utter a single word to Ye Chen, engaging instead with the other female classmates. Her presence captivated the attention of many, overshadowing Zhao Xiaoman, who had just moments ago been the center of admiration. So what if she's pretty? What's the big deal? Zhao Xiaoman muttered under her breath, an unmistakable bitterness lacing her words. Muihi shot Ye Chen a sidelong glance. TSK. No wonder she's the class flower. Her demeanor is so graceful, far superior to that ostentatious Xiaoman. By the way, she just offended you. Don't you have any feelings about that? Gratitude, yes, but nothing more. Ye Chen replied with an air of calm. Indeed, there had been a flicker of youthful infatuation for Biao Xue in the past. However, after that rift, he had completely dismissed such notions. Now, all he felt for Biao Xue was a sense of youthful regret, nothing further. Besides, he was already married. In terms of looks and figure, Ye Chen surpassed Biao Xue by a margin. There was no need for him to covet what he already possessed. Keep dreaming. Muihi expressed her disbelief. yet strangely felt a flicker of comfort at Ye Chen's dismissal of any feelings for Bai Aoshui. Hao Jian picked up the menu and called out, "All right, everyone, it's time to order. Each person choose a dish they like, and don't hold back." The students eagerly took turns selecting their meals. However, when it came to Ye Chen's turn, Hao Jian deliberately skipped over him, prompting an eye roll from Mu Yihe. Soon, a variety of dishes were brought out, each more delectable than the last. No wonder it was a grand hotel. Every dish was a feast for the senses. The classmates marveled. "Wow, the class monitor is really something. I've never seen such exquisite dishes before. The class monitor is amazing. He is the pride of our school." Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher, adjusted his glasses with satisfaction, praising, "In all my years of teaching, Hao Jian is the most accomplished student I've had. Haha." Hao Jian beamed, waving his hand. "Tonight, everyone eat to your heart's content. It's all just pocket change for me." As the dishes were nearly complete, just as everyone was preparing to dig in, Bai Aoshui suddenly announced, "Oh, by the way, a mysterious guest is coming soon. I believe you will all be quite surprised." Curiosity rippled through the classmates. Who is this mysterious guest? Is it a man or a woman? Hao Jian's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. Do we know this mysterious guest? Of course. Just as the words left her lips, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a young man clad in a white suit and shoes, his hair impeccably styled. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refinement. Gao Ziang? The room erupted in widened eyes at the sight of him, including Ye Chen, who felt taken aback. Gao Ziang was the class representative in high school, consistently achieving top marks and possessing a warm personality that attracted countless admirers. To outsiders, he was the epitome of an exemplary student. However, unbeknownst to many, he was the very person who had falsely accused Ye Chen of stealing a girl's underwear. In a desperate attempt to clear his name, Ye Chen had laid in wait one night and caught the true culprit in the act, only to discover it was Gao Ziang. When Ye Chen attempted to expose him, Gao Ziang threatened that if he did, he would be expelled, leveraging the fact that his uncle was the vice principal. Ye Chen had been left with no choice but to suffer in silence, knowing that even if he reported it, teachers and classmates alike would side with Gao Ziang. After graduating high school, Gao Ziang went abroad for further studies, and Ye Chen had not heard from him since. To see him here today was quite the twist of fate. Among those present, no one harbored more animosity towards Gao Ziang than Hao Jian. During their high school years, Gao Ziang had been Hao Jian's foremost rival. In terms of grades, family background, and popularity, Hao Jian had always come up short. After the rift between Ye Chen and Bai Aoshui, both had openly pursued her, leading to countless conflicts between them. Thus, upon seeing Gao Ziang, the smug expression that had adorned Hao Jian's face moments ago vanished, replaced with a scowl. "What are you doing here?" Gao Ziang replied with a warm smile, "Of course. I and Oppos am here for the class reunion. Surely the esteemed class monitor ISN and Oppos T worried that my presence will inflate the expenses? Of course not." Hao Jian feigned reluctance. "Ziang, come sit over here." Zhao Xiaoman seized the opportunity, quickly darting to Gao Ziang's side, pulling him down beside her with great enthusiasm. This display irked several female classmates, as Gao Ziang was their ideal man. Yet, in terms of looks, aside from Bai Aoshui and Mu Yihe, none could rival Zhao Xiaoman. They could only watch enviously. Mu Yihe whispered, "This Xiaoman is incorrigible. Just moments ago, she was flirting with Hao Jian, and now, with the better Gao Ziang, she is all over him without a shred of shame." Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaoman chirped, "Ziang, you've become even more handsome over the years. When did you return to the country? What are you up to now?" Gao Ziang replied, "I finished my PhD abroad and returned 2 months ago. After all, no place is as beautiful as our hometown. Now, I'm the financial director at Dingfeng Group." Zhao Xiaoman gasped, "Dingfeng Group is worth billions. You must be making quite a fortune." Gao Ziang humbly smiled. "Oh, it's only about $1 million a year, excluding stock dividends. I'm just scraping by." The classmates expressed their envy, realizing he was far more impressive than Hao Jian. Someone raised a thumb, proclaiming, "The class monitor is truly remarkable. He is the pride of our school." Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses again, echoing, "In all my years of teaching, Gao Ziang is the most accomplished student I've had." Hao Jian, confused, thought, "Why does that sound exactly like what you just said about me?" Zhao Xiaoman leaned so close to Gao Ziang that it seemed she might meld with him, exclaiming, "Ziang, let me serve you some food." Yet, Gao Ziang frowned slightly, tapping the table. "Is this table full of rubbish meant for humans to eat?" Chapter 14. Bai Aoshui, will you be my girlfriend? Hao Jian's expression changed. "What do you mean by that?" Gao Ziyang replied in a casual tone, "These dishes look exceedingly ordinary." As the class monitor, "How can you invite your classmates to dinner and serve them such commonplace fare?" Hao Jian glared. "What's ordinary about these dishes? Each one averages 300 to 400. And with drinks, this meal amounts to 7 or 8,000. The dishes on the table are merely of medium quality at the Hongjimen Grand Hotel, far from the finest. Compared to the extravagant meals I've had abroad, this is several tiers below." Hao Jian's face flushed with indignation. "This is my treat. If you desire a lavish meal from abroad, you can go eat it yourself. No need to complicate matters." Gao Ziyang snapped his fingers at the waiter. "Remove all these dishes. I've heard your establishment offers exquisite international cuisine, along with the finest beverages. I shall cover this meal." This action was a blatant slap to Hao Jian's face. Mu Yi, feeling a surge of excitement, nudged Ye Chen with her elbow. "Looks like there's a show to watch. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. This is quite entertaining." Seeing the crowd's gaze fixed on him, Hao Jian could not back down. Gritting his teeth, he asked Gao Ziyang, "What exactly do you mean?" Gao Ziyang shrugged innocently. "I mean no offense. I simply cannot bear to see my classmates eat subpar food. I wish to treat everyone to something better. If you mind, I can let you handle the bill." Noticing Gao Ziyang's audacious demeanor, Hao Jian's lips twitched as he mustered the courage to reply, "If you want a treat, then go ahead." He turned to the waiter and inquired, "According to his standards, how much will this meal cost? I'll settle it in advance." The waiter replied, "Sir, for the highest specifications, the meal is expected to be around 500,000. Hao Jian's eyes widened in shock. 500,000. "Why don't you just rob a bank?" The waiter, unfazed, replied, "Our top-tier dishes are sourced from abroad, and the beverages are from internationally renowned brands, ensuring absolute quality." "Then why isn't this menu stated?" "Because, sir, you reserve the standard room, which only offers a regular menu. Only VIP rooms provide the premium menu." Gao Ziyang scoffed. "What a bunch of clueless bumpkins." Hao Jian's face turned a mix of green and white with anger. However, he could not muster the funds to cover 500,000 for a meal. He could only plop down in his seat, grumbling in displeasure. "If you want a treat, then treat. What's the big deal?" A gleam of triumph appeared in Gao Ziyang's eyes as he leaned back slightly, addressing the waiter, then follow through and remove the dishes. "And serve the top-tier selections." The waiter hurried to comply. Beside them, Zhao Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Ziyang, you're amazing." The other classmates, initially praising Hao Jian, had now shifted their admiration to Gao Ziyang. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, expressed concern. "Ziyang, isn't this a bit extravagant?" Gao Ziyang waved his hand nonchalantly. "No worries. The company will reimburse me. Just enjoy your meal." Upon hearing this, Hao Jian and Appo's expression darkened even further. Mui rested her chin on her hand, quietly reflecting, "Rich people can truly do as they please. But I must admit, Gao Ziyang is quite generous." Yet Ye Chen shook his head. "I have a feeling this is not as simple as it seems." Mui, puzzled, asked, "Why do you say that?" Ye Chen replied with a knowing tone, "Just a hunch." As anticipated, Gao Ziyang rose, surveying the crowd. "In addition to treating everyone to dinner, I have an important matter for everyone to witness." Someone asked, "Witness what?" Gao Ziyang answered, "I wish to express my affection for a certain female classmate here and ask her to be my girlfriend." At this declaration, a wave of gossip erupted, with many voicing their support. Gao Ziyang clapped his hands, and a waiter entered, presenting him with a bouquet of 99 roses. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoman extended her hand, feigning bashfulness. "Ziyang, you really don't need to do this." However, Gao Ziyang ignored her. Kneeling before Bai Aoshue and offering the flowers, "Aoshue, will you be my girlfriend? In truth, not a single day has passed in these years abroad without thoughts of you. Upon my return, I reached out to you immediately. After these 2 months together, you should understand my feelings for you are genuine. And I will cherish and protect you for a lifetime." Bai Aoshue was taken aback. "Ziyang, this is so sudden." During their school years, she had turned him down multiple times out of pride. Yet, as she stepped into society, she gradually recognized the challenges a woman faces. The longing for genuine love paled in comparison to the security of wealth. Though she felt less resistant towards Gao Ziyang now, this unexpected confession left her somewhat flustered. Gao Ziyang addressed their classmates. "Aoshue may be feeling nervous. Let us all encourage her." Most classmates clapped and cheered in support. Yet Zhao Xiaoman, furious, plopped down in her seat, gritting her teeth. This was an utter embarrassment. Her resentment towards Bai Aoshue deepened. Hao Jian was displeased, realizing that although it was his treat, he was now playing the role of the supporting character. Just as Bai Aoshue was about to reluctantly agree, Ye Chen stood up earnestly. Bai Aoshue, I hope you will consider this carefully and not agree hastily. This statement immediately drew attention. The others looked at Ye Chen as if he were a fool. They wondered when it became his place to oppose such a perfect match. Gao Ziyang directed a menacing glance at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, what do you intend to do? Ye Chen paid no heed, continuing to focus on Bai Aoshue, waiting for her response. Bai Aoshue, rarely engaging with Ye Chen, softly asked why. Ye Chen shook his head. It's nothing. I merely wish to remind you that choosing a partner should be done with caution, without being blinded by external factors. This implication suggested concerns regarding Gao Ziyang and Appo's character. Naturally, this statement sparked discontent among the classmates, who began to voice their displeasure. Ye Chen, you should be quiet. How dare you criticize Gao Ziyang? You think you're worthy? Thief. Pervert. Get lost. Gao Ziyang is treating everyone to a meal, and you're just mooching off. Yet you have the audacity to delay someone's confession. Ye Chen replied, I have no interest in this meal. I'm merely speaking the truth. That's all. Bai Aoshue locked eyes with Ye Chen, and after a few seconds of silence, she sighed, slowly expressing her disappointment. Ye Chen, I understand that these years have been tough for you, and negative emotions have clouded your judgment. This isn't your fault. But your mistake lies in how you assess Gao Ziyang. He has treated me very well, and you've disappointed me greatly. After a pause, Bai Aoshue added, I understand what you're thinking. In our youth, we were naive, but now that we've matured, we should be sensible. I advise you to abandon those unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 15. Let her cry. I am unhappy. Bai Aoshue's words resonated with some classmates. Aoshue is right. You, Ye Chen, are just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Have you looked in the mirror? How could you possibly compare to Gao Ziyang? Another added. You've even married into a family, yet you still dare to have thoughts about Aoshue? Truly absurd. Ye Chen remained indifferent and replied to Bai Aoshue. You may have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wish to prevent my good classmate from falling into a pit of fire. Bai Aoshue, with a look of exasperation, retorted. Ye Chen, can you cease being so hypocritical? Do you not trust me? Just look at your actions over the years. Why should I trust you? Ye Chen rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar over 10 centimeters long on his right arm. Upon seeing the scar, Bai Aoshue's pupils slightly contracted as her mind drifted back to the first semester of their sophomore year. One evening after class, Bai Aoshue left school later than usual. As she passed the internet CAF in the alley in front of the school, she was confronted by two thugs wielding knives. In a critical moment, Ye Chen suddenly appeared and chased the thugs away. However, during the scuffle, he sustained a deep cut on his arm, blood pouring profusely. Before Bai Aoshue could take him to the infirmary, Ye Chen had already vanished into the night on a second-hand bicycle. The following day at school, when classmates saw Ye Chen's bandaged arm, they mocked him, claiming he had been injured while attempting to steal from someone. Bai Aoshue wanted to defend him, but he stopped her, fearing that if this incident spread, it might twist into rumors of Bai Aoshue being assaulted, which would tarnish her reputation. Therefore, only the two of them were privy to this event. Since then, Bai Aoshue, who had previously been indifferent towards Ye Chen, gradually developed feelings for him. Yet, she was blindsided when Ye Chen's reputation was later sullied by allegations of theft. She began to suspect that the thugs who had harassed her might have been part of Ye Chen's scheme to deliberately get closer to her. As a result, her affection for Ye Chen evaporated entirely. At present, Ye Chen displaying the scar seemed to Bai Aoshue a disingenuous act of self-pity. Her expression turned cold and indifferent. Why should I ever believe you? Keep your revolting intentions to yourself. Understanding her stance, Ye Chen sat down and ceased to express any further opinions. Fool. Gao Ziyang silently derided him, yet maintained a smile on his face. Aoshue, have you made your decision? Bai Aoshue shot a glance at Ye Chen, dismissing her last shred of hesitation as she accepted the rose. Nodding, I am willing. Wow. The classmates erupted in cheers and applause. Muiha consoled Ye Chen. I know you're feeling hurt, but this society is quite realistic. Don't take it too much to heart. Ye Chen forced a smile. You wouldn't understand. You're the only one who understands. Muiha pouted. Gao Ziyang and Bai Aoshue resumed their seats together, their smiles radiant. Gao Ziyang glanced at Ye Chen, speaking earnestly. Ye Chen, I know you're unwilling to accept this defeat, but losing to me is only natural. I want to hold it against you. I've heard your sister is hospitalized and needs money. If you ask, I can lend you some. No need. Ye Chen declined. The classmates looked at him with disdain. What are you pretending for at this point? Clinging to your pride while suffering. Bai Aoshue chimed in. Ye Chen, I truly cannot comprehend you anymore. Your sister needs money for her hospital stay, yet you still cling to this so-called dignity. It's truly disappointing. Ye Chen's face remained impassive, but Bao Xue's words felt foreign to him. That goddess-like classmate could never return. At that moment, Hao Jian interjected with a sneer. Gao Ziyang, I know you have a bit of money and want to show off, but let me remind you. Ye Chen cleans toilets at my company for less than 2,000 a month. It's not that he doesn't want to borrow, but rather that he cannot repay. Is that so? Gao Ziyang pondered for a moment, then a glint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Actually, not repaying is also acceptable. As long as Ye Chen can offer his sincere blessings for my union with Hao Xue. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. Oh? What kind of blessings? Gao Ziyang slammed a bottle of liquor onto the table. Very simple. He drinks it all in one go, and then performs a striptease on the spot. As long as everyone is happy. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in approval. Bao Xue frowned slightly, feeling it inappropriate, yet she refrained from stopping it. She believed Ye Chen would certainly agree for the sake of money. There was no point in intervening. Hao Jian and Zhao Xiaoman, who had been seething with frustration, seized this opportunity to kick Ye Chen while he was down. Strip. Strip. This useless pervert deserves this. However, just then, a waitress entered, interrupting their cheers, and addressed Gao Ziyang. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but the Australian lobster in the top package has been reserved by another table and is out of stock. Would you like to choose something else? Gao Ziyang, caught off guard, immediately scowled. Who has the audacity to snatch from us? Several male classmates echoed, exactly. Who dares to compete with our Gao Ziyang? I want to see who this person is. The waitress appeared distressed. Sir, the table that reserved the lobster is not to be trifled with. Perhaps you should. Bang. Gao Ziyang slammed the table, cutting her off. Enough with the nonsense. I'll say this clearly. The lobster must be served to us. If they have objections, they can come find me. After the waitress left, the group shifted their focus back to Ye Chen, clamoring to see him perform a striptease. Muiya could no longer remain seated. Enough. She glared at everyone targeting Ye Chen, her eyes brimming with tears. You're all powerful and wealthy, but there is no need to humiliate him like this. Gao Ziyang responded, Muiya, I know you're close to Ye Chen, but do you even know what he truly needs? It's money. Do you have any? Can you lend him money? Before Muiya could respond, Zhao Xiaoman interrupted. She is just a yoga instructor, earning only a few thousand a month. What money does she have? A classmate, envious of Muiya's looks, chimed in. Not necessarily. Maybe she is dating a wealthy man on the side and could earn hundreds in one night. Clearly a closet flirt, pretending to be tough. If you're so supportive of Ye Chen, why don't you join him in the striptease? If you want to dance, I'm willing to offer some money. You all. Muiya was so furious that tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Ye Chen stood up and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. His dark eyes swept across everyone present as he coldly declared, You may humiliate me, but if you make her cry, I shall not be pleased. Chapter 16. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Gao Ziyang, with a sneering countenance, gestured towards Ye Chen. Are you performing in a drama? How amusing. If you possess the ability, then attempt to trample upon me. I implore you to act swiftly. Cease your empty boasts. Before Ye Chen could respond, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. Which miscreant summoned me here? All heads swiveled. A burly, tattooed, bald man adorned with a gold chain and a flamboyant shirt swaggered in, seemingly intoxicated. He was trailed by 6 or 7 disreputable thugs. Gao Ziyang stammered, Who are you? The waiter offered a wry smile. This is the esteemed patron who reserved the Australian lobster. Gao Ziyang nodded, adopting an affected posture with his hands behind his back, and rebuked the bald man. It was I who summoned you. I am informing you that you will relinquish the Australian lobster to our table. Note that this is an order, not a request. His classmates gazed upon him with adulation. Truly, Gao Ziyang was formidable and possessed of great mettle. Relinquish it to you? The bald man licked his lips and, without warning, delivered a resounding slap to Gao Ziyang's face. Who in the hell do you think you are? Daring to seize the dish that Zhang Eru has ordered. Gao Ziyang's ears rang. More alarming, however, was the name Zhang Eru. Zhang Eru was a notorious hoodlum in Indong. Though not as powerful as figures like Zhao Hailong, he nonetheless commanded considerable influence. He was certainly beyond Gao Ziyang's ability to provoke. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his cheek, Gao Ziyang swiftly adopted a fawning expression. Brother Tiger, it is you. My sincerest apologies. It was a misunderstanding. Allow me to offer you a toast, and we shall consider the matter resolved, shall we? Zhang Eru cast his gaze about the room. Indeed, the ladies at your table are of considerable quality. Have them join me for a few drinks, and then we shall consider the matter concluded. The expressions of those present shifted palpably. Zhang Eru and Apos' reputation preceded him. To join him for drinks implied a host of potential improprieties. The female students cast imploring glances at Gao Ziang, caught between a rock and a hard place. Gao Ziang could only steel himself and address Zhang Eru. Brother Tiger, grant me some leniency. Let us consider this matter closed. I shall bring gifts and personally offer my apologies at your doorstep another day. You contemptible cur. Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Zhang Eru produced a short blade and slammed it onto the table with a thud. Gao Ziang recoiled, promptly silencing himself and lowering his head. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, sensing the perilous situation, rose to her feet and offered an ingratiating smile. I merely came to partake in a meal. I am not acquainted with these individuals. If you will excuse me, I shall take my leave. Leave my ass. A thug immediately advanced and delivered a blow to her face. Ms. Wang clutched her eye socket and retreated into her seat, uttering no further sound. Zhang Eru revealed a set of yellowed teeth and turned his gaze towards Baoshue, who was seated closest to him. Indeed. Little sister, will you accompany your elder brother for a drink? Ziang. Baoshue clutched Gao Ziang's arm nervously. Gao Ziang intended to speak, but upon beholding Zhang Eru's malevolent expression, he could only awkwardly say to Baoshue, perhaps you should accompany Brother Tiger for a drink? After all, we are at fault. What did you say? Baoshue widened her eyes in disbelief. Mere moments ago, Gao Ziang had vowed to protect her for all eternity. To Baoshue's further dismay, the other male students chimed in. Ziang speaks correctly. There is no harm in having a drink with Brother Tiger and making his acquaintance. You should all go quickly. Do not keep Brother Tiger waiting. Each one of you is usually so flirtatious. Now is the time to properly attend to Brother Tiger. The female students were dumbfounded. Who were these individuals who had boasted of their prowess at the table? Who were these individuals who had bragged of their connections to influential figures? Why had they become so craven? Brothers, select your ladies. Zhang Eru waved his hand, addressing his underlings. His underlings responded with excited shouts and proceeded to forcibly drag the female students away, unopposed. Keep away from me. Baoshue shoved Zhang Eru away. Slap. She received a slap from Zhang Eru. She stood frozen in place. Zhang Eru licked his lips and sneered at Gao Ziang. Your little girlfriend has quite the temper. Upon hearing this, Gao Ziang was greatly alarmed and hastily rebuked Baoshue. It is merely a matter of accompanying Brother Tiger for a drink. Why act like such a delicate flower? Obey Brother Tiger's words. Baoshue gazed at Gao Ziang with an expression of grievance, her face streaked with tears. At that moment, one of the thugs noticed Mu Iha and exclaimed excitedly, Brother Tiger, look quickly. Upon beholding Mu Iha, Zhang Eru abandoned his harassment of Baoshue and approached her. Good heavens, a true beauty. How did I fail to notice her earlier? Little sister, will you accompany your elder brother on an outing? As he spoke, he reached out with his left hand to seize Mu Iha. However, Ye Chen intercepted him. Zhang Eru, who had not accompanied Zhao Hailong to the hospital during the day and did not recognize Ye Chen, slurred with alcohol-laden breath, You dare obstruct me? Ye Chen replied with an unruffled countenance. I care not whom you seize, but her you shall not touch. Zhang Eru scoffed. What manner of being are you? I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Ye Chen said earnestly. These words left everyone present perplexed, wondering if the young man had lost his senses. Zhang Eru, infuriated, chuckled. In Dong City, there exists no one I cannot afford to offend? Young man, you have succeeded in provoking me. Today, I shall defile her before your very eyes. With those words, he reached out to seize Mu Iha. Although Mu Iha possessed a tomboyish nature, she was, at heart, a girl. Confronted with such a scene, she had paled and stood paralyzed with fear. At the critical juncture, Ye Chen seized a beer bottle from the table and smashed it directly upon Zhang Eru's head. Crash! The bottle shattered, and Zhang Eru collapsed to the ground. Blood streaming from his head, Ye Chen stood firm as a pine. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed a specter. Ye Chen had actually dared to strike Zhang Eru? Was he courting death? Before Zhang Eru and his underlings could react, Gao Ziang was the first to leap forward, pointing at Ye Chen and berating him. Ye Chen, are you an imbecile? Do you seek your own demise? Do not drag us down with you. Hao Jian, equally terrified, hastened to distance himself. This matter has no connection to me. If you seek retribution, seek it from Ye Chen alone. Zhao Xiaoman hissed venomously. Ye Chen, may you and that slut Mu Iha meet a wretched end. All is lost. Woe is me. Even the other female students grumbled and complained, blaming Ye Chen for exacerbating the situation. Only Mu Iha felt a surge of gratitude, Yet she was simultaneously anxious and fearful as she cautioned Ye Chen. Do not tarry. Flee swiftly. Ye Chen offered a confident smile. I have said, I am someone they cannot afford to offend. Zhang Eru, true to his experience as a hoodlum, despite being struck by a bottle, quickly scrambled to his feet. Wiping the blood from his bald head, he roared at his underlings like a madman. Waste him. The numerous underlings rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge forward. Crash. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open once more. A throng of individuals surged in. 30 or 40 in number, they exuded a menacing aura. The individual leading the charge was tall and burly, his brow slick with anxious sweat, his demeanor frantic. It was none other than Zhao Hailong. Chapter 17. Who do you think you are, Hao Jian? The advent of Zhao Hailong left the others present utterly astonished. How could such a prominent figure arrive? Could it be due to Ye Chen? At this realization, the classmates gnashed their teeth, consumed by resentment. Having Zhang Eru was troublesome enough, but now even Zhao Hailong had been drawn in. All thanks to that jinx, Ye Chen. Upon seeing Zhao Hailong, Zhang Eru hastily stepped forward, lamenting, Boss Long, your arrival is opportune. This little whelp dared to smash a beer bottle over my head. It seems the younger generation in Anong has become arrogant, showing no respect for us elders. However, to his utter dismay, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Hailong unexpectedly seized a beer bottle from the table and smashed it over Zhang Eru's head. With a resounding crash, Zhang Eru collapsed to the ground. Clutching his head and wailing, Boss Long, why? Why did you hit me? Zhang Eru's subordinates were equally bewildered but dared not intervene. Zhao Hailong was revered as a god among Andong's underworld, not to be defied. Shut your trap. Zhao Hailong roared in a deep voice. Zhang Eru, enduring the pain, dared not utter another sound. Instinct told him he had stirred up significant trouble today. Zhao Hailong scurried over to Ye Chen, his face filled with deference. Mr. Yi, I have arrived. Good, not bad. Ye Chen patted Zhao Hailong's shoulder. In truth, from the moment Zhang Eru kicked open the door, Ye Chen had sensed trouble brewing. Therefore, he immediately messaged Zhao Hailong, summoning him. This arrival was truly timely. Praised, Zhao Hailong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, standing obediently behind Ye Chen. This scene left the classmates utterly bewildered. Zhao Hailong had actually struck Zhang Eru and addressed Ye Chen as Mr. Yi. How could they possibly know each other? This was impossible. Unacceptable. There must be some trickery involved. Gao Ziyang immediately jumped out, questioning, Ye Chen, are you putting on another act? You must have paid these people to put on a show, seizing the opportunity to show off and bully us, right? Instantly, the classmates realized what was happening and began to curse Ye Chen, especially the male classmates, who quickly seized the opportunity to shift the blame for their earlier cowardice onto Ye Chen. It's not that we didn't dare to resist, but we fell into Ye Chen and Appo's trap. It and Appo's all Ye Chen and Appo's fault. Several female classmates, especially by Ao Xue, felt even more disgusted by Ye Chen. Ye Chen, your behavior is utterly repulsive. I'm going to report you to the police. Scum. Muiha clenched her fists, indignant. Do you have any conscience? If it weren't for Ye Chen's friend coming to help, you would all be in deep trouble tonight. Instead of being grateful, you're turning on him. Zhao Xiaoman curled her lips in disdain. TCH, always sticking up for Ye Chen. In my opinion, Ye Chen doesn't have the money to hire them to act. You must have prostituted yourself to get them here, right? The other classmates roared with laughter. Muiha was furious. Zhao Hailong and Appo's face darkened, and he lowered his voice. Asking Ye Chen, Mr. Yi, where did these idiots come from? Should I teach them a lesson? Idiots are everywhere, but today there seemed to be an abundance of them. Ye Chen frowned, instructing Zhao Hailong. It's fine if they insult me, but they can't insult my friend. Zhao Hailong understood and gave his two subordinates a look. The two subordinates immediately stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Xiaoman and restraining her, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Zhao Xiaoman struggled. What are you doing? Let go. Let go. The two subordinates remained indifferent, respectfully addressing Muiha. Please, do as you see fit. Muiha was somewhat bewildered, looking at Ye Chen in confusion. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Since some people have loose mouths and like to spout obscenities, let's tighten them up a bit. Muiha had been holding back her anger for a long time. She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman and Appo's pupils constricted, and she became somewhat nervous. What are you going to do, you little bitch? I and Appo's am going to slap you. Muiha didn't end Appo's teammates' words, delivering a slap to Zhao Xiaoman and Appo's face. Smack. A bright red handprint appeared. Her cheek immediately swelled up. How dare you hit me? Motherfucker, I'll... Smack. Another slap landed on her face. Zhao Xiaoman tried to struggle and get up, but she couldn't. She cursed and spewed vile words. Mu-iha didn't tolerate such behavior. The more you curse, the harder I'll slap. Smack, smack, smack. I've been annoyed with you for a long time, you slut. What makes you think you can mock Ye Chen? Every penny I've earned over the years has been honest. And you have no right to spew nonsense. A series of slaps, a string of words, filled the ears of every classmate present. As if targeting each and every one of them, they were all intimidated into silence. Zhao Hailong praised Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, your friend, is quite formidable. Ye Chen nodded, a hint of reminiscence appearing on his face. The fiery female bully of Anong High School had returned. Mu-iha slapped her for a full 2 minutes. Zhao Xiaoman and Appo's, as hyaluronic acid-injected face was swollen and deformed. Zhao Xiaoman finally caved, no longer daring to curse. She began to cry and beg for mercy. Only then did Mu-iha stop. Zhao Xiaoman was casually dumped on the ground by the two subordinates. The two continued to ask Mu-iha, "Are there any others here you would like to teach a lesson?" Upon hearing this, the other classmates trembled inwardly. Many of them had hurled insults at Mu-iha. Mu-iha was a person who hated evil like poison. They didn't want to end up like Zhao Xiaoman. A female classmate spoke up. "We can't let this bitch succeed. Isn't it just hiring people? We have money too. Hao Jian, Ziyang, you two need to step up." The other classmates urged Gao Ziyang and Hao Jian to pay to resolve the situation. In their eyes, Zhao Hailong's help for Ye Chen was bought with money. As long as they offered more money than Ye Chen, they believed Zhao Hailong would defect. Gao Ziyang cleared his throat, flashing a fawning smile at Zhao Hailong. "Boss Long, we can also offer money. Can we talk?" Zhao Hailong frowned, thinking that trying to poach people in front of Ye Chen was just digging a hole for him. He quickly glared and snapped, "Get lost, don't try to get familiar." Gao Ziyang thought Zhao Hailong was complaining about the price being too low. So he quickly took a few steps forward, lowered his voice, and said with a smile, "He, everything is negotiable. If money can't solve the problem, we can also offer women." As he spoke, he secretly pointed to Bai Aoshui behind him. The implication was clear. "Huh, you even dare to sell your own woman, trash?" Zhao Hailong kicked Gao Ziyang to the ground, causing him to fall flat on his face. Hao Jian, who was not far away, rolled his eyes. He thought that now was the perfect opportunity for him to stand up and save the situation. He stepped forward and said, forcing himself to remain calm, "Boss Long, let me introduce myself. I'm the HR manager of Red Maple Real Estate. If you help me, Hao Jian, today, I can make decisions on any future cooperation with Red Maple Real Estate." He believed Zhao Hailong would definitely agree. Red Maple Real Estate's business nature was special, and they often had conflicts with workers and people who were being relocated. Zhao Hailong had so many subordinates, and this was where they would come in handy. As soon as he finished speaking, a magnetic female voice rang out from the entrance of the private room. "Who do you think you are, Hao Jian? Who gave you the right to represent Red Maple Real Estate?" Chapter 18. The new president will vindicate me. All heads swiveled towards the doorway, where a quartet stood, 3 men and a woman. Leading them was a striking woman in professional attire, exuding a mature and alluring aura. Upon seeing her, Hao Jian scurried over like a puppy greeting its master, an obsequious expression plastered on his face. "Vice President Hu, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Hu Jiao, the vice president of Red Maple Real Estate. In truth, Hu Jiao had arrived before Ye Chen, waiting in a private room with several influential business associates for Ye Chen's arrival. However, upon hearing the commotion downstairs, she feared it might involve the arriving Ye Chen. To be safe, she and her companions descended, only to find that Ye Chen was indeed embroiled in the fracas, and the instigator was none other than Hao Jian, the company's personnel manager. This realization cast a pall over Hu Jiao's spirits. Unaware of Hu Jiao's thoughts, Hao Jian furtively glanced at the 3 figures behind her, a tremor of apprehension running through him. They were Sun Hong, president of Dingfeng Group, Chen Wu, president of Anong City Bank, and Feng Yutao, owner of Hongjianmen Hotel, all prominent figures in Anong. What were they doing here with Vice President Hu? At that moment, Hu Jiao fixed Hao Jian with a frigid stare, demanding, "Were you the one who claimed to represent Red Maple Real Estate?" Hao Jian recoiled, hastily shifting the blame. "Vice President Hu, it's all Ye Chen's fault. He publicly denigrated Red Maple Real Estate and hired thugs to apply pressure. As a member of the company, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. That's why I spoke out of turn to defend the company's honor. I implore Vice President Hu to deliver justice." Simultaneously, Gao Ziyang hurried over, ingratiating himself to the square-faced man behind Hu Jiao, Sun Hong, president of Dingfeng Group. "President's son, greetings. My classmate was right. Ye Chen not only insulted Red Maple Real Estate, but also looked down on Dingfeng Group. I argued with him, but he became even more insolent. He's simply unforgivable. After saying that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hao Jian, both anticipating the outcome, while Zhao Hailong's influence was formidable. With Hu Zhao and Sun Hong lending their support, Zhao Hailong would surely retreat. Then, they would plunge Ye Chen into an abyss of despair. They had to recover their lost dignity. Hearing their duet, Hu Zhao, without revealing her hand, said to Hao Jian with profound meaning, as it happens, "I'm hosting a dinner for the new president today. It would be more appropriate for him to decide this matter." Upon hearing this, Hao Jian's expression shifted from nervous to expectant. "Vice President Hu, when will the new president arrive? I'll certainly make a good impression on him." After speaking, he turned to Ye Chen, issuing a threat. "You're finished, you imbecile. Just wait until our new president deals with you." Ye Chen shrugged, responding with a nonchalant smile. "You may be disappointed, but I have no intention of dealing with myself." Hao Jian scoffed. "Ye Chen, are you delusional? You're just a janitor. You think you can be president? You're not worthy." Ha. However, to his utter astonishment, Hu Zhao strode towards Ye Chen, bowing respectfully. "President Yi, greetings." Ye Chen nodded. Hu Zhao introduced the three figures with a smile. "President Yi, these three are President Sun Hong of Dingfeng Group, President Chen Wu of Anong City Bank, and Mr. Feng Yutao, owner of Hongjimin Hotel. They've come specifically to welcome you as the new president." After the introductions, Sun Hong and the others stepped forward to shake Ye Chen's hand, showering him with cordial greetings. "President Yi, you're young and promising. We've heard so much about you. We hope President Yi will provide us with guidance in the business world. President Yi, without further ado, allow me to toast you with 3 cups." Their respect and cordiality stood in stark contrast to the behavior of his classmates. As everyone knew, Red Maple Real Estate was worth nearly 10 billion yuan. And as its president, Ye Chen's net worth surpassed theirs. Moreover, Red Maple Real Estate was a core asset of Red Maple Group, overseen by the powerful Xiao Dai. They had to curry favor with him. Of course, they were unaware of the true relationship between Ye Chen and Xiao Dai. Otherwise, they would have knelt and called him father. Meanwhile, Hao Jian and Gao Ziang were utterly dumbfounded, their minds reeling. Wasn't Ye Chen the most insignificant person in their class? How had he become the new chairman of Red Maple Group? Could someone please explain what was happening? Indeed, they couldn't and oppose to believe it. They refused to accept it. They wanted to question it. But the behavior of Hu Zhao and the other magnates had already sealed the matter. Such important figures wouldn't waste their time acting for them. At that moment, they realized they had stirred up a hornet's nest and were doomed. Hao Jian, in particular, was in a daze, recalling how he had assigned Ye Chen to clean the toilets that morning. He was simply courting disaster. As for the other classmates, although they didn't recognize someone important like Hu Zhao, the identities and titles revealed in their conversation were explosive enough. Ye Chen, the most despised and least promising classmate, had become the president of a company worth billions. Those who were unaware had just ridiculed Ye Chen. Now, they didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Zhang Eru, his head bleeding, crawled to Ye Chen, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Mr. Yi, Grandpa Yi. I'm sorry. Zhang Eru, was blind and offended you. Please forgive me this time." At that moment, he was filled with remorse. It turned out that Ye Chen's claim that they couldn't afford to offend him wasn't boasting. If he had known Ye Chen's true identity was so formidable, he wouldn't have dared to show off in front of Ye Chen, even if he had 10 times the courage. Faced with Zhang Eru's plea, Ye Chen's expression remained impassive, and he spoke calmly. "You used your left hand to grab my friend, didn't you?" Zhang Eru shuddered. He immediately understood what was happening. "No need for you to trouble yourself, Grandpa Yi. I'll take care of this myself." Zhang Eru grabbed a shard of a beer bottle from the ground with his right hand, opened his left palm, gritted his teeth, and stabbed the shard into his left palm with all his might. Thwack! Blood splattered. Zhang Eru's body trembled, but he didn't utter a sound. Thwack! He stabbed again. About 7 or 8 times. "Enough. That and oppose, enough." Ye Chen interrupted Zhang Eru and oppose, actions. His entire left hand was now a bloody mess, with exposed bone. His face was pale, and his lips trembled, indicating the intense pain he was enduring. "Thank you, Grandpa Yi, for not holding my transgressions against me." Zhang Eru kowtowed respectfully. "Get lost." Zhang Eru was granted a reprieve, not daring to linger for even a second, and fled with his underlings. Gao Ziang and Hao Jian were terrified. The impact of such a horrifying scene from the movies playing out in reality was immense. In their eyes, Zhang Eru was already an untouchable underworld boss. Just because he had cursed Ye Chen and grabbed Mu Yiha, he had to resort to self-mutilation to atone. and they had treated Ye Chen with the most ruthless, scathing, and venomous words. They had even forced him to dance to entertain them. Now, they wondered what kind of punishment they would have to endure to earn Ye Chen's forgiveness. Chapter 19. Foolish woman, stay away. At this moment, Feng Yutao, the owner of the Hongjinmen Hotel, inquired about the commotion from the box service staff. The server had been attending to the guests and had witnessed everything unfold within the confines of the private room. Thus, she recounted the events in detail. Once she finished, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Hu Jiao, Sun Hong, and two other prominent figures bore solemn expressions. The dinner they had meticulously arranged for Ye Chen had been interrupted by this group of fools, creating such a ruckus that it felt like a slap in their faces. The hot-tempered Sun Hong was the first to lose his composure. "Ha! You truly have some audacity to insult my honored guest. Do you wish to ride on my back and defecate?" Upon hearing this, the students present shuddered, especially Gao Ziyang, the purchasing manager from Dingfeng Group, who understood the dire consequences of provoking Sun Hong. "Mr. Sun, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding." Sun Hong narrowed his eyes, a glint of frost emanating from his gaze. "Oh, so you mean to say that inviting your classmates to dinner using a company invoice is also a misunderstanding?" Gao Ziyang was rendered speechless. The company had strict regulations against using company invoices for private gatherings, and he had not only done so, but had exceeded the permissible amount. If pursued, it could lead to legal troubles and imprisonment. Realizing this, he wasted no time and knelt before Sun Hong, choking back tears as he pleaded, "Mr. Sun, I acknowledge my mistake. I truly understand my error. Please, for the sake of my hard work for the company, forgive me this once." Sun Hong didn't even glance at him, coldly snorting, "Whether I forgive you or not is irrelevant. Perhaps it would be better to consult Mr. Ye's opinion." "Mr. Ye." Gao Ziyang felt a tumult of emotions. He understood that Sun Hong intended to curry favor with Ye Chen by using him as a pawn. Yet, in the realm of high-stakes human transactions, he was but an insignificant ant with no recourse. Even though he was filled with reluctance, he steeled himself and knelt before Ye Chen. "Mr. Ye, please show mercy and forgive me." Ye Chen remained unresponsive, in a state of panic. Gao Ziyang began to bow deeply. "Mr. Ye, I am blind to the greatness before me. I deserve to be punished." At that moment, Hao Jian also knelt before Ye Chen, abandoning his previous arrogance. After a long pause, Ye Chen finally spoke. "If I remember correctly, you asked me to perform some entertainment to amuse everyone, did you not?" Gao Ziyang and Hao Jian exchanged panicked glances and nodded. "I shall not impose excessive demands. Since you are eager for a performance, why not have you two perform one yourselves, using the very content you just decided upon?" Gao Ziyang and Hao Jian felt their heads buzz. The performance content: drink a bottle of liquor, and then perform a striptease? This was nothing short of stripping away their dignity. Ye Chen squinted slightly, unwilling. The two trembled, quickly responding, "As long as Mr. Yi is pleased, we are more than willing. No problem at all. Mr. Yi, your discerning eye is truly commendable. I adore dancing." They dared not hesitate, opening the bottle of liquor on the table and gulping it down in trembling fits. The liquor burned their throats, and several times they nearly choked. Yet, in a bid not to anger Ye Chen, they endured. Once the liquor was consumed, they began to awkwardly sway in the center of the room. Their movements were stiff, hands fumbling at their collars, hesitant to remove their clothing. Observing this, Zhao Hailong frowned and shouted, "Haven't you eaten? Move more vigorously. If you're too shy, I can assist you." Gao Ziyang and Hao Jian, pale with fright, could only grimace as they increased their movements, peeling off their clothes piece by piece. Zhao Hailong and his entourage continued to jeer and taunt. The atmosphere appeared quite lively, though the expressions of the students were complex. They had all participated in mocking and humiliating Ye Chen, and now, with Gao Ziyang and Hao Jian facing retribution, it felt like a slap in their faces as well. Bai Aoshue could no longer contain herself, her eyes reddening as she addressed Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, show some restraint. Can you truly treat your classmates this way?" Ye Chen remained silent. As Gao Ziyang and his companion were on the verge of shedding their last garments, Bai Aoshue exclaimed, "Ye Chen, even if they have ridiculed you, you should not treat them like this. I tell you, no matter how wealthy or powerful you become, I will only look down on you more." Her words prompted some classmates to voice their support, accusing Ye Chen of becoming arrogant with wealth and being ruthless to his peers. This provoked Mu Iha, who snapped, "Silence. You self-righteous sycophants. If it were Ye Chen dancing here today, could you all honestly step forward to plead for his sake? You all disgust me." The classmates fell silent. For if the one dancing were indeed Ye Chen, they would likely be applauding his performance. Nonetheless, Bai Aoshue stubbornly declared, Ye Chen, regardless of the circumstances. I will take Xiang away. If you have the ability, then deal with me as well. She picked up the clothing Gao Xiang had discarded and marched toward him. Just as she reached Gao Xiang, he unexpectedly shoved her away, slurring drunkenly, "Foolish woman, stay away from me." Bai Aoshue fell to the ground, her knee scraped and bleeding. She bit her lip and said, "Xiang, you're drunk." "I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly sober." Gao Xiang responded, swaying as he sat on the floor, toying with his discarded tie, muttering, "Bai Aoshue, you better stop pretending to be pure in front of me. Do you believe that once I've had my fill of you, I want to kick you aside?" Bai Aoshue stared in disbelief. "Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. Did you think I liked you for who you are? Huh. I was merely after your body. The woman I truly wish to marry is from a prestigious family, someone who can help me advance. You, with no background, are only fit to be a plaything." "Huh. Silly woman, you don't even know. Back in high school, when I pursued you and you rejected me, I hired 2 thugs to block you after class, thinking to stage a heroic rescue to win your favor. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen, that fool, showed up and ruined my plan. Thankfully, you didn't report it, otherwise I would have been finished. I was furious when I saw how close you were to Ye Chen, but fortune favored me when he stole your money. And you ignored him afterward." Haha. At that moment, the equally inebriated Hao Jian interrupted Gao Xiang. "What money did Ye Chen steal? It was me. I was the one who framed him, and to my surprise, everyone believed it." Watching Ye Chen being wrongfully accused by Bai Aoshue was delightful. "Shoo. Don't tell anyone." Gao Xiang laughed foolishly. "Let me share another secret with you. I stole the girls' dormitory underwear. Since Ye Chen is taking the blame, I'm not worried at all. Those fools actually believe it was him. How amusing." Their drunken ramblings resonated clearly in the ears of every student present, and the expressions of all shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. Why don't you divorce and come with me? Gao Xiang and Hao Jian, both inebriated, expressed their thoughts and promptly collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to slumber. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, their emotions akin to a stampede of wild horses, tumultuous and complex. They had wronged Ye Chen for 7 long years. It is unimaginable how Ye Chen endured the relentless mockery and criticism with such fortitude. If the roles were reversed, they would have likely crumbled under the pressure. Acknowledging one's mistake should warrant an apology. Yet, they were acutely aware that they were unworthy even of that, unworthy in every sense. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, stood up, puffing himself up, and gave Ye Chen a thumbs up. Ahem. I always knew Ye Chen was wrong back then. The reason I refrained from defending him was to strengthen his resolve. 7 years have passed, and indeed, Ye Chen has become the most accomplished among my students. Haha. Shut your mouth. A thug interjected, advancing with a punch. Mr. Wang shielded his other eye and retreated to his seat in silence. The classmates felt a wave of embarrassment, wondering if he had any self-awareness left. Could he not be so shameless? Among the attendees, Bai Aoshue harbored the most intricate emotions. Years ago, Ye Chen had risked his life to save her, enduring a knife wound. Yet, when Ye Chen faced unjust treatment, she was the first to distance herself from him. Just moments ago, at the dining table, she had repeatedly expressed her distrust of Ye Chen, even belittling him in comparison to Gao Xiang. Only now did she realize the depth of her own misjudgment. She had wronged Ye Chen the most, inflicted the deepest wounds upon him, and betrayed him the gravest. She was utterly mistaken. It was not that Ye Chen fell short compared to Gao Xiang. Rather, Gao Xiang had never possessed the qualifications to be compared with Ye Chen. Bai Aoshue gazed longingly at Ye Chen, biting her lip, struggling to find the words. Ye Chen, however, chose to ignore her gaze, speaking coolly. The matter is nearly resolved. Let us depart. He walked alongside Mu Yihe towards the exit, followed closely by Hu Jiao and others. Feng Yutao, the owner of the Hongjian Grand Hotel, smiled and said, Mr. Yi, after a long day, you must not have eaten well. Let us ascend to the dining area. This meal is on me. Thank you. Boss Feng. Haha, it is my pleasure. The group departed amidst laughter, leaving behind a chaotic banquet room. The classmates, feeling utterly humiliated, could no longer bear to remain, mentally cursing Gao Xiang and Hao Jian to the ends of their lineage. Simultaneously, they envied Mu Yihe deeply. If only Ye Chen had taken them along to dine with Hu Jiao and the others. As for the tear streak by Aoshue, her lip had been bitten raw. Yet the pain in her heart eclipsed all else. Her mind was consumed by the image of Ye Chen rolling up his sleeve to reveal his scar, asking her if she believed him. Emotions of helplessness, regret, and grievance churned within her. Her past distrust had cost her the friendship of a classmate who had once treated her sincerely. Now, Her present distrust threatened to rob her of the most cherished bond, one that intertwined genuine affection with financial prosperity. The turmoil at the reunion did not hinder Ye Chen's dinner with Hu Zhao and the others. Even Zhao Hailong was present. The esteemed guests accorded Ye Chen ample respect, establishing numerous business collaborations. Moreover, they did not neglect Mu Yiha, as they were all seasoned professionals in the business realm, adept at social nuances. By attending to Mu Yiha, they would surely endear themselves to Ye Chen. By 10 o'clock, the gathering concluded. Hu Jiao offered to drive Ye Chen home, but he politely declined, intending to return on his own. Disappointed, Hu Jiao left first, reminding Ye Chen to attend the new president's inauguration meeting tomorrow. Mu Yiha requested Ye Chen's company for a stroll. Under the tranquil moonlight, the shadows of trees danced upon the pavement. Ye Chen, your performance tonight was simply magnificent. Just picturing the expressions on those guys' faces as they ate humble pie makes me want to laugh. Mu Yiha exclaimed, waving her petite fist in excitement. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Can you not act more like a lady? How do you expect to get married? Mu Yiha teased, if I can't find a husband. There's always you, right? Ahem, dear sister, I am a married man. What is so great about being married? Just get a divorce. I've heard your husband doesn't treat you well. Ye Chen sighed. There are things you don't yet understand. 3 years of marriage without intimacy? Surely there is something fishy going on. Hey, Ye Chen, do you have a prairie growing on your head? Or is it that, as a man, you're lacking in that department? Mu Yiha exclaimed in shock. Ye Chen quickly interrupted. Stop right there. Don't say such things. Mu Yiha hid a mischievous smile. Shifting the topic, that vice president who under you seems quite impressive. Yes, she is quite capable. Indeed, she is beautiful and has an air of confidence. You'll probably have to navigate some unspoken rules with her in the future. Ye Chen was left feeling exasperated. Mu Yiha delighted in watching Ye Chen squirm under her teasing, then said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I need to return home early to rest. I'll visit your sister in the hospital when I have the time. You're always welcome. She hailed a taxi from the roadside and departed. Just as Ye Chen was about to find a shared bicycle to ride back, a BMW pulled up beside him. The window rolled down to reveal a familiar face, who began hurling insults at him. Ye, don't think that transforming from a country bumpkin into a phoenix makes you special. I will repay this debt tenfold one day. Ye Chen squinted and recognized Zhao Xiaoman, her face swollen from the slap Mu Yiha had given her, making her nearly unrecognizable. With a smirk, he replied, I'm always ready for you, but perhaps you should first tidy up that artificial face of yours. Furious, Zhao Xiaoman honked her horn, shouting, Ye Chen, may you meet a terrible fate. She sped away, leaving Ye Chen to sigh in resignation, truly a woman who only learns through hardship. Such trivialities were of no concern to Ye Chen as he hopped on a shared bicycle and rode back to the hospital. The following morning, Ye Chen donned a casual outfit sent by Xiao Dai the previous night. He was unaccustomed to wearing suits. Along with the clothing came a new watch. Unfamiliar with the brand, he searched online and discovered it was a Rolex Daytona, priced at 3.5 million yuan. No wonder it was said that the rich flaunt watches while the poor flaunt cars. Now he understood. Gazing at the diamond-studded Rolex, Ye Chen couldn't help but reflect. Ultimately, he was an ordinary person who preferred not to flaunt wealth. He left the watch tucked away in his pocket as he made his way to the Hongfeng real estate company. Upon arrival, Hu Jiao was already there, accompanied by numerous high-ranking officials. Unlike the previous day, there were no unexpected incidents. Particularly, the security captain and his 2 subordinates trembled at the sight of Ye Chen, nearly kneeling in fear. The memory of their punishment for licking the restroom was fresh in their minds. They dared not offend Ye Chen again. Ye Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. However, as he surveyed the room, he noticed the absence of his old classmate, Hao Jian. Vice President Hu. Has the HR manager Hao Jian not arrived? Chapter 21. The Su family monthly meeting manager Hao has been dismissed. Hu Jiao explained, after the incident last night. I conducted an overnight investigation into Manager Hao. I discovered that during his years of service, he had engaged in numerous acts of bribery, bullied subordinates, and habitually arrived late and left early. His behavior constituted severe violations of conduct, warranting his dismissal. Additionally, in accordance with your reminder, President Yi, the finance department manager indeed has a familial relationship with old Ma San. Over the years, he has embezzled over 10 million in project funds using his position. He has been relieved of his duties and legal proceedings are underway. Upon hearing the report, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Hu Jiao's decisiveness is truly commendable. A true woman of strength. I recall that before taking office, Xiaodi had cautioned Ye Chen that Hu Jiao remains unmarried. It is understandable. Such a woman is rarely manageable by men. Let us not digress. Under Hu Jiao and Appo's leadership, Ye Chen attended a meeting to welcome the new president. During the meeting, numerous high-ranking officials expressed their warm welcome to Ye Chen, showering him with flattery. In response, Ye Chen merely smiled faintly. His primary concern was to swiftly familiarize himself with the company's various business processes and enhance the company's operations. As for the superficial pleasantries, he paid them no mind. The meeting lasted throughout the morning, and Ye Chen gleaned considerable insights. As lunchtime approached, a sudden ring of a phone pierced the air. It was Su Yunqing calling. Ye Chen, where on earth have you been? Didn't I tell you about the monthly meeting today? Hurry and get over here. Damn. With so many meetings, he had completely forgotten about this. Ye Chen excused himself from Hu Jiao, mentioning he had an urgent matter to attend to, and hurried downstairs to request a golf cart from the security chief, heading straight for the Su family's old residence. The Su family's old residence is located in the eastern district of Anong City. Despite being referred to as the old residence, it is actually a small villa. Years ago, old master Su Jinfeng built his fortune from scratch through the construction materials business, gradually expanding and establishing over a dozen branches in Anong, amassing total assets exceeding 100 million. While not considered a wealthy family in Anong, they are certainly affluent enough. However, 5 years ago, old master Su mysteriously disappeared and has not been heard from since. The household has since been managed by old Madame Su. Old Madame Su possesses average business acumen, delegating most family affairs to her children. With 3 sons and 1 daughter, the daughter resides abroad. The eldest son is Ye Chen's father-in-law, Su Guochang, who, due to his timid nature, is not well regarded. He manages only one of the many branches, and it is the smallest in terms of profitability. The remaining branches have been divided primarily between the second son, Su Guoxing, and the third son, Su Guowang. Old Madame Su holds traditional views and enjoys formalities, hosting monthly family gatherings that require the attendance of direct descendants and extended family members. Ostensibly meant to strengthen familial bonds, these gatherings serve as family business reports. Hence they are referred to as the monthly meetings. At this moment, outside the Su family villa, Su Guochang and his family of 3 had arrived, but were reluctant to enter. The reason was simple. His branch was the least profitable, and at every monthly meeting, old Madame Su berated him, leaving him feeling humiliated. Moreover, with Ye Chen as the son-in-law, he often became the target of ridicule. Thus, their family harbored a strong aversion to these meetings. They preferred to delay their entry for as long as possible. Before long, Ye Chen arrived on his modest electric cart. Apologies, I was handling an urgent matter and arrived late. Lu Mei-lan scolded him harshly. A good-for-nothing idler, how dare you claim to handle matters? We haven't even settled yesterday's chaos at home. Once the monthly meeting is over, hurry and divorce Qing. Faced with the disdainful gaze of his mother-in-law, Ye Chen chose not to engage. He pretended he hadn't heard and walked over to Su Yunqing. Today, Su Yunqing wore a fitted, curve-hugging dress that showcased her figure beautifully, making her look exceptionally attractive. Su Yunqing frowned and lowered her voice. Didn't I give you 2,000 yuan to buy a decent suit? Are you deliberately coming here in casual attire to embarrass me? Casual wear is more comfortable. Ye Chen shrugged, feeling helpless. In truth, he had completely forgotten about buying clothes. Do you dare to retort? Su Yunqing was instantly irate. She could easily envision Ye Chen entering dressed like this, certain to be ridiculed, and by extension, bringing her shame as well. As expected, a sleek Mercedes pulled up beside them, and a figure emerged. It was Su Ziheng, the eldest grandson of the Su family and the only son of Su Guoxing. Ah, our Su family's pampered son-in-law, Ye Deshao, has arrived. Su Ziheng mocked. TSK, that outfit must have been bought from Pinduoduo, right? Would you like me to send you a link to help you bargain? Without hesitation. He then turned to Su Yunqing and added, Sister, I'm not saying you, but bringing such a useless good-for-nothing into our Su family is truly a disgrace to our ancestors. What is the point of being with someone like him? I happen to know a few businessmen. If you divorce him, I can introduce you to them. Su Yunqing retorted coldly, my marital status is none of your business. However, Lu Mei-lan, intrigued, inquired, Ziheng, what are the prospects of those businessmen you know? With a mischievous grin, Su Ziheng replied, over 40, divorced, but wealthy. Lu Mei-lan and Su Yunqing's expressions darkened, clearly perceiving the mockery in his words. Just then, a loud crash echoed. Ye Chen turned to see his electric cart had been overturned by a Hummer. 2 figures emerged from the Hummer, a man and a woman. The woman was Su Tingting, Su Guowang's daughter, and and Su Yunqing's cousin, 3 years her junior. Su Tingting, heavily made up and clad in a revealing dress, proudly announced, "Let me introduce my boyfriend, Qian Yuanjie." This statement drew envious glances from those around them. Qian Yuanjie? Isn't he the eldest son of the Qian family in Anong? I heard their family's assets are in the billions. Sigh, Su Tingting is truly fortunate. He is a far cry from the poor fellow Su Yunqing is with. Su Tingting relished the attention, casting a provocative look at Su Yunqing. With her lips tightly pressed together, Su Yunqing remained silent. Ye Chen stepped forward, addressing Su Tingting. "You've damaged my vehicle." "What vehicle?" Su Tingting initially looked taken aback, then caught sight of the fallen electric cart and burst into laughter. "Huh? Have you lost your mind, you poor wretch? You dare to call that a vehicle? What else would you call it?" Ye Chen retorted. Pointing at the Hummer, Su Tingting boasted, "Do you know how much this car costs? Over $1 million. This is a real vehicle, freshly bought by my boyfriend. An electric cart is merely the most inferior means of transportation, fit only for the lowest of the low to cherish. We'd be disgusted to have it touch us." As she spoke, she spat on the electric cart. Su Ziheng chimed in with mockery, "Ting Ting, you don't understand. Our Yi Defei Wu is so poor he can't even afford a driver's license. To him, anything with wheels is a car. Give him a wheel." And he could boast about it for days. Laughter erupted among the crowd. "You worthless fool, stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry and come inside with us." Lu Meilong stormed over and kicked Ye Chen's shins, fuming with indignation. Chapter 22. Ye Chen receives a slap. Ye Chen coldly regarded Lu Meilong, remaining motionless in his place. "Oh, you truly have turned the tables, ignoring my words?" Lu Meilong feigned a strike at Ye Chen's face. "Enough." Su Yunqing intervened to stop her. Reluctantly, Lu Meilong retracted her hand, exclaiming, "I wouldn't want to dirty my hands on you." With that, she departed with Su Guoqiang through the door. Disappointment filled Su Yun's eyes as she gazed at Ye Chen, reflecting on her fate of choosing such an unambitious man. "Stop dawdling, come inside." All right. While Ye Chen might disregard others' words, he could not ignore Su Yunqing's. After all, he felt he owed her much in their marriage. As Ye Chen stepped through the doorway, Su Ziheng led the mocking, whistling derisively, "Ha! The spineless coward hides behind women, living off their generosity." Su Tingting echoed with disdain. "Birds of a feather flock together. Only men like Ye Chen are worthy of women like Su Yunqing." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Upon hearing these taunts, Ye Chen noticed Su Yunqing's eyes redden, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Feeling her grievance, Ye Chen clenched his fists, a chill of determination coursing through him. Vowing to make those scoundrels who had wronged Su Yunqing pay dearly. In the dining room of the Su family villa, the atmosphere was lively. The maids brought out steaming platters of delectable dishes. The Su family gathered around a large round table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The elders, Su Guoxing and Su Guang, discussed health and investment strategies, while the younger generation, including Su Ziheng and Su Tingting, chatted about travel and shopping. Yet, the Guoqiang family stood out awkwardly, as such topics were beyond their financial reach, leaving them in an uncomfortable silence. Most conspicuous among them was Ye Chen, the son-in-law of the Su family, who had no place at the main table and was relegated to a small table with the maids and cooks. At times, he even resorted to eating in the kitchen. In Su Ziheng's words, Ye Chen was merely a beggar living off others, and he was fortunate to receive even a morsel of food, let alone be picky about it. As Ye Chen settled down with the maids, Su Ziheng resumed his customary ridicule. "I'm always curious. Yi, where do you find the audacity to dine with us? Everyone here works hard for the family. What merit do you possess that entitles you to this meal?" Ye Chen retorted sharply. "Where I choose to eat is none of your concern. How dare you speak to me like that?" Su Ziheng slammed the table, incredulous that Ye Chen, once a meek figure, dared to respond defiantly in front of so many. "That and oppos, as my attitude. What of it?" Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. This infuriated Su Ziheng. "You must be itching for a fight." Just then, someone shouted, "The old lady is here." Everyone hurriedly stood to look toward the entrance. Su Ziheng reluctantly returned to his seat, glaring at Ye Chen with malice. Grandma Su entered, leaning on a cane, her 70-plus years well preserved, though her countenance was sharp and acerbic. "No need for such formality. Please, everyone, have a seat." Once seated, Grandma Su turned to Su Ziheng with a concerned expression. "What were you arguing about just now?" Glancing at Ye Chen, Su Ziheng replied, "That useless waste is talking back to me." "Oh, is that so?" A frown crossed Grandma Su's face as she directed a stern gaze at Ye Chen, apologized to Ziheng. "Why should I apologize when he provoked me first?" Ye Chen stood his ground. With a cold huff, Grandma Su replied, because Su Ziheng is my eldest grandson, and you, a mere outsider, are unworthy of my family. You must apologize. Unmoved by her double standards, Ye Chen stood firm. Observing this, Su Ziheng stirred the pot. Oh, someone's temper has certainly flared. Even Grandma's words go unheeded. Su Tingting chimed in, haven't you heard? A barking dog doesn't bite. Ye Chen is nothing but a thankless wretch, and if he continues this way, who knows when he might rise to challenge us. Their taunts made Grandma Su's expression darken as she shot a disapproving glance at Lu Mylan. Look at what you've brought into our family. Lu Mylan felt the weight of Grandma Su's gaze, instinctively frightened despite her usual brashness. I'll teach him a lesson, she declared, striding towards Ye Chen and without a word, slapped him across the face. You should be grateful for a meal, yet you act as if you're someone important. Apologize to Grandma and Ziheng. Lu Mylan fumed. A red handprint blossomed on Ye Chen and Appo's cheek, his dark eyes glinting with suppressed fury, though he could have evaded the slap. He hesitated, seeing Su Yunqing's disappointed and pained expression. She was silently urging him to apologize. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen reluctantly offered his apologies to Grandma Su and Su Ziheng. Grandma Su merely huffed, choosing not to press further. Su Ziheng, however, relished his perceived victory. Looking at Ye Chen with derision, huh? Trash is still trash. Weren't you just boasting? A mere soft fruit. With that minor altercation behind them, lunch commenced. At the dining table, Su Tingting introduced her new boyfriend. Grandma, this is my new boyfriend, Qian Yuanjia, the future heir of the Qian family in Anong. Qian Yuanjia stood up to greet Grandma Su, who beamed with satisfaction. I've heard of you, young Master Qian, and today, you truly live up to your reputation. Take good care of Tingting. Qian Yuanjia smiled, of course. Su Tingting proudly embraced him. Yuanjia loves me dearly. Just yesterday, he gifted me something incredibly precious. Curiosity piqued among the guests. They urged her to reveal it. With a haughty expression, Su Tingting retrieved a delicate box from her handbag, unveiling a diamond necklace. Here? This is what Yuanjia gave me. Guess how much it costs? A whopping 2 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. 2 million for a necklace was no small sum. Confirming Qian Yuanjia's affluence, Grandma Su, filled with pride, remarked, my granddaughter is truly fortunate. However, just then, an inappropriate voice interrupted, This necklace looks exactly like the one Xiao Geng gave my daughter. It was Lu Mylan who spoke up. Chapter 23, A Bet. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Su Tingting furrowed her brows and inquired, Aunt, which Geng are you referring to? Lu Mylan, eager to flaunt her pride, responded with a smug expression. The eldest son of the Geng family, Geng Wuda. He even came to my house yesterday with gifts to propose. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The Geng group was a colossal entity, worth nearly $1 billion, far surpassing the Qian family. However, skepticism arose regarding Lu Mylan's claim. Su Guowang scoffed, sister-in-law. Surely you jest. What kind of blind man would deign to look at your daughter? Not that Qingqing isn't good enough, but she is, after all, a married woman. Su Tingting chimed in, my father has a point. If Geng Wuda truly brought gifts to propose to Su Yunqing, where are they? Lu Mylan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that the gifts Geng Wuda had brought were destroyed by that scoundrel, Ye Chen. She regretted not taking a photo to commemorate the moment. Seeing Lu Mylan's silence, the crowd grew increasingly convinced that she was merely fabricating stories out of embarrassment. Grandma Su chastised her sternly, seeking attention. Lu Mylan shrank back, feeling unjustly aggrieved. It was the truth. So why did no one believe her? It was all that scoundrel Ye Chen's fault. Muttering under her breath, she expressed her frustration. Believe it or not, I've seen that necklace. It's worth only $1 million. Qian Yuanjia's face flashed with panic as he hurriedly explained to Su Tingting, don't listen to her. This diamond necklace was bought by me through a friend from abroad for $2 million. It's absolutely genuine. I certainly believe you. Su Tingting replied, her face glowing with admiration. Qian Yuanjia felt a wave of relief wash over him. She then donned the diamond necklace in front of everyone, boasting to Su Yunqing, see, this is a gift from my boyfriend. Now, let us take a look at your pathetic excuse of a husband. Has he ever given you anything in the 3 years of your marriage? Not even 200 worth, I wager. Ha. Su Ziheng joined in the mockery. That kind of trash wouldn't he know how to buy gifts. Since stepping into the Su family's old residence, Su Yunqing had been enduring their taunts. Yet, they continued to push her buttons. Finally, she could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, who says Ye Chen has given me gifts? Su Tingting, with an expectant look, urged. Then why not show us? I'd love to see if it's a beverage bottle he found on the street or a rotten apple left by someone else. Su Yinqing pulled a necklace from her pocket and slammed it onto the table. This is what Ye Chen bought for me. Have you seen enough? Her voice trembled slightly. She was aware that revealing this necklace might only serve to humiliate her further, yet she felt compelled to display it. Perhaps it was because Ye Chen had purchased her a gift for the first time since their marriage, and she wanted to validate that. Upon seeing the necklace, Lu Milan's expression shifted slightly, unable to resist, saying, "Ching, isn't this the one that worthless man bought from a 2-yuan store? I thought I had thrown it in the trash. Why are you bringing it out to humiliate yourself?" She reached for the necklace, but Su Dingding snatched it away first. Wow, what a big diamond. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It's just a pity that a fake from a 2-yuan store can't compare to mine. Su Yinqing frowned, insisting, "Give me back that necklace. It was given to me by Ye Chen. What is the big deal about this worthless trinket? It's just a toy." Su Tingting replied arrogantly, showing no intention of returning it. "If it breaks, you won't be able to afford to replace it." At that moment, Ye Chen's unexpected voice suddenly rang out. He hadn't anticipated that Su Yinqing would keep the diamond necklace on her at all times, especially after she had just declared, "This is a gift from Ye Chen." This warmed his heart. The gift he had bestowed upon Su Yinqing could not be belittled by others. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene. Su Tingting stared at Ye Chen in disbelief. "What did you say? If it breaks, I won't be able to afford to replace it?" Ye Chen nodded seriously. "Ha." Su Tingting laughed heartily. "Are you out of your mind? Just this broken necklace? I could ask my boyfriend to buy me a bag full in a heartbeat. And you dare say I can't afford to replace it? What a joke." The crowd erupted in ridicule. Ye Chen only earns a few coins a month. To him, a 2-yuan store item is a treasure. After all, he is used to being poor. Who knows? One day he might find a piece of brass and boast about it being gold. Ha. Even Grandma Su scoffed, utterly worthless. Faced with the crowd's jeers, Ye Chen showed no signs of retreat, locking his gaze onto Su Dingding. "If you don't believe me, let us make a bet." Su Dingding's interest peaked. "What shall we wager?" "Quite simple. If you lose, you must publicly apologize to Ching and slap yourself 3 times. Deal." Su Tingting agreed without hesitation, for in her eyes, Ye Chen was merely posturing. There was no way he could win. She coldly added, "But if you lose, you must kneel before everyone and bark like a dog." "Do you dare?" The implication was clear. If Ye Chen lost and barked like a dog, he would be a dog, and by extension, so would his wife, Su Yinqing. Su Yinqing quickly urged Ye Chen, "Don't listen to her. We shouldn't bet." Ye Chen shot Su Yinqing a reassuring glance and confirmed to Su Dingding, "No problem." "Agreed." "Haha. You fool, just wait to bark like a dog." Su Dingding exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Su Yinqing bit her lip, filled with disappointment. In her heart, she believed that while Ye Chen had previously been somewhat cowardly, he had never been one to assert himself. Yet, recently, something had changed, and he had become like this. Perhaps her mother was right. It might be time to discuss divorce with Ye Chen. Su Tingting placed the necklace on the table, declaring, "I have a friend in the jewelry business. She can determine the authenticity of this necklace in an instant." She snapped a photo of Ye Chen's necklace and sent it to her friend on WeChat, requesting an appraisal. Her friend responded swiftly, and within a minute, a voice message came through. Su Dingting was eager for everyone to witness Ye Chen's impending failure, cranking the volume to maximum and playing the audio. An excited voice filled the dining room. "Wow. Tingting, where did you get this diamond necklace? It's incredible. Oh my god, I'm so envious." Su Dingting was momentarily stunned, replying to her friend, "Are you mistaken? This necklace was clearly bought from a 2-yuan store." Her friend quickly responded again, "Tingting, today isn't April Fool's Day. Don't tease me. I saw this necklace last week. It's called Eternal Love and is worth over 5 million. Su Dingting felt as if her mind had exploded. Eternal love? Over 5 million? How could this be possible? Chapter 24, Meeting Your Conditions. Before Su Dingding could voice her concerns, her sister sent another voice message. "I'm sending you the public account of the largest jewelry store in Anong. It showcases all their precious gems, including the Eternal Love necklace." A message sharing the public account arrived. Su Tingting felt an ominous premonition and hesitated to click on it. Beside her, Qian Yuanjie appeared somewhat guilty and said, "Tingting, perhaps we should just forget it. Let us not stoop to the level of that fool." Su Zihang snatched the phone, dismissively saying, "What is there to fear? Just open it. Today, I must see Ye Chen kneeling and barking like a dog." Upon opening the public account, the jewelry store's online information was displayed, listing various exquisite jewels. At the top was an image of a diamond necklace called Eternal Love, priced at 5 million yuan, currently sold out. Su Ziheng was momentarily taken aback. There really is an Eternal Love diamond necklace. It looks exactly like the one on the table. This cannot be. Su Tingting grabbed the phone to compare the image of the Eternal Love necklace with Ye Chen's. A crowd gathered around, and as they examined it, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The necklace in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to Ye Chen's. Ye Chen spoke up. "What more do you have to say?" Su Tingting remained unconvinced. "It's fake. Yours must be a counterfeit. Do you have a diamond appraisal certificate?" At her words, everyone else realized, damn, we almost let this good-for-nothing deceive us. Without a certificate, this diamond necklace must be fake. Ye Chen had anticipated this. When he purchased the necklace, he had indeed received a diamond appraisal certificate, which he had signed. Fearing he might lose it, he had taken a photo for safekeeping. Now, it was the perfect time to use it. He pulled out his phone and displayed the photo to the crowd. The certificate bore the jewelry store's official seal and Ye Chen's signature. The image was authentic, without any signs of manipulation. This is indeed a genuine diamond necklace. My heavens, a 5 million yuan necklace. This good-for-nothing Ye Chen can actually afford to buy a diamond necklace for 5 million? In an instant, the entire restaurant erupted in astonishment. The entire Su family's assets barely exceeded 100 million, with less than 10 million in liquid cash. Yet Ye Chen had spent 5 million on a diamond necklace for Su Yuqing. This was utterly shocking. Su Ziheng slammed the table, demanding, "Ye, where did you get so much money?" Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should that concern you?" "You." Su Ziheng was left speechless. He wanted to accuse Ye Chen of embezzling family funds to purchase the necklace, but the truth was Ye Chen had never interfered in any family business. Even the branch company managed by Su Guoqiang, if sold entirely, would not be worth 3 million. Accusing Ye Chen of embezzlement was utterly baseless. Lu Milan seized the diamond necklace, her eyes gleaming with desire, murmuring, "A 5 million yuan necklace. It's simply exquisite." Su Yuqing was in a daze. Her useless husband, who had been with her for 3 years, had just gifted her a 5 million yuan diamond necklace. Surely, this was a dream. She pinched her arm, painful. It was indeed real. But where on earth did Ye Chen procure the funds? Among those present, the most incredulous was Su Tingting. The authenticity of the diamond necklace meant she had lost the bet, and to her utmost disdain, she had lost to Ye Chen. Alas, at that moment, Ye Chen provocatively stated, "Su Tingting, a bet is a bet. Please, fulfill your end." Su Tingting's lips twitched violently. She couldn't comprehend how things had spiraled out of control. To apologize to Su Yunting in front of so many people and slap herself, such humiliation was more unbearable than death. Su Tingting feigned reluctance. "Ye Chen, can't you be a bit more perceptive? Don't you see we're about to hold a monthly meeting? Your interruption is quite inappropriate." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you scared?" "Scared? Me?" Su Tingting's chest heaved in indignation. "If you're so afraid, just admit it. Here's a friendly reminder. Scroll down the shop information. You might find a surprise." Such theatrics. Su Tingting grumbled, yet she obediently scrolled down the shop information. Soon, she stopped, having spotted a necklace that looked remarkably familiar. It was the one Qian Yuanjia had gifted her, priced at 100,000 yuan. Currently on sale for half off. She could buy it for 50,000. Su Tingting exploded, confronting Qian Yuanjia. "Qian, didn't you say the necklace was 200,000? How come it's marked down to 50,000? I. Qian Yuanjia panicked, unsure how to explain. Lu Milan, overhearing. Couldn't believe her ears. "What? A 50,000 yuan necklace?" Her face darkened as she muttered under her breath. "That little fool almost tricked me." Su Yunqing and Appo's emotions were tumultuous. Did Ye Chen know yesterday that Geng Wuda had deceived her with the necklace? She recalled feeling somewhat resentful toward Ye Chen for being so harsh with Geng Wuda, now tinged with regret. As for Su Tingting, her face was contorted with rage. She had intended to flaunt her wealth with Qian Yuanjia today, but instead, she had been slapped in the face. With her anger boiling over, she directed it all at Qian Yuanjia. "You liar. Get out of our Su family." "Tingting, let me explain," Qian Yuanjia pleaded. Su Tingting continued her tirade. "If I say leave, then leave. I only like men who genuinely spend money on me. You're not worthy." She even kicked Qian Yuanjia. The rest of the Su family looked at Qian Yuanjia with disapproval, realizing that staying would only bring more shame. He took his leave. However, as he turned to go, he mouthed a threat to Ye Chen. "You little brat, ruining my plans. Just wait." After Qian Yuanjia departed, Su Tingting sat huffily in her chair while Su Guang and his wife consoled her softly. Su old lady attempted to mediate. Ahem. This matter ends here. Let us enjoy our meal. However, Ye Chen showed no signs of stopping. Su Tingting, when will you fulfill your bet? You're not done yet, are you? Fuming. Su Tingting banged the table, rising to confront Ye Chen, glaring defiantly. Let me be frank. I'm not going to honor the bet. What can a mere live-in son-in-law do? Are you going to hit me? As she spoke, she provocatively thrust her face toward Ye Chen, challenging. I'm putting my face right here. Do you dare to hit me? Do you have the guts? You, a waste of space, have that kind of courage? As soon as her words fell, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Ye Chen's hand had landed on her cheek. Since you brought your face so close, I might as well indulge your request. Chapter 25. Divorce within 3 days. The restaurant was enveloped in an eerie silence, the air thick with shock. Every face bore an expression of disbelief. Ye Chen had actually struck Su Tingting across the face. Could this useless man truly be so audacious? Had he lost his mind? Su Tingting, clutching her swollen cheek, stood frozen for several seconds before finally reacting. You dare hit me? Damn you, I'll make you pay. With that, she lunged towards Ye Chen, claws poised to scratch. Yet, Ye Chen was quicker, delivering another slap. Crack. This time, the force was even greater. Sending Su Tingting staggering back 2 steps, her false eyelashes dislodged from her left eye. Both of her cheeks were now severely swollen. 3 slaps in total, only 1 remained. Ye Chen squinted and murmured as he advanced towards Su Tingting. Instinctively, Su Tingting, having already endured 2 slaps, recoiled. You worthless fool, stay back. Ye Chen paid her no mind. Ever since he had entered the Su family 3 years prior, he had suffered countless humiliations at her hands. Previously, he had endured it all, powerless and silent. But now, emboldened, he was unwilling to tolerate her arrogance any longer, especially considering her repeated provocations towards Su Yuqing. He had no qualms about allowing her to experience the harsh realities of society. Just as he prepared to deliver the 3rd slap, Su Guang charged in. Shouting angrily, Ye Chen, what do you intend to do to my daughter? With an expression of indifference, Ye Chen responded, I am merely ensuring she fulfills her wager. Su Guang's face turned a shade of green with rage. I see you've grown bold enough to hit my daughter. I'll make you pay for this. He lunged at Ye Chen, but his age rendered him no match for Ye Chen, who easily pushed him aside, sending him stumbling to the ground. It was over. Ye Chen, the ungrateful wretch, was staging a rebellion. Upon witnessing her daughter and husband being attacked, Su Guoxing's wife cried out in despair. This provoked a chorus of condemnation from the onlookers, hurling every insult imaginable at Ye Chen. Even the matriarch of the Su family could no longer remain seated. She rose to berate Ye Chen. Ye Chen, stop this at once. If you continue to cause a scene, I will expel you from the Su family. Ye Chen turned his gaze toward the matriarch, responding succinctly, do as you wish. The matriarch was infuriated. She had always held absolute authority within the Su family. Who dared to treat her with anything but deference? Especially Ye Chen, who had once been too timid to utter a word in her presence. His audacity was unforgivable. Raising her cane, she struck the table and commanded, get out. Leave the villa. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly, I truly have no intention of staying. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit of the restaurant. However, upon reaching the door, he suddenly looked back at Su Tingting, coldly remarking, remember your wager. You still owe me a slap and an apology to Qingqing. Leaving those words behind, he departed without a backward glance. Vile wretch. Ungrateful cur. The matriarch fumed. Striking her chest in anger, the other members of the Su family joined in the tirade, seething with rage. Yet, inexplicably, the family of Su Guoqiang felt a strange sense of relief amidst the turmoil. In past monthly meetings, they had always been the victims, subjected to endless humiliation. Today, however, there was a sense of balance restored, especially for Su Yuqing, who, upon witnessing Ye Chen slap Su Tingting, felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps her seemingly useless husband had some worth after all. Following the commotion, the Su family had lost their appetite for food. The matriarch, her expression dark as thunderclouds, turned to Su Yuqing and declared, you have 3 days to divorce that good-for-nothing Ye Chen. Grandmother, I do not wish to divorce Ye Chen, Su Yuqing replied. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression shifted as she shouted, this marriage must end. Our Su family cannot harbor such a disgraceful individual. Su Tingting, nursing her bruised mouth, added fuel to the fire. I see Su Yuqing is reluctant to part with the diamond necklace Ye Chen gifted her. It's all about the money. Su Yuqing was infuriated. Her desire to remain married to Ye Chen was certainly not motivated by the $500,000 necklace. It stemmed from the fact that over 3 years of marital life, she had gradually grown accustomed to his presence. It wasn't a matter of deep affection, but rather a sense of comfort. Su Yunqing intended to continue her plea, but the matriarch interrupted. You will do as I say. If you do not divorce within 3 days, your entire family will be expelled from the Su family, and all your shares in the subsidiary companies will be forfeited. This proclamation left Lu Milan in shock, hastily responding, Divorce, divorce. I will ensure Ye Chen divorces him. Calm down, mother. Su Yunqing remained silent, feeling wronged. The matriarch, not pressing further, spoke seriously to the others. Now that I am advanced in age, I no longer possess the energy to manage the family business. Thus, I have decided it is time to select a successor from among the younger generation to lead our Su family toward greater glory. At this announcement, the younger members of the Su family perked up, particularly Su Ziheng and Su Tingting, who had long awaited this day as the most prominent figures among the younger generation. To ensure fairness, I will establish a competitive goal. Su Ziheng, filled with anticipation, inquired, What is the goal? The matriarch replied, As you may not know, this morning, Hongfeng Real Estate appointed a new CEO, and they will soon hold a bidding event. Our Su family must secure the win in this bid. This revelation ignited a flurry of discussion among those present. The Su family's stagnation over the years was largely due to their partnerships with smaller projects, which restricted their growth. However, Hongfeng Real Estate, as the largest property company in Anong, had an enormous demand for construction materials. Securing this bid would propel the Su family to unprecedented heights. The matriarch surveyed the crowd. Thus, my requirement is that each of you prepare a bidding proposal based on your respective subsidiaries. In 3 days, the one whose bid wins will become the next head of the family business. However, before that, we must secure our qualification to participate in the bidding. And I shall entrust this task to Ziheng. Are there any questions? None. Su Ziheng eagerly responded. Being tasked with securing the bidding qualification meant he could establish a good rapport with Hongfeng Real Estate ahead of time, thus gaining an advantage in the bidding process. While it appeared that all the younger members would compete fairly, the reality was that the scale was tipped in favor of Su Ziheng from the start. Very well. This meeting is adjourned. With that, the matriarch departed. Su Ziheng stood up, approached Su Yunqing, and mocked her with a smug grin. Su Yunqing, I know you possess remarkable abilities, but so what? Grandmother simply favors me more. Once I become the new successor of the Su family, you will be the first to be demoted, relegated to sales, where you'll have to entertain those big shots, drinking and warming their beds. Ha ha ha. Having spoken, he strutted away, indifferent to familial bonds. What a wretched thing. Who speaks to their sister like that? Lu Milan seethed with anger. Su Guoqiang held his forehead, sighing heavily. Su Yunqing shed tears of frustration. In such an unjust family dynamic, whom could she possibly rely on? Chapter 26, A Serendipitous Encounter Leaving the Su Residence. Ye Chen mounted his electric scooter, en route back to his company. As he navigated an intersection, a black Hummer abruptly veered into his path. With remarkable agility, Ye Chen swiftly swerved into a nearby alley, narrowly avoiding a collision, save for a glancing blow to his headlight. The black Hummer screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance. Emerging from the vehicle, Qian Yuanjie, his countenance a mask of fury, exclaimed, Little brat. Didn't expect me so soon, did you? Ye Chen, with a sardonic grin, retorted, Indeed, rather prompt. Must be a quick-draw artist. Damn you. You dare mock me? Qian Yuanjie bellowed. You humiliated me in front of the Su family. I must exact retribution. Prepare to meet your end. As his words hung in the air, the distant rumble of motorcycles grew louder. Soon, a squadron of 6 or 7 bikes, ostentatiously modified, roared to a stop. A motley crew of ruffians dismounted, led by a shaven-headed man adorned with a thick gold chain. His left arm was supported by a sling, suggesting a recent injury. Upon seeing these men, Qian Yuanjie approached the bald leader with a fawning smile. Brother who? This is the arrogant upstart. Help me teach him a lesson. To his utter astonishment, the man addressed as brother who recoiled upon seeing Ye Chen. He then prostrated himself in abject terror, exclaiming, Master Yi, what brings you here? Zhang Eru's mind reeled in disbelief, feeling as though he was the unluckiest man alive. Having offended Ye Chen the previous day, resulting in a self-inflicted injury to his left hand, he had barely returned from the hospital when Qian Yuanjie called, offering payment to discipline someone. Zhang Eru, having crossed paths with Qian Yuanjie before and enticed by the offer of remuneration, hastily gathered his comrades, eager to vent his frustrations from the previous night. Never could he have imagined that the target was none other than Ye Chen, the very figure who had cast a shadow over his existence. The thought of disciplining him was unthinkable. He dared not even meet his gaze. Qian Yuanjie, oblivious to the unfolding drama, inquired in bewilderment, "Brother who? I'm paying you to beat him up. Why are you kneeling?" Zhang Eru remained prostrate, trembling, offering no response. Ye Chen, equally surprised, remarked, "Qian Yuanjie enlisted Zhang Eru to discipline me? What a coincidence." He then inquired, "I hear you were planning to teach me a lesson on behalf of Qian Yuanjie?" Zhang Eru flinched, vehemently denying the accusation. "How could that be? Impossible. Master Yi, you misunderstand." Hiki. Ye Chen nodded. "So, someone must be deliberately sowing discord between us?" Zhang Eru eagerly concurred. "Exactly. That's precisely what I think." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. "Then who do you suppose it is?" "A seasoned veteran of the streets." Zhang Eru swiftly rose to his feet and delivered a resounding slap to Qian Yuanjie's face. "Damn you! How dare you try to undermine my relationship with Master Yi?" Turning to his underlings, he barked, "Seize this scoundrel Qian Yuanjie." Before Qian Yuanjie could comprehend the situation, he was pinned to the ground by the gang. Panic washed over him as he realized that Zhang Eru and Ye Chen were acquainted. He had indeed reached the nadir of misfortune. Adopting a pragmatic approach, he feigned innocence. "Hiki, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Yi, it was a moment of recklessness on my part. I was mistaken. I offer my apologies. Can we let bygones be bygones?" Zhang Eru remained silent, awaiting Ye Chen's directive. Ye Chen was taken aback by Qian Yuanjie's obsequiousness. While he might have dismissed such behavior in others with a mere reprimand, Qian Yuanjie was different. His animosity was not related to Su Tingting but stemmed from his deep-seated disdain for the entire Qian family. The Qian family's wealth was tainted. Their primary business was interior design, but their avarice led them to deceive consumers with substandard materials to maximize profits. Furthermore, numerous incidents in Anong involved Qian Corporation's projects resulting in excessive formaldehyde levels and poisoning. Tragically, 3 cases led to residents developing leukemia and succumbing to the disease. Ye Chen knew one of the victims personally. A fellow worker had spent his life savings on an apartment for his son, only to have it furnished by Qian Corporation. His son died of leukemia caused by formaldehyde poisoning, leaving the family destitute. The worker's relentless pursuit of justice ended in despair as he took his own life. Throughout these tragedies, Qian Corporation remained unaccountable. It was then that Ye Chen recognized the arrogance and ruthlessness of capitalists. Therefore, given the opportunity, Ye Chen was unwilling to let Qian Yuanjie off easily. Ye Chen fixed his gaze upon Qian Yuanjie. "You think we can simply end things because you say so? What makes you think that?" Qian Yuanjie lowered his head. "Then, what do you want?" Ye Chen stated calmly, "Simple. You damaged my vehicle. This cannot be overlooked. Compensation is required." Qian Yuanjie breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. "I can pay. I'll transfer the money to you right away." "How much?" Ye Chen casually replied. 2 million. "What?" Qian Yuanjie thought he had misheard. 2 million? Are you trying to rob me? Slap. Zhang Eru struck him across the face. "How dare you speak to Master Yi like that?" Qian Yuanjie was aggrieved. In his estimation, Ye Chen's scooter had only sustained minor damage, warranting a mere 200 yuan in compensation. Now, Ye Chen demanded 2 million, an amount exceeding the value of his Hummer. Ye Chen smiled. Young Master Qian can casually spend 2 million on a diamond necklace. Surely, 2 million for me is nothing? Or perhaps young Master Qian is unwilling to pay. Qian Yuanjie's face flushed. But 2 million for a scooter before he could finish, Zhang Eru delivered another blow. "What? Are you implying that Master Ye's vehicle isn't worth 2 million? His face swollen, Qian Yuanjie looked at Zhang Eru with fear, dreading another strike. On the verge of tears, he stammered, "Master Yi is a person of great importance. Your vehicle is certainly valuable." Zhang Eru grinned. "Since it's valuable, stop the nonsense and pay up. Or don't blame Zhang Eru for being ruthless." With that, he produced a dagger and plunged it into the ground a mere 10 centimeters from Qian Yuanjie's head. Qian Yuanjie, a typical wealthy heir, had never witnessed such a display of violence. He trembled uncontrollably. I'll pay. Please, sirs, don't get agitated." Zhang Eru ordered his men to release Qian Yuanjie, who, with a heavy heart, transferred 2 million yuan to Ye Chen via his phone. This sum represented a significant portion of his liquid assets, the funds his father had provided for his business ventures. Losing such a sum was agonizing. Ye Chen, having received the funds, ceased his pursuit. Mounting his scooter, he coldly addressed Qian Yuanjie. "I'll leave you with a thought. As you indulge in extravagance, remember the ordinary people your family has exploited. Don't you feel ashamed to profit from money stained with blood?" With that, he started his scooter and departed without looking back. Chapter 27, The Seuss? A mere fleck of dust. Ascending to the 20th floor of Red Maple Real Estate, Ye Chen reclined on the sofa and addressed Hu Jiao. Transfer 2 million to you shortly, to be donated to the Anong Leukemia Cross in the company's name. Understood, President Yi, Hu Jiao responded. Placing a document on Ye Chen's desk. President Yi, this is the proposal for our new real estate construction material cooperation bidding. Please review it. Ye Chen perused the proposal, inquiring, what are your considerations regarding the bidders? Hu Jiao, with a professional smile, replied, our company has always maintained stringent requirements for the qualifications, reputation, and scale of our partners. In Anong, only the Wu and Gung groups meet these criteria. The Gung group? Ye Chen mused, recalling his outstanding scores to settle with Gung Wuda. Hu Jiao continued, besides these two major groups, several small to medium-sized construction material companies in Anong barely qualify, such as the Su and Hong families. The Su family? Ye Chen paused. The Su family is also participating in this bid? Hu Jiao nodded. Our company's announcement of the bidding yesterday garnered widespread attention. With limited slots for bidding qualifications, companies of the Su family scale will undoubtedly scramble to participate. The Su family is bidding, so Su Ziheng is most likely the frontrunner, Ye Chen surmised inwardly. At that moment, Hu Jiao's phone rang. She answered, all right, I understand. I'll inquire about President Ye's intentions. Hu Jiao turned to Ye Chen, President Ye. The security office downstairs called to inform us that Su Ziheng from the Su family is here with gifts, seeking an audience, presumably to discuss bidding qualifications. Speak of the devil, Ye Chen remarked, his face hardening. Tell him to get lost. He added, if he refuses, the security can take action. Downstairs at the Red Maple Real Estate Building, Su Ziheng exclaimed in disbelief. What? Get lost? Do you even know who I am? The security captain, exhaling a plume of smoke, nonchalantly responded, I don't care who you are. I only follow President Ye's orders. I am from the Anong Su family, and I will be the future head of the Su family. Su Ziheng asserted urgently. Quickly inform your President Yi to come and see me. Upon hearing this, the security captain's face darkened. The Sus? A mere fleck of dust. Never heard of them. Our President Yi has just taken office and is swamped with affairs. He's not someone anyone can just meet. Take my advice and disappear from my sight. Su Ziheng, accustomed to wielding power at home, had never endured such treatment, especially from a mere security guard. I don and amp, oppos, take care. I and amp, oppos, am not leaving until I see your President Yi. I must secure the bidding qualification. He had been entrusted with this task by his grandmother. Without accomplishing anything, how could he face her? The security captain commanded his men. President Yi said that if this guy doesn't leave, we can help him along. The security guards exchanged smiles and pounced on Su Ziheng. The tall guard struck Su Ziheng in the abdomen with a baton, sending him crashing to the ground, where the shorter guard immediately followed up with a kick. Su Ziheng wailed, ouch. Stop hitting me. I'll leave, all right. He had assumed the security guards were merely bluffing, never expecting them to actually lay hands on him. Little did he know that the security captain and his two subordinates had suffered humiliation at Ye Chen's hands the previous day. They had been suppressing their anger, unable to retaliate against Ye Chen, but venting their frustrations on Su Ziheng was a different matter entirely. After a prolonged beating, the guards relented, allowing Su Ziheng to retreat in disarray. Back at the Su family's old residence, Su Ziheng tearfully lamented, Grandmother, it's not that I'm incompetent, but the people at Red Maple Real Estate are too arrogant. The old matriarch patted Su Ziheng's head, consoling him. Alas, that's the confidence of a large company. We can only rely on their goodwill to secure a qualification spot. We mustn't act rashly. Sudingting, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. Brother, didn't you always boast about your taekwondo skills? You couldn't even defeat two security guards? Su Ziheng, feeling somewhat guilty, hastily explained, of course I could. I knocked out the teeth of two guards. Cough, but then over 30 of them ganged up on me. That's why I suffered a bit. In a one-on-one fight. Humph, how could they be my match? TCH. Sudingting scoffed, clearly unconvinced. All right. Stop bickering. The old matriarch interjected. The most pressing matter is securing the bidding qualification from Red Maple Real Estate. Otherwise, not only will the next successor remain undecided, but the entire Su family will lose its chance to rise. Ting, why don't you go and try later? Perhaps they'll give you a chance. Seeing as you're a young lady. Sudingting stood up, exuding confidence. Rest assured, Grandmother. With my beauty, I'll definitely charm the President Yi, making him fall head over heels for me. I might even bring back a golden son-in-law for you. The old matriarch's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Grandmother will await your good news at home. An hour later, at the Su residence, Su Tingting furiously threw the gifts on the ground. They're a bunch of hooligans. Bastards. Wah. Her face bore 2 fresh slap marks. Her hair was disheveled, and her dress was stained in several places. A picture of utter disarray. Su Ziheng, feeling a sense of balance, feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, our Tingting is truly a woman of her word." She said she and Oppos, "D make that president Ye fall for her, and he was so eager that he even dirted your dress." Drop dead. Su Tingting gritted her teeth and said to the old matriarch, "Grandmother, I refuse to go there again. It's too humiliating to deal with those unreasonable people." The old matriarch then turned to Su Ziheng, whose eyes flashed with fear as he shook his head repeatedly. "Don't look at me. I don't want to go there again either." The old matriarch sighed in disappointment. Is our Su family truly bereft of successors? Su Ziheng's eyes darted around as he suddenly remembered something. "Grandmother, I recommend someone. Su Yunqing. Isn't she always eager to prove herself? And complaining that she has no opportunities? This time, why don't you give her a chance and see what she's really made of?" Su Tingting quickly chimed in. "That's right. Let Su Yunqing try. What if she succeeds?" After saying that, the two exchanged smiles. In their minds, Su Yunqing had no chance of succeeding. They had suffered setbacks in their attempts to secure the bidding qualification from Red Maple Real Estate, and they couldn't let Su Yunqing benefit from their misfortune. They wanted her to endure even more hardships and setbacks to feel a sense of balance. Seeing their strong recommendation, the old matriarch nodded in agreement and instructed someone to call Su Yunqing, asking her to go to Red Maple Real Estate tomorrow to secure the bidding qualification. Unaware of everything, Su Yunqing mistakenly believed that the old matriarch had suddenly become benevolent and was giving her an opportunity. Overwhelmed with excitement, she readily agreed, vowing to do her best to secure the bidding qualification. Chapter 28. Ye Chen awakens. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The first hospital of Anong City. Ye Chen was in a state of exhilaration. He had just received the news that his sister, Ye Chen, had awakened. Without delay, he rushed to the hospital. In the high-end ward, Ye Chen sat beside the bed, his eyes rimmed with red. "Brother, please don't cry. I'm fine now," Ye Chen said weakly, a serene smile gracing her face. All right. Brother one and Oppos, T cry," Ye Chen replied, a silly smile breaking through. During this time, his emotions had been tethered to Ye Chen's condition. Now that he confirmed she was all right, the weight on his heart was finally lifted. Ye Chen glanced around the room, her brow furrowed with concern. "Brother, this luxurious ward must be very expensive. It's all my fault for causing you trouble. I can only imagine how my sister-in-law and Aunt Lu must have looked at you." Ye Chen affectionately ruffled Ye Chen's hair. "Don't worry, dear sister. I have the means now, and I don't need to concern myself with others' opinions. You just focus on recuperating. Once you leave the hospital, I will treat you to a grand feast and take you out for fun. Whatever you desire, brother will buy for you." Ye Chen shook her head, obediently replying, "I don't want anything, as long as I can stay by your side." These words struck a chord deep within Ye Chen, evoking a pang of sorrow. Over the years, he felt he had wronged this sister the most. Since their father's passing, Ye Chen had come to live with him in the Su family. Ye Chen had endured countless hardships and disdain, and Ye Chen had faced her share as well. Yet, she had never uttered a complaint, always treating him as her pillar of strength. Thus, in Ye Chen's heart, his sister held an irreplaceable position. For her, he would go to any lengths. The two continued their heartfelt conversation for a long while, but Ye Chen, concerned for Ye Chen's well-being after her awakening, urged her to rest. He left the ward alone. In the corridor, Dean Shenwenlin approached. "Dean Chen, did you need something from me?" Ye Chen inquired. Dean Chen nodded. "Mr. Yi, following your sister's awakening, we conducted a comprehensive examination and discovered an issue." Ye Chen's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "What issue?" Dean Chen replied, "Your sister and Oppos' injuries from the accident were quite severe. Although she has awakened, her recovery may leave some residual effects. To be blunt, she may have some disabilities." At this, Ye Chen felt darkness envelop him. Ye Chen was in her prime, so beautiful and understanding. He feared losing her in any way. "Dean Chen, you must help her. No matter the cost, I will ensure she is treated. Mr. Yi, please remain calm. Your sister's condition is treatable, but..." Dean Chen hesitated. "The rehabilitation techniques available in our hospital, and even nationwide, are relatively backward. For safety's sake, I recommend sending her to America for treatment, where we can guarantee her full recovery." "No problem. I will accompany her," Ye Chen declared. "Mr. Yi, it would be best for you to remain here in the country. Rest assured, we have arranged a post-operative rehabilitation study program in the U.S. that I will lead. Your sister will be accompanied by my team, so you need not worry about her safety. She is expected to recover in a month or two. I have also discussed this with Mr. Xiao, and he is in agreement. At that moment, Ye Chen's phone rang. It was Xiao Dai. He stepped aside to answer. Young master, I presume Dean Shin has informed you about sending Missy to America for treatment? Ye Chen frowned. Sending her abroad is fine, but I want to go with her. Xiao Dai advised. Young master, you have just taken over your father's legacy, and your foundation is not yet solid. This is not the time to leave. Moreover, having Miss you treated abroad carries another layer of consideration. What do you mean? Young master, your recent change in identity may have drawn the attention of the Han family in Beijing. Given their attitude towards you, they may seek to cause trouble. And if it impacts Missy, it could lead to complications. Ye Chen suddenly understood. Yes, the Han family from Beijing, an indelible shadow from his childhood and the source of his unforgotten hatred. He had long anticipated the day he would confront the Han family. However, they were like a dragon lurking in deep waters, elusive and unpredictable. Presently, he was not their match. Thus, to prevent any potential issues, he would have to ensure that Ye Chen was sent abroad for treatment while he solidified his foundations in Anong. Only by growing stronger could he secure his peace. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen nodded. I understand. When will we depart? I have arranged a private jet for tonight at 8. Excellent. Upon returning from the airport, Ye Chen felt an emptiness in his heart as he recalled Ye Chen's reluctance to part ways. Nevertheless, he had managed to persuade her to accept treatment in America. Accompanying her would be Dean Shin and Xiao Dai, providing him with peace of mind regarding her safety. He hoped that upon her return, she would regain her vibrant health. Since Ye Chen had been discharged from the hospital, Ye Chen saw no reason to linger there and took a taxi home. At that moment, the Su family had just finished dinner, and all three were in high spirits. Earlier that afternoon, Su Yinqing had received a phone call from her grandmother, inviting her to discuss bidding qualifications the following day. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Su Yinqing. If successful, her position among the younger generation of the Su family would soar, bringing pride to her parents, Su Guoqiang, and his wife. However, as soon as Ye Chen opened the door, Lu Milan's expression darkened. Who let you, a jinx, back in? Get out. We don't welcome you here. Ye Chen remained silent. Hey, I see you. Just as Lu Milan was about to explode, Su Yinqing quickly intervened. Mom, stop. And you, she shot Ye Chen a look. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wash the dishes. All right. Ye Chen responded, moving to clear the table and wash the dishes. After finishing, he began to sweep the floor. He was all too familiar with this routine from his days working late at construction sites. Lu Milan lounged on the sofa, watching television while grumbling. What a useless thing. Grandma said today that you must divorce Qingxing within 3 days. Remember, the further away, the better. Ye Chen calmly replied. I will not divorce, unless Qingxing herself says so. Lu Milan turned to Su Yinqing, commanding, Daughter, tell him, divorce in 3 days. Su Yinqing frowned. Mom, I've told you that our marriage is our decision. You. Lu Milan glared, furious. You silly girl. Do you even know what kind of nonsense this waste has filled your head with? Grandma has given you a rare chance to prove yourself. If you don't divorce, our family will starve because of this scoundrel. Su Yinqing sighed, remaining silent. She glanced at Ye Chen. Come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 29, The Animated Foot Basin. Inside Su Qingqing's boudoir, a fragrant aroma permeated the air, complementing the predominantly pink decor. For Ye Chen, this chamber remained largely unfamiliar. Throughout their 3-year marriage, he had been barred from entering without her express consent, relegated to a makeshift room amidst the clutter next door. He could count on one hand the number of times he had stepped foot inside. Su Qingqing, perched upon her bed, gestured for Ye Chen to draw up a chair opposite her. Do you comprehend the purpose of this convocation? Ye Chen, utterly perplexed, shook his head. Su Qingqing produced the diamond necklace. I extend my gratitude for your support and chastisement of Su Dingding at today's assembly. You may now reclaim your rented necklace. Reclaim? Ye Chen's countenance reflected bewilderment. Su Qingqing emitted a delicate snort. Spare me your charades. Others may be deceived, but I am not. Am I to believe this trinket is your own? What is it that I conceal? Pray cease your pretense. Did you truly believe you could deceive me? Was this necklace not procured from a rental establishment? Ye Chen expressed his utter bewilderment. This necklace was not rented. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed in consternation. Must you persist in this mendacity? When, Ye Chen, will you relinquish this penchant for fabrication? I am intimately acquainted with your financial resources. The acquisition of such a bauble is beyond your means. This must have been acquired with the funds allocated for your sister's treatment. Ye Chen stood aghast, marveling at the extent of Su Qingqing and Apos' imagination. Yet, he could not divulge the true provenance of the necklace, as his true identity remained concealed. Thus, he acceded to her narrative. Very well, your perspicacity is commendable. However, its return is not immediately imperative. I acquired it for an extended duration. I implore you to adorn it in the interim, for it alone can accentuate your inherent beauty. Flustered by Ye Chen's eloquent praise, a rare blush graced Su Qingqing's cheeks. You silver-tongued rogue, surely the rental of this necklace has incurred considerable expense. What of your sister's medical expenses? Ye Chen swiftly fabricated a tale. Fear not. My sister has received a generous donation from an anonymous benefactor, sufficient to cover her treatment. She has undergone a successful procedure and has been transferred to a rehabilitation facility. Su Qingqing visibly relaxed. That is heartening. It seems benevolence persists in this world. Ye Chen's heart swelled with warmth. Beneath her veneer of aloofness and capriciousness, Su Qingqing possessed a compassionate soul. It was this very quality that had enabled Ye Chen to endure her every whim throughout their 3-year union. Pray tell, what transpired regarding the unexpected opportunity afforded to you by grandmother? Su Qingqing's countenance brightened as she recounted the afternoon's telephone conversation with her grandmother, wherein she was summoned to Red Maple Group to vie for a tendering opportunity. Alas, I know not the nature of this Mr. Yi of Red Maple Construction. To ascend to the presidency of a multi-billion-dollar corporation at such a tender age speaks to his profound capabilities and talents. I pray he does not impose undue hardship upon me. Su Qingqing murmured, her head cocked to one side. I wager he is a paragon of masculine pulchritude. Ye Chen jested. Nonsense. You are unacquainted with him. How can you ascertain his comeliness? Su Qingqing retorted. Enough of this frivolity. Fetch me a basin of water for my ablutions. At your service. Ye Chen rose to procure the water. During this interlude, Ye Chen retrieved his mobile device and placed a call to Hu Jiao, issuing a series of concise instructions. Upon concluding the call, a sardonic smile played upon his lips. Su Ziheng, Su Dingting, your machinations are indeed cunning. However, I regret to inform you that I alone preside over this game. If you seek to partake, I shall gladly indulge you. Having prepared the water, Ye Chen conveyed it to Su Qingqing's chamber for her ablutions. Her feet, meticulously maintained, were a vision of rosy perfection. The droplets that clung to her toes shimmered like crystalline jewels. For 3 years, Ye Chen had performed this task, a seemingly servile act that yielded unexpected rewards. Having cleansed her feet, Su Qingqing languidly stretched, causing a captivating undulation in her chest. Gulp. Ye Chen's gaze lingered, his throat constricting involuntarily. Unaware of Ye Chen's rapt attention, Su Qingqing reclined upon the bed, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Your toil upon the construction site is unduly arduous. Once I have secured this opportunity for the Su family and subsequently secured the winning bid, I shall wield greater influence within the household. I shall endeavor to procure for you a more dignified occupation, one that will not disappoint me. I await that day with anticipation. Ye Chen responded, his voice tinged with emotion. Despite the repeated exhortations from the Su matriarch to dissolve their union within 3 days, this indomitable woman remained steadfast in her commitment to securing his future. Your sincerity is not lost upon me, and I shall not betray it. You may retire now and seek repose. Ye Chen collected the basin and emptied its contents. He then cleansed himself, emerging to find his mother-in-law, Lu Mylan, seated upon the sofa, consuming melon seeds. Fetch me also a basin of water for my ablutions. Ye Chen's brow furrowed as he returned to the lavatory and filled a basin, placing it before Lu Mylan. Lu Mylan continued, remove my socks and cleanse my feet. Attend to it yourself. Ye Chen retorted, what is this? Are you too indolent to perform this simple task for your mother-in-law? Lu Mylan's brow furrowed in displeasure. I attend only to my wife. I am under no obligation to serve you. What did you say, you wretched wretch? Lu Mylan erupted in fury, hurling the melon seeds at Ye Chen's head. Within this household, my word is law. When I command you to cleanse my feet, you shall comply without hesitation. Otherwise, you may depart this domicile forthwith. Ye Chen brushed the melon seed husks from his person. He had no desire to engage in a dispute with this termagant and turned to retreat to his chamber. Lu Mylan, consumed by rage, shrieked, dare to defy me, you spineless cur, you fatherless, motherless orphan, consuming our sustenance alongside your sickly sister, you ungrateful scoundrel. Why did Gung not succeed in terminating your sister's existence with his automobile? These words struck a discordant chord within Ye Chen's breast. He whirled about, his gaze fixed upon Lu Mylan. Dare to repeat those words. Lu Milan feigned indifference. I shall utter them as I please. Were your sister to perish, I would expend 10,000 yuan on celebratory pyrotechnics, and I would simultaneously curse you to join her in death. Ye Chen's countenance darkened as he advanced towards Lu Milan. What is your intent? Do you dare strike me? Be warned, should you lay a finger upon me, Qingxing shall immediately seek a dissolution of your marriage. Lu Milan continued, her arrogance undiminished. A sardonic smile played upon Ye Chen's lips. You are my mother-in-law. How could I possibly strike you? I merely intend to assist you with your ablutions. That is more like it. Lu Milan sneered, her face a mask of triumph, as she prepared to immerse her feet within the basin. Ye Chen erupted in a sudden burst of fury, delivering a forceful kick to the receptacle. Bang! The basin overturned, scalding water cascading upon Lu Milan. Aya! With another swift movement, he delivered a second kick. Bang! The basin soared through the air, landing inverted upon Lu Milan's cranium. Thud, thud, thud. The basin spun upon Lu Milan's head, disorienting her and causing her to topple from the sofa in a disheveled heap. Oh, mother! I am scalded. I am perishing. Lu Milan wailed in a cacophony of lamentation. Su Guiqiang emerged from the bedroom in haste, surveying the chaotic scene with utter bewilderment. What has transpired? Ye Chen adopted an expression of utter innocence. Nothing of consequence. It appears our foot basin has become animated. Chapter 30. Another wager with your brother-in-law? Having uttered these words, Ye Chen disregarded Lu Milan's enraged curses echoing behind him and promptly exited the house. Remaining at home would undoubtedly place Su Yunqing in an awkward predicament, so he decided it would be better to find a hotel for the night. Ye Chen located a hotel across from the residential complex. No sooner had he reclined on the bed than he received a message from Su Yunqing via WeChat. Ye Chen, you've gone too far. I demand you return home at once and apologize to Mom. Apologize to that old hag? I'd rather perish. Ye Chen muttered under his breath, opting not to respond and turning off his phone instead. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a series of knocks reverberated through the door. Could it be that Su Yunqing had come looking for him? Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who is it? He inquired. A coquettish female voice responded from beyond the door. Sir, would you like some company? Ye Chen, wearing a dark expression, retorted. No, thank you. Sir, it's very affordable. And we have all types available, guaranteed to satisfy. I'll call the authorities if you persist. At this point, the woman finally departed. Ye Chen sighed, lamenting, unable to touch my wife, and unwilling to engage in illicit affairs. When will this celibate existence come to an end? He buried his head and attempted to sleep. The following day, Ye Chen, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, checked out of the hotel and hopped on his electric scooter to head towards Red Maple Real Estate. He hadn't slept well. He hadn't ordered any services himself. But the adjacent room had availed themselves of the full package, with moans and groans persisting throughout the night. As a result, Ye Chen found it impossible to fall asleep. It seemed he needed to purchase a property of his own to avoid such disturbances when conflicts arose, saving himself from the detrimental effects of hotel stays. A little over 10 minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at the entrance of Red Maple Real Estate. Even before entering, he heard a familiar voice calling out, Well, if it isn't the esteemed Ye, what brings you here? Are you here to support your wife? Turning his head, Ye Chen spotted a Mercedes sports car parked on the roadside. Inside sat Su Ziheng and Su Dingting, their faces bearing red and swollen bruises. Yet their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. Ye Chen had anticipated that these two would come to witness the spectacle. What happened to your faces? Did you run into a wall? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Su Ziheng frowned. None of your concern. Su Tingting gritted her teeth. You piece of trash, get lost. You make me sick. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. Su Dingting, do not forget that you still owe me a slap and an apology to Qingxing. I have not forgotten. Hearing this, Su Dingting was consumed by rage. Ye Chen, I'll kill you. She angrily attempted to exit the car to confront Ye Chen. Su Ziheng quickly restrained her. Do not be impulsive. We'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with this good-for-nothing in the future. Do not forget that we are here to watch Su Yunqing. That silly woman, make a fool of herself. Su Dingting reluctantly sat back in the passenger seat, glaring menacingly at Ye Chen. Our score is not settled. When the time comes, you will be kowtowing and calling me grandmother. We shall see, Ye Chen replied indifferently. With that, Ye Chen disregarded them and squatted down on the roadside curb, immersing himself in a game on his phone. Lowlife. Su Ziheng spat outwards, before conferring with Su Tingting about how to mock Su Yunqing later. 20 minutes later, a red Mazda pulled up, and a woman exuding radiance and charm emerged. She was dressed in a professional outfit, complete with black stockings and high heels. It was none other than Su Yunqing. Su Yunqing frowned upon seeing Ye Chen squatting by the roadside. Ye Chen, where did you disappear to last night? You did not respond to my messages. My phone died. Ye Chen fabricated, exiting the game and standing up to greet Su Yunqing with a smile. This was the first time Ye Chen had seen Su Yunqing in such attire. It was no wonder she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Anong. She was indeed stunning. Su Yunqing blushed slightly, noticing Ye Chen staring at her intently. What are you looking at? Is it against the law to admire my wife? Su Yunqing retorted playfully, smooth talker. By the way, what are you doing here? Ye Chen replied matter-of-factly, to support my wife, of course. Su Yunqing was about to respond when Su Dingting's untimely voice interrupted. How touching. The two of you are putting on quite a show. Anyone would think you have deep affection for each other. Upon seeing Su Dingting, Su Yunqing's expression soured. What are you doing here? I am here to witness how our Su family's talented woman manages to secure the bidding qualification, of course. After all, she is highly regarded by grandmother. And we are here to learn a thing or two. Haha. Su Ziheng, chewing gum, chimed in. What do you say? Should I film someone being pinned to the ground by security guards and post it on Douyin? Would it go viral? Su Dingting added. I will be the first to like it. Their coordinated taunts caused Su Yunqing to furrow her brow in contemplation. Though kind-hearted, she was not foolish. In the past, grandmother had always prioritized them when there were good opportunities in the family, making this situation all the more peculiar. Are you hiding something from me? Su Ziheng replied. We might as well tell you. The newly appointed President Yi of Red Maple Real Estate has a rather eccentric temperament. I guarantee you will be thrown out by security before you even set foot inside. Thrown out? Su Yunqing, noticing the injuries on Su Ziheng and Su Tingting's faces, suddenly understood. No wonder they had not vied for the opportunity. They were pushing her into a pit of fire, considering that even they, with their wealth and status, had been unable to meet President Yi and had even been assaulted. She would undoubtedly fare even worse. What a despicable tactic. Su Yunqing clenched her fists in anger. Su Dingting stuck out her tongue provocatively. So what if it is despicable? What can you do about it? You can avoid being beaten by scurrying back home. And I will tell grandmother how she deals with you. You. Su Yunqing was now in a precarious situation. Entering meant being assaulted by security. But not entering meant disobeying grandmother's orders. Moreover, Su Dingting would undoubtedly exaggerate the situation, and she and her father's branch office would be taken away. Therefore, she had no choice but to proceed. Here goes nothing. Just then, Ye Chen spoke up from the side. Wife, I will accompany you inside. These words moved Su Yunqing. But she shook her head nevertheless. This has nothing to do with you. I will go alone. Ye Chen smiled. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? We are husband and wife. We must face difficulties together. Su Yunqing was taken aback. Was this the same useless man she knew? He used to be timid and afraid to speak his mind, but now she sensed a hint of security. Su Ziheng scoffed. Ye Chen, stop pretending. This is Red Maple Real Estate. It is not your place to act tough. You will be crying later. Su Dingting gritted her teeth. I want to see this couple get beaten together. I want them to be beaten until they shit themselves. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen revealed a harmless smile and said to Su Dingting, Ting, my dear sister, would you like to place another wager with your brother-in-law? Chapter 31. Double Standards? For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing Ye Chen's expression, Su Dingting felt a foreboding sense of unease. Memories of the previous day and Appo's wager and the subsequent slap echoed in her mind. What a humiliating experience. Rationally, she knew she should not acquiesce so readily. However, she could not allow Ye Chen to exhibit any semblance of a challenging demeanor towards her. After all, who cares if he calls her big sister? With a piercing glare, Su Dingting declared, if we are to wager, what shall we wager on? Ye Chen's eyes glimmered with mischief. It's quite simple. If we enter without being assaulted and successfully secure the bidding qualification today, you shall embrace a roadside trash bin and proclaim for 1 minute, I am ABTCH, seeking my daddy to do me. Then, you will record a video and post it on Douyin. After all, you adore making Douyin videos. Such a ruthless game. Su Dingting gasped in astonishment, fully aware of her penchant for creating content on Douyin, especially when adorned in heavy makeup, transforming into a veritable fairy. With nearly 100,000 followers, she had a legion of admirers. While she regarded these male fans as nothing more than pathetic suitors, the thought of losing and being forced to produce such a video was unfathomably dreadful. Meanwhile, Su Ziheng fanned the flames, whispering encouragingly in Su Tingting and Appo's ear. Her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence as she retorted to Ye Chen, agreed. But if you lose, you must compel Su Yunqing to kneel and apologize before me, while I record the video and post it on Douyin. From that day forth, she must avoid any occasion where I am present. Do you dare? At her words, Su Yunqing and Appo's expression shifted, and though she initially intended to protest, she found herself nodding in tacit agreement after catching Ye Chen's reassuring glance. Very well, it is settled. Su Tingting cheered, believing wholeheartedly that Ye Chen was destined to lose. If the bet were merely about entering without being assaulted, Su Tingting would have felt apprehensive. Given the unpredictable nature of the security, however, securing the qualification was an entirely different matter. The Su family was leagues behind Hongfeng real estate, making the acquisition of a bidding spot exceedingly challenging. In truth, only with the matriarch and Appo's intervention might there be a glimmer of hope. As the most distinguished representatives of their generation, she and Su Ziheng barely qualified. Yet Su Yunqing, with her modest familial standing, was merely a branch company manager. Such a position could hardly afford her the privilege of negotiating with the president of Hongfeng Real Estate. The disparity in status rendered her aspirations utterly ludicrous. Thus, Su Tingting was willing to wager. Losing was simply out of the question. We eagerly await your good news, Su Tingting said expectantly. Ye Chen and Su Yunqing proceeded toward the entrance of Hongfeng Real Estate. Upon spotting several security personnel by the security room, Su Yunqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, instinctively clutching Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. After 3 years of marriage, this was the first time Su Yunqing had taken the initiative to hold his hand. How delightful. They soon arrived at the security room. Hello, I am. Su Yunqing began, but the head of security and 2 subordinates quickly stood at attention, greeting her with utmost respect. Miss Su. Welcome, Miss Su. Their demeanor was akin to subordinates addressing a superior. Confusion clouded Su Yunqing and Appo's mind. How do you know me? The head of security replied deferentially it was Mr. Ye's instruction to receive Miss Su with the highest honors. No sooner had he spoken than several security personnel emerged from behind, producing a few celebratory firecrackers. Bang, bang, bang. Colorful streamers filled the air. This left Su Yunqing utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. He had indeed instructed Hu Jiao to have the security feign ignorance of his presence and allow Su Yunqing entry, but he had not anticipated such a grand display, complete with firecrackers. Why not roll out a red carpet while you're at it? He thought, hastily urging Su Yunqing, let us get inside quickly. All right, Su Yunqing responded, quickening her pace as she entered the Hongfeng real estate building, with Ye Chen closely following. Meanwhile, the head of security wore a beaming expression, filled with excitement. After receiving Hu's order the previous night, he had pondered how to redeem his standing in Mr. Ye's eyes. At last, after considerable effort, he devised this brilliant plan. Observing Mr. Ye's recent expression, he felt certain that he had successfully pleased him. I have surely gained Mr. Ye's trust, he mused. On the other hand, outside the entrance, Su Ziheng and Su Tingting were left in stunned disbelief. Did they just waltz right in? And why did they even set off firecrackers for Su Yunqing? This is utterly unfair. No way. I must confront them. Su Ziheng fumed as he exited the car, with Su Tingting following closely behind as they both marched into Hongfeng real estate. Stop. You two again. The head of security barked. Su Ziheng pointed at Su Yunqing's retreating figure. On what grounds did you allow her entry? The head of security scrutinized Su Ziheng with disdain. And what business is it of yours? Su Tingting hurriedly interjected. She is Su Yunqing, a member of the Su family. Did you not say that Su family members are not allowed to enter? Why is it that we all share the surname Su yet are treated with such double standards? The head of security lit a cigarette and took a drag. So what if you share the surname? Some are worthy of entering this gate, while others are not. You too, I'm afraid, belong to the latter category. Su Tingting's face turned pale with fury. Then why is that waste of a man, Ye Chen? Allowed in with Su Yunqing? Haven't you heard he is the most useless scoundrel in Anong? Watch your mouth. The head of security snapped, flicking his cigarette, but at Su Tingting. The latter, clad in a low-cut outfit, yelped as the burning embers scorched her. With a wave of his hand, the head of security commanded, throw these 2 rabble-rousers out. The other security personnel, brandishing the recently used firecrackers, did not hesitate to usher Su Ziheng and Su Tingting out. Amidst the chaos, the 2 hastily fled. On the 20th floor of Hongfeng Real Estate, in the office of the vice president, Hu Jiao greeted Su Yunqing with a professional smile. Miss Su, here is the qualification certificate for the Hongfeng real estate bidding. We welcome you to participate in our project bidding in 2 days. Su Yunqing remained in a daze, having anticipated that securing this qualification would be immensely challenging. She had even spent a considerable amount of time preparing at home the previous night. To her astonishment, upon entering the company, she was escorted directly to the vice president's office and, after exchanging only a few words, was presented with the qualification certificate. This was far too seamless, so effortless that Su Yunqing felt as though she were dreaming. Striving to compose herself, she ventured, "Vice President Hu, may I ask a rather bold question?" Hu Jiao replied with a smile, "Of course. Why would you so readily grant my family this qualification?" Hu Jiao responded, "Because I find you to be quite exceptional and reliable, Miss Su. Moreover, this was all in accordance with Mr. Yi's wishes. I am merely following orders." "Mr. Yi?" Su Yunqing's face reflected her puzzlement. She had never met this Mr. Yi, nor did she comprehend why he would extend assistance to her. "Is Mr. Yi in the office?" Su Yunqing paused. "I would like to express my gratitude to him in person." Chapter 32. Let us smash it, Miss Su. I apologize. "Mr. Yi is not in the office at the moment. Perhaps you will see him on the day of the bidding." "Very well." Su Yunqing felt a twinge of disappointment. She stood up and politely said, "I won't disturb you any longer, Vice President Hu. Goodbye." Hu Jiao also rose, and they shook hands. "I'll see you out." Hu Jiao escorted Su Yunqing out of the office. Not far from the door, Ye Chen was squatting there, engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. Seeing this, Su Yunqing felt a bit awkward. "Vice President Hu, this is far enough. Thank you for your trouble." After saying that, she kicked Ye Chen lightly on the calf and whispered, "You spend all day loafing around and playing games. I should have known better than to bring you out and embarrass myself." Ye Chen scratched the back of his head and exited the game. Su Yunqing tugged at his sleeve and pulled him into the elevator. It was only when the doors closed that she sighed in relief. Thank goodness she had taken Ye Chen into Vice President Hu's office. Otherwise, it would have been a monumental embarrassment. Little did she know, all of this was orchestrated by Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen was already aware of the outcome, he pretended to ask, "How did it go?" Su Yunqing shot him a glance and then proudly replied with a hum, "With me in action, it's a sure win." Ye Chen and Appo's face lit up with surprise and excitement. "I knew it. You are the most exceptional one." "Of course." Su Yunqing lifted her chin. A charming blend of allure and innocence that left Ye Chen momentarily dazed. She sighed softly, "To be honest, today went so smoothly thanks to Mr. Yi. But I can't fathom why he would help me when I don't even know him." Ye Chen chuckled. "Perhaps he finds you quite beautiful." Su Yunqing shot him a disapproving look. "Mr. Yi manages such a large company. He must be an extraordinary young man. Do you think he is as superficial as you?" Ye Chen grinned, thinking to himself that he truly was that superficial. Not only superficial, but also quite taken with her. Enough of this chit-chat. Now that I've secured the qualification, let us see what they have to say. With that, Su Yunqing excitedly waved her small fists as she stepped outside the company. At that moment, Su Ziheng and his companion were in their car, grimacing at themselves in the mirror while applying band-aids. "What a bunch of brutes. They've left my face all swollen. I just had beauty injections last month." As they complained, Su Ziheng noticed Ye Chen and Su Yunqing exiting the building. Su Yunqing quickly approached the car, opened the bidding qualification document, and said to the two inside, "Open your eyes wide and take a look at this." They craned their necks to see, their eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? How could Red Maple Real Estate grant you a qualification? It was known that Su Yunqing had been inside for less than 20 minutes. To receive the qualification so swiftly was utterly illogical. Yet the official seal on the document was unmistakable. It could not be forged. This qualification document was authentic. Ye Chen leaned against the car window, smiling. Surprised? Astonished? Su Ziheng's face darkened, rendered speechless. Su Tingting retorted defiantly, "It's just a qualification. What's so impressive about that?" "I'm not impressed." Ye Chen nodded. "Indeed, Miss Tingting. With your esteemed stature, you wouldn't be impressed. But we can't renege on our wager. Please, commence your performance." Su Tingting's expression changed dramatically. She had agreed to the bet, completely confident she wouldn't lose. Now, unexpectedly, she found herself at a disadvantage. Such a humiliating situation was something Su Tingting would never easily accept. She boldly retorted, "What wager? I have no idea what you're talking about. Have you heard anything?" Su Ziheng quickly caught on and feigned ignorance. "Ye Chen, what are you talking about? All you ever do is gamble." Not admitting it? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling out his phone to play back the recording of his previous conversation with Su Tingting regarding the bet. Su Tingting's lips twitched in irritation. "Ye Chen, I didn't realize you had such cunning." Ye Chen smiled faintly. "You flatter me." With that, he took advantage of Su Ziheng and Appo's distraction, swiftly snatching the car keys to prevent them from making a sudden getaway. Miss Tingting, please exit the vehicle and put on a show. Su Tingting was furious, glaring at Ye Chen. I'm not getting out. What will you do about it? After saying that, she quickly rolled up the window and locked it. Wearing a defiant expression, Ye Chen, you think you're so impressive? I'm right here. If you have the guts, come and drag me out, and I'll perform for you. What do you say? She even raised her middle finger at him. Su Yunqing sighed and advised Ye Chen, just let it go. She's unreasonable, and if you push this further, you'll end up at a disadvantage. Securing the bidding qualification is already a great achievement. There is no need to get worked up over her. Ye Chen shook his head. If we hadn't secured the qualification today, do you think she would have let you off so easily? Su Yunqing forced a smile. Given Su Tingting's personality, once she found a weakness, she would pounce like a rabid dog. Ye Chen's expression turned serious. What I'm doing today is merely to teach her a lesson. The person I cherish, Ye Chen, shall not be insulted by anyone. If they dare transgress, they shall face severe consequences. Inside the car, upon hearing this, Su Tingting burst out laughing. Huh, Ye Chen, did you just come back from another lifetime? Such melodramatic words. I'm sitting right here. Come and punish me. Su Ziheng scoffed. Kid, if you have the guts, break the window and drag her out. Just a reminder, this car is worth over $1 million. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. Seeing the two of them bantering, Ye Chen had no further words. He waved towards the security booth at the entrance of Red Maple Real Estate. The head of security hurried over with a group of around 10 men. Seeing this, Su Ziheng was taken aback. Ye Chen, what? What are you planning? Why would they listen to you? Ye Chen simply smiled, not answering. However, the respectful demeanor of the security personnel made it clear they were indeed at his command. Su Tingting suddenly realized, I see. Ye Chen, you must have become the head of security at Red Maple Real Estate, overseeing these brutish guards. No wonder they let you and Su Yunqing in. It turns out there is an inside story. Otherwise, we would have obtained the qualification long ago. Ye Chen, not wishing to reveal his identity, played along. I am indeed the head of security. What of it? Su Tingting crossed her arms and scoffed. I knew you'd suddenly become so arrogant these past few days after latching onto Red Maple Real Estate. You call yourself the head of security, but in reality, you're just a watchdog for someone else. No, you're merely a head of a pack of watchdogs. Huh? Who are you calling a dog? The head of security glared. Su Tingting smirked. What about it? You lot are nothing but a bunch of societal rejects, scum of the earth. Who are you shouting at? If you're capable, smash the car and drag me out. Can you afford it? The security guards' expressions darkened. Although they lacked higher education and didn't earn much, they worked hard and did not steal or cheat. How had they become the scum of society? However, Su Tingting's brazen provocations left them helpless. After all, they truly couldn't afford to pay for the damages to this luxury car. At that moment, Ye Chen stepped forward, tapping the car hood with his finger, speaking casually. Since she has so vehemently requested it, we must oblige. Let us smash this car, and the cost will be on me. Chapter 33, Dog Eats Dog. Upon hearing Ye Chen and Appo's command, the security captain and Appo's gaze sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, he gestured, brothers, smash it. The security team, already wounded in their pride by Su Tingting's words, was fueled by rage. They brandished their batons and began to rain blows upon the car's hood. Bang, bang, bang. The hood was dented repeatedly. Inside the car, Su Ziheng and Su Tingting were horrified by this spectacle. They had believed that such threats would intimidate Ye Chen into retreating. To their astonishment, he was truly willing to take action. Su Ziheng shouted in panic, Ye Chen, are you insane? How dare you damage my car? Can you afford to compensate for it? Ye Chen remained unfazed. The security continued their assault. Su Ziheng was nearly in tears at the thought of his beloved car. This Mercedes sports car had been a hard-won birthday gift from his father last year. Since acquiring it, he had gained prestige among his peers and attracted more women, reveling in his newfound lifestyle. Thus, this car was his lifeblood. It could not be harmed. His face flushed with anger, he yelled at Ye Chen, you fool. Stop this. This car is worth over $1 million. Even selling you wouldn't cover the cost. Su Yunqing, concerned, tried to mediate. Ye Chen, it's a car worth over $1 million. He will surely demand compensation from you. Let's just let it go. We can't afford this. Ye Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry. I have everything under control. He fixed his gaze on Su Ziheng. I'm offering you a chance. If you can fulfill it, I will command the security to cease their actions. Su Ziheng quickly inquired, what chance? Speak up. It's simple. If Su Tingting loses the bet, you let her come out, and then you will have nothing to worry about. At this, Su Tingting glared angrily. Ye Chen, are you out of your mind? You want my brother to sell me out? Such vile tactics to sow discord between us? Dream on. Ye Chen remained indifferent, continuing to fixate on Su Zihang. Whether it's a dream or not depends on Su Dajun and Appo's decision. Su Zihang and Appo's face darkened, fist clenched. Seething in silence, Su Dingding scoffed. Ye Chen, do you not see? In the Su family, my brother cares most about me. If you continue to cause trouble, not only will you fail to achieve your aim, but you will also regret it in the future. Before she could finish, Su Zihang suddenly interjected. Get out of the car. Su Dingding was taken aback. Brother, what did you say? Su Zihang replied sternly. I said, get out of the car. Su Dingding, incredulous, retorted. Brother, are you joking? You want me to get out because of this fool? Su Zihang turned to her. I'm not joking. Hurry and get out. Su Dingding stubbornly declared, I want tea. I refuse to get out. What can you do to me? Watching the security continue to vandalize his precious car, Su Zihang could wait no longer. He raised his hand and slapped Su Dingding across the face. Damn it. Enough with the nonsense. It's my car. If I say get out, then get out. Su Dingding was stunned by the slap. Though Su Zihang was often a spoiled brat and they frequently bickered, this was the first time he had hit her. Su Zihang, you coward. You spineless wretch. I'll fight you. Furious, Su Dingding lashed out, scratching at Su Zihang. Instantly, several red marks appeared on his face. This ignited Su Zihang's anger. You little vixen. I'll make you pay. Just moments ago, this brother-sister duo had stood united against a common foe, but now they were embroiled in a chaotic brawl within the car. A torrent of unspeakable insults erupted between them, even revealing their hidden scandals. They had both gone all out. As the saying goes, dog bites dog, and so it was. Ultimately, being a woman, Su Dingding soon found herself at a disadvantage. After a brief struggle, she was quickly overpowered by Su Zihang, retreating to the passenger seat, whimpering. Su Zihang opened the car door, dragged Su Dingding out, and tossed her before Ye Chen. This troublesome woman is delivered to you. Ye Chen nodded and snapped his fingers. The security immediately halted their assault. Ye Chen then tossed the car keys to Su Zihang. You and Appo's, redone here. Leave. Su Zihang sighed in relief, spitting at Su Dingding. Filthy bitch. I'll be waiting for your videos on Douyin. With that, he hurriedly climbed into his car and sped away, eager to escape the scene. Su Dingding sat on the ground, wailing and cursing. Su Zihang, you coward. I wouldn't let you get away with this. Woe is me. Ye Chen crouched down, smiling gently. Ting, my fair lady. Save your tears for later. First, let us fulfill the wager you owe me. Su Dingding gritted her teeth in anger. Ye Chen, you are a scoundrel. She raised her hand to slap him, but was swiftly caught by Ye Chen, who cautioned. I advise you to recognize the situation, or you shall suffer greatly. Under his intense gaze, Su Dingding felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety and fear, her body trembling involuntarily. What do you want? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling. What do you think? I happen to know a few unsavory characters who relish in mistreating women. If I were to hand you over to them. Su Dingding's expression changed drastically. Though she wasn't particularly virtuous in her private life, she had always associated with wealthy heirs with clear intentions. The thought of being at the mercy of unscrupulous individuals was unbearable. Faced with this intimidation, Su Dingding felt fear grip her heart. With a sorrowful expression, she reluctantly nodded. I'll fulfill the wager. Just give me a moment. I'll go. She staggered to her feet and headed toward a nearby trash bin. Upon reaching the bin, the foul stench made her hesitate. I'm a fairy. How can I embrace this filthy garbage can? It's too disgusting. The security captain bellowed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and embrace it. Startled, Su Dingding shivered and, albeit reluctantly, wrapped her arms around the trash bin. Retrieving her phone to activate the video function. Say your lines. I am A.B. B. The security captain shouted again. Are you mute? Speak louder. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, Su Dingding cried out, I was wrong. Please spare me. Woe is me. I truly cannot shout it out. Su Yunqing watched, somewhat pained. Ye Chen, she is already admitting her mistakes. Why don't we end it here? Ye Chen, calm and resolute, shook his head. What you see is her apology. What I see is her underlying resentment. Such a person lacks conscience. If you speak up for her, she will only believe you look down on her, completely disregarding your kindness. Thus, showing mercy to such individuals only invites trouble for us. Su Yunqing was left in a daze. Was this still the same Ye Chen she had once known, the one who had always been meek and submissive? Little did she know, after enduring countless humiliations over the years, Ye Chen had witnessed the coldness of humanity. He understood the darkness of human nature better than anyone. The law of the jungle remains unchanged. In the past, he had lacked power and chosen to evade and endure. But now, with newfound strength, anyone who crossed him would face dire consequences. Chapter 34. Su Tingting achieves infamy. Su Tingting, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, felt a profound resonance within her very being. It was as if he had laid bare her innermost thoughts, exposing them with unflinching candor. This sensation was deeply unsettling, prompting her to abandon all pretense and unleash a distorted, furious cry. Ye Chen, I'll go through with this today, but mark my words. This debt will be repaid in full. Ye Chen remained unperturbed. I'm always available. Subsequently, Su Tingting remained true to her word, embracing a trash receptacle. She recorded a video of herself, exclaiming, I am a harlot. I crave a daddy to defile me. I am a harlot. I crave a daddy to defile me. Ye Chen furrowed his brow. More allure. What an oppose. With this bitterness and resentment. Su Tingting, her lips twitching, glared venomously at Ye Chen. She then adopted a coquettish tone. I am a harlot, yearning for a daddy to ravish me. I am a harlot. As Su Tingting filmed herself, Ye Chen stood by, capturing his own footage. Throughout the spectacle, onlookers gathered, their gazes filled with curiosity and judgment. However, security personnel kept them at bay, preventing any approach. After a minute of filming, they finally concluded. Ye Chen, using Su Tingting's phone, selected the most captivating segments, compiling a video of several seconds, and instructed her to post it on her Douyin account. Remember, this video must remain online for 24 hours. Otherwise, I will release my own footage, never to be removed. Understand? Ye Chen cautioned. I need no reminder. Su Tingting seethed, yearning to tear Ye Chen limb from limb. So Ye Chen, noticing the growing crowd, tugged at Ye Chen and Appo's sleeve. Let and Appo's depart immediately. Very well. Ye Chen was promptly ushered into the car by Su Tingting. The engine roared to life, and they departed. The security captain led his team back to the company's guardhouse. The spectators, their curiosity somewhat satiated, gradually dispersed. Only Su Tingting remained, crouching beside the trash bin. Her gaze, icy and malevolent, followed the direction of Ye Chen and Su Tingting's departure, as she vowed through gritted teeth. You dog couple, just wait. I, Su Tingting, will ensure you regret this, meeting a desolate end. Inside Su Tingting's Mazda, Ye Chen reclined in the passenger seat, his hands cradling the back of his head, inhaling the car's unique fragrance with contentment. When did you become the security director of Red Maple Real Estate? Why did you not inform me? Su Tingting inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing that Ye Chen had become the security director of Red Maple Real Estate, she was astonished. In Anong, the average monthly salary for ordinary workers was around 3,000 to 4,000, while the security director of Red Maple Real Estate earned nearly 10,000. Compared to his previous job on the construction site, this was a significant advancement. Just these past 2 days, I intended to surprise you, hence my silence. Su Tingting suddenly recalled something. The bidding qualification, did you perhaps orchestrate it? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's brow furrowed. He mused that this young woman possessed a keen mind. Fortunately, he had prepared himself, responding with a wry smile. Do you believe I am capable of such a feat? Su Tingting glanced at Ye Chen, shaking her head. Indeed. How could you? After all, he is the president of Red Maple Real Estate. A mere security director like you is but an ant in his eyes, incapable of influencing him in any way. I must have been mistaken. After a pause, she murmured to herself, since it was not you, then why would President Yi of Red Maple Real Estate assist me? I am racking my brain, trying to comprehend it. Ye Chen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, remained silent. He retrieved his phone, opened the Douyin application, and located Su Tingting's account. Previously, Su Tingting's short videos averaged around 20 to 30,000 views. However, her latest video, posted just 10 minutes prior, had already surpassed 100,000 views. The comments exceeded several hundred. What? Who is this woman? Has she been hacked? She has, and Appos, been hacked. It and Appos, her. Her voice is unmistakable. I and Appos, am disgusted. She and Appos, hideous without beauty filters. Damn. She and Appos, so ugly in real life. I and Appos, been eagerly awaiting her updates every day. Disgusting. No surprise she and Appos, a harlot. Is this woman seeking a daddy to defile her? I think I and Appos, am up to the task. Daughter, daddy is here. Woman, daddy is here. Some of the commenters were her longtime fans, previously captivated by Su Tingting and Appos' beauty, regarding her as an ethereal being. However, this video shattered their illusions. An angel transformed into a harlot begging to be defiled? This stark contrast ignited resentment, leading to a torrent of insults directed at Su Dingting. Newcomers, driven by morbid curiosity, engaged in various forms of ridicule. Ye Chen mused, "This effect is even more explosive than I anticipated." Su Yuqing expressed concern, "Is this not excessive?" Su Dingting values her reputation greatly. This will undoubtedly fuel her resentment towards us. Let her resent us. Such individuals are incapable of genuine friendship. There's no need for pity. Besides, has she not always proclaimed her potential to become an internet sensation? This time, I and Oppos, VE put in considerable effort to provide her with an opportunity. Let and Oppos, see if she makes the most of it. Su Yuqing chuckled, rolling her eyes at Ye Chen. "You are truly devious. I never imagined you possessed such a mischievous side." Ye Chen turned to gaze at Su Yuqing's delicate features. His voice gentle, "But for you, I only wish to offer the best of everything." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted with feigned anger, "Silence. I don't believe you. Men are all the same." Despite her words, her heart fluttered with sweetness. She felt that Ye Chen had become increasingly endearing in recent days. Meanwhile, Su Dingting's Douyin video had become a sensation. The view count surged from 100,000 to over 1 million, continuing its exponential growth. Countless individuals shared it frantically. Among them were acquaintances of Su Dingting. Given her questionable behavior and arrogance, she had made numerous enemies. Naturally, they were eager to capitalize on her misfortune. Some took it even further. Like Chen Yuanjie, that afternoon, Ye Chen had swindled him out of 2 million, leaving him with pent-up resentment. The root of this all stemmed from Su Dingting. It was her vanity that had offended Ye Chen. Now, witnessing Su Dingting's downfall, he was determined to add insult to injury. He not only liked and shared the video, but also secretly spent 50,000 yuan to boost its promotion. Su Dingting, how will you maintain your arrogance now, you harlot? If I cannot have you, I will tarnish your reputation completely. Haha. A grin spread across Chen Yuanjie's face. Chapter 35. The June Sky, A Woman's Countenance. In the old Su residence, the matriarch, Mrs. Su, slammed her palm upon the table. Trembling with rage, "Such misfortune has befallen our family. This foolish girl, Su Dingting, has tarnished the Su family's reputation. Bring her here at once. Let the family law take its course." Though advanced in years and unacquainted with the frivolities of Douyin, just moments ago, a younger relative had shown her a video posted by Su Dingting. Mrs. Su's antiquated and conservative mindset could scarcely tolerate such an affront. Moreover, it had already come to light that Su Dingting hailed from the Su family of Anong, causing a scandal that engulfed the entire city. The Su family's honor was in tatters, nearly sending Mrs. Su into apoplexy. An hour later, Su Dingting was brought back. Before Mrs. Su could address her, Su Dingting fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Grandmother, you must stand up for me." With a stern visage, Mrs. Su retorted, "You are on the verge of disgracing the Su family. What do you expect me to do? Await your punishment." In a flurry of desperation, Su Dingting began to explain. "This is not my fault. It's all that waste of space, Ye Chen, and that scheming woman, Su Yuqing. What did she mean?" With tears streaming down her face, Su Dingting recounted the events. Yet, her narrative painted a different picture. Upon learning that the Su family was vying for a bid qualification, Su Yuqing acted first. Leveraging Ye Chen's recent appointment as the security chief of Hongfeng Real Estate to manipulate the situation, she seduced the newly arrived CEO of Hongfeng to secure a partnership before they could even make their approach. Thus, both she and Su Ziheng had been unceremoniously expelled from the premises. But that was not all. Ye Chen and Su Yuqing had ensnared Su Dingting into a wager. Today, they had deliberately set a trap for her to gamble. Initially reluctant, Su Dingting had succumbed to their coercion. Ultimately, after losing the bet, Ye Chen resorted to threats involving property damage, brazenly declaring that if she did not honor the wager, her grandmother would have to intervene on her behalf. In her defense, she was met with a slap from Su Yuqing. With no other recourse, she had been compelled to record the video. After listening to Su Dingting's account, Mrs. Su's expression darkened. "That scoundrel Ye Chen. How audacious. No wonder he dared to speak back to me yesterday. He has become the head of security at Hongfeng Real Estate. Just a mere dog." Kneeling on the ground, Su Dingting felt a surge of triumph. She understood that if she fabricated the entire story, Mrs. Su would surely disbelieve her. It was this half-truth, embellished with just enough authenticity, that would resonate most convincingly. Moreover, she surmised that Su Yuqing had obtained the bid qualification precisely due to Ye Chen's meddling. Mrs. Su, perplexed, inquired, "You claim that Su Yuqing engaged in illicit relations with the new CEO of Hongfeng? Do you have proof?" Su Dingting nodded vigorously, fabricating a tale. Indeed. After yesterday's meeting, a friend of mine witnessed Su Yinqing entering a hotel with a young executive, though she did not have time to take a photograph. It was indeed strange. How could Ye Chen, that good-for-nothing, facilitate his wife and Appo's liaison with the company's CEO? Was he not placing a crown of infidelity upon his own head? Su Yinqing scoffed. Not surprising. A man like Ye Chen, full of ulterior motives. What is it to him to betray his wife for his own advancement? And Su Yinqing is no paragon of virtue herself. After feeling wronged in the family for years, she surely harbors resentment towards us. Now that she has the chance to cozy up to a wealthy patron, she would not let the opportunity slip by, would she? Otherwise, why would she seek to retaliate against me? Grandmother, you must see through this. You must take a stand not only for me, but for the entire Su family. Mrs. Su nodded, her murky gaze hardening. These two wretches of the Su family are a disgrace. They must not be forgiven. Su Yinqing hurriedly fanned the flames. Yes, yes, grandmother. You should expel them from the Su family immediately. Mrs. Su smirked coldly. I have my own measures in mind. You should return and rest. Avoid going out for the next few days to prevent further embarrassment to our family. Reluctantly, Su Yinqing departed. No sooner had she left than Su Yinqing called Mrs. Su. Squinting her eyes, Mrs. Su answered the phone. On the other end, Su Yinqing's excited voice rang out. Grandmother, I have splendid news. I have successfully secured the bid qualification for Hong Kong real estate. I will be participating in the bidding in 2 days. Mrs. Su snorted. Ha, you've gained some prowess. Have you? As soon as you accomplish one task, you rush to flaunt it. What is this? A demonstration of your newfound strength, attempting to unseat me. Grandmother, that is not the case. Su Yinqing protested. Whether it is or not, you know in your heart. Let me remind you, I am still here. And the Su family is not yet in a position for you to sully its reputation. Be cautious with that ungrateful Ye Chen. With that, she coldly hung up the phone. On the other end, Su Yinqing was left bewildered. What on earth does she mean? Ye Chen, unfazed, remarked, no need to ponder it. It's undoubtedly Su Yinqing stirring up trouble. Sighing, Su Yinqing murmured, I knew she would hold a grudge. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes and ordered Ye Chen. Get out. Ye Chen, taken aback, queried, why must I get out when we were having a fine ride? Impatiently, Su Yinqing replied, just sit tight. I need to return to the branch office to draft the bidding proposal. The bidding for Hong Kong is imminent, and I must ensure everything is flawless. Reluctantly, Ye Chen complied. Exiting the vehicle. The June sky, much like a woman's countenance, can change in an instant. Su Yinqing hastily added, don't forget to apologize to Mom for washing her feet last night. She is still upset. Understood. Ye Chen replied absently. With her worries eased, Su Yinqing departed. Ye Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. He sought a nearby eatery to grab a bite before returning to work. After all, he had recently ascended to the role of company president and could not afford to be lax. After dining, Ye Chen hailed a passing cab to return to the office. Upon entering the president's office, Hu Jiao knocked and entered. Today, she was clad in a form-fitting white business outfit, accentuating her mature allure. President Yu. As per your instructions, the bidding event will take place in 2 days, with the Hong, Gung, and newly qualified Su families participating. Do you have any further instructions? None for now. I will inform you of any developments. After a pause, Ye Chen added with a smile, by the way, you performed admirably today. No one suspected a thing. Hu Jiao respectfully nodded. Thank you for your praise, President Yi. I must say, having such a talented and beautiful wife is indeed a boon for the Su family. This is not flattery, but a simple truth. Hearing this, Ye Chen glanced out at the bustling street below, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, it is a pity that some cannot bear to see your shine. Wishing for her to remain in darkness forever. The more they wish for her obscurity, the more I shall ensure her brilliance. Chapter 36. Drink more hot water. In the household of Su Ziheng, Su Guixing furiously smashed his teacup onto the floor, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? That useless Ye Chen damaged your car? Su Ziheng nodded earnestly. Dad, you must stand up for me. You know this car is my lifeline. I cannot tolerate this insult. Beside him, Chen Jinhua, Su Guixing's wife, stood up in indignation. This is unacceptable. I must call your uncle to inquire how he manages his worthless son-in-law. How could he allow my precious son's car to be destroyed and him to be harmed? Su Guixing frowned. Hold on. Let's pretend we know nothing about this for now. Chen Jinhua looked perplexed. Why should we? Our son has suffered a loss. And as his father, you wanted Appo's. To defend him? Su Guixing replied. Do you understand the situation? Su Yinqing has just secured a qualification for a bidding opportunity, and her family is basking in glory right now. What good would it do to confront them? Moreover, our mother must be aware of this incident. Since she hasn't spoken up, we should act oblivious. Qin Jinhua was confused. What does our mother's silence have to do with our son being attacked? Su Guoxing, with a confident demeanor, explained. You must realize that this qualification was initially pursued by Ziheng, but he failed. Such a blunder usually warrants punishment, yet our mother has chosen to overlook it. As Ziheng is her favorite grandson, now that this incident has occurred, although it is due to Su Yuqing's efforts, she may not be particularly pleased and cannot afford to express her displeasure openly. She needs a justification. The more discreet we remain, the more it highlights the arrogance of Ye Chen and Su Yuqing. Our mother is most concerned about Ye Chen, fearing he might overstep as a son-in-law. The higher he jumps, the harder he will fall. Therefore, we need not intervene. Our mother will handle them when the time is ripe. Qin Jinhua enlightened. Your foresight is indeed impressive, dear. Of course. Su Guoxing nodded proudly. Su Ziheng, however, was unwilling to relent. Dad, I cannot swallow this humiliation. You don't understand. Ye Chen, as some pathetic security chief, struts around so arrogantly. I wish to beat him to a pulp. Su Guoxing frowned. Right now, the priority is not to trouble Ye Chen, but to appease your sister, Tingting. Otherwise, when your third uncle comes knocking, I will have a hard time dealing with him. Qin Jinhua chimed in. Your father is right. Your third, and is no pushover. Apologized to Tingting quickly. Sighing, Su Ziheng, despite his reluctance, could only nod in agreement. He stepped outside to call Su Tingting. Initially thinking she had blocked him, he was surprised when she answered promptly. What do you want? Coward. Su Tingting's voice was cold. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Ziheng said, Tingting, I owe you an apology. What happened this morning was my fault. But you know it's not that I am inept. It's that Ye Chen is a total jerk. Su Tingting scoffed, dismissing him. You must believe me. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will do whatever you ask. Whatever? He confirmed. With a voice laced with disdain, Su Tingting replied. As long as you can teach Ye Chen and that wretched Su Yunqing a lesson, ruining their reputations, I will forgive you. How does that sound? Su Ziheng hesitated. Are you backing down? How could you? Then prove it to me. Otherwise, you, Su Ziheng, will forever remain on my blacklist. Don't forget. If you wish to become the heir of the Su family, think about the consequences without my support. With that, Su Tingting hung up the phone. Frustrated. Su Ziheng spat on the ground. Damn it. She's just a girl clinging to a trash can, thinking too highly of herself. If it weren't for Dad's orders, I wouldn't bother with her. Nevertheless, he quickly made another call. Hello? Wu Zi? This is Ziheng. My car was damaged, and I need to teach someone a lesson. Please arrange it quickly. At 6:30 p.m., Ye Chen stretched lazily in his office chair, preparing to leave work. Initially intending to visit Su Yuqing at the branch office, he reconsidered. She, being such a workaholic, would undoubtedly be busy with the bidding proposal, and visiting would only result in being reprimanded. As for going home, that was out of the question. His mother-in-law, as fierce as a tigress, would not greet him with a warm smile. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up from an old classmate, Muiha. Hey buddy, I need a favor, quick. Ye Chen replied, what's the matter? My period just started, and I'm in serious pain. Can you please buy me a pack of sanitary pads? Ye Chen responded. Just drink more hot water. Such a typical guy. Muiha sent a rolling eyes emoji. Then she quickly followed up with, forget it, not trying to tease you anymore. Are you busy today? Let us grab a meal if you have time. With no plans for the evening, Ye Chen agreed. Send me the address. I'll head over. Shortly, Muiha sent him the location. Ye Chen hopped on his electric bike and set off. 15 minutes later, he arrived at an outdoor barbecue stall. I'm here. Ye Chen turned to see Muiha waving to him from an empty table. He parked his bike by the road and sat across from her. Today, Muiha wore form-fitting athletic attire that showcased her alluring figure, a light sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Noticing Ye Chen looking at her, Muiha blushed slightly. I just finished teaching a yoga class and didn't have time to change. Hope you don't mind. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters didn't bother him. They casually ordered some barbecue. Ye Chen spoke up. I forgot to ask you at the last reunion. What made you drop out of school? A bitter smile played on Muiha's lips as she replied. Honestly, it was nothing major. My parents were going through a divorce, and my father moved away, insisting I transfer schools with him. Because of that transfer, I had to give up on my sports training, ultimately ending up at an ordinary university, just drifting through life. And after graduation, you returned? That year, my father passed away in a car accident, and my mother was getting older, so I returned to my hometown in Anong. To be honest, life is quite good now. I work as a yoga instructor and enjoy the moment. It's a kind of freedom. Though Muiha spoke lightly, Ye Chen could sense that her years had not been easy. It was merely her strong character that prevented her from voicing her struggles. Respecting her silence, Ye Chen raised his glass. Let us not dwell on unhappy topics. Let us drink to better days. Muiha lifted her glass in agreement. Just as they were about to clink glasses, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Ye Fei Wu. Out at night instead of serving tea to your mother-in-law. And here you were trying to pick up girls? Chapter 37. I truly am Gung Wuda. Ye Chen raised his head and saw Su Ziheng approaching, followed by 5 or 6 individuals. These were people he had previously seen in Su Ziheng's social media posts. A group of wealthy second-generation elites who typically indulged in flirting and showing off. As Su Ziheng settled into a chair beside Ye Chen, crossing his legs, he remarked, I didn't expect to find you here. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, Why would I think about you when I have nothing else to do? Taken aback by the retort, Su Ziheng frowned and said, I came to see you for one purpose only, to demand compensation for my car that was damaged. I must have this money tonight. This was not a negotiation, but a blatant threat. Ye Chen took a bite of a lamb skewer and asked, How much are we talking about? 50. No. 1 million. Su Ziheng initially intended to say 500,000, but quickly upped the ante to 1 million. Although the repairs for his car would amount to no more than 200,000, he aimed to make things difficult for Ye Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen responded, 1 million it is. I'll transfer it to you shortly. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. What? Su Ziheng was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned Ye Chen rejecting the 1 million compensation and begging for mercy, allowing him to capture a video of Ye Chen's humiliation to win back Su Dingding's favor. Moreover, he saw this as an opportunity to teach Ye Chen a lesson. Someone who owed money but refused to pay deserved to be punished. Yet, he never expected Ye Chen's straightforward agreement. No, this must be an act to feign indifference. Su Ziheng grimaced and insisted, Ye Chen, make no mistake, it's 1 million. Not just 100. Are you sure you can pay it? Ye Chen, bewildered, retorted, I merely wanted to have a meal. Why are you incessantly nagging? Just give me your bank account details. Ye Chen was sincere. He did not wish to delay his dinner with Muiha over Su Ziheng's trivial matter. To him, whether it was 100,000 or 1 million mattered little. Besides, with his capabilities, he could easily recover 5 million from someone like Su Ziheng. This was the vast difference in power. Thus, Ye Chen did not concern himself with temporary gains or losses. However, Su Ziheng was not of the same mindset. He believed Ye Chen was merely boasting. Yi, you know better than anyone how much you're worth. Don't play coy. Either pay up or come with us to see just how formidable I am. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Well, Yi. I've been looking for you for days, and here you are hiding. Ye Chen turned to see 2 individuals approaching, led by a bandaged young man exuding a rich playboy aura, accompanied by a burly bodyguard wearing sunglasses. The bandaged figure was none other than Gung Wuda, the notorious scion who had fled after crashing into Ye Chen's sister and had recently met with a rather unfortunate incident involving a wine bottle. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. You. What brings you here? Gung Wuda glared. What do you think? I'm here for you. He stepped forward and seized Ye Chen's arm. Come with me. We have some unfinished business. Muiha immediately interjected. Let go of him. What do you think you're doing? Upon seeing Muiha, Gung Wuda's eyes lit up. Not bad. What's your name? Let's connect on WeChat. Get lost. Muiha spat back defiantly. You think you're so impressive? Just wait until I deal with this scoundrel Yi. As Gung Wuda attempted to drag Ye Chen away, Su Ziheng slammed his hand on the table. Hey, who do you think you are? You can't just take someone I'm interested in without a word. Gung Wuda glanced at Su Ziheng, disdainfully responding. I don't need to inform some insignificant nobody about my actions. Su Ziheng, unable to contain his temper, retorted, Do you know who you're speaking to? I command you to apologize at once. Otherwise, you'll be on your knees calling me daddy. Gung Wuda scoffed. Who calls whom daddy is still up for debate. He then ordered his bodyguard, teach them a lesson. The bodyguard wasted no time, landing a punch squarely on Su Ziheng's nose. The impact sent him crashing to the ground. Stars dancing in his vision, blood pouring from his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. How dare you hit me? Brothers, take him down. Fueled by rage, Su Ziheng's entourage, all accustomed to their privileged lives, rushed in to retaliate, shouting in fury. Despite the bodyguard's strength, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of multiple attackers wielding chairs and beer bottles. After several exchanges, he found himself on the ground, bloodied and beaten. Su Ziheng, clutching his nose, rose to his feet. first kicking the bodyguard in the stomach and then slapping Gung Wuda across the face. How dare you hit me? Gung Wuda, clutching his face, seethed. Do you know who I am? Smack. Su Ziheng delivered another slap. I don't care who you are. Your underling hit me, and you owe me money. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen added fuel to the fire. By the way, this guy owes me 2,700,000. You can collect that from him as well. In his fury, Su Ziheng, his mind racing, continued shouting at Gung Wuda. Did you hear that? Ye Chen owes me 1 million. You'll pay for that. Along with the damages for hitting my nose. 2 million is a fair price, wouldn't you agree? With that declaration, Su Ziheng felt an exhilarating rush, releasing pin-up frustration. The thrill of showing off and striking back was intoxicating. Gung Wuda, his face swollen, trembled with rage. Do you understand the consequences of extorting me, Gung Wuda? Gung Wuda? Su Ziheng faltered slightly. The Gung family held considerable influence in Inong, far surpassing the Su family's status. As the future heir of the Gung group, Gung Wuda was a prominent figure among the young elite, a far cry from Su Ziheng's circle. However, Gung Wuda had been studying abroad until recently. And since he moved in different social circles, Su Ziheng and his friends had never encountered him. Noticing Su Ziheng's hesitation, Gung Wuda sneered, Are you scared? Scared of you. Su Ziheng retorted, delivering yet another slap to Gung Wuda's face. Stop pretending. What status do you have to be here? You're just a bandaged fool who owes Ye Chen money, and here you are claiming to be Gung Wuda. It's downright laughable. His companions joined in, kicking and punching. You must be delusional to think you could impersonate Gung Wuda. Once we're done with you, we'll inform Gung Wuda about your impersonation. I'm sure he'll appreciate our efforts. Fool, here is another kick for you. As Gung Wuda rolled on the ground, howling in agony. The injustice he felt was overwhelming. I'm Gung Wuda. Why doesn't anyone believe me? The reason I'm in this predicament is because of Ye Chen. Who can vouch for my identity? Ye Chen knows me. He can confirm who I am. However, when Gung Wuda, clutching his head, finally managed to glance around, he discovered that there was no trace of Ye Chen to be found. He had long since slipped away with that woman. Ye Chen, I curse you. Gung Wuda spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 38. Married Men, hold your ground. On the bustling streets of Anton, Ye Chen sped along on an electric bike, with Mu Yihi clinging tightly to his waist, her hair dancing in the wind as she squealed with excitement. Faster. Go faster. Ye Chen frowned. The speed limit is 30. I'd rather not be stopped by the traffic police and face penalties. Such a miser. Mu Yihi rolled her eyes. Stop. Seeing that they had escaped a few kilometers without anyone in pursuit, Ye Chen finally brought the bike to a halt. Mu Yihi dismounted and adjusted her slightly disheveled hair. You've already made it to the position of president at Hongfeng Real Estate. Why fear those two? It and Oppos. That's not about fear. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Besides, sometimes showing weakness to an adversary can yield unexpected benefits. Suit yourself. Ye Chen surveyed their surroundings. We didn't eat much at the barbecue earlier. Where shall we dine next? Mu Yi tilted her head thoughtfully before her eyes lit up. Why not come to my place for dinner? I'll cook for you. Is that really appropriate? Ye Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Mu Yi leaned closer, her face mere inches from his, her playful gaze locking onto his. Oh, I see. Someone else worried about their home front. I never imagined you, once a stalwart man, would end up under a woman's thumb. That's not true at all. Ye Chen, unwilling to concede, retorted. I'm only concerned about causing you trouble. Mu Yi beamed. What trouble could there possibly be? It's just a meal. Come on. Let's south go to my place. With a resigned smile, Ye Chen mounted the bike once more, following Mu Yi's directions to her home. 10 minutes later, they arrived. First, they would buy groceries before heading to Mu Yi and Oppos' residence. Her home was located in an old community built in the 1990s, a 6-story walk-up. Upon entering, they were greeted by a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, approximately 70 square meters in size. The decor was rather simple. Mu Yi playfully tapped the back of Ye Chen's head. What's wrong? As the big president, you're hesitating to step into my little doghouse? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Not at all. He admired Mu Yi's candidness. It was admirable for a girl to joke about her relatively modest living conditions, a feat not every young woman could accomplish. As they stepped inside, Mu Yi casually tossed her sports jacket onto the sofa, revealing a white tank top underneath, accentuated by a black sports bra that was quite eye-catching. Ye Chen coughed awkwardly. What are you doing? Mu Yi shrugged nonchalantly, taking a shower. What's the matter? Want to join? Ye Chen waved his hands in protest. No. You go ahead. I'll wash the vegetables first. He quickly grabbed the groceries and slipped into the kitchen. Mu Yi laughed heartily, haha. Just like back in the day, so easily teased. She then headed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Ye Chen had finished washing the vegetables and sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Ye Chen, can you do me a favor? Mu Yi called from the bathroom. What is it? I rushed in here and forgot to grab clean underwear. Could you fetch it for me? It's in the big drawer under the wardrobe in my bedroom. Ye Chen doubted his ears. You can't be serious? Mu Yi sounded impatient. Just go get it. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything else. Why are you so flustered? As a man. Ye Chen felt he had no choice but to comply and steeled himself as he entered Mu Yi's bedroom. Her room was tidy, devoid of the numerous decorative items that cluttered Su Yunqing's space, adorned instead with pictures of yoga practitioners on the walls. Ye Chen didn't linger and opened the drawer beneath the wardrobe, finding neatly folded, colorful undergarments within. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Swallowing hard, Ye Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Despite being a married man, this was his first encounter with such a situation, as his wife, Su Yunqing, would never allow him to touch her intimate apparel. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, Ye Chen murmured to himself, forcing his composure. He grabbed a set and approached the bathroom door. I brought it. The door isn't locked. Just come in and hand it over. Mu Yi called out. Instantly, Ye Chen's face flushed crimson. I can't. You should come get it yourself. Humph. Coward. Mu Yi teased, opening the door to extend her hand and retrieve the garments from him. With a soft thud, the door closed. Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief, thankful for his resolve. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a predicament unworthy of his marriage vows. Before long, Mu Yi emerged, clad in loose, fresh attire. She resembled a lotus emerging from the water, her post-shower glow adding a rare allure to her typically tomboyish demeanor. Wait here, let me show you my culinary skills. An hour later, four dishes and a soup were served on the table. Ye Chen tasted a bite and couldn't help but praise, delicious. I never expected you to be such a talented cook. Mu Yi squinted playfully, of course. Is it better than what your wife makes? Ye Chen nodded instinctively. Su Yunqing was wonderful in many ways, but her cooking was rather average, limited to a simple fried rice. Most of the time, it was Ye Chen who handled the cooking at home. Seeing the pride on Mu Yi's face at being a better cook than Su Yunqing, he chuckled. If you keep this up, I might not be able to resist. Mu Yi smirked. Oh, is that so? It seems my charm is quite effective, even on a married man like you. Ye Chen forced a smile, realizing that continuing this line of conversation could lead to unforeseen complications. He decided to remain silent and focused on his meal. Eventually, they finished dinner without a hitch. As Ye Chen helped Mu Yi tidy up the dishes, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Yunqing's assistant, Zhang Mingming. Su Yunqing never allowed Ye Chen to visit her workplace, so the only person he recognized there was her assistant. Why would she be calling? With a sense of unease, Ye Chen answered. Ye Chen, hurry over. Something's happened to Sister Qing. Zhang Mingming's voice trembled with urgency. In an instant, Ye Chen's mind went blank. Chapter 39. The exchange time rewinds to a little over half an hour ago. In the ancestral home of the Su family, old Madame Su plopped down onto a chair, her voice trembling. What did you say? Ziheng has been captured? Standing opposite her, Su Guoxing wore a mournful expression. Indeed. He was just taken away by the young master of the Gung family. How could this happen? Old Madame Su's disbelief was palpable. How could Ziheng have provoked Gung Wuda? Who knows? I just received a call from Ziheng, saying he had been captured by Gung Wuda, urging us to rescue him quickly. Mother, you must think of a way. He is your favorite grandson. Don't panic. I will find a way. Old Madame Su murmured, though her trembling hands betrayed her anxiety. After all, the Gung family's power far exceeded that of the Su family by tenfold. Ding ding ding. Su Guoxing's phone rang. It was a call from Su Ziheng. He hurriedly answered. Ziheng, are you all right? What exactly happened? However, the voice on the other end was not Ziheng's. This is Gung Wuda. Your son Su Ziheng is in my custody. Su Guoxing's expression shifted, his voice lowering. It's young Master Gung. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Gung Wuda sneered. What a joke. Your family's good-for-nothing brat dared to bring people to assault me. If my bodyguards had arrived in time, I would have been beaten to death. Recalling this incident ignited a fire of fury within Gung Wuda. As the future heir of the Gung family, to be publicly beaten by a group of unknown rich second-generation youths was an unbearable humiliation. As soon as his bodyguards arrived to rescue him, they immediately retaliated against Su Ziheng and his companions. Not only that, but disregarding Su Ziheng's pleas for mercy, they seized him without hesitation. Upon hearing that his son had attacked Gungwuda, Su Guixing's first instinct was disbelief. Knowing his son well, he understood that while Su Ziheng was often arrogant, he was not foolish enough to provoke someone like Gungwuda. At that moment, a sobbing voice came through the phone. Dad, please save me. I can't stay here another second. I might die. Hearing this, old Madame Su could no longer remain composed. She comforted Ziheng. Don't be afraid. Grandma will find a way to save you. She then turned to Gungwuda, lowering her tone. Young Master Gong, on behalf of this old woman, could you spare Ziheng this once? The Su family would be eternally grateful. However, Gungwuda showed no mercy. What does the face of an old hag mean to me? Do you think I care about the gratitude of a clown like the Su family? Spit. Old Madame Su was stung by his words, her heart aching, her face paling in humiliation. At her age, one values dignity. And here she was being mocked by a young man. Yet, for the sake of her beloved grandson, she could only force a smile. Young Master Gong, I admit that our family has erred. We can offer compensation. How about that? Gungwuda scoffed. Compensation? Sure. 10 million. No negotiation. Old Madame Su and Su Guixing's faces turned pale. They knew that the total assets of the Su family amounted to only 100 million, inclusive of substantial fixed assets, with cash flow barely reaching 6 to 7 million. How could they possibly come up with 10 million? Old Madame Su's face twisted in agony. Young Master Gong, that is far too much. Is there any way to? Go to hell. Do you think this is a market where you haggle over vegetables? Gungwuda snapped. And then, as if struck by a thought, he added with a cold smile. Actually, if you can't come up with the money, we can consider other terms. What terms? Old Madame Su clung to this lifeline. Exchange a person for Su Ziheng. Who? Su Yuqing. Old Madame Su and Su Guixing exchanged glances, immediately understanding the implications. Just yesterday at the monthly meeting, Lu Milan mentioned that Gungwuda had once visited to present gifts for Su Yuqing. It was evident he had intentions towards her. Now, proposing such an exchange was quite obvious in its intention. Gungwuda added, rest assured, I will not harm Su Yuqing. This is merely to foster a friendship. Without hesitation. Old Madame Su agreed. Young Master Gong, I accept. I will arrange it immediately. Su Guixing chimed in eagerly. As long as you are happy, do as you wish. Gungwuda finally expressed satisfaction. That's more like it. But let me remind you, you have only 1 hour. For every minute you delay, your precious grandson will lose a finger. He then hung up the phone. With a grim expression, old Madame Su said to Su Guixing, call for a car. We must go out at once to exchange Su Yuqing for Ziheng. Yes. Su Guixing prepared the car, and they set off directly to Su Guixing's residence. However, upon arrival, they discovered that Su Yuqing was still working overtime at the company and had gone to a branch office. Su Guixing and his wife assumed Su Yuqing had made some grave mistake. They skipped dinner and drove behind to the branch office. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuqing was still in her office, diligently crafting a proposal for a bidding project. She placed immense importance on this opportunity, as it was one of the few chances to prove herself. Since returning in the morning, she had locked herself in her office, neglecting both lunch and dinner. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a loud bang. Standing at the entrance were old Madame Su and Su Guixing, their expressions grim. Su Yuqing quickly rose. Grandma. Uncle. What brings you here? She was taken aback, as this was the first time her grandmother had visited the branch office she managed. Old Madame Su frowned. I have a task for you. The young master of the Gung family wishes to meet you. We must go now. Although Su Yuqing could not comprehend why her grandmother had come for such a matter, she respectfully replied, Grandma, I have a bidding proposal to complete. I cannot go. Moreover, she wanted to express her disapproval of Gungwuda, as she had no desire to meet him. To her astonishment, old Madame Su stepped forward and slapped her face. Understand this clearly. I am giving you an order, not seeking your opinion. Su Yuqing held her cheek in bewilderment and grievance. Why? Go. If you don't, I will revoke your position and take back your authority over this branch office. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Milan squeezed into the office, urging Su Yuqing. Grandma wants you to go. Hurry up. It's just a meeting with young Master Gong. You haven't he apologized for the gifts he brought us last time. Turning to old Madame Su, she plastered on a sycophantic smile. Mother, please calm down. I will ensure Yuqing goes. You must not take away her authority. Old Madame Su, arms crossed behind her back, coldly huffed. Then be quick about it. No more dawdling. Chapter 40. Gungwuda's calculation. The Su family arrived at Taiyuan KTV in Indong City, the exchange location designated by Gungwuda. As they alighted from the vehicle, 2 bodyguards in black suits approached them. Are you from the Su family? The Su matriarch nodded profusely. Yes, we are. The bodyguard scrutinized the group and stated coldly. Young Master Geng has ordered that only 2 of you may escort Su Yunqing upstairs. The rest will wait downstairs. The Su matriarch turned to the others. I and Guoxing will take Su Yunqing up. You all wait here. She then glared at Su Yunqing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come with us. Oh. Su Yunqing was still bewildered. She had been coerced into meeting Geng Wuda at the branch office, even her mother siding with her grandmother. Feeling powerless, she had no choice but to comply, though she remained perplexed. She wondered why such a fuss was being made over a simple meeting with Geng Wuda. Her questions during the journey were met with a scolding from the Su matriarch, silencing her. However, a sense of foreboding loomed in her heart. As the trio followed the bodyguards toward the entrance of Taoyuan Hotel, Lu Milan, still in the dark, encouraged Su Yunqing. Qingqing, this is a rare opportunity to mend your relationship with young Geng. Make a good impression, and once you win him over, we can get rid of that ungrateful wretch. Ye Chen, she then muttered through gritted teeth, Humph. You heartless good-for-nothing, Ye Chen. Just wait until Qingqing is with young Geng. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Under the escort of the bodyguards, the Su matriarch and her companions arrived at the entrance of a private room within the KTV. As the door swung open, Geng Wuda was revealed, seated in the center of the sofa. His head was swathed in bandages, and his face was a tapestry of bruises. Clearly, Su Ziheng had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Flanking him were over a dozen bodyguards in black suits, exuding an imposing aura. Kneeling on the coffee table directly opposite Geng Wuda was Su Ziheng. His clothes were soiled with footprints. One of his eyes was bruised, and both sides of his mouth were swollen. Most strikingly, a lit candle was perched atop his head, casting him in a state of utter degradation. Upon witnessing this scene, the Su matriarch burst into tears. Oh, my dear grandson, what torment have you endured? Hearing this, Su Ziheng trembled and choked out, Grandmother, save me, please. I can't bear it any longer. The Su matriarch pleaded with Geng Wuda. Young Master Geng, I have brought Su Yunqing to you as agreed. Please, release my Ziheng. Geng Wuda rebuked Su Ziheng. Don't move. If the candle on your head falls, I'll chop off one of your fingers. Su Ziheng froze instantly, his forehead beaded with sweat. Geng Wuda rose to his feet and cast his gaze toward the entrance. His eyes first lingered on Su Yunqing, a glint of avarice shimmering within them. He then offered a faint smile to the Su matriarch. Actually, I didn't intend to escalate matters to this extent today, but I was left with no choice. I hope you can understand, Su matriarch. Please don't take it to heart. The Su matriarch forced a bitter smile. I wouldn't dare. In truth, her heart had clenched upon seeing Geng Wuda and Appo's battered state upon entering the room. She realized that Su Ziheng had committed a grave transgression. Of course, she was unaware that Geng Wuda's injuries were primarily the result of Ye Chen's assault with a wine bottle a few days prior. Geng Wuda continued. Oh, right. I forgot to mention something on the phone. There's one more condition you must agree to in order to free this imbecile, Su Ziheng. The Su matriarch responded hastily. Please, speak. I will agree to any condition. A glint of cunning flickered in Geng Wuda's eyes. I heard that your Su family has just obtained the bidding qualification for the Red Maple real estate project. My condition is that you relinquish this qualification. After all, the Geng family also intends to participate in this bid, and we don't want too many competitors. Upon hearing this, the Su matriarch's aged face paled. This. Could we perhaps change the condition? You must know that the Su family has been stagnating in recent years and desperately needs a major project to break through the impasse. This opportunity to cooperate with the Su family is a rare one. Geng Wuda's demand was nothing short of extortion. So, you're saying you don't agree to my condition? Seeing the Su matriarch's hesitant demeanor, Geng Wuda seized a plastic fork from the watermelon platter on the table and plunged it directly into the back of Su Ziheng's hand. Su Ziheng emitted a piercing scream. This scene terrified the Su matriarch, and Su Guoxing. Geng Wuda was resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. It hurts. Grandmother, save me. Father, I can't take it anymore. In a state of panic, the Su matriarch nodded with a pained expression. I agree. The Su family will relinquish the bidding qualification. Please, stop harming Ziheng. That and Appo's. That's more like it. Geng Wuda discarded the plastic fork, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The Su family, seemingly affluent in the eyes of outsiders, had become obedient puppets in his hands, subject to his every whim. This was the power of strength, the ability to act with impunity. However, at this moment, Su Yunqing interjected. I don't and Appo's. Do you agree? I was the one who secured this bidding qualification. Why should we hand it over to someone else? Before her words could fully register, the Su matriarch slapped Su Yinqing across the face and snarled, "Silence. You have no say here." Su Yinqing retorted stubbornly, "Grandmother, although I don't understand what's happening, the fact that our Su family obtained the bidding qualification is a trade secret. How would Geng Wuda know about it? Su Ziheng must have told him. Doesn't the family rule clearly state that divulging family trade secrets should be severely punished?" The Su matriarch's expression wavered, as Su Yunqing's words held truth. Divulging trade secrets was a grave offense. However, Su Ziheng howled, "Su Yunqing, you little bitch. You're kicking me when I'm down. Grandmother, I was forced to do it. You must stand up for me." The Su matriarch stated in a grave tone to Su Yunqing, "The Su family's business matters are my sole prerogative. You will simply obey. One more word of nonsense, and I will revoke your family's authority over the branch office." Su Yunqing bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with grievance and suppressed sobs. "Very well. I understand. Do as you please." With these words, she turned to leave, only to be blocked by the two bodyguards at the door. Su Yunqing frowned. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Geng Wuda sauntered over, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. "Qingqing, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's been a few days. Don't you want to have a drink with me?" Su Yunqing retorted acrimoniously. "I have no interest." With that, she attempted to force her way past the bodyguards. Geng Wuda's voice turned cold. "You may leave if you wish, but Su Ziheng may never return." Su Yunqing inquired, "What do you mean?" Geng Wuda gestured toward the Su matriarch. "Your grandmother knows very well. Ask her, and she'll tell you." Chapter 41. I want to be Xiaoging's mother-in-law. Su Yunqing turned to look at Grandma Su. The latter displayed no signs of embarrassment and calmly recounted the events that had transpired, as well as the reasons for bringing her along. Upon hearing this, Su Yunqing's body trembled, her expression lost in a haze of shock and disbelief. Why? Why is this so unfair? Why do you believe I can be manipulated at will? Why is my dignity worth so little? Tears streamed down Su Yunqing's face as her delicate frame quivered. As a member of the Su family, she felt deprived of the warmth of her family. She was filled with resentment and found it impossible to accept. Grandma Su scoffed. "Who told you to be a woman? In my eyes, sacrificing you for Ziheng and Apos' future is a blessing bestowed upon you. You have no right to dictate terms. If you know what an Apos' good for you, stay here and accompany young Master Gong." This statement plunged Su Yunqing into despair. She had never been one to shy away from challenges, having navigated the treacherous waters of the business world for years, encountering many cunning individuals. Yet, at this moment, she truly realized that perhaps the most cruel treatment comes not from enemies, but from one's own kin. Grandma Su smiled at Geng Wuda. "Young Master Gong, Su Yunqing has chosen to remain with you. What do you think about our Ziheng?" Geng Wuda chuckled. "Your unfortunate grandson is just fine." With that, he snapped his fingers. Two bodyguards dragged the kneeling Su Ziheng away from the coffee table and shoved him towards Grandma Su and Su Guoqiang. Su Ziheng stumbled and fell to the ground. Terrified by Geng Wuda's display of power, he did not immediately rise but instead turned to kneel before Geng Wuda, panicked and fearful. "Young Master Gong, I thank you for your magnanimity, and I, Su Ziheng, once again apologize." He bowed his head 3 times in reverence to Geng Wuda. Su Yunqing clenched her fists, feeling even more aggrieved. She could not comprehend how such an incompetent coward as Su Ziheng deserved to be treated with such deference, while her own efforts had never been acknowledged. Geng Wuda waved his hand. "Take care of yourself from now on." "Understood. Understood." Su Ziheng stood up with a forced smile. Bending slightly, Grandma Su clasped her hands toward Geng Wuda. "Young Master Gong, I shall not trouble you further. In the future, our Su family will host a banquet in your honor, and I hope you will grace us with your presence." She turned to leave with Su Guoqiang and Su Ziheng. However, just as they were about to exit the private room, Su Ziheng turned back to Su Yunqing, gritting his teeth and sneering. "You little wretch. Enjoy your wonderful evening. I've warned you before, don't overestimate your worth in our family. In Grandma's eyes, no matter how excellent you are, you pale in comparison to me." With that, Grandma Su and her companions departed, leaving only Geng Wuda, his bodyguards, and the tense Su Yunqing in the room. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunqing forced herself to stabilize her emotions and confronted Geng Wuda. "Geng Wuda, I once thought you were merely a playboy, but I never expected you to resort to such despicable tactics. It's utterly revolting." Geng Wuda lounged on the sofa, pouring himself a beer and carelessly replying, "There is no such thing as despicable in this world. Only strength exists. As the saying goes, and Apos, a good bird chooses its tree." And Oppos, after all these years, my intentions toward you should be clear. You could choose someone like me, who possesses both strength and wealth. Why must you cling to that worthless fool? If you agree to divorce Ye Chen and be with me, your status in the Su family will undoubtedly soar. At that point, that old hag and Su Ziheng won't he dare to provoke you. Su Yinqing scoffed. Your values and mine are incompatible. On that basis alone, I advise you to abandon this hope. I will not divorce Ye Chen. Gung Wuda laughed contemptuously. Do you really think that Ye Chen is a good catch? Let me tell you the truth. Tonight, during the conflict with Su Ziheng, I saw that waste of a man dining with a beautiful girl. Surprising, isn't it? A mere parasite of a son-in-law is actually wearing a green hat. At his words, Su Yinqing's expression changed. This is impossible. Do not sow discord between us. Gung Wuda shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, but I am someone who enjoys being helpful. Since Ye Chen has given you a green hat, how about I help you return the favor? With that, Gung Wuda rose. A lewd smile plastered on his face as he stepped towards Su Yinqing. You, don't come any closer. I'll call for help. Su Yinqing retreated nervously. Haha. Gung Wuda laughed heartily. If you have the ability, go ahead and shout. Let us see who comes to your rescue. TSK. I've heard that you've been married for 3 years and are still a virgin. Tonight, let me be the one to cultivate this unplowed field. As Grandma Su and her companions exited the KTV, Lu Milan noticed their departure and asked, Where's my Ye Chen? Su Guoxing replied, Young Master Gung has matters to discuss with her inside. She won't be coming back tonight. You two should head home. Lu Milan's face lit up with joy. My Yinqing has finally come to her senses. Heaven has blessed us. Now we can finally rid ourselves of that white-eyed wolf. Ye Chen. She turned to Su Guoqiang. Stop lingering here. Let us hurry back. I need to check for an auspicious day. Once Yinqing divorces Ye Chen, we can find a good date for her wedding with young Gung. Then I, Lu Milan, will become a respectable mother-in-law. Su Guoqiang nodded, and the two chattered excitedly as they left. Grandma Su sighed. Our Su family has truly found a daughter-in-law of ill fortune. Su Guoxing expressed concern. Mom, do you think leaving Su Yinqing with young Master Gung will lead to any trouble? Su Ziheng, nursing his swollen face, dismissed the concern. Dad, you're overthinking it. Su Yinqing is just a flirt. She pretends to be innocent in front of us. Who knows how she'll throw herself at young Master Gung the moment we leave. The type of woman I despise most is precisely this. Su Ziheng added. Grandma Su agreed. If she manages to win over young Master Gung, even as a mistress, as long as she can bring benefits to our Su family, she will have her value. Let us not dwell on this. Ziheng has suffered enough. We should return home early. The three of them got into the car, and the driver set off for home. After about 10 minutes, as the car approached the gate of the Su family's old villa, it suddenly came to a halt. Su Ziheng, jostled by the sudden stop, banged his head and cursed the driver. Can't you drive properly? We're not even at the gate yet. The driver pointed ahead. There's someone blocking the road. Damn. Which blind fool dares to stop our Su family's car? Su Ziheng exclaimed, peering ahead. His gaze immediately froze. In the dim light of the night, Ye Chen stood there, a figure as straight as a rod. Chapter 42. Answer me. Su Guoxing furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth is he doing here at such a late hour? Su Ziheng scoffed coldly. This useless wretch must have heard about Su Yunqing's predicament and come to plead with Grandma to rescue that little wretch. Impatiently, Grandma Su commanded the driver. Ignore this ingrate. Let us continue on our way. The driver nodded and honked, signaling Ye Chen to pull over. Yet, Ye Chen remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the vehicle. He raised his hand and bellowed. You lot, get down here. Grandma Su was taken aback. Her most ineffectual son-in-law dared to order them out of the car? Has he lost his mind? Su Ziheng rolled down the window and cursed at Ye Chen. Who do you think you're talking to? Get lost. I have more pressing matters tonight and no time to deal with you. Ye Chen ignored him and strode forward, seizing Su Ziheng by the collar. His voice icy. I shall ask you once, where is Su Yinqing? Su Ziheng, already seething with anger, could no longer contain himself. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be suffering at the hands of Gung Wuda tonight. I won't bother you, so let go of me. Do you believe? Smack. Before he could finish, Ye Chen delivered a resounding slap. With a cold glare, Ye Chen fixed his eyes on him. I am asking you a question. Answer me. Furious. Su Ziheng retaliated. I'll. Smack. Another slap. Answer me. Su Ziheng trembled. He wanted to break free. Yet, after being tormented by Gung Wuda, he lacked the strength to resist Ye Chen. With a sorrowful expression, he turned to the car. Grandma. Dad. Did you see how arrogant Ye Chen is? Why aren't you taking charge? Grandma Sue's face turned ashen. Today, I shall cleanse the Sue family. Guoxing, help me out of the car. Su Guoxing assisted Grandma Sue as she shakily exited the vehicle, commanding Ye Chen in a stern voice, release Ziheng. Ye Chen's gaze darkened as he turned to Grandma Sue, whose voice trembled. Where is Su Yunqing? Answer me. Those familiar with Ye Chen understood that such a tone indicated he was at the peak of his fury. Upon receiving a call from Zhang Mingming about Su Yunqing's troubles, he had rushed to the branch office. From Zhang Mingming, he learned that Su Yunqing had quarreled with Grandma Su and was taken away, supposedly to meet Geng Wuda. Ye Chen immediately connected the dots regarding the conflict between Geng Wuda and Su Ziheng, suspecting it was all related. Unaware of Su Yunqing's whereabouts, he sought clues at the Su family estate and serendipitously encountered Grandma Su and the others returning. His anger was, naturally, uncontainable. Grandma Su sneered, Ye Chen, do you even realize to whom you are speaking? I am the head of the Su family, and in the name of the Su family, I command you to kneel and apologize. Huh? Ye Chen scoffed coldly, an icy aura emanating from him. What is the Su family to me? What are you? But an old, disrespectful wretch? I, Ye Chen, stand tall and proud. Why should I kneel before you? I. Grandma Su gasped, infuriated. In all her years within the Su family, no descendant had ever dared to insult her. Such disrespect was unforgivable. Ye Chen, I will kill you, you ingrate. Ignoring her usual high and mighty demeanor, Grandma Su swung her cane at Ye Chen. Bang! The first strike landed on Ye Chen and Apos' shoulder. He remained unfazed. You little brat, let us see how many of these you can withstand. As she prepared to strike again, Ye Chen swiftly seized the cane, yanking it from her grasp, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground in a heap. Ouch! My back, it hurts. Grandma Su grimaced in pain. Due to her age and weight, she struggled to rise from the ground. Su Guoxing, stunned by Ye Chen's actions, took several seconds to regain his composure and hurriedly assisted Grandma Su. Mother, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Afterward, he glared at Ye Chen, shouting, Are you out of your mind? You dare strike my mother? Do you really think that being some insignificant security chief at Hongfeng Real Estate makes you untouchable? Grandma Su, her eyes filled with venom, stared at Ye Chen, rendered speechless by rage. You are the ones who are insane. A bunch of ingrates who bully their own kind. For Su Ziheng, you would betray a member of the Su family, crossing my bottom line. I am deeply displeased. Ye Chen spoke coldly, gripping the cane tightly, lifting his leg, and striking it down forcefully. Crack! The cane snapped in two. Gasp! Grandma Su and Apos' eyes widened in shock. She nearly choked. This cane had borne witness to her 20-plus years, symbolizing her authority within the Su family and supporting her mobility. It was her most cherished possession. And yet, Ye Chen had broken it right before her eyes. Ye Chen casually discarded one piece of the cane, indifferent to the astonished expressions of Grandma Su and Su Guoxing. He turned his gaze back to Su Ziheng. I shall ask you once more, where is Yunqing? Under Ye Chen's fierce gaze, Su Ziheng felt an unsettling dread. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, I won't tell you. What can you do to me? Is that so? Ye Chen scoffed coldly, raising the remaining piece of the cane and striking Su Ziheng on the head. Su Ziheng howled in agony as blood streamed from the wound on his head. I will ask you one final time. Where's Yunqing? The emotionless inquiry felt like a demonic judgment to Su Ziheng. You are a devil. You are not human. Pale and trembling, Su Ziheng could barely hold himself together. His pants dampened from fear, though it went unnoticed within the vehicle. Ye Chen, uninterested in further dialogue, lifted the piece of the cane again, poised to strike once more. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Su Ziheng quickly pleaded, Yes, at T1 KTV. Hurry. Geng Wuda intends to do something unspeakable to her. Please, spare me. Coward. Ye Chen tossed the broken piece of the cane onto the ground. He turned, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion, surveying Grandma Su and the others. If Yunqing suffers even a scratch tonight, I assure you, the Su family will be erased from the map of Annong. I mean what I say. With that, Ye Chen rode off into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 43. Are you prepared? At that moment, inside the T1 KTV, Geng Wuda, don't force me. If you come any closer, I'll kill myself. Su Yunqing stood in the corner of the private room, a shard of glass clutched in her hand, pressed against her neck. Her face, streaked with tears, was a mask of stubbornness and grievance. Just moments ago, Geng Wuda had attempted to force himself upon Su Yunqing, who vehemently resisted. In a desperate act, She shattered the nearest water glass and seized a fragment to threaten him. Gung Wuda and his entourage of bodyguards stood several feet away, hesitant to approach. The standoff had persisted for nearly half an hour. Gung Wuda pleaded with a hint of helplessness. Ye Chen, why do you have to do this? You know my feelings. It's only because I truly care for you that I'm resorting to this. Creating such an unpleasant scene benefits no one. Listen to me. Just drop the glass. Ye Chen, her pearly teeth biting her jade-like lip, remained resolute. I won't. If you take one step closer, I'll end my life. Gung Wuda frowned, his patience waning. Ye Chen, this is the modern era. Consensual intimacy is perfectly normal. Why sacrifice your life for some antiquated notion of virginity? Surely, you don't intend to preserve your first time for that useless, do you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of distraction crossed Su Yunqing's eyes. She neither confirmed nor denied it. However, this reaction visibly irked Gung Wuda, who began to advance toward her. Stay away from me. What are you going to do? A sinister grin spread across Gung Wuda's face. In all my years, I, Gung Wuda, have always obtained what I desire. And if I can't have it, I'll destroy it rather than let anyone else possess it. Aren't you afraid I'll commit suicide? Su Yunqing pressed the glass shard even closer to her neck, its sharp edge grazing her skin. I don't care anymore. If I can't win your heart, then I'll possess your body, whether alive or dead. I'll be the first man to claim you. I want to dominate every inch of your flesh, leaving nothing untouched. Gung Wuda licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lust. Su Yunqing's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. You're a pervert. A maniac. Call me what you will. Today, no one can save you. Gung Wuda roared with laughter as he lunged forward. Su Yunqing closed her eyes, making a resolute decision. She would rather die than be defiled. Farewell, cruel world. This treacherous world. In the split second before she drew the glass shard across her neck, a deafening crash resounded. The door to the private room burst open. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A man stood in the doorway, panting, his expression a mixture of gloom, anxiety, and rage. His eyes were bloodshot. Like a maddened beast. Seeing, Su Yunqing froze, her expression incredulous. She was in the prime of her youth, and if given a choice, she would never choose death. She had hoped someone would come to her rescue. She had imagined her parents, her friends, even a kind stranger calling the police. But she had never imagined that the person who appeared would be, the least likely of all, the live-in husband whom everyone had labeled a good-for-nothing, and whom even she had never counted on. In Su Yunqing's despairing eyes, a flicker of hope ignited, followed by a look of determination. She shouted leave. Get out of here. She knew that Gung Wuda harbored a deep hatred for. S appearance at this moment played right into his hands, and the consequences would be dire. Shook his head, his face earnest. I won't leave. We'll leave together. At this moment, Gung Wuda sneered. I didn't expect you to actually show up. And you think you can take her away? You must be dreaming. S gaze fell upon Gung Wuda, his dark eyes radiating coldness. Are you prepared? Gung Wuda was taken aback. Prepared for what? Prepared for the downfall of the Gung family. Replied calmly. Ha 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 ha. Gung Wuda stared at as if he were an idiot. You brainless fool. Look at your current situation. You're in no position to be making empty threats. The downfall of the Gung family? Do you even know how much money we have? We could bury you alive with it. Of course, you don't deserve such a glorious death. I have far more interesting ways to play with you. Ignored him and walked towards Su Yunqing. Gung Wuda didn't stop him, because in his eyes was already trapped in his palm, ready to be crushed at any moment. Reached Su Yunqing and gently took the glass shard from her hand, tossing it aside. He said softly, I won't allow anyone to harm you. Not even yourself. Su Yunqing bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She raised her delicate fist and pounded its chest. Leave. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why don't you listen to me? You fool. Stood motionless, the pain of her blows far less agonizing than the piercing ache in his heart. The pain of regret. I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you. Said from the bottom of his heart. Woo. Su Yunqing sobbed uncontrollably. She didn't understand, and she couldn't comprehend. Her own family had betrayed and abandoned her, yet the man who had always disappointed her was now standing by her side. She didn't know whether to despair or rejoice. Her mind was in utter turmoil, and she blurted out to, I'm sorry. Was stunned, his face filled with surprise. Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry. I've been too capricious these past 3 years. I haven't been considerate enough of you. If I hadn't been so headstrong, perhaps none of this would have happened today. Today, I've dragged you into this mess. If I could, I truly wish we could have a future together. As she spoke, she gave a wry smile. It and Appos. It's just a pity that there one and Appos, to be a future. At this moment, and Appos, heart was trembling. In their 3 years of marriage, this was the first time Ye Chen had opened her heart to him, though it was only a few words. They filled his heart with warmth, raised his hand, and gently stroked Ye Chen's head. Our future will be wonderful, I promise. Okay, Ye Chen replied softly. Suddenly, she swayed and fell into his arms. Ye Chen, are you all right? Was startled and quickly reached out to check her breathing. Ye Chen was unconscious, but her breathing was steady. This calmed slightly. Ye Chen had a minor issue with low blood sugar. She hadn't eaten since noon, and a lack of sugar could easily cause her to faint. This had happened several times in the past few years. Usually, a glucose drip and some rest would do the trick. Pulled Ye Chen closer to his chest and said gently, "Just rest. I'll take care of this trash, and then I have so much to say to you. Stop pretending to be a tough guy." Seeing this, a perverse glint appeared in Gungwooda's eyes. He said viciously, "I just had an idea. I'm going to defile Ye Chen in front of everyone. The woman you can't have, I'll help you with. And after I'm done, I'll have my bodyguards take turns. The more you care about, the more I'll trample into the dirt." Hee. The bodyguards joined in with lewd smiles. Turned around, facing the crowd's laughter with indifference. He took a breath and shouted toward the door, "Time to collect the trash." As soon as he finished speaking, rapid footsteps echoed outside. Approaching quickly, bang. The door was kicked open. A throng of people surged in. Leading them was Zhao Hailong. An aura of deathly intent surged through the air. Chapter 44. Are you happier this way? Gungwooda's expression shifted slightly upon the arrival of Zhao Hailong and his entourage. Zhao Hailong, what brings you here? Although he had recently returned to the country, he recognized the notorious figure that Zhao Hailong was. Zhao Hailong ignored Gungwooda entirely and approached Ye Chen, speaking respectfully, "Mr. Ye, my men have secured all entrances and exits of the KTV. Without your orders, no one is permitted to enter or leave." Ye Chen nodded. "Send someone to take my wife to the hospital and ensure she is well taken care of." Zhao Hailong did not dare to delay. He gestured, and two short-haired girls emerged from the crowd, carefully taking Ye Chen from Ye Chen and Appo's arms. The girls supported Ye Chen as they exited the private room, followed by several of Zhao Hailong's underlings, escorting her to the hospital. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was tense. Sweat beaded on Gungwooda's forehead. He could not comprehend why Zhao Hailong, known as the Dragon of Anong, showed such reverence towards Ye Chen. This confusion irked him, and he pointed angrily at Ye Chen, exclaiming, "You worthless fool, what trick are you trying to pull now? Don't think that bringing Zhao Hailong here can intimidate me. In my eyes, Ye Chen, will always be trash. I can trample on you however I please." While Zhao Hailong had a significant reputation in Anong, the power of the Gung family was not to be underestimated. Gungwooda believed that even if Zhao Hailong wished to confront him, he would need to think twice. Moreover, he could not believe that Zhao Hailong would risk his standing for someone like Ye Chen. "Trample on me however you wish." Ye Chen stepped closer to Gungwooda. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, filling Gungwooda with an inexplicable dread. However, he maintained a facade of bravado, shouting, "Ye Chen, stand right there." Ye Chen paid him no mind, closing the distance between them, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. Suddenly, Ye Chen struck. Seizing Gungwooda's outstretched finger with swift precision, he forcefully bent it downward. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Gungwooda and Appo's right index finger broke instantly. "Oh!" Gungwooda howled, clutching his injured hand. Ye Chen released him and followed up with a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending Gungwooda sprawling onto the ground, his face contorted in agony, eyes wide with rage. "Damn you, Ye Chen. I swear I will kill you today." Ye Chen looked down at him coldly. "I am right here." Furious, Gungwooda turned to his bodyguards, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Get this worthless Ye Chen and skin him alive." The bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitating. They were not afraid of Ye Chen but were intimidated by Zhao Hailong and his numerous underlings. Zhao Hailong's reputation in Anong added to the pressure, and the sheer number of his men made any confrontation seem like suicide. Seeing the hesitation in his bodyguards, Gungwooda quickly turned to Zhao Hailong. "Zhao Hailong, I declare that tonight's events are in no way related to you. As long as you don't interfere, regardless of what benefits Ye Chen has given you, I, Gungwooda, can offer you even more. I hope you can discern the gravity of this situation." Zhao Hailong remained silent. Gungwooda felt a surge of triumph. Believing that Zhao Hailong had tacitly agreed, he bellowed at his bodyguards, "Did you see that? Zhao Hailong isn't lifting a finger. What are you waiting for?" With this encouragement, the bodyguards finally shed their hesitation and rolled up their sleeves, preparing to confront Ye Chen. But unexpectedly, before they could act, Zhao Hailong waved his hand, and his underlings surged forward like a swarm, charging at them with fierce cries. Most of these bodyguards were hired from a talent market, primarily to create an imposing presence rather than for actual combat experience. In contrast, Zhao Hailong's men had been in the streets from a young age, living lives on the edge. Fighting was second nature to them. Furthermore, while the bodyguards were empty-handed, Zhao Hailong's underlings wielded batons and wooden clubs. In no time, the bodyguards were thoroughly defeated, sprawled helplessly on the ground, a scene of utter chaos. Gung Wuda knelt on the floor, his eyes wide in shock at the unfolding scene. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, unable to believe what had just transpired. He questioned Zhao Hailong incredulously. Why are you helping him? Do you even realize who you are opposing? Zhao Hailong nonchalantly scratched his ear with his pinky finger. I don't concern myself with who I oppose. All I know is that someone is going against Mr. Yi, and I will defend him. It's that simple. Gung Wuda's gaze faltered, his lips twitching in disbelief. Zhao Hailong's words were unmistakably clear. He had reduced himself to a mere dog at Ye Chen's side. He was oblivious to the fact that if Ye Chen's true identity were revealed, countless individuals across Anong, even all of Ning province, would be lining up to serve him. This is impossible. This cannot be happening. Gung Wuda muttered, staring at Ye Chen with a threat in his eyes. Ye Chen, regardless of what methods you have employed, I advise you not to become too complacent. If you cannot eliminate me, I will ensure that you face relentless retaliation. Not just you, but anyone associated with you will not escape. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, I am quite curious to hear how you plan to retaliate. Gung Wuda's expression shifted to one of arrogance. Hey, how could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the power of the Gung family? Once my father learns of this incident, he will mobilize all resources to ruthlessly suppress you. Do you wish to know what resources the Gung family has? Let me enlighten you. Our city's largest construction firm, Hongfeng Real Estate, the biggest steel trading company, Dingfeng Group. Even Anong Bank has extensive business dealings with my family. These giants are not to be trifled with, not even by you or Zhao Hailong. You've crossed me, which means you've challenged the Gung family. And challenging us is tantamount to challenging the likes of Hongfeng Real Estate. Are you scared now? Feigning ignorance, Ye Chen nodded. I'm terrified. Gung Wuda believed he had genuinely frightened Ye Chen. Gritting his teeth through the pain in his finger, he stood tall, nostrils flaring in disdain. Ye Chen, I can offer you a chance for redemption. Return Su Yanqing to me now, and I shall entertain myself in front of you. If I find joy in it, I might spare your life. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick that struck squarely between Gung Wuda's legs. Oh! Gung Wuda collapsed to the ground, clutching himself in agony, his face turning a shade of deep purple. Ye Chen seized a bottle of liquor, pouring it over Gung Wuda's head mockingly. Young Master Gung, I still believe you would find greater joy in this arrangement, wouldn't you? Chapter 45. Time to call for reinforcements. Chilled beer mixed with shards of ice trickled down Gung Wuda's neck, sending shivers through his body like a sieve, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. A sharp pain throbbed between his legs, while the icy brew continued to drench him from above. Gung Wuda had never endured such humiliation in front of so many people, especially when he recalled that just over an hour ago, he had been the one tormenting Su Ziheng. Now, the tables had turned, and he found this stark contrast intolerable. Raising his head, veins bulging on his forehead, he roared, Ye Chen, I, Gung Wuda, will remember everything you've done today. If given the chance, I will spare no effort in ensuring you meet a fate worse than death. Ye Chen's expression remained unperturbed as he replied, I am giving you that chance right now. Make the call. What? Gung Wuda's expression faltered, failing to grasp the meaning behind Ye Chen's words. Ye Chen turned away, seating himself on the central sofa of the private room, and continued, I'll give you an hour. Mobilize all the resources at your disposal to summon reinforcements. I, Ye Chen, will be here awaiting your retaliation. You can't be serious? Gung Wuda's face was wrought with skepticism. Logically, having fallen into Ye Chen's hands, one would expect him to take every measure to conceal this incident from the Gung family for fear of their wrath. Yet, here he was, being encouraged to make calls. It was unfathomable. Ye Chen picked up a lighter from the table, igniting a candle with a calm demeanor. I have no time to deceive a self-righteous fool like you, regardless of whether you summon reinforcements or how many you bring. Pausing for effect, he fixed Gung Wuda with a cold, merciless gaze. The first words I uttered upon entering will become a reality tonight. Prepare yourself for the downfall of the Gung family. Fine, fine. Gung Wuda gritted his teeth, nodding emphatically. You may continue to boast, Ye Chen. Since you have granted me the opportunity to call for help, do not blame me for being ruthless. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered swiftly. Gung Wuda grasped at his lifeline, speaking urgently. Dad, I've been captured. Hurry and rescue me. Who did this? It's that useless son-in-law of the Su family, Ye Chen, along with Zhao Hailong. Don't ask too many questions. Just come to the Taoyuan KTV quickly. If you delay, you might not see your son again. After hanging up, a cold smile crept across his face as he confidently declared, Ye Chen, you might as well apologize to me now, or else. Before he could finish, Ye Chen interrupted, your father won't arrive for another hour. Why not let us engage in a little game to lighten the mood? Upon noticing Ye Chen's sinister and malevolent expression, Gung Wuda instinctively shivered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Meanwhile, in a high-end restaurant private room in Anong, a loud bang echoed as Gung Tianba slammed his palm against the table, his voice low and furious. Damn it. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? They must be tired of living. Seated on Gung Tianba's lap was a provocatively dressed woman who, startled by his outburst, accidentally spilled red wine on his clothes. Are you blind? Gung Tianba bellowed, sending the woman sprawling to the floor with a slap. She knelt, trembling, and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Get lost. Gung Tianba kicked her over and hurled the food from the table onto her. The woman curled into a ball, wailing in agony. The other women in the room fell silent, lowering their heads, afraid to look up. Known for his lecherous ways, Gung Tianba was infamous for his violent temper. If he was in a foul mood, it was not uncommon for him to lash out at the women. Half a year ago, a new girl had made a mistake, resulting in Gung Tianba breaking her legs, leaving her with a lifelong disability, and no one dared intervene. Why? Because Gung Tianba was wealthy and a prominent figure in Anong. And these women, who relied on their bodies for income, had no room for complaints. Even their boss had to tread carefully around Gung Tianba. Across from him sat a slightly overweight man in his 50s, with a face full of blubber and yellowed teeth, who inquired, What's going on, Tianba? This man was known as Old Five Pang, a figure of significant influence in Anong. Having started his career in demolition, he had established himself as one of the most powerful figures in the local underworld, his power rivaling that of Zhao Hailong. Their mutual friction had never ceased over the years. Gung Tianba frowned. My son has been detained at Taoyuan KTV. The one behind this is Zhao Hailong. This is troublesome. Old Five Pang took a sip of his drink, narrowing his eyes in disdain. Zhao Hailong has become increasingly arrogant lately, showing no respect for us elders. Tianba, I'll have someone accompany you to confront him. Let's see if Zhao Hailong will grant me, an old man, some respect. Gung Tianba squinted slightly. And if he refuses? Old Five Pang smirked. If he truly refuses, then I shall depend on you. Tianba, I believe that with our combined efforts and your connections with those business tycoons, dealing with Zhao Hailong will be effortless. Once I consolidate power in Anong, it will be much easier for you to thrive in the business world. Gung Tianba erupted into a hearty laugh. Haha. Excellent. It's settled then. Let's rally our forces and pay Zhao Hailong a visit. Unbeknownst to him, Gung Tianba had not even mentioned Ye Chen's existence throughout the conversation. In his eyes, the Su family, and especially Amir's son-in-law, was nothing more than refuse. After reaching an agreement, the two men rose and exited the private room. The women inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they had overheard the entire conversation and realized that something significant was about to unfold that night. Gung Tianba and Old Five Pang acted swiftly, gathering dozens of men as they marched toward the entrance of Taoyuan KTV. By this time, the KTV had ceased operations, and all related personnel had already been cleared out. The owner of the KTV was distraught, not wanting to attract trouble. Little did he expect that Gung Wuda would be captured there earlier, followed by Zhao Hailong's retaliation. And now Gung Tianba and Old Five Pang were personally involved. This was merely a small establishment. It could not accommodate the clash of titans. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. In reality, he had long hidden away, fearing for his own safety. Ye Chen and Zhao Hailong, aware that Gung Wuda's reinforcements were on their way, faced no obstruction as they were allowed entry. Yet when Gung Tianba pushed open the door to the private room where Ye Chen was, his already grim expression contorted in horror at the scene before him. Chapter 46. No one can save the Gung family. In the spacious private room, a young man sat in the center on a sofa, engrossed in playing a mobile game. Beside him stood a tall, imposing bald man, Zhao Hailong, exuding an aura of dominance. Surrounding the sofa were over 20 thugs, all loyal to Zhao Hailong. The bathroom door at the far end of the room was ajar, revealing a cramped space filled with more than 10 burly men clad only in their undergarments, each bearing bruises and cowering in fear. They were, in fact, the bodyguards of Gung Wuda. However, the most striking sight was the wall directly in front of the sofa. The original LCD television had been removed, replaced by none other than Gung Wuda himself. His body was completely stripped and bound in a multitude of strong black tape, affixed tightly to the wall. His feet hovered a foot above the ground, rendering him unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. To add to his torment, a lit cigarette was inserted into each of his bodily orifices, ears, nostrils, and belly button. With every breath, he choked on the smoke, tears streaming down his face in sheer agony. Gung Wuda's voice was hoarse as he pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, stop torturing me. An hour earlier, after calling his father for help, Ye Chen had unexpectedly suggested playing a game for leisure. In reality, it was a means to humiliate him. To make the game more inventive, Ye Chen had instructed Zhao Hailong's subordinates to propose ideas. Whoever's suggestion was accepted would receive a red envelope of 10,000 yuan on the spot. Under the lure of such a reward, one of the thugs devised a method to torment Gung Wuda, leading to the current scene. As Ye Chen played, he exclaimed with delight, I've just taken down 2 more. Zhao Hailong promptly gave him a thumbs up, praising, Mr. Yi, you're remarkable. Meanwhile, one of Gung Wuda's subordinates hastily lit 2 cigarettes and, disregarding the circumstances, forcibly stuffed them into Gung Wuda's already filled nostrils. For every kill Ye Chen made in the game, he was responsible for lighting a cigarette for Gung Wuda. On another front, Gung Tianba was seething with an indescribable fury. He had always valued his reputation, and the humiliation inflicted upon his son was intolerable. He entered the private room alongside Elder Pang, exuding an authoritative presence honed through years in business. He frowned at Zhao Hailong, demanding, Zhao, we have respected each other's boundaries until now. What is the meaning of this? If you do not provide an explanation for this affront to the Gung family, this matter will not end here. Zhao Hailong glanced at Elder Pang beside Gung Wuda, raising an eyebrow slightly. Why is Elder Pang here as well? Elder Pang grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I heard my young nephew Gung was being bullied, so as his elder, I must come to seek justice. Tianba's words reflect my sentiments. I would appreciate an explanation. In the face of their inquiries, Zhao Hailong remained unperturbed, shrugging. There is nothing to explain. What you see is what you get. Do you require further clarification? Both Gung Tianba and Elder Pang were taken aback. They had anticipated Zhao Hailong would concoct some excuse, but he brazenly admitted the situation without a hint of remorse. Was he truly insane? Gung Tianba could not fathom what advantage Zhao Hailong gained by antagonizing him and Elder Pang. Years of navigating the social landscape had taught him that situations were rarely as they appeared. It was only now that he realized a crucial figure had been overlooked throughout this ordeal, the young man seated in the center of the sofa, still fixated on his game. Despite the chaos, he remained unervingly composed, which, when coupled with Zhao Hailong's earlier deference, sparked a suspicion in Gung Tianba. Perhaps this young man was of considerable significance, a wealthy heir from a prominent family? Yet, in Enong, he had never encountered this individual. Could he be from a neighboring city? As Gung Wuda, helplessly affixed to the wall, weakly called for his father, Dad, you finally arrived. Please save me. I'm dying. His desperate plea ignited a sense of urgency in Gung Tianba, who could no longer contain himself. He exchanged a glance with Elder Pang, who swiftly commanded his men. Rescue him. In an instant, their subordinates surged forward, but Zhao Hailong's men swiftly formed a blockade, weapons raised, prepared for a confrontation. Just as tensions escalated, Ye Chen put away his phone, stood up, and addressed Gung Tianba. You are Gung Wuda's father? Upon hearing this, Gung Tianba raised a hand to signal Elder Pang and Appos men to halt. He glared coldly, inquiring, Who are you? Ye Chen offered a faint smile. I am Ye Chen. The pupils of Gung Tianba contracted. You are the infamous son-in-law of the Su family, the useless Ye Chen? Ye Chen nodded in affirmation. Gung Tianba's lips twitched involuntarily. He had been wary of this young man and Appos' identity, even feeling some trepidation. To his surprise, this individual was none other than Ye Chen. Damn, I nearly fell for it. Gung Tianba's irritation intensified, his temper flaring as a cruel smile crept across his face. You little brat, you've quite the flair for the dramatic. Before I end you, I need to confirm one thing. You're the one responsible for turning my son into this state, aren't you? Indeed, Ye Chen replied, nodding. Gung Tianba's eyes glinted with malice as he continued, a few days ago. My son went to propose to the Su family and returned with injuries from a blow to the head. Was that also your doing? Absolutely. Gung Tianba, infuriated, burst into laughter. They say you, Ye Chen, are a notorious good-for-nothing, but I must admit, your ability to own up to your actions shows some measure of courage. In light of this, I will grant you one final minute to prepare your last words. Trust me, no one will save you tonight, not even Zhao Hailong. In response, Ye Chen's demeanor remained unflinching, his gaze fixed on Geng Tianba as his tone grew icy. Before you arrived, I had already informed Geng Wuda to prepare for the annihilation of the Geng family. Now that you are here, let me reiterate, are you ready for the downfall of the Geng family? Believe me, no one will save the Geng family tonight, not even any resources or connections you may summon. Chapter 47. Destruction within minutes. Upon hearing those words, Geng Tianba and Pang Laowu exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother Pang, did you hear what he just said? He actually thinks he can bring down the Geng family. Pang Laowu was equally amused, gasping for breath. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. I know the youth of today are often impetuous, but it is my first time encountering such a brazen fool. It's utterly hilarious. After sharing a hearty laugh, Grandpa Pang shook his head at Ye Chen. Young man, regardless of whether you are a son-in-law of the Su family or the Wang family, allow me to advise you, don't be too arrogant. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Isn't being arrogant part of being young? Pang Laowu was momentarily taken aback, the flesh on his face twitching slightly. Hee. I would like to see just how you plan to be so arrogant as to bring down the Geng family. With that, Pang Laowu turned his gaze toward Zhao Hailong. Zhao, in recent years, your sudden rise in Anong has been impressive. At this rate, within 5 years, I, Pang Laowu, may no longer be your match in Anong. To be honest, I hold great respect for your courage and capabilities. However, I must say, although I do not understand what kind of enchantment you have been cast under by someone like Ye Chen, tonight you have made the gravest mistake of your life. After this evening, the landscape of Anong will be reshaped, and everything you have worked so hard to build over the years will fall into my hands. Haha. In response, Zhao Hailong merely curled his lips, appearing completely unconcerned. Geng Wuda, hanging on the wall, spoke with a hint of a cry. Dad. Uncle Pang. Please stop wasting time with them. Cough, cough. I really can't hold on any longer. Don't worry, son. I'll save you right away. Geng Tianba nodded. Just as he was about to command his men to take action, a woman, wearing glasses and dressed provocatively, rushed into the private room. Her face flushed with urgency. Upon seeing Geng Tianba, she exclaimed, Chairman Geng, something terrible has happened. This woman was Geng Tianba's personal secretary. Of course, this type of secretary is the kind that is busy during the day and free at night. Geng Tianba, surprised, wondered why she was there. With a frown, he asked, what is all this fuss about? What happened? The alluring secretary, her face a mask of distress, replied, Chairman Geng. Just now the president of Anong Bank called to inform us that the 200 million yuan commercial loan approved a month ago has been frozen. What? Geng Tianba's expression froze, shock overtaking him. Although the Geng Group is a company worth over 10 billion in Anong, it requires substantial liquidity to operate and must regularly engage in commercial loans. This 200 million yuan loan was something he had fought tirelessly for, leveraging all his connections. If successful, the Geng Group would soar, and he was confident that with this funding, he could capture a larger share of the construction material market. At that point, the Geng Group would experience a remarkable leap. To think it could be frozen without warning? The attractive secretary continued. Moreover, the president also mentioned that a large number of fraudulent transactions have been found in our previous loan records, and they are preparing to pursue legal action against us. A cold sweat broke out on Geng Tianba's forehead, disbelief evident in his voice. How could this happen? How could there be issues with perfectly fine records? No, I need to call and confirm. However, just as he took out his phone, it rang. The caller was Sun Hong, the president of Dingfeng Group. He quickly answered, speaking respectfully, President Sun, what brings you to call at this late hour? Please instruct me. On the other end, Sun Hong snorted coldly. Who am I to give Chairman Geng any instructions? This statement made Geng Tianba instinctively shudder, a terrible premonition creeping in as he asked, President Sun. What do you mean by that? Sun Hong replied coolly, it means nothing. I merely wanted to inform you that from today onward, Dingfeng Group will cease all commercial dealings with the Geng Group, and I have notified other steel enterprises in Ning Province to do the same. With that, he hung up, not allowing Geng Tianba a chance for further questions. Buzz. Geng Tianba felt his head spinning, nearly stumbling to the ground. The Geng Group's main business is construction materials, and steel is an essential raw material for them. If their upstream supply is cut off, how can they sell anything at all? At this moment, Pang Laowu, equally bewildered, furrowed his brow and asked, Brother Tianba, what on earth is happening? Haven T Anong Bank and Dingfeng Group always cooperated well with you? Gung Tianba's face grew pale, his lips trembling as he stammered. I don't know. This is utterly nonsensical. The Gung Group, his life's work for decades, had been nearly shattered within a couple of minutes. If he were to share this news, no one would believe it. At that moment, Ye Chen fanned the flames. Hey, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. The night is still young. Gung Tianba's gaze was vacant. What do you mean? Ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Hu Jiaojiao, the vice president of Hongfeng Real Estate. Gulp. Gung Tianba nervously swallowed, an ominous feeling swirling in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he answered the call. Before he could flatter her, Hu Jiaojiao spoke first. I have two announcements to make. First, we are canceling the Gung Group and Oppo's eligibility to participate in our bidding process. Second, some construction materials delivered by the Gung Group last year were found to have quality issues, and we will be pursuing legal action to protect our rights. Gung Tianba's heart raced, and he hurriedly explained, President Hu, please let me explain. There must be some misunderstanding. Beep beep beep. The call was already disconnected. Thud. Gung Tianba collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant as he muttered, It's over. It's all over. What on earth is happening? Can someone tell me what is going on? Standing nearby, Peng Laowu's previously arrogant expression shifted to one of anxiety. He was no fool. Having navigated the Anong scene for many years, he recognized that in less than a few minutes, Gung Tianba, the helm of the Gung Group, had plummeted from grace to despair. This was no mere coincidence. His gaze slowly drifted to Ye Chen. Upon seeing the innocent smile on Ye Chen and Oppo's face, Peng Laowu suddenly felt a prickling sense of dread. This young man, he had misjudged completely, just as he contemplated how to extricate himself from this situation. Ye Chen spoke first to Gung Tianba. Chairman Gung, isn't this show thrilling and unexpected? Gung Tianba trembled, unable to form a coherent response. Ye Chen smiled even more gently. This is merely the opening act. There are even more spectacular events to come, so do brace yourself. Chapter 48. The Urge to Kneel. Ye Chen's words caused Gung Tianba, who was seated on the ground, to tremble. He lifted his gaze towards Ye Chen, his expression a mixture of complexity. Reflecting on his earlier entrance, brimming with confidence just 10 minutes prior, he now found himself in such a dismal position. Why had this happened? By what right was he subjected to this? At that moment, Gung Wuda, pinned against the wall, shouted with a sinister expression, Dad, don't let him fool you. This must be a coincidence. Ye Chen is merely a son-in-law of the Su family. How could he possess such power? Human beings share a common flaw. Once a fixed impression of someone is formed, it is exceedingly difficult to alter. This is especially true regarding those whom one despises. Gung Wuda's words struck a chord with Gung Tianba. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and glared at Ye Chen. Damn it, this is your opening act? Do you have any idea how foul my mood is right now? You dare to play the fool at my expense. Ye Chen responded with a solemn demeanor. I apologize, but I have no interest in jesting with someone of your caliber. Gung Tianba gritted his teeth in anger and retorted. You little brat may not have heard the saying, a skinny camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, our Gung family has lost significant partners and support, but no matter the turmoil, we still possess enough strength to make you pay a price. I don't care how you came by this information or how you intend to put on a show before me. Just know that your actions have crossed our Gung family's bottom line. And what of it? Ye Chen shrugged, adopting an attitude that suggested he was unfazed by Gung Tianba's threats. Gung Tianba turned to Peng Laowu and said, Brother Peng, help me eliminate this brat. Peng Laowu hesitated. Although he could not ascertain whether Ye Chen was indeed an unassailable opponent, his long-established cautious nature held him back from taking rash action. Moreover, he had previously supported Gung Tianba due to the Gung family's influence in Anong, seeking to leverage their partnership for mutual benefit. However, in light of Gung and Oppo's recent heavy blow in business, it was evident that they were struggling to maintain their standing, and seeking help now seemed somewhat desperate. Gung Tianba, astute as he was, noticed Peng Laowu's hesitation and understood the latter's thoughts. Cursing him internally as a cunning old fox, Gung Tianba lowered his tone slightly. Brother Peng, I assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded if you can help me deal with this little rascal today. I can promise you half of the wealth our Gung family has accumulated over the years. How does that sound? At this declaration, everyone present was taken aback, especially Peng Laowu, whose heart raced. Although the Gung family had recently faced setbacks, Gung Tianba's words rang true. Even diminished, they still possessed considerable assets. Even after losing heavy-duty partners and support, the Gung family could still muster 600 million. Half of that amounted to 300 million, a substantial sum. especially in a third-tier city like Anong. For Peng Laowu, who was a prominent figure in Anong, this was an enticing proposition, doubling his own wealth, which he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. However, upon catching sight of Ye Chen's calm demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over him once more. What if Ye Chen truly was? Before he could finish that thought, Geng Tianba dropped another bombshell. Brother Peng, you may not be aware, but our Geng family acquired a piece of land in the southern district at the start of the year for 100 million. I could also offer you this land. 100 million worth of land. If invested wisely, its future value is incalculable. With that, Peng Laowu found himself devoid of any reasons to refuse. Grinning wide to reveal his yellowed teeth, he exclaimed, "Haha. Brother Tianba, what are you saying? We are good friends who have known each other for years. Since we have come this far, if I do not lend you a hand, how could I hold my head high in this world? Ye Chen is merely a small son-in-law of the Su family." Hearing this, Geng Tianba clapped Peng Laowu on the back, smiling, "Brother Peng, your principles are commendable." Though he internally berated Peng Laowu countless times, at this moment, all that mattered was eliminating Ye Chen. This was the last stand for him and the Geng family. Peng Laowu stepped forward, pulling 2 walnuts from his pocket and rolling them in his palm. The walnuts gleamed with polish and intricate patterns, clearly valuable. Noticing this, Zhao Hailong furrowed his brow and instinctively moved closer to Ye Chen. After years of navigating Andong's underbelly, he was well aware of Peng Laowu's tendencies. The latter had an affinity for playing with walnuts, particularly the prized lionhead variety, rumored to have been purchased for a steep price. These were cherished like his lifeblood. However, he only revealed them when he intended to kill. The moment Peng Laowu took out the lionhead walnuts, it became apparent that he intended to end a life. And the target was unmistakable. Peng Laowu's face, lined with flesh, quivered as his beady eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. He directed his words at Zhao Hailong. "Zhao, you see the situation here. I, Peng Laowu, am determined to eliminate this brat Ye Chen tonight. If you insist on intervening, even if it leads to mutual destruction, I am prepared to bear the consequences. Just a heads up, I have summoned all my men tonight, while you only brought half of yours. So, should a fight break out, your defeat is inevitable." Such a threat bore a weight that even Zhao Hailong, seasoned as he was, found daunting. After years in Anong, he was facing a confrontation of this magnitude for the first time. Nevertheless, Zhao Hailong scratched his bald head, flashing a bright smile. "Victory and defeat will only be revealed through battle. If you offer a toast, I shall return it with a penalty drink." Peng Laowu spat on the ground, then wasted no more words, signaling his subordinates to prepare for battle. Just as a large-scale conflict was about to erupt, a booming voice resonated from the crowd outside the private room. "Ha! Out late at night, and you all come here for a bit of excitement." As the voice rang out, the crowd blocking the corridor outside the room parted, creating a clear path. Geng Tianba and Peng Laowu instinctively turned to the source of the voice. Entering was a middle-aged man of around 45, of average height and appearance, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding an approachable demeanor. Yet upon seeing him, both Geng Tianba and Peng Laowu involuntarily shuddered, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to kneel. "Mr. Xiao, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than the current general manager of the Hafeng Group, the wealthiest man in Anong, and the sole heir of Xiao Dai, Xiao Hongming. Chapter 49, the formal program begins. Xiao Hongming, as the only son of the wealthiest man in Anong City, Xiao Dai, holds a position of immense significance in the Anong business circle and even in the Ning province. He has successfully navigated the realms of politics, commerce, and morality with remarkable adeptness. Comparatively, the likes of the Geng family, Peng Laowu, and the Qian family pale in significance alongside him. Thus, his appearance is bound to stir up a considerable commotion. In recent years, the Red Maple Group has shifted its focus well beyond the provincial borders, even to international markets, rendering the modest stature of Anong City inconsequential in their eyes. Consequently, the Xiao family has seldom made public appearances in Anong. At this moment, Geng Tianba perceives an extraordinary opportunity in encountering Xiao Hongming. If he could garner even a modicum of favor from him, perhaps he might receive some assistance, making the recent unexpected losses seem trivial. With this thought in mind, Geng Tianba was the first to step forward, his demeanor replete with flattery as he bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Xiao, greetings. I wonder if you remember me, Geng Tianba. We had the fortune of meeting last year at the Anong Business Conference." Hiki, not to be outdone, Peng Laowu, with his portly face breaking into a beaming smile, chimed in, "Hiki, I am Peng Laowu. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Xiao, and indeed, seeing you today is a remarkable experience. In response to their flattery, Xiao Hongming maintained an air of composure, replying mildly, both of you are also prominent figures in Anong. I have heard much about you. There is no need for such humility. This statement sent waves of elation through Geng Tianba and Pang Laowu, leaving them feeling rather buoyant. Did you hear that? Even a figure as illustrious as Xiao Hongming has acknowledged us. This will certainly enhance our stature in future gatherings. Naturally, they feigned modesty, asserting, "Oh no, Mr. Xiao. You flatter us. Compared to you, I, Pang Laowu, am merely a small mouse, hardly worth mentioning." Xiao Hongming merely smiled gently, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he pivoted the conversation, inquiring, "I am curious, what brings you both here so late?" Geng Tianba's eyes lit up with an idea. He thought to himself that since he could not deal with Ye Chen directly, perhaps Pang Laowu could be of assistance, albeit at a steep cost. If he could leverage this moment to have Xiao Hongming intervene, one word from him would ensure Zhao Hailong would not dare to shield Ye Chen any longer. Eliminating Ye Chen would then be a simple task, saving him a considerable fortune. With that in mind, Geng Tianba wasted no time and quickly replied to Xiao Hongming, "Mr. Xiao, the situation is as follows. The Su family's useless son-in-law has been quite arrogant. Just a few days ago, he assaulted my son with a wine bottle. And today he came again, injuring my bodyguard, and he gestured towards Geng Wuda, who was pinned against the wall. You see, these are the tactics of that scoundrel Ye Chen. I, Geng Tianba, have conducted business with utmost caution over the years, always kind to others and never greedy. Keeping the 24-character motto in mind, yet I cannot guard against such brazen acts of a beast." He continued, "I hope, Mr. Xiao, that you can speak a word of justice on behalf of us as fellow members of the Anong business community. I, Geng Tianba, would be eternally grateful." As he spoke, Geng Tianba blinked vigorously, attempting to conjure a tear to express his plight. Internally, he commended his own cleverness, relieved that he had not rescued his son sooner. Otherwise, this performance might not have been as successful. Pang Laowu, upon hearing Geng Tianba's words, could not help but sneer inwardly. This scoundrel has completely forgotten his promises at the first sign of a better opportunity. However, with Xiao Hongming present, he dared not voice his thoughts and remained silent. Swallowing his displeasure. After listening to Geng Tianba's account, Xiao Hongming pondered for a moment before asking, "So, Geng boss, what is your intention?" Geng Tianba quickly responded, "I hope you can take charge for me, Mr. Xiao. If you could persuade Zhao Hailong to refrain from intervening in tonight's affair and deliver Ye Chen into my hands, that would suffice." Xiao Hongming continued to inquire, "And what shall you do once he is in your hands?" A flash of malice crossed Geng Tianba's eyes as he declared, "Of course, I shall flay this audacious scoundrel and subject him to the most severe of punishments. In Anong, we cannot allow such a brazen young man to exist." At this moment, Geng Wuda, pinned against the wall, felt tears welling up in his eyes, moved by his father's formidable display of power. "Truly, my father is remarkable. I wonder how Ye Chen will escape this predicament now." However, what transpired next was utterly beyond their expectations. Xiao Hongming took 2 steps forward, directly approaching Ye Chen. He extended his hand, slightly bending at the waist as he asked, "Mr. Yi, I have heard their thoughts clearly. What are your instructions?" Gasps of shock reverberated through the room as everyone stared, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The superpower of Anong, Xiao Hongming, had approached Ye Chen to shake his hand, adopting a demeanor of complete humility. What on earth is happening? Yet, regardless of their astonishment and skepticism, the truth was evident before them, not a mere illusion. "Thank you for coming," Ye Chen replied, shaking Xiao Hongming's hand firmly. The latter's face radiated with barely contained excitement as he responded, "Not at all. It is my duty, as the only son of Xiao Dai." Although Xiao Hongming was not intimately familiar with Ye Chen's father's past exploits, he had been frequently reminded by his father over the years that their family was not as illustrious as perceived. They had long been in service to a significant figure. Xiao Hongming remembered well that just days prior, his father had appointed Ye Chen as the president of Red Maple Real Estate under the Red Maple Group. At that moment, Xiao Hongming realized that the important figure his father had mentioned had a crucial connection to Ye Chen. Just an hour ago, he had received a call from his father abroad, instructing him to assist Ye Chen at the Taoyuan KTV. He rushed over immediately, arriving even before Geng Tianba and Pang Laowu. However, Ye Chen had asked him to conceal himself for a brief moment, waiting for the right time to emerge. Thus, the scene that had just unfolded came to pass. At this moment, Geng Tianba and Pang Laowu stood frozen, their expressions rigid. "Mr. Xiao," Geng Tianba swallowed nervously, struggling to believe this reality and eager to seek clarification. Before he could stammer out a complete sentence, Ye Chen interjected, wearing that inscrutable smile, Director Geng. As I mentioned earlier, the opening act has concluded. Now it is time for the formal program. Are you prepared? Chapter 50. Be My Dog. Do you deserve it? Geng Tianba felt his throat constrict. Faced with Ye Chen's question, he was gripped by an overwhelming sense of panic, rendering him speechless. He had come to the stark realization that Ye Chen's initial words were not mere threats, but a grim reality. The Geng family would meet its demise this very night. No resource could assist him. With this conclusion firmly in mind, Geng Tianba dared not hesitate for even a moment. He abruptly knelt before Ye Chen, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, Mr. Yi. Grandpa Yi. It is I, Geng Tianba, who has failed to recognize the towering presence before me. I, Geng Tianba, foolishly offended you. I implore you, with your magnanimity, if you could spare the Geng family, I am willing to toil like a beast, or even be a dog by your side. As he spoke, he began to bow deeply to Ye Chen. The force of his bows caused the floor of the private room to tremble slightly. In response to Geng Tianba's desperate pleas, Ye Chen remained utterly unperturbed and simply stated, To be my dog, do you deserve it? This statement carried an immense weight, eliciting a variety of expressions among the onlookers. It was the first time in Geng Tianba's decades in Anong that someone had declared he was unworthy even of being a dog. While the statement may have seemed arrogant, none present felt there was any fault in it. After all, given Ye Chen's current connections, there were countless individuals eager to serve him. A mere Geng Tianba was indeed unworthy of such a role. For Geng Tianba himself, Ye Chen's words struck him like a ton of bricks. Yet, driven by his instinct for survival, he pressed on, continuing to plead, Grandpa Yi, I know my son has been somewhat ostentatious in his lifestyle and has inadvertently offended you. I can bear the brunt of all his mistakes. I beg you to grant our Geng family a chance. Ye Chen and Appo's indifferent gaze remained fixed on Geng Tianba as he replied, You claim to understand the misdeeds of your son, yet you dare to take responsibility? Geng Tianba shook his head in confusion. His busy business life left him little time to monitor Geng Wuda's every action. Moreover, Geng Wuda was fiercely independent and rarely consulted him on his endeavors. With a slight raise of his brow, Ye Chen urged, Then what are you waiting for? If you do not clarify the events now, you may not have another opportunity. Gulping nervously, Geng Tianba felt an ominous premonition wash over him. However, under Ye Chen's command, he dared not delay. Crawling and rolling towards Geng Wuda, he seized his son's calf with a ghastly expression, demanding to know the truth of the matter. At that moment, Geng Wuda was paralyzed with fear. No matter how arrogant or debauched he usually was, he understood that the instant Xiao Hongming stood up for Ye Chen, the fate of the Geng family was sealed. He, Geng Wuda, was the root of the calamity. Witnessing his father and Appo's desperate state, Geng Wuda, with a face full of despair, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Geng Tianba collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. The vacant stare in his eyes signified that he grasped the gravity of the situation, far beyond his imagination. Before arriving at the T1 KTV, he had never envisioned that his beloved son would first cause a drunk driving accident involving Ye Chen's sister, then flee, and finally go to Ye Chen's wife with intentions of courtship, culminating in today's heinous act of kidnapping Ye Chen's wife with the intent of committing vile acts. Each of these incidents was a direct affront to Ye Chen's limits, an unforgivable sin. Dad, I truly did not mean to. Geng Wuda cried out in desperation. Had I known Ye Chen was so formidable, I would never have acted this way. Please, I do not wish to die. I beg you to save me. Geng Wuda sobbed uncontrollably, his fear causing him to lose control and soil himself. Geng Tianba let out a complex and pained laugh. Save? On what grounds? How could he possibly save him? At this moment, with a mere word from Ye Chen, both of them could face utter annihilation. No one present could intervene. The thought that his indulgence of his son had led to the jeopardy of the Geng family's decades-long legacy filled Geng Tianba with indescribable regret. All he could do was continue to kneel before Ye Chen, trembling as he stammered, Our Geng family's fate rests entirely in your hands, Grandpa Yi. He relinquished any resistance. This was all he could do. Ye Chen, seemingly oblivious to his pleas, walked directly towards Old Pang. With each step, Old Pang's anxiety intensified. Originally, he had no stake in the matter, but in a moment of impulsiveness, he had come to assist Geng Tianba. Throughout this ordeal, he had sensed that Ye Chen's identity was not ordinary, yet his fleeting greed had led him to ignore his instincts. Now, he faced the repercussions. He regretted it deeply. As Ye Chen approached, Old Pang instinctively knelt, striking his own face repeatedly, crying, I, Pang Laowu, am to blame. I have family to care for. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. In no time, both sides of his face swelled, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, a testament to his overwhelming desire to survive. When Ye Chen halted a step away, he inquired, I have a question for you. Answer truthfully. Old Pang nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ye Chen continued, if Xiao Hongming had not arrived tonight and we had been the ones to fail, if I found myself in your hands pleading for mercy, would you spare me? Old Pang hesitated, wanting to respond affirmatively. But the truth was that if such a scenario unfolded, he would never let Ye Chen go. Realizing he had to speak honestly, he reluctantly shook his head, indicating he would not spare him. A cold smile crept across Ye Chen's lips. Exactly, if you yourself admit you would not spare me, then what reason do I have to show you mercy? I adhere to a principle. If someone offers me a modicum of kindness, I shall repay it tenfold. Conversely, if one harbors malice towards me, I shall return it manifold. Unfortunately for you, you happen to be one who bears that malice. This declaration left old Pang and Appo's mind reeling. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his plump body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen ignored his panic, slightly bending to pick up the pair of lion-head walnuts that had fallen to the ground, playing with them gently. As I mentioned, the formal program has commenced. The lead and supporting roles have been filled, and now we are merely in need of an extra. Would you care to audition? Old Pang nodded vigorously. I can. I truly can. Are you certain you will not regret it? Old Pang replied with unwavering determination. I will never regret it. But may I ask, Mr. Ye, what is the content of your program? Ye Chen's dark eyes glinted with menace. I intend to stage a traffic accident, and the identity of the perpetrator will fall upon you. Chapter 51. Ye Chen, you are nothing but a. This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned, their minds grappling with its meaning. Elder Pang raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Ye Chen surveyed the crowd before speaking. Just now, Geng Tianba explicitly stated that he would bear the consequences of his son and Appo's mistakes. Therefore, I am granting him that opportunity. Your son caused a car accident involving my sister, and whether it is an apology or monetary compensation, I, Ye Chen, have no interest. What I desire is quite simple. I require a member of the Geng family to experience a similar accident. Only then will I feel a sense of balance within me. You may deem me petty or overly meticulous, yet this is the principle I abide by in seeking retribution. Geng Tianba felt his breath quicken, his greatest fear about to materialize. Ye Chen produced his phone and pulled up a video, surveillance footage capturing the moment Ye Chen was struck by Geng Wuda while he was driving under the influence. It was a painful memory that Ye Chen could never forget. His tone turned grim as he continued. You two members of the Geng family should select one to play the role of the driver in this impending accident. As for the speed of the vehicle, I hope it does not fall below that of Geng Wuda when he collided with my sister. If I am dissatisfied with the speed, I may require you to film it once more. These words rendered Geng Tianba, Geng Wuda, and Elder Pang ashen-faced. This was no mere performance. They were being driven towards a dead end. Yet, what could they do? Despite the multitude of grievances, they could only suppress them within their hearts. In the face of absolute power, all resistance and dissent were futile. They were acutely aware that should Xiao Hongming take the reins, even a dignified death would become a distant luxury. Consequently, Geng Tianba and Elder Pang could only bow their heads in gratitude to Ye Chen, thankful that he was not intent on total annihilation. Ye Chen offered a cold smile. I hope that the first news I receive tomorrow morning aligns perfectly with my expectations. Otherwise, his words trailed off as he exited the private room with Xiao Hongming, Zhao Hailong, and his subordinates. The vast room was left with the three uncertain figures, their futures shrouded in ambiguity. Downstairs, Ye Chen entered Xiao Hongming and Appo's Rolls-Royce, accompanied by Zhao Hailong. At this moment, Zhao Hailong could hardly contain his joy. Riding in the vehicle of such a prominent figure was a privilege few could attain. Had it not been for Ye Chen and Appo's influence, he would have had to wait an eternity for such fortune. As the Rolls-Royce glided through the night, Xiao Hongming respectfully inquired, Mr. Ye, may I ask what your plans are moving forward? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and replied, after the Geng family's downfall, they will inevitably leave behind substantial assets and resources. I need you to keep an eye on them, as I will require your assistance in the future. Understood, Xiao Hongming nodded. Ye Chen added, what transpired tonight must remain confidential. Rest assured, Mr. Ye, aside from us, no one shall learn the truth. Ye Chen stretched and smiled. Beyond this, I have no further matters to discuss. I truly appreciate your assistance tonight. I will treat you to a meal sometime. though I fear it cannot be tonight as I must first visit my wife in the hospital. Zhao Hailong chuckled in agreement. Xiao Hongming pondered deeply. Having navigated the business world for decades and encountered countless individuals, this was his first meeting with Ye Chen. In less than an hour, Ye Chen had already left a profound impression on him. At such a young age, his meticulousness was remarkable, employing just a few interconnected strategies. He had dismantled the Geng family's long-standing dominance in Anong while severely injuring Elder Pang. Everything appeared so effortless. This calmness and confidence were rare, even among the wealthiest magnates of his own age. What stood out even more was Ye Chen's decisiveness in dealing with adversaries. While some might view his methods as excessive, Xiao Hongming regarded them as essential qualities for a business tycoon. As the ancients said, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Indecision will never yield favorable results. Ye Chen truly embodied the significance his father attributed to him as an important figure, and it seemed necessary to cultivate a favorable impression of him moving forward. Ye Chen instructed Xiao Hongming to drop him off at the hospital, allowing him to return alone. He also sent Zhao Hailong back, as he wished to visit his wife without the presence of too many onlookers. Upon reaching Su Yunqing's hospital room, he took a seat beside her bed. At that moment, Su Yunqing had fallen asleep after receiving a saline drip. The once perfect visage now bore a pallid hue, causing Ye Chen's heart to ache. Over 3 years of marriage, he had observed every nuance of her being. To the outside world, she was a strong and capable woman. Yet the truth was that she had always lived under immense pressure. Due to her family's preference for male heirs, she had never been afforded the opportunity to showcase her true self. Stubbornly, she had strived relentlessly to prove her worth, yet the outcomes often fell short of her expectations. On multiple occasions, Ye Chen had caught her discreetly weeping in solitude. He had witnessed her pain, helpless to alleviate it due to his own lack of resources and power. Now, however, he would not allow Su Yunqing to suffer any longer. The fate of the Geng family served as a testament to this resolve. Ye Chen, please go. Don't worry about me. Su Yunqing murmured in her sleep, her forehead glistening with perspiration, brows furrowed, and fists clenched as if trapped in a nightmare. Observing this, Ye Chen immediately grasped her hand, speaking softly, "Do not be afraid. I am right here. It is all over." He then gently wiped the sweat from her brow with a couple of tissues. After a while, Su Yunqing's breathing stabilized, and Ye Chen sighed, realizing that this incident would surely leave her with lasting psychological scars. Recovery would take time. Ye Chen. He suddenly heard Su Yunqing murmuring again. Though this time her voice was faint, he leaned closer to listen, his heart tinged with anticipation. Could it be that she was moved by his rescue and was preparing to confess her feelings in her dreams, just as Ye Chen was filled with hope? Su Yunqing added, "You are just a fool." Ye Chen's expression darkened. Not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also insulted him in her dream. With a resigned eye roll, he tucked the blanket around Su Yunqing before resting his head on the bedside, holding her gentle hand. Before long, he too succumbed to slumber, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Chapter 52. The resounding slap of Su Yunqing. In a daze, Ye Chen found himself enveloped in a dream where he was inadequately clad, wandering through the frigid darkness of night. He had lost track of time, feeling both cold and weary. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion, he spotted a bed. Upon it lay a thick quilt, and a surge of joy filled Ye Chen's heart as he instinctively dove beneath the covers. It was warm, soft, and exceedingly comfortable. Just as he closed his eyes and nestled deeper into the quilt, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Ye Chen was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the furious gaze of Su Yunqing, seated by the hospital bed. It was her slap that had roused him from slumber. "Ye Chen, you scoundrel. I never expected you to be such a person." Su Yunqing spoke, her expression tinged with grievance. Ye Chen was utterly bewildered. What was that slap for? However, as he glanced down, his eyes widened in shock. To his astonishment, he realized he was lying on a hospital bed. How had this happened? Thoughts raced through his mind. He vaguely recalled that the air conditioning had been set too low in the ward last night, and in a stupor, he had unconsciously snuggled into Su Yunqing's bed. As for whether he had crossed any lines, that remained a mystery. At that moment, Su Yunqing's expression was a mix of indignation and hurt, her eyes slightly reddened. Since their marriage, they had never engaged in any intimate contact. This was her stipulation, forbidding Ye Chen from overstepping boundaries. For 3 years, Ye Chen had adhered to her wishes, never once behaving inappropriately. To think that today, he would take advantage of her vulnerability was deeply disappointing to her. Seeing the look on Su Yunqing's face, Ye Chen's heart tightened. He hurriedly explained the situation. assuring her that it was not a deliberate act of impropriety, but rather an unconscious mistake. He sincerely apologized, promising that such an incident would never occur again. After listening to his explanation, Su Yunqing fell into contemplation. His reasoning lacked logical fallacies, and it did not seem like a lie. After all, if he were indeed the kind of lecherous beast, he would have acted long ago during their 3 years of marriage. Perhaps she had wronged him. As this realization struck her, a blush of embarrassment crept onto her face. However, with her slightly proud disposition, she would never be the first to apologize. With a haughty huff, she declared, "I and Appos, I'll let you off this time, but if I catch you with any improper intentions again, you'll regret it. Your wishes shall be my command, my dear wife." Ye Chen saluted, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Su Yunqing, feigning anger, playfully punched Ye Chen's chest. "You're such a mess." Ye Chen chuckled, increasingly sensing that his relationship with Su Yunqing was growing closer, resembling that of a normal married couple. "Now, let us discuss something serious." Su Yunqing's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "How did you manage to escape from Gung Wuda last night after I fainted from low blood sugar? He didn't harm you, did he? Don't worry, my dear. That ordeal is behind us. From today onward, the Gung family shall no longer trouble us." "Humph," Su Yunqing retorted. "Ye Chen, what are you talking about? I know Gung Wuda's character all too well. We may have narrowly escaped this time, but he and the Gung family will not let us go so easily." Sighing, she added, "If it comes to that, perhaps we should consider divorce. I don't want to drag the Su family down, and certainly not you." Ye Chen, with unwavering conviction, replied, "My dear, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The Gung family is in serious trouble now. They are in no position to pursue us. We need not divorce. Let us simply enjoy our lives." However, Su Yunqing could hardly believe his words. In her eyes, the Gung family was a renowned and powerful clan in Anong City. What kind of calamity could possibly bring such a titan to its knees? Surely, Ye Chen was fabricating tales to placate her. With a disappointed sigh, she said, "Forget it. I will return home to discuss this with my parents. I never expected any help from you. Let us get discharged and go home." Ye Chen merely smiled wryly, offering no further explanation. The news of the Gung family's downfall would soon spread throughout the streets of Anong, clearing his name in due course. Thus, they proceeded with the discharge and took a taxi home. Upon arriving home and ascending the stairs to their door, Ye Chen noticed Su Guoqiang and his wife moving items out of the house. As he focused, he realized they were his personal belongings. Seeing this, Su Yunqing inquired, "Mom, what are you doing?" Lu Milan looked up, her face lighting up. "Oh, you're back so early. Why didn't little Gung come with you?" Su Yunqing frowned. "I don't want to talk about him." Lu Milan, wearing an expression of understanding, chuckled, "I get it. Young people often feel awkward after their first time. Don't just stand there. Come inside and rest. I'll prepare something delicious for you. After all, last night was your unsafe period. What a coincidence. Haha. If fortune smiles upon us, I might be holding a grandchild in 10 months. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you be holding a grandchild?" Su Yunqing exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Milan pouted. "What's off limits to say between us? You and little Gung spent the night together and didn't come home. It's only natural that something might have happened. I understand, and I support it." Su Yunqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. How could her parents, instead of coming to her aid during a perilous night, make such remarks? It felt like salt on her wounds. At that moment, Lu Milan frowned at Ye Chen, who stood behind Su Yunqing, and scolded, "I've thrown your belongings out. Take them and get lost. Immediately. Tomorrow, after you and Yunqing divorce. Our Su family will have nothing to do with scum like you. Do you understand?" Ye Chen, witnessing his possessions strewn across the ground, felt a surge of irritation. He retorted, "I've said it countless times. Only if Yunqing insists on a divorce will I agree. What anyone else says is irrelevant. You little brat." Lu Milan was seething with anger, pointing her finger at Ye Chen. "Are those eyes of yours only for breathing? Can't you see Yunqing is with little Gung? Why are you still clinging on? Regardless, this marriage must end. If you refuse to divorce, don't blame me for being unkind. I'll personally find little Gung to deal with you." "Humph. The last time you assaulted little Gung isn't over yet. Consider whether you can withstand the wrath of little Gung and his family." In response, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen and Appos' mouth. "Then go ahead and try. I'm curious to see how the Gung family will express their fury." Chapter 53. Will there be a windfall? Lu Milan fixed her gaze on Ye Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. TSK. Who would have thought that a useless fellow like you could be so arrogant? I can't wait to see how you'll hold your ground when Xiao Gung brings his people over. She reached for her phone, intending to call Gung Wuda. Seeing this, Su Yinqing was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. Mom, don't make that call. Don't you think things are chaotic enough already? No way. This ingrate has pushed me too far. Today, I must teach him a lesson. I, Lu Milan, have lived for decades without anyone daring to disrespect me. But this little punk has been bold enough to challenge me more than once in recent days. He needs to be dealt with. With that, she shook off Su Yunqing's grip and dialed Gung Wuda's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is not answering. Please try again later. Huh. Why isn't Xiao Gung picking up? Lu Milan asked, puzzled, and dialed again, only to be met with the same result. Ye Chen smirked. How much longer must I wait? Standing here is quite exhausting. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Milan's face as she shot a fierce glare at Ye Chen. Don't get too smug. Just let me try one more time. I'm sure it will connect. Just as she was about to redial, a sudden exclamation from Su Guoqiang broke the tension. Oh no, something big has happened. Can't you refrain from being so dramatic? What significant event could possibly occur so early in the morning? Lu Milan retorted angrily. Su Guoqiang urgently explained. Just come in and see the news. Hurry. Reluctantly, Lu Milan turned and entered the room, followed closely by Su Yunqing and Ye Chen. In the living room, the television was broadcasting the morning news on the Anong satellite channel. Headline 1. The Gung Group of Anong exposed for major financial fraud. Relevant authorities have initiated an investigation. Headline 2. Gung Tianba, chairman of the Gung Group, dies in a car accident early this morning. Headline 3. The driver responsible for the accident, identified as Peng Laowu, has surrendered. He owns several entertainment businesses in Anong. As the news unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Lu Milan and Su Guoqiang were expressions of utter confusion. Just a minute ago, Lu Milan had boasted about having the Gung family deal with Ye Chen, and now the Gung family was in ruins. The speed of this slap in the face was astonishing. Su Yunqing covered her mouth, her disbelief palpable. The events from the previous night, when Gung Wuda had schemed to have her caught in a KTV, still haunted her. She had dismissed Ye Chen's warnings about the Gung family's impending troubles, but now, the truth had manifested before her eyes. How could Ye Chen have known in advance? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but glance at Ye Chen. Recently, she had begun to perceive an enigmatic transformation in him, a layer of inscrutable depth that intrigued her. For Ye Chen, the news came as no surprise. With Xiao Homing personally handling the situation, he felt assured. The stillness in the living room lingered for several minutes until Lu Milan, infuriated, switched off the television and plopped down on the sofa, exclaiming, how could the Gung family have fallen apart? I was promised the chance to bask in the glory of being Xiao Gung's mother-in-law. Su Guoqiang shook his head in dismay. The news indicates that the Gung family is not only facing bankruptcy but also numerous legal troubles. It seems they are doomed. Lu Milan nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. She turned to Su Yunqing. Ching. Quickly delete Gung Wuda's WeChat. We must never have contact with them again. With their family in such turmoil, we cannot allow ourselves to be dragged down with them. Su Yunqing replied helplessly, I never wanted to contact him in the first place. Lu Milan continued, by the way, did you take precautions last night? If not, I'll have that useless Ye Chen go buy you some medicine. We cannot allow any misfortune from the Gung family to affect us. Su Yunqing stomped her foot in exasperation. Mom, nothing happened between me and that rogue Gung Wuda. Stop jumping to conclusions. Only then did Lu Milan reluctantly fall silent. Ye Chen, meanwhile, felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Throughout his life, he had encountered many opportunistic and self-serving individuals, but Lu Milan's shamelessness was truly unparalleled. The audacity of her suggestion that he procure medicine for the possibility of Su Yunqing being pregnant with Gung Wuda's child was simply outrageous. After a moment of exasperation, Lu Milan shifted her focus back to Ye Chen. Don't get too carried away. Even though the Gung family has collapsed, you two must still divorce. Our Qingqing is far too exceptional. She could easily find a wealthier suitor than Gung Wuda. Anyone would be better than a parasite like you. Unable to bear her continued insults towards Ye Chen, Su Yunqing stepped in to defend him. Mom, please don't speak of Ye Chen that way. He is now the head of security at Hongfeng Real Estate. He is not the useless person you think he is. The head of security at Hongfeng Real Estate? Lu Milan responded incredulously. In Anong, holding such a position was certainly respectable. It was certainly not the worthless parasite she had previously derided. However, Lu Milan remained skeptical of Su Yunqing's words. You really think he could achieve that? Don't try to fool me. Hongfeng Real Estate is a major company, and someone like him wouldn't even qualify to be a cleaner, let alone the head of security. Why don't you just say he is the new president of Hongfeng Real Estate? Huh. if he truly became the new president. I would gladly eat feces and drink urine at every meal, if not for the need to keep his identity under wraps. Ye Chen would have been tempted to reveal that he was indeed the new president of Hong Kong real estate. Lu Milan's domineering attitude left Su Yunqing feeling exasperated. Believe it or not, I will not divorce Ye Chen, and you cannot force him out. I have a lot of work to handle at the company. Ye Chen, ride with me to the office now. Absolutely, Ye Chen replied, his face lighting up with excitement. After 3 years of marriage, Su Yunqing had never allowed him to accompany her to the office, and today felt like a rare victory. Without lingering for another moment, they departed. Lu Milan fumed on the sofa, cursing, that bastard Ye Chen deserves a miserable fate. Su Guiqiang furrowed his brow, puzzled. Have you not noticed that Ye Chen seems to have changed recently? Lu Milan gritted her teeth. Of course. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I wonder where he found the audacity. I suspect it's because that unfortunate sister of his was hit by a car, and now he has gone mad. Su Guiqiang shook his head. That is not what I meant. What I'm saying is, think about it. Recently, Ye Chen has fought with Xiao Gong, confronted Su Tingting, and even bought our daughter a necklace worth 5 million. TSK. Such confidence and extravagance. I don't believe he became the head of security at Hong Kong real estate. But could it be that he came into sudden wealth? Perhaps he won the lottery? Lu Milan scoffed in disbelief. That is impossible. With Ye Chen's luck. If he won the lottery, I'd be finding gold on the streets. But what if? Lu Milan huffed, firmly asserting, even if he did win, that money belongs to us. After all, he is still married to Qingqing. Once they're divorced, he better not think he can keep a single penny. Su Guiqiang chuckled. By the way, what about the things we threw out at the door? Lu Milan snapped impatiently. Just bring them back for now. We'll toss them out after we ensure Ye Chen leaves with nothing. Chapter 54. A foregone conclusion. In the old residence of the Su family, a morning meeting was convened. Except for Su Guiqiang's immediate family, all other members of the Su clan were present. Sitting at the head of the table, Grandma Su wore a grim expression, her mood plummeting to its nadir. The previous night, Ye Chen had shattered her beloved cane and had ruthlessly humiliated her with sharp words, leaving her sleepless throughout the night. Consequently, she summoned the family to discuss how to address the matter concerning Ye Chen. Su Guiqiang slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, for so many years, our Su family has never harbored such a disgraceful character. This good-for-nothing must be expelled from the family and severed from all ties. His wife, Chen Jinhua, gritted her teeth in agreement. Exactly. Look at how this traitor has bullied our Ziheng. Seated nearby, Su Ziheng, with his head wrapped in bandages and appearing like a swollen pig's head, clenched his fists and seethed. Not only do I want Ye Chen out of the Su family, but I also want him to be buried without a trace. Su Tingting had already heard about the events of the previous night. To her, Su Yunqing being kidnapped by Geng Wuda was entirely Su Ziheng's doing. He must have deliberately put himself in danger to lure Su Yunqing into a trap, a rather commendable gesture of intent. Thus, she felt little animosity towards Su Ziheng and ventured, brother, after Ye Chen made such a scene last night, didn't he go searching for Su Yunqing? With Su Yunqing in Geng Wuda's hands, Ye Chen will definitely suffer greatly without our intervention. Su Ziheng shook his head, adopting an all-knowing tone. You don't understand Ye Chen. That scoundrel only bullies the weak. He may strut in front of us, but upon encountering Geng Wuda, he will surely kneel like a submissive fool and perhaps even voluntarily hand over Su Yunqing to Geng Wuda. Huh. Isn't it true that Su Yunqing's bidding qualifications were also acquired through dubious means? At this remark, Grandma Su spat on the ground in disgust. Such a woman of ill repute brings shame to our Su family. Su Guiqiang took a sip of tea and interjected, Mother, we cannot say that. If Su Yunqing can indeed seduce Geng Wuda, whisper a few sweet nothings, and secure some benefits for our Su family, it could turn out quite well. Upon hearing this, Su Guiqiang snorted disdainfully. You wish. Do you think that Su Yunqing is a virtuous person? She is just as ambitious and cunning. If she really gets involved with the Geng family, do you believe her first act won't be to slap us in the face? You think we'll gain anything? We might not even be able to hold our heads high in front of them. His words caused a shift in the expressions of those present. For Su Guiqiang's logic held weight. Grandma Su had experienced Geng Wuda's arrogance firsthand. If Su Yunqing intended to exact revenge, Geng Wuda would undoubtedly side with her and ruthlessly suppress them. The ensuing circumstances could be quite dire. Su Tingting nervously asked, Second uncle, what if that really happens? With Ye Chen causing such chaos in the family already, if we add Geng Wuda to the mix, we might truly be overwhelmed. Are we to grovel before Su Yunqing in the future? I cannot accept that. Su Guiqiang rubbed his forehead, furrowed with worry. He couldn't devise a suitable solution either. Just then, Su Ziheng, engrossed in his phone, suddenly brightened and exclaimed, "Ha! Good news. Wonderful news." Grandma Su frowned, somewhat displeased, in the midst of our family's turmoil. What good news could possibly exist? Su Ziheng eagerly explained, "I just checked the public account, and the Anong Daily reported that Gung Wuda's father, Gung Tianba, was killed in a car accident last night, and the Gung Group has been exposed for illegal activities and is currently under investigation. This means the Gung family is finished. Is that true?" Su Guoxing asked incredulously, snatching the phone from Su Ziheng to verify. After reading the news, his previously gloomy expression transformed into one of joy. "It's true. The heavens are smiling upon the Su family. The heavens are indeed smiling upon us." The meeting room erupted with excitement, akin to a boiling cauldron. Grandma Su's posture straightened, and all the humiliation they suffered at Gung Wuda's hands seemed to vanish in an instant. Dare to provoke the Su family? This is the consequence of their misfortune. Su Dingding scoffed mockingly. "Ha! That wretched Su Yuqing just clung to a powerful figure. And now she has brought about her own downfall. Clearly, she lacks the fortune to match mine." Suddenly, a thought struck Su Ziheng. "Grandma, since the Gung family has collapsed, our agreement to forfeit the bidding qualifications last night no longer stands. The Su family still has the chance to participate in the bidding for Hongfeng real estate." Grandma Su nodded. "Precisely. Moreover, Gung Group was one of the bidders in this round, and with their downfall, it implies they can no longer participate. The Su family has lost a formidable opponent. What a double blessing." Su Ziheng expressed some concern. "But Grandma, after the incident yesterday, I didn't have time to organize the bidding proposal materials. I worry that tomorrow's bidding might." Grandma Su exuded confidence. "Rest assured, I have my methods." Ye Chen rode an electric bike, taking Su Yuqing to the branch office. Last night, Su Yuqing had been taken away by Grandma Su, and her red Mazda remained at the company. Otherwise, Ye Chen wouldn't have had the opportunity to give her a ride. Along the way, Su Yuqing wrapped her arms around Ye Chen's waist, her chest lightly pressing against his back. With the occasional bumps on the road, Ye Chen could feel a soft pressure against him. To distract himself, he changed the subject and asked, "After all the fuss yesterday, you just got discharged this morning. Why are you thinking of coming to work instead of resting?" Su Yuqing replied, "The Gung family has collapsed, and the Su family can still participate in the bidding. I've only completed half of my proposal, and I must finish it today. Even if we fail in the bidding, I won't have any regrets." Ye Chen urged, "Why not let it go? Your health is more important." She stubbornly shook her head. "This is an opportunity one fought hard to gain. I cannot simply give it up." "Do you think I'm like you, lacking ambition?" Ye Chen could only smile wryly, choosing not to press further. Indeed, the Gung family had fallen, but formidable competitors like the Hong family remained in the bidding fray. Additionally, the inept antics of the Su family would undoubtedly complicate matters. These challenges would prove formidable for Su Yuqing. Yet, no matter how many obstacles lay ahead, it mattered little. After all, as long as Ye Chen was by her side, the outcome of this bidding had already been irrevocably determined from the very beginning. Chapter 55. The bidding is about to begin. In the presidential office of Hongfeng Real Estate, located on the 20th floor, Ye Chen returned to the company after escorting Su Yuqing to the branch. Hu Jiao stood respectfully across from Ye Chen's desk, reporting, "I have just received news that all of Gung's group's assets have been frozen, and a significant amount of fixed assets will be mortgaged and sold off. All individuals involved in illegal activities have been detained, and Gung's group has declared their withdrawal from our project bidding." "What is the situation with Pang Lao Wu?" Ye Chen inquired. "Pang Lao Wu has concrete evidence against him for causing an accident and is now in custody, preparing to face subsequent legal proceedings, which are expected to result in a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years. This iron prison term will mean the complete dismantling of Pang Lao Wu's influence in Anong, obliterating decades of his business endeavors. However, compared to Gung Tianba, he can be considered fortunate, as he at least retains his life. In Ye Chen's heart, he held a certain admiration for Gung Tianba. The previous night, before leaving Taoyuan KTV, he had given Gung Tianba the choice to either take the blame for the accident or let Gung Wu do so. Ultimately, Gung Tianba chose to assume responsibility, undoubtedly out of a desire to protect his son. A tiger does not consume its cubs. Unfortunately, Gung Tianba did not share the same fortune as Ye Qianning and was tragically killed by Pang Lao Wu's vehicle. Perhaps if Gung Tianba had not been burdened with a disappointing son, his skills and capabilities could have led him to further success in Anong. After reflecting on this, Ye Chen asked Hu Jiao, "How are the arrangements for tomorrow's bidding?" "It has all been arranged. The only remaining competitors are the Hong family and the Su family. The bidding will commence at 9 a.m. tomorrow in the grand conference room on the 10th floor of our company, Hu Jiao replied. Ye Chen nodded. Very well. You will oversee the proceedings. Hu Jiao was taken aback and quickly refused. President Yi, the total scale of this bidding exceeds 1 billion. Such a high-level commercial endeavor requires your direct oversight. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled. No need for that. Just manage the event, as I have other plans. I will guide you on how to proceed. Meanwhile, at Hong S Group in Anong City, one of the oldest building material companies, the Hong family had always been in fierce competition with Gung S Group. However, upon hearing of Gung S collapse, they swiftly convened a meeting. The current head of the Hong family, Hong Xingchang, was beaming with delight as he addressed the senior executives. Let us cut to the chase. With Gung S Group out of the picture, we are now the largest building material supplier in Anong. Tomorrow's bidding will solidify our dominance. He surveyed the room filled with executives. What are your thoughts on tomorrow's bidding? Speak freely. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chairman Hong, I believe our victory in this bidding is a certainty. With the Gung family's downfall, I can't fathom any remaining competition. Indeed, even if there is a competitor whose identity remains undisclosed, collectively, the remaining building suppliers in Anong cannot compete with us. All credit goes to you, Chairman Hong. Absolutely. The success of our train is thanks to your leadership, Chairman Hong. Their flattery filled Hong Xingchang with elation. He raised his hand to silence them, chuckling. While our triumph is nearly assured, we must still send a representative to the bidding tomorrow. I propose that Lu Mingxian represent Hong S Group. At this, a handsome young man around 24 or 25 rose eagerly, his expression brimming with excitement. I will not disappoint. Excellent. With Manager Lu representing us, success is guaranteed. Chairman Hong, your keen eye for talent is commendable. The remaining executives continued to flatter him. Despite several holding higher positions than Lu Mingxian, they had no choice but to fawn over him, for Lu was the son-in-law of the Hong family. Though Hong Xingchang was known for his flirtatious nature, he had only one child, a daughter. Fearing that his daughter's future marriage would see their wealth dissipated, he sought a son-in-law, Lu Mingxian. The young man was decent-looking and capable, though slightly arrogant, but that did not deter Hong Xingchang from nurturing him. Thus, within a mere 3 years, Lu Mingxian ascended to the position of marketing manager at Hong S Group, becoming one of its executives, with a promising future ahead. Hong Xingchang nodded in satisfaction. Then you shall represent Hong S Group tomorrow. Remember, while we may not match Hongfeng real estate in strength, with Gung S Group fallen, our dominance in Anong S building materials is unchallenged. The initiative lies with us. Do you understand? Lu Mingxian's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously, feeling exhilarated. Although he appeared to be thriving, the pressure he bore to become the Hong family's son-in-law was immense. He had been labeled a kept man and ridiculed as a pretty boy, but what stung the most was being compared to Ye Chen, the infamous son-in-law of Anong City. How dare they compare him to such a person? He scoffed at the thought. If he succeeded in securing the bid, he would finally shake off those humiliating comparisons. The next day arrived, and the long-anticipated bidding for building material collaboration at Hongfeng Real Estate commenced. Early in the morning, the Su family arrived in a well-organized convoy, even bringing along the matriarch, signifying the significance of this bidding. As the vehicles halted in the parking lot outside the company, Su Ziheng and Su Tingting disembarked, their minds drifting to the recent humiliating events. A surge of anger welled up within them, especially Su Tingting, who immediately spotted the trash can by the roadside. It had been the very object she clung to while uttering disgraceful lines for social media, a video that had propelled her to fame, albeit infamously. Though the video had long been deleted, the embarrassment lingered. Filled with resentment toward Ye Chen, Su Tingting cursed him silently. Upon stepping out of the car, Su Lao Tai glanced around, her expression darkening. Where is that wretched girl, Su Yinqing? Doesn't she know what day it is? Is she planning to leave the Su family? Chapter 56. You die. I set off firecrackers. The other members of the Su family were grumbling and cursing at Su Yinqing, accusing her of fleeing at the last moment and not bringing honor to the Su family. Some remarked that she had not prepared anything these past few days, knowing she lacked the strength to compete, and thus chose not to come. Just as everyone was about to head towards the entrance of Hongfeng Real Estate, a red Mazda pulled up, and Su Yinqing stepped out of the car. Sorry for being late. To prepare the proposal, Su Yinqing had spent the entire day writing until midnight and had woken up early to change her clothes and apply makeup, which resulted in her tardiness. Su Tingting was the first to approach her, her face twisted with malice. Look at you, Su Yinqing, your audacity is growing. You dare to be late for such an important business collaboration for our Su family. I see you truly wish to leave the Su family. Ye Chen retorted sharply. Whether I stay in the Su family is not for you to decide. You might as well go film your TikTok videos during this time. You. Su Yingting's face turned a mix of green and white from the rebuttal. She was itching to claw at Su Yingting's face. Enough of the noise. At that moment, old Madame Su stepped in to mediate, frowning as she addressed Su Yingting. Is the bidding proposal ready? Yes, Su Yingting replied, as she looked at old Madame Su. She couldn't help but think of the night before, when she had ruthlessly sold herself to Gung Wuda. It was a lie to say she felt no grievance. But what could she do? Old Madame Su always had the final say in the Su family. No matter how much she was humiliated, she could only endure it. For this reason, Su Yingting refrained from telling Su Guiqiang's parents about what had transpired that night. Even if she did, it would be of no use. Old Madame Su extended her hand. Let me see the proposal and the accompanying documents first. Su Yingting handed over the folder. Old Madame Su opened it and glanced through. Nodding, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. All right, I will keep your proposal for safekeeping. Grandma, I wrote this proposal. Shouldn't I hold on to it? Su Yingting felt somewhat troubled. Upon hearing this, Su Ziheng, eager to stir trouble, remarked, What do you mean, Su Yingting? Do you not trust Grandma? Thinking she will harm you? Su Yingting shook her head in protest. That's not what I meant. Actually, just be quiet if that's not what you meant. My proposal and Tingting's have both been given to Grandma, so don't think you deserve special treatment. Fine. Su Yingting nodded reluctantly. Although she was unclear about why her grandmother suddenly desired the proposal, she sensed an ominous premonition. Old Madame Su cast a glance at Su Yingting and instructed the crowd. Since everyone is here, let us proceed inside. For matters of great importance, we must act promptly and not leave a poor impression on Hongfeng real estate. Mom, wait a moment. At that moment, Su Guiqiang and Lu Milan hurried over from the parking lot, panting heavily. Su Guiqing, visibly displeased, asked, Brother, why are you and sister-in-law here? You haven't been in charge of your branch office for years. Su Guiqiang, scratching his head, awkwardly replied, I may not be in charge. But since Qingqing is still managing things, we thought it important to come and cheer her on for this significant event. To secure the bid, Su Guiqing frowned and turned to old Madame Su, seeking her opinion. Old Madame Su sharply retorted, You two useless ones, you don't even understand the bidding process. What face do you have to cheer her on? Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Su Guiqiang and his wife feeling so embarrassed they wished to disappear into the ground. After all, Su Guiqiang was old Madame Su's least favored son, and such ridicule was commonplace. Su Guiqiang braced himself and insisted, Mom, just let us go in together. We promise not to cause any trouble. Old Madame Su, visibly impatient, replied, Then go in, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you cause any trouble, get out immediately. Su Guiqiang and his wife nodded vigorously. As the group approached the entrance, old Madame Su gazed up at the grand office building of Hongfeng Real Estate. Unable to suppress her emotions, if only our Su family could have an office building of this scale, I would die with my eyes closed. No sooner had she spoken than a familiar voice rang out, TSK TSK. If you die now, I'll just go out and sell 2 bundles of firecrackers. The faces of old Madame Su and the Su family darkened instantly. Turning around, they saw Ye Chen emerging from the security office, dressed in a seemingly cheap black suit, followed by 7 or 8 uniformed security guards. Old Madame Su's gaze sharpened. So that rascal Ye Chen had indeed become the head of the security department at Hongfeng Real Estate. Su Guiqing glared at Ye Chen. His expression fell. You worthless scoundrel. What were you just saying? Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Did you not hear? Would you like me to repeat it? If one time isn't enough, I can always use the loudspeaker from the security office. Fuming, Su Guiqing's mouth twitched in anger, pointing at Ye Chen's nose, shouting, Ye Chen, you ungrateful wretch. Do you believe I want to make you pay for this? Make me pay? Ye Chen's gaze narrowed, his dark eyes locking onto Su Guiqing. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. Just a reminder, I still remember the account from the night before last. As he finished speaking, the group of security guards stepped forward menacingly, their expressions unfriendly, as if ready to pounce at Ye Chen's command. Seeing this, Su Ziheng trembled in fear. He had personally experienced the might of Hongfeng Real Estate security guards many times. He hurriedly leaned in to whisper to Su Guiqing, Dad, don't stoop to their level. These uncultured guards are unreasonable and will strike without hesitation. Su Guiqing nervously swallowed, clearing his throat and stepping back a couple of paces. In truth, even without Su Ziheng and Appo's warning, he felt intimidated upon seeing the guards approach. At this moment, surprisingly, old Madame Su refrained from exploding in anger. Given the importance of the bidding event today, she would not allow any disturbances. Thus, she forced a smile and said, "Haha, truly worthy of my fine granddaughter's husband." Now the head of the security department at Hongfeng Real Estate. Quite impressive. Of course, if I weren't impressive, I might end up being ridden upon by some short-sighted individuals. Especially that elderly rat. Just encountering him makes me feel nauseous, let alone dealing with him. Old Madame Su's eyes twitched. She could clearly discern that Ye Chen was mocking her. This little brat was simply intolerable. Su Guoxing and Su Zihang's faces turned ashen. Ye Chen's audacity had surpassed all expectations. Only Lu Milin secretly rejoiced, realizing that this so-called waste had some use, managing to provoke old Madame Su, whom even she dared not confront. What a joy! Su Yanqing felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to gently pinch Ye Chen's arm. Say a little less. Don't upset Grandma. Understood. Ye Chen replied playfully. To old Madame Su, this scene appeared as though Su Yanqing was deliberately trying to infuriate him. Just as she was contemplating how to suppress both Ye Chen and Su Yanqing, an unpleasant mocking voice rang out from a distance. Oh, look, isn't this the Su family? A family of lowly trash like you dares to compete with our Hong family group? How utterly laughable. Chapter 57. A slap for you. The discordant sound immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Two sleek black Mercedes vans had come to a halt at the entrance of the Red Maple Real Estate, from which emerged a group of individuals. At the forefront stood a young couple. The man was quite handsome, strutting with an air of superiority, while the woman, possessing both beauty and an enviable figure, was clad in high-end designer apparel and adorned with heavy makeup. They were none other than Lu Mingxian, the marketing manager of the Hong Group, and his wife, Hong Danny. Upon realizing the arrivals were from the Hong family, the faces of Su Lauda and the others grew grim. While it was expected for the Hong family to participate in this bidding, it still caught the Su family off guard. They had anticipated that with the downfall of the Gung family, they would emerge as beneficiaries. Little did they know that an even more formidable rival had surfaced. Among the Su family, the one feeling the most complex emotions was Su Yanqing. For Lu Mingxian was her first love from university. In an instant, her thoughts drifted back to the past. During her university days, Su Yanqing was the campus belle, pursued by countless admirers. However, her introverted and somewhat aloof nature led her to reject them all. Lu Mingxian was a senior, the student council president, a top 10 singer on campus, and a model student. From the moment Su Yanqing entered university, he relentlessly pursued her, showering her with love letters, gifts, and serenades beneath her dormitory. From her freshman year until her senior year, his fervent pursuit never waned. Lu Mingxian had never been involved in any scandals, and with his good looks and talent, he eventually softened Su Yanqing's heart, leading her to agree to date him. However, being conservative by nature, Su Yanqing maintained a platonic relationship, never engaging in any intimate contact, firmly believing that she would only surrender herself after marriage. Lu Mingxian promised to propose to her with a diamond ring on her graduation day. Filled with joy and anticipation, the day of her graduation finally arrived. Lu Mingxian indeed came with a ring. Yet, to her utter shock, he proposed not to her but to Hong Danny, her closest friend from university, who had shared a room with her for 4 years. As he knelt and presented the ring, Hong Danny covered her mouth in astonishment and accepted with tears of joy. The classmates erupted in applause, while Su Yanqing stood there like a neglected peacock, tears streaming down her vacant eyes, utterly at a loss. In her bitterness, Su Yanqing confronted Lu Mingxian and Hong Danny for an explanation. With an unprecedented tone of disdain, Lu Mingxian coldly declared, "You were merely a fleeting conquest for me. A trophy to showcase my prowess in winning the admiration of the goddess everyone desires. As for marrying you, don't be absurd. What do you have to offer besides a pretty face? I seek a partner who can help me realize my ambitions. You are unworthy." Hong Danny, with a mocking grin, added, "You might not even know that the night before you agreed to become his girlfriend, I spent the entire night with him at the Wulong Hotel. You probably also don't know that he finds chatting with you unbearably dull, so after each conversation, we exchange nude photos for a thrill. Haha. So, a foolish woman like you deserves to be left behind." As her words faded, Su Yanqing's mind spiraled into chaos. Heartbroken, she sought solace in a bar, where she inadvertently drank too much. On her way home, she was confronted by 2 thugs with ill intentions. Fortunately, Ye Chen happened to be passing by and chased them off, rescuing Su Yanqing. This encounter marked the beginning of their acquaintance. Disillusioned with love, Su Yanqing driven by a sense of defiance and resignation, soon invited Ye Chen to become the son-in-law of the Su family, even assisting him with some of his debts. However, the tragedy of her first love left her wary and distrustful of romance. Consequently, even after 3 years of marriage, despite Ye Chen's earnestness and care, Su Yunqing harbored lingering doubts, which marred their marital bliss. At that moment, upon spotting Su Yunqing, Lu Mingxian and Hong Danny exchanged surprised glances. Hong Danny scrutinized Su Yunqing, smirking. "ISN and Oppos. This our campus bell? What brings you here to the bidding? Allow me to advise you to swiftly leave with your family to avoid further embarrassment when we outcompete you." Feeling the heat of Hong Danny's aggressive demeanor, Su Yunqing was suddenly filled with a surge of indignation, retorting, "No need. I appreciate your concern." Hong Danny scoffed, "Oh, how pretentious. I know you've been green with envy these past few years, which is why you settled for a worthless son-in-law. Am I right? Unfortunately, even as a son-in-law, your husband pales in comparison to our Lu Mingxian." Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the Hong family. Su Yunqing's face turned crimson, struggling to respond. Hong Danny took a step closer, continuing her taunts. "Am I wrong? You've been married for 3 years and still a virgin? Is your husband lacking in that department? TSK. Let me tell you, Lu Mingxian is quite skilled. I am thoroughly satisfied every night." "Jealous, are we?" Su Yunqing bit her lip in silence. Hong Danny, unfazed, looked around at the Su family, sneering. No wonder Su Yunqing's family looks like a bunch of misfits, utterly inept. The Su family members wore expressions of discomfort. Just moments ago, they had been proud, but now they dared not retort. Who could afford to provoke the Hong family's young lady? They could only bow their heads in submission, yet in their hearts they cursed Su Yunqing for the predicament they faced. If it weren't for her past indiscretions, would they be subjected to such ridicule? By the way, where's that peculiar son-in-law you found? I would love to see what kind of trash fits a vile woman like you." Hong Danny continued to instigate. Su Yunqing trembled with rage, unable to form a response. At that moment, Ye Chen approached Hong Danny, hands in his pockets, and extended his right hand with a faint smile. "Look, what is this?" Hong Danny, bewildered, replied, "Are you out of your mind? That's just your hand." Suddenly, Ye Chen delivered a swift slap across Hong Danny and Oppos' face, grinning ominously. "My apologies. You answered incorrectly. This ISN and Oppos. Merely a hand, but a slap for you." Chapter 58. A Toll for Passage. The sudden slap rendered everyone present speechless. For Hong Danny, the scion of the Hong Corporation, to be so summarily struck in public was simply unheard of. Hong Danny, clutching her swelling left cheek, stared at Ye Chen in disbelief. You dare strike me?" Ye Chen responded innocently. "Don't go falsely accusing an innocent person. Newton's third law dictates that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I bestowed a slap upon your cheek, and simultaneously, your cheek bestowed a slap upon my palm. The force was equal, so we're even. Why would you claim I struck you?" Hong Danny's eyes twitched involuntarily. Gritting her teeth, she spat. "Do you take me for a fool?" Ye Chen nodded repeatedly, a smile playing on his lips. "Congratulations, you've answered correctly this time. I am indeed treating you as a fool. You bastard. I'll destroy you." Hong Danny, beside herself with rage, lunged at Ye Chen, intent on clawing and biting him. Ye Chen, however, was not one to indulge her tantrums. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise kick to Hong Danny's abdomen. Ouch! Hong Danny stumbled backward, landing heavily on her rear. Clutching her stomach, she grimaced, unable to rise. Her recently acquired expensive dress was now marred with a large stain. The Hong Corporation and Oppos' entourage rushed to assist Hong Danny. "What are you good-for-nothings doing, standing there like statues? I and Oppos, been assaulted. Aren't you going to beat this bastard to a pulp?" Hong Danny shrieked hysterically. The Hong Corporation's contingent finally snapped to attention, rolling up their sleeves, prepared to assault Ye Chen. However, the Red Maple real estate security team was quicker, with 7 or 8 men brandishing batons, forming a protective barrier in front of Ye Chen. The security captain, hands on his hips, bellowed, "Who dares cause a ruckus on Red Maple real estate property? I'll flay them alive." The Hong Corporation's men, intimidated, retreated a few steps. Their delegation for the bidding process, including Lu Mingxian and Hong Danny, numbered only 6, putting them at a disadvantage. Moreover, their sedentary office lifestyles had rendered them physically weak, no match for the burly security guards. They naturally yielded. Lu Mingxian, eager to preserve his image and impress Hong Danny, stepped forward, adopting an arrogant demeanor. "Summon your leader. I demand to have a word with him. I am their leader," Ye Chen declared, raising his hand. Lu Mingxian, taken aback, retorted with a contemptuous sneer. You? A leader of what? The head of security for Red Maple Real Estate. Why wouldn't that qualify as a leader? Very well. Since you're the leader, I'll give you a choice. Kneel before my wife in front of everyone and apologize. And then accept 10 slaps as punishment. Lu Mingxian demanded, his face contorted in malice. Hearing this, Hong Danny beamed with delight. My darling, you're the best. That ignorant, arrogant wretch deserves to be taught a lesson. Lu Mingxian, basking in self-satisfaction, adopted an even more condescending tone. Execute the order. Has the Indopos, your superior, taught you that principle? Ye Chen calmly replied, I've only ever heard that if one offends me, I shall return the offense. If we're truly seeking a reasonable discussion, it's you who should be offering apologies. Lu Mingxian wore an expression of disbelief. Are you insane? When have we ever wronged you? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen approached Su Yunqing, gently drawing her into his embrace. His tone deepened. That foul-mouthed woman of yours insulted my wife. Is that not an offense against me? He paused, adding, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the infamous live-in son-in-law of the Su family, Ye Chen. A collective gasp rippled through the Hong Corporation's ranks. They now understood why this man had treated them like rabid dogs from the moment they met. He was Su Yunqing's live-in husband. At that moment, Hong Danny, glaring at Su Yunqing and Ye Chen, seemed to emit sparks from her eyes. She had initially intended to seize the opportunity to mock Su Yunqing, but her plan had backfired, resulting in a beating at the hands of Su Yunqing's live-in husband. How could she not be enraged? In contrast to Hong Danny's fury, Su Yunqing, half embraced by Ye Chen, blushed with shyness. Under normal circumstances, she would have slapped Ye Chen for such a gesture. However, Ye Chen's intervention on her behalf and his punishment of Hong Danny had alleviated much of the resentment she had harbored for years. Her mood had noticeably improved. I'll let this slide this once, you scoundrel, Su Yunqing thought to herself. But don't expect a repeat performance, humph. Meanwhile, the Su family contingent was in a state of utter disarray. Their minds were in turmoil. Their involvement in the bidding process with the Hong family had already created a negative impression. Now, Ye Chen's provocation of the Hong family had revealed his status as the Su family's live-in son-in-law. Was he not dragging them down with him? They were innocent bystanders. Thus, Su Ziheng, having developed a psychological aversion to antagonizing wealthy science, was the first to step forward, addressing Lu Mingxian with a fawning expression. Ahem, young Master Lu. Allow me to clarify. While Ye Chen is Su Yunqing's husband, he has no affiliation with our Su family. Indeed, Ye Chen, that piece of trash, is unworthy of entering the Su family's gates. Whatever he does externally has no bearing on our Su family. Su Dingding chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Even the Su matriarch intervened, stating, I have instructed Su Yunqing to divorce Ye Chen as soon as possible, severing all ties with the Su family. The Hong family is free to deal with him as they see fit, but please do not implicate our Su family. Lu Mingxian, upon hearing the Su family's disavowal, smirked. Heard that, Ye Chen? The Su family doesn't even acknowledge you as their live-in son-in-law. How dare you use that title to aggrandize yourself? It's laughable. Ye Chen nodded. Indeed. As a live-in son-in-law, I am far inferior to you. After all, I wouldn't debase myself by begging the Su family for sustenance. You, on the other hand, are not only capable of groveling but also of obsequious flattery. You. Lu Mingxuan's eyes widened in fury. He detested being referred to as a live-in son-in-law and being compared to Ye Chen. Ye Chen's words were a direct insult. Had Ye Chen not been surrounded by bodyguards, and had Lu Mingxian been a capable fighter, he would have already attacked Ye Chen. Forcibly suppressing his anger, Lu Mingxian pointed at Ye Chen, issuing a cold threat. I have pressing matters to attend to today and will not waste my time on you. Once I secure the bid, I will make sure you experience the full extent of my wrath. With that, he led the Hong Corporation's group toward the Red Maple Real Estate office building. However, 5 security guards suddenly emerged from the building's entrance, blocking their path. Lu Mingxian turned around, glaring at Ye Chen. What exactly are you trying to do? Ye Chen flashed a disarming smile. I am the master of this domain. To pass through, you must pay the toll. Chapter 59. Only group tickets for sale. What? A toll for entry? Surely I misheard. Lu Mingxian was completely baffled. Ye Chen nodded. You heard correctly. To enter the company, you must first pay. Lu Mingxian appeared to have stumbled upon the most ridiculous joke in the world, gazing at Ye Chen with a look of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? I've never heard of having to pay just to participate in a bidding collaboration. I truly doubt if you've lost your sanity over financial woes. If you are unwilling to pay, feel free to turn around and leave. No one is compelling you to pay. Ye Chen responded nonchalantly. Lu Mingxian was so exasperated he could barely breathe. With their group, it was impossible to force their way in. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, fine. Consider this a charitable donation from me today. Seeing as you, the head of security, probably don't earn much. Here is $200 for your leisure activities." He fished out 200 yuan from his wallet and tossed it on the ground for Ye Chen to pick up. Without even glancing at the 200 on the floor, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who do you think you're looking down upon? You think 200 yuan can dismiss us? That hardly aligns with the status of a son-in-law from the Hong family." Mentioning the term son-in-law ignited a fire within Lu Mingxian. He frowned impatiently. "Damn it, just tell me how much you want. Stop beating around the bush. 100,000 per person. For your 6, that totals 600,000. What? 100,000 per person? Are you out of your mind?" Lu Mingxuan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Despite being the son-in-law of the Hong family, all the family's wealth was controlled by his father-in-law, Hong Xingchang. The money he earned at the company was tightly managed by his wife, Hong Danny, who doled out less than 10,000 yuan a month for his personal expenses. Under the guise of managing her husband's desires, she kept a firm grip on his finances. Thus, this seemingly glamorous son-in-law led a rather miserable life, with little money at hand. Now, hearing Ye Chen demand 100,000 per person, the price was exorbitant, surpassing that of any tourist destination. "If you find it too expensive, you don't have to enter. Just leave." Ye Chen provided a solution. Lu Mingxian rubbed his aching forehead, wishing he could tear Ye Chen to pieces. At that moment, Hong Danny stepped forward, threatening Ye Chen. "Do you realize we are here to participate in your company's bidding? By blocking us, how much will your company lose? If trouble arises, you all will be sent packing." The security guards exchanged glances and then sneered coldly. They were unfazed. This entire incident was orchestrated by the president, and it was the president who demanded money from them. The notion of being sent home was absurd. Seeing this, Hong Danny stomped her high heels angrily against the ground. "Are you all deaf? If you don't move aside, do you believe I want to slap you? You dare." The head of security stepped in front of Hong Danny, his expression grave. Should she act out of line, they would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. Hong Danny, frightened, quickly retreated behind her companions. She had never encountered such brazen and unreasonable security guards. Ye Chen glanced at his phone and kindly reminded, "There are only 10 minutes left until the bidding begins. Make your decision swiftly regarding the entry fee." Hearing this, the elderly Su matriarch, who had been observing quietly, urged her family, "Stop dawdling. Let us hurry inside. If we are late for the bidding, it will surely leave a bad impression on Hongfeng real estate." As their group prepared to enter Hongfeng real estate, Ye Chen called out, "Did I authorize you to enter?" Su Ziheng's eyelids twitched. "What? Do you want money from us too?" Ye Chen nodded. Su Guixing could no longer contain himself. "Ye Chen, have you lost your mind? Participating in the bidding benefits our entire Su family. Your demand for money now shows you have no regard for our family's interests." Ye Chen coldly scoffed. "Hey, don't act so self-important. Just moments ago, some were declaring that I, Ye Chen, am no longer part of the Su family, and that from now on, we have no ties. So why should I care about the Su family's interests? Enough with the nonsense. I've made it clear, it's 100,000 per person, not a penny less." The Su family members felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Had they known, they would have refrained from their earlier remarks. Su Ziheng, feeling unwilling to concede, pointed at Su Yunqing. "What about her? Are you charging her as well?" "My wife can enter whenever she pleases, free of charge." "Isn't that a double standard?" Su Dingting questioned. "Correct. I am indeed employing double standards. If you're upset, feel free to confront me." The Su family members were seething with anger. They could neither forego the bidding nor bear to part with their money. Ultimately, they could only look to the Su matriarch for guidance. The Su matriarch glared at Ye Chen with resentment. "Well, young man, it seems you've grown quite bold, wielding your influence. Today, I'll concede that I've been taken advantage of. Once our Su family secures the bidding, let us see how long you can keep this up." She then commanded Su Guixing to pay up. Ye Chen's security team was already prepared with a card reader. Su Guixing winced as he swiped the card, losing 500,000 yuan from Su matriarch, Su Guixing, Su Guwang, Su Ziheng, Su Dingting, a total of 5 people. Sigh. We Haven T even secured the bid, and we VE already lost 500,000. After the transaction was completed, the Su family was granted entry. Su Yunqing expressed concern. "Are you sure this 1T lead to big trouble? What if the upper management of your company finds out?" Ye Chen gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. You just focus on the bidding. I'll cheer you on later." Su Yunqing nodded and entered the company with her parents, Su Guoqiang and his wife. They were not required to pay, directly passing through. As the Su family entered the company, Lu Mingxian grew anxious. If the Hong family was late, it would imply giving the Su family an advantage in the bidding. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth and addressed Ye Chen. Fine, you win this round. 100,000 it is. My wife and I will enter, and the others can wait outside. 20,000 for just the two of us is reasonable, right? Apologies. But you arrived as a group of 6, so all 6 must pay. We only sell group tickets, not individual ones. Ye Chen shook his head. Lu Mingxian felt dizzy. Ye Chen's money-grabbing tactics were truly despicable. Time was slipping away, and they could not afford to waste any more. Though he was filled with frustration, he had no choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. Finally, Hong Danny spoke through clenched teeth to Ye Chen. 60,000 it is. Take it and spend it. Or beware of my future retribution. She pulled out her card and swiped 60,000. Ye Chen allowed them entry. The Hong family members stormed into the office building. Just as they were about to step into the elevator, Ye Chen waved and cheerfully called out, "Oh, I forgot to mention. You'll need to pay again when you leave, just a friendly reminder." The Hong family members exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 60. A pile of putrid excrement. The Red Maple Real Estate Office Building, 10th floor conference room. The Su family and the Hong family arrived in succession, punctual to the minute. The Su family occupied the seats on the left. Madame Su, still seething with rage, muttered under her breath, "That ungrateful wretch. What misfortune has befallen our Su family to bring such a son-in-law into our midst?" Su Ziheng chimed in. "Grandmother is right. Sooner or later, I, Su Ziheng, will teach that kind of opportunistic ingrate a lesson he won't soon forget." At this juncture, Su Tingting, with a pout, attempted to divert the conflict. Humph. In my estimation, Ye Chen's actions today must have been orchestrated by certain individuals. Her gaze settled pointedly on Su Yunqing, the implication unmistakable. Su Guoqiang, his face a mask of displeasure, interrogated Su Yunqing. "Did you instruct Ye Chen to obstruct the entrance and demand exorbitant sums?" Before Su Yunqing could respond, Lu Milan interjected sharply. "What are you implying? How could our Yunqing be capable of such a thing? Take your grievances to Ye Chen and cease shifting blame onto our Yunqing. Then how do you explain Ye Chen accepting money only from us, but not from your family?" Su Guoqiang pressed relentlessly. Lu Milan slammed her hand on the table. Adopting a shrewish demeanor, "I wouldn't deign to accept that grandson's money. Would he dare demand it from me? He's gone too far." This left Su Guoqiang momentarily speechless. The Su family had witnessed Lu Milan's treatment of Ye Chen throughout their marriage. He had dutifully surrendered his earnings. And even the insurance payout from his sister and Appo's accident had been seized by Lu Milan. Indeed, Ye Chen would not dare to ask Lu Milan for money. Ultimately, Su Guoqiang suppressed his anger and reluctantly sat down, plotting his revenge on Ye Chen. Su Yunqing was taken aback by this scene. Could her mother actually be standing up for her and Ye Chen? However, this notion was swiftly dispelled as Lu Milan leaned in to whisper urgently, "Yunqing, that good-for-nothing Ye Chen collected a total of 1 million. You must devise a plan to seize that money before your divorce. Leave him with nothing." "Mother, what are you?" Su Yunqing asked, bewildered. Lu Milan hissed, "Just do as I say. If you don't, your father and I will find a way to get our hands on that money. We absolutely cannot let that bastard profit." Su Yunqing sighed, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the representatives from Hong Corporation wore even more disgruntled expressions. Hong Danny muttered through gritted teeth, Just you wait. No one who dares to provoke Hong Danny in Indong ever fares well." She retrieved her phone and sent a message to her coterie of affluent second-generation acquaintances in Indong. "Everyone, my dear friends, I was just bullied and extorted for 600,000 by an unreasonable scoundrel. Assistance is requested." The responses were immediate. "What the heck? Who has the audacity to bully Miss Hong? They must have a death wish. Danny. Name it. Huwoon and Appo's. T help. Tell me the name and address, and I and Appo's. I'll go and stomp on his face. Hugs. Danny, Don and Appo's. T cry. Sis is getting her hair done. Tell me how you want to get revenge." Anytime a cold glint flickered in Hong Danny's eyes as she typed, "Be prepared. I'll notify you immediately when I have news. There and Appo's. SA bidding conference coming up soon. Talk to you later." She put down her phone and cast a malevolent glance at Su Yunqing, raising an eyebrow and sneering. "Be wise and have your useless husband apologize, or that piece of trash you managed to find might be the last you ever see of him. I won't allow you to insult Ye Chen like that." Su Yunqing retorted, her brow furrowed. Over the years, countless individuals had mocked and belittled Ye Chen in her presence, and she had never defended him, as their criticisms were often grounded in truth. However, the circumstances had shifted. On one hand, Ye Chen's recent behavior had consistently defied her expectations, and he had come to her rescue on multiple occasions, filling her with gratitude. On the other hand, Hong Danny was attempting to poach Su Yunqing's husband, and driven by a complex mix of emotions, she instinctively sought to refute whatever Hong Danny said. The unspoken rivalries between women are difficult to articulate. I'll insult him if I please, Hong Danny retorted, unrelenting. Compared to our Xian, he's lacking by 1,000-fold in both looks and talent. Isn't he just a piece of trash? Don't think becoming some red maple real estate security manager makes him important. In my eyes, he's nothing more than a pile of putrid excrement. Su Yunqing bristled at the insult and was about to retort when a magnetic female voice resonated through the room. Who was it that referred to red maple real estate as a pile of putrid excrement? The conference room door swung open, and 3 figures entered. Leading the way was Hu Jiaojiao, clad in a white professional suit and matching high heels, radiating an aura of mature, feminine power. Behind Hu Jiaojiao were senior executives from Red Maple Real Estate's finance and marketing departments. Upon seeing them, the Su family and the Hong Corporation representatives swiftly rose to their feet, their faces displaying respectful deference. Vice President Hu Jiaojiao's reputation was widely known in the Indong business community. Her ascent to the position of vice president at Red Maple Real Estate at such a young age was a testament to her exceptional business acumen, not her physical allure. Such a promising and accomplished leader naturally commanded respect. Hu Jiaojia strode directly to the center of the conference room and gestured for everyone to be seated. Please, everyone, don't be so formal. We're here today to discuss bidding cooperation, so let's not make it too somber. The attendees resumed their seats. However, Hong Danny felt uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. Hu Jiaojiao's earlier question had been directed at her. To leave a negative impression on Hu Jiaojia due to a misunderstanding before the bidding even commenced was unacceptable. Summoning her courage, Hong Danny stammered, "Ahem, Vice President Hu. Allow me to clarify. You may have misheard. I didn't intend to target Red Maple Real Estate." Hu Jiaojiao offered a faint smile, feigning indifference. "Miss Hong, you are overthinking it. Even if you were targeting Red Maple Real Estate, it wouldn't matter. After all, no company is perfect. By pointing out our shortcomings, you are encouraging us to improve, which is a gesture of goodwill." Hong Danny was mortified, unsure how to explain. Hu Jiaojiao's words, while seemingly nonchalant, had already sown seeds of discord. The crux of the matter was that she had only intended to target Ye Chen and had no intention of offending Red Maple Real Estate. Despite her arrogance, she lacked the audacity to challenge Red Maple Real Estate. This misunderstanding was a significant setback. Lu Mingxian, seated beside her, frowned in displeasure. This bidding collaboration was of paramount importance to him. He had initially planned to attend alone, without Hong Danny, fearing that her ignorance would lead to unforeseen complications. His fears had been realized. As he prepared to salvage the situation, Hu Jiaojiao interjected, "Now that all the participants in this bidding process have arrived, let us commence." "Hold on." Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Chapter 61, A Word of Guidance? The crowd turned their heads, and there stood Ye Chen at the doorway. "My apologies. I was held up by some matters and arrived late." Ye Chen greeted those in the conference room with a smile. The eyes of the Su and Hong families widened in disbelief, thinking to themselves, "This fellow just won to take a hint." Meanwhile, Lu Mingxian immediately sensed an opportunity for retaliation. With a swift glance, he rose and addressed Hu Jiaojiao with a respectful smile. "Deputy General Hu, there is a matter I need to report to you, if it is convenient." Hu Jiaojiao nodded. "Please proceed." Lu Mingxian felt a surge of joy and pointed at Ye Chen. "Deputy General Hu, the head of your security department has been charging us an entry fee of 100,000 yuan downstairs. Is this a rule set by your company, or is someone abusing their authority?" As he spoke, Lu Mingxian cast a triumphant look at Ye Chen, convinced that this incident would spell disaster for him. He silently mouthed, "You're done for." To his astonishment, Hu Jiaojiao exhibited no surprise. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "Oh, is that all? I'm aware of it. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, shall we commence the bidding meeting?" Lu Mingxian was taken aback. This was not the turn of events he had anticipated. He had expected Hu Jiaojiao to erupt in anger, compelling Ye Chen to kneel in front of everyone and refund the money, as well as dismissing him outright. Yet her indifferent attitude left him perplexed. Unwilling to relent, he continued, Deputy General Hu, someone like him, who tarnishes your company's image for petty gain, deserves severe consequences. You may not know how arrogant he was downstairs. He must be involved in numerous underhanded dealings harmful to your company. Hu Zhaojiao's eyes darkened slightly, her irises emanating a unique authority. Oh, are you suggesting, Mr. Liu, that you wish to advise us on personnel matters? Before Lu Mingxian could respond, she added, should we also seek Mr. Liu's guidance on our business strategy? Lu Mingxuan's mind went blank. He quickly waved his hands in denial. Deputy General Hu, you misunderstand. I have no such intention. Your company's strategy is beyond my purview. Since that is the case, let us refrain from discussing unrelated matters to the bidding process, shall we? And no problem. Lu Mingxian could only swallow his frustration. Meanwhile, the members of the Su family exchanged glances. They had initially planned to report Ye Chen, but it now seemed that doing so would not be so straightforward. They feared provoking Hu Zhaojiao's ire, so they remained silent. Ye Chen walked directly to the Su family's row of seats and sat beside Su Yuqing. She looked at him, somewhat embarrassed and confused. Why did you come over? Ye Chen replied softly, I just said downstairs that I came to cheer you on, wishing you success in the bidding. How extravagant. Su Yuqing shot him a playful glare. The warmth filled her heart. The previous Ye Chen had been dull and ineffectual, never showing concern for her career. Yet now, his actions instilled a sense of happiness and security within her. Not far away, Su Ziheng glared at Ye Chen with palpable disdain. He said in a low voice, Yi, this is a bidding process, not a game. You may cause a ruckus outside. But how dare you come in here and risk jeopardizing the Su family's bid? In response, Ye Chen leaned back slightly in his chair, adopting a nonchalant tone. Whether the Su family's bid succeeds or fails has nothing to do with me. I'm simply here to support my wife and enjoy the spectacle. Is there a problem with that? You. Su Ziheng was infuriated, grinding his teeth. He turned to Hu Zhaojia to complain, Deputy General Hu. This bidding process involves the Su family. Ye Chen has no connection to us. I recommend that we ask unrelated individuals to leave to avoid disrupting the meeting. Yet Hu Zhaojia countered, Ye Chen is the head of our security department. His presence ensures the meeting's safety. He is not an unrelated party. Su Ziheng's eyelids twitched in frustration, and he could only nod in agreement, cursing Ye Chen internally. Damn it. How did this worthless fool get so lucky to cause trouble at Hongfeng Real Estate without anyone daring to intervene? Beside him, Grandma Su perceived her grandson's thoughts. She reached out to calm him, whispering, this is their internal matter. We shouldn't meddle. The root cause is our lack of strength. We do not hold a strategic position in Hongfeng Real Estate's eyes. However, if we succeed in this bidding, becoming an important partner, that strategic status and influence will be ours. At that point, dealing with a mere Ye Chen will be a simple task. Su Ziheng's eyes brightened. Huh, Grandma, you truly are a seasoned veteran. He then shot Ye Chen a provocative glance, the meaning clear. Ye Chen merely smirked, unfazed. At that moment, Hu Zhaojia spoke up. I declare the bidding meeting open. Our bidding proposal has been previously announced, detailing the total quantity, quality, supply speed, and pricing of materials required. Both parties may now present their proposals according to their company's circumstances. Let us begin with the Hong Group. Lu Mingxian handed his bidding proposal to Hu Zhaojiao and had his assistant connect the projector to the conference room's display. He began to passionately present. As the largest supplier of building materials in Anong, Hong Group boasts a long-standing brand and high market recognition. Since last year, though often labeled as a kept man, Lu Mingxian possessed considerable talent. Throughout his presentation, he meticulously highlighted his company's advantages, showcasing their superiority in every aspect within Anong. In light of our comprehensive advantages, Hong Group's bidding price is set at 1.5 billion. We hope to establish a partnership with your esteemed company. After a half-hour presentation, Lu Mingxian concluded. As he sat down, applause erupted among the Hong Group members, led by Hong Danny, her expression radiating pride as if to say, see? This is my man. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Mingxian felt exhilarated. He had performed well without any mishaps. He was confident of winning this bidding. Hu Zhaojiao and the two senior executives nodded slightly, acknowledging his commendable performance. Hu Zhaojiao then turned to the Su family members. It is now your turn. Who will present? Hearing this, Grandma Su stood up, handing the proposal for Su Yuqing to Hu Zhaojiao, smiling as she said, our Su family will be represented by Su Ziheng. Chapter 62. You all answered so quickly. Su Yuqing and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Grandma, why should Su Ziheng? Before her question could be completed, she was sharply interrupted by the matriarch, Su Laodai, Su Yuqing, who gave you the right to speak to me in such a tone. All matters concerning the Su family are under my jurisdiction. I have decided that Ziheng will present the proposal. What is the issue? But Grandma, you previously stated that we should each prepare our own bidding proposals. This proposal was clearly written by me. It should be my responsibility to present it. Why is Su Ziheng doing it? How dare you speak such words? At this moment, Su Ziheng raised an eyebrow and coldly regarded Su Yunqing. This proposal was clearly written by me. What ulterior motives do you have in insisting it is yours? What? Su Yunqing could hardly believe her ears. Su Ziheng, we must speak with integrity. I personally handed this proposal to Grandma. How can you shamelessly claim it as your own? Su Ziheng, with a nonchalant expression, retorted, do you have any proof that you wrote it? Is your name on the proposal? Su Yunqing's heart sank. Realizing her grave oversight, she had written and printed the proposal overnight, but had forgotten to sign it. She had never even considered the necessity of a signature. But everyone saw me hand it to Grandma. Su Yunqing continued to explain. Who saw it? Su Ziheng smirked, casting a knowing glance at the members of the Su family. They immediately echoed, what proposal? I didn't see anything. You came here empty-handed, without a proposal in sight. This proposal was painstakingly crafted by my son Ziheng. What relation does it have to you, Su Yunqing? Stop trying to embellish your own image. Even Su Laotai herself spoke up. Su Yunqing, do not spout such nonsense in front of so many people. This proposal was handed to me by Ziheng. You never provided me with any proposal. Faced with the collective denial and deceit from the Su family, Su Yunqing's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. This situation was both unexpected and yet, somehow, entirely predictable. She finally understood why Grandma had asked for her to submit the proposal. It was all a scheme laid out for this very moment. What a wicked plot. Especially since her parents and Ye Chen were not present when she submitted the proposal. There were no witnesses. It was truly an inescapable predicament. Su Yunqing bit her lip. The disappointment and grievance swelling in her chest. For this bidding, she had tirelessly devoted herself to her work over the past few days, even persevering to complete the proposal despite the turmoil caused by Gungwuda's actions. What had she received in return? The schemes and targeting of her own family. This was devoid of fairness and humanity. With reddened eyes, she struggled to hold back her tears and questioned, can you all sleep soundly at night after doing this? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Su Laodai, a staunch believer in superstitions, could not abide such talk of karma. She frowned deeply and reprimanded Su Yunqing. Being born into the Su family means you must abide by the family rules. Speak another word. And do not blame me for being unyielding. As she spoke, she shot a reproachful glance at Su Guoqiang and his wife, who recoiled in fear. They thought to themselves, if Su Laotai were to lose her temper completely and expel them from the Su family, would they not be left to fend for themselves? This must not happen. Lu Milan hastily urged Su Yunqing, close your mouth. Do not provoke your grandmother. Mom, this proposal is truly mine. They are wronging me. Have I ever lied in my life? Su Yunqing's face was one of defiance, yearning for her parents to come to her aid. Lu Milan, growing impatient, furrowed her brow. Stop explaining. Grandma is wise. How could she wrong you? I see it must be that you have wasted time with that good-for-nothing Ye Chen these past few days, and you never even wrote the proposal. Just stop talking. But Mom, slap. Before Su Yunqing could finish, Lu Milan suddenly struck her face. When I say to be quiet, be quiet. Do not bring trouble upon our family. Lu Milan appeared utterly exasperated. Su Yunqing covered her stinging cheek, sitting there in a daze, utterly at a loss. Though the slap was not overly forceful, it pierced her heart deeply. Lu Milan, despite her usual fiery and unreasonable temperament, had only ever been stern with her, scolding her a bit. But today, a slap. In truth, Su Yunqing understood that Lu Milan's action stemmed from fear of angering Grandma and being cast out of the Su family. Thus, it was necessary to put on a show for Grandma. However, this method of display was something Su Yunqing found hard to accept. At that moment, even the usually taciturn Su Guoqiang spoke up. Qingqing, listen to your mother. Do not let us down any further. Disappointed, am I? Su Yunqing murmured with a complex expression. Alas, perhaps this is simply her fate. Perhaps it had been decided from the day she was born that no matter how much she struggled or how hard she worked, she would receive no recognition or reward. Not even her own parents trusted her. The more she resisted, the deeper the wounds. Her heart shattered, her spirit despondent. She fought to suppress her tears, facing the Su family members as she stammered. I apologize. It is my fault. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Su family members lit up with triumphant smiles, especially Su Ziheng, who, like a victorious rooster, held his head high and proclaimed, had I known it would come to this, why bother at all? Su Dingding, relieved, added with mocking sarcasm, "TSK TSK. The scheme of a certain little wretch has failed. We must celebrate tonight." Even Hong Danny, seated across the table, joined in the ridicule. Heh, no wonder someone could only find a useless son-in-law. It turns out they are nothing but a shameless thief trying to usurp the efforts of others. Laughter erupted among the members of the Hong group. Listening to all this, Su Yunqing's sense of injustice deepened. At this moment, she could no longer retort. The only option left was to escape. Remaining here would only bring more embarrassment and disappointment. Just as she prepared to rise and find an excuse to leave, Ye Chen suddenly placed his hand on hers, gently saying, "The bidding is not over yet. Now is not the time to leave." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing felt a surge of agitation and dissatisfaction, her eyes reddening as she retorted, "What do you mean? Do you want to watch me continue to embarrass myself here? That is not my intention," Ye Chen patiently clarified, his expression radiating confidence and determination. "I promise to support you in this bidding today because I want you to succeed and honor the hard work you have put in over the years." Before Su Yuqing could respond, Su Ziheng sneered, "Ye Chen, has your brain been soaked in vinegar? I am the one representing the Su family in this bidding presentation. What does it have to do with Su Yuqing? Are you suggesting that she should represent that little subsidiary she is responsible for?" Ye Chen turned and replied earnestly, "Ha! You fool, have finally displayed some wit. You actually managed to answer." Chapter 63, Su Yunqing's decision. "What did you say? Su Yunqing's branch company is participating in the bidding?" Su Ziheng's eyes widened in disbelief. His astonishment rendered him oblivious to Ye Chen's earlier mockery of his foolishness. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. "If your ears are stuffed with donkey hair and you didn't hear clearly, that's unfortunate. Nonetheless, I have been quite explicit in my statements." All right. Su Ziheng took the lead in applauding. "Everyone has been saying you, Ye Chen, have gone mad recently, and I refuse to believe it. Now I can not only confirm you are indeed insane, but also the most amusing one at that." Ye Chen ignored him entirely and directly inquired of old lady Su. "Grandma, it was you who stated that the children of the Su family should draft bidding proposals based on their respective branch company responsibilities. In other words, anyone managing a branch within the Su family is eligible to participate in the bidding, correct?" Old lady Su's lips twitched slightly as she responded coldly. "So what if that's the case? In that case, my dear Qingqing can represent her branch company in the bidding, which does not conflict with the Su family's participation." "Does it?" Ye Chen asserted. Old lady Su instinctively furrowed her brow. She found it hard to comprehend how Su Yuqing, with her meager capabilities overseeing the branch, could possibly succeed in the bidding. Why was Ye Chen suddenly meddling in this matter? Was he harboring resentment? Attempting to drag the entire Su family down to failure in the bidding to exact revenge? A glimmer of realization crossed old lady Su's eyes as she thought, "I must not allow this young man's cunning schemes to succeed easily." Ahem, you are correct. But the eligibility to participate in this bidding is something our Su family has acquired. If Su Yunqing's branch wishes to participate independently, it must obtain its own bidding qualification. Do you have that? That is simple. Ye Chen turned to Hu Jiao, smiling as he asked, "Vice President Hu, is it still possible to apply for the bidding qualification at this time?" Hu Jiao replied with a smile, "Of course. Previously, it was Ms. Su Yuqing who represented the Su family in applying for the bidding qualification, which left a profound impression on our company. If Ms. Su Yuqing is willing to represent her branch in this bidding, we at Hongfeng Real Estate are willing to grant her the qualification." Old lady Su raised an eyebrow. This situation seemed rather peculiar. Hu Jiao was genuinely granting Su Yuqing the bidding qualification. However, she was prepared and looking at Su Yuqing and Ye Chen. Her tone turned icy. "Having the bidding qualification allows participation, but I have two conditions. First, if the bidding fails, 100 of the branch's future profits must be turned over to the Su family. Your family will no longer receive any profit dividends. In other words, you will be working for the Su family for free. Second, if you independently participate in this bidding, regardless of success or failure, all the funds invested in Su Yunqing's branch over the years must be returned to the Su family, principal and interest, within 3 days. Should you agree to these two conditions, I will permit Su Yunqing's branch to participate in the bidding." Old lady Su's words sent a wave of ecstasy through the Su family members, who applauded fervently. Indeed, she is a seasoned veteran of the game, they thought. With one sentence, she had effectively closed off all avenues for Su Yuqing. It is important to note that since Su Guoqiang took charge of the branch, the total investments over the years amounted to at least 5 million. With interest and other factors, the total could not be less than 6 million. How could Su Yuqing possibly come up with such a sum? Even if she were to sell everything she owned to gather 6 million, the branch would have been entirely liquidated by now. How could they still discuss any cooperation in bidding? Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "The first condition is acceptable, but the second condition seems somewhat unreasonable. It is true that the Su family has invested in Qingqing's branch, but the profits from the branch have always been fairly distributed to the Su family. If I recall correctly, the total income distributed to the Su family has long since exceeded the investment." In response, old lady Su maintained a stoic demeanor, unyielding. "Those are my conditions. Not a word can be changed. If you cannot accept them, then we shall not discuss it further. If we succeed in the bidding, will all future profits and losses be entirely separate from the Su family?" Ye Chen pressed on. "Huh, exactly," old lady Su replied with a cold smile, inwardly mocking Ye Chen's naivete. How could Su Yunqing's branch, with its limited scale, possibly succeed in the bidding? Even if there were a minuscule chance of success, it would be incapable of fulfilling the contract requirements set by Hongfeng Real Estate, ultimately leading to a total loss. At that point, all losses will fall squarely on Su Yunqing, with no connection to the Su family. Meanwhile, the investments made over the years would be returned with interest, leaving the Su family unscathed. Of course, she did not genuinely believe Su Yunqing would accept these two conditions, as even a fool could see how detrimental they were. Yet what old lady Su did not anticipate was Ye Chen's enthusiastic response. "All right, it is settled then. Su Yunqing's branch will participate in this bidding under the conditions we just discussed, with no alterations permitted." Su Yunqing's eyes widened in shock as she clutched Ye Chen's sleeve, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Ye Chen, are you out of your mind? We cannot agree to such conditions. We would suffer catastrophic losses." Lu Milan, pale and frightened, warned. "Ye Chen, I advise you to stop this nonsense. This branch company is under Qingqing's authority, and it has nothing to do with you. You have no decision-making power here. Kindly keep your mouth shut." Yet Ye Chen paid no heed to Lu Milan's outburst. He gazed earnestly at Su Yunqing. "Qingqing, I hope you can trust me just this once. You will not regret it." Su Yunqing found herself momentarily mesmerized by Ye Chen's earnest gaze. His eyes radiated an aura of confidence and control, reminiscent of legendary titans in the business world. How could Ye Chen possess such a commanding presence? At that moment, however, Lu Milan grasped Su Yunqing's arm, urging urgently, "Qingqing, do not listen to this madman's words. Our branch cannot survive independently. It will end in ruin. We cannot take this risk." Su Guoxing chimed in, "Your mother is right. This matter requires careful consideration. Be cautious." Initially, Su Yunqing had significant doubts regarding Ye Chen's suggestion, as, according to her reasoning, separating the branch company would yield nothing but harm. However, the absence of support from her parents, coupled with Lu Milan's slap, had fostered a profound sense of resistance within her. Furthermore, over the past period, the only person who had stood up for her was Ye Chen. If she were to choose someone trustworthy among all present, he would be her only option. Coming to this realization, Su Yunqing took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she addressed old lady Su and the other Su family members. "I agree to Ye Chen's proposal. I will represent my branch in this bidding." The decision sent shockwaves through the room. Both the Su family and the Hong family wore expressions of glee, their contempt and derision laid bare. This foolish woman had truly been ensnared by Ye Chen's delusions. She did not even grasp her own worth and dared to participate in the bidding? Very well. If that is the case, do not blame us for the consequences. Let us show you how to write the word death. Chapter 64. An Introduction to Su Yunqing. Hu Jiao addressed the assembly. "Since Ms. Su Yunqing is prepared to participate in the bidding, please make ready your introductory materials. We shall first hear from the representative of the Su family." Su Ziheng handed the project proposal to Hu Jiao. Clearing his throat and adopting a composed demeanor, he stood to commence his presentation. However, what was meant to be an introduction turned out to be merely a reading of the content displayed on the PowerPoint slides. The entire presentation was far from fluid, with awkward pauses at technical terms, often requiring discreet prompts from Su Guoxing to clarify points. It was hardly surprising, as the proposal and slides held no connection to him, rendering them utterly unfamiliar. After an exhaustive 40 minutes, Su Ziheng finally concluded his presentation, wiping the sweat from his brow as he returned to his seat. He was well aware that his performance had been mediocre, yet he had managed to avoid any egregious blunders. It was a daunting task. Meanwhile, the other attendees, having listened to Su Ziheng's presentation, were lost in their thoughts. The members of the Hong group wore grave expressions. Despite Su Ziheng's lackluster delivery, the content of the PowerPoint was undeniably exceptional. The bidding strategy of the Hong Group primarily focused on showcasing their substantial building material resources and strength, akin to flexing muscles, which lacked comprehensiveness. In contrast, the Su family's presentation highlighted their advantages while addressing potential shortcomings more holistically. Although their resources paled in comparison to those of the Hong family, they excelled in agility, both in manufacturing and logistics, thus avoiding the inefficiencies often associated with larger corporations and adeptly catering to the diverse needs of Hong Kong real estate. Furthermore, they had meticulously accounted for all potential risks associated with the collaboration. For instance, recognizing their limited capacity to finance large-scale production at the outset, they proposed commercial loans, thoroughly analyzing repayment terms and amounts to ensure a stable partnership devoid of unforeseen complications. Crucially, the Su family's bid was set at a mere $1.2 billion. This was a staggering $300 million less than the Hong Group's offer. As is well understood, the bidding price is a paramount concern for the tendering party, and this figure from the Su family would undoubtedly place significant pressure on the Hong Group. Damn it, I truly underestimated the Su family. What a blunder. Lu Mingxian thought bitterly. It is worth noting that Lu Mingxian had initially quoted $1.5 billion due to the collapse of the Geng family, believing there to be no competition. Thus, he had inflated the bid under the assumption that the building materials market would necessitate their collaboration. He never anticipated the emergence of the Su family as a formidable contender. In stark contrast, the members of the Su family were unable to conceal their elation. Notably, Old Lady Su, who had been troubled by the recent upheavals involving Ye Chen, now felt her spirits lift, her face smoothing out with joy. Having presided over the Su family for many years, she was acutely aware of the market dynamics. The bidding opportunity from Hong Kong real estate was a prized asset that everyone wished to seize. She had calculated that regardless of which company ultimately secured the contract, the minimum cost for such a substantial order would be around $800 million. With Su Yunqing's bid at $1.2 billion, the Su family stood to net a profit of $400 million. Such a sum was beyond anything Old Lady Su had ever seen in her lifetime. With this profit, the Su family's ascent would be imminent. Thus, Old Lady Su could not help but concede that Su Yunqing's proposal was exceedingly well crafted. Her capabilities were devoid of any discernible flaws. Nevertheless, this only heightened Old Lady Su and Appo's sense of urgency. She became increasingly resolute that she could never relinquish significant power to Su Yunqing, lest it jeopardize Su Zihang's standing within the family. Yet, such talent as Su Yunqing's could not be squandered. The optimal course of action would be to have her work for the Su family indefinitely, without compensation. This would ensure the family's business thrived while simultaneously consolidating Su Zihang's authority, a veritable win-win situation. Su Zihang could surmise his grandmother's thoughts. In high spirits, he reclined back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. Were it not for the setting of the Hong Kong real estate conference room, he might have already begun to hum a cheerful tune. What bliss! Among those present, the most distraught were undoubtedly Su Guoqiang and his wife. Ever since Su Yunqing had agreed to participate independently in the bidding, the couple had remained seated, their expressions vacant and hollow. A singular thought plagued their minds. This was the end. They envisioned a future where they would be reduced to slaves for the Su family, laboring without compensation, ultimately relegated to the streets, joining the ranks of the beggars. All of this, they cursed, was the fault of Ye Chen. Hu Jiao turned to Su Yunqing, smiling. Now, let us welcome Ms. Su to present her introduction. The members of the Hong Group and the Su family exchanged knowing glances, feigning light-hearted jeers. With no project proposal or PowerPoint in hand, could she truly captivate them with mere words? This was a classic case of someone who had never faced true adversity, destined to learn only through hardship. I must capture her expression of defeat post-bidding and share it on Douyin, ensuring that Su Yunqing, this insufferable girl, gains her moment of notoriety. Faced with the derision and scorn of the crowd, Su Yunqing felt her heart race. This was an unprecedented pressure. Ye Chen gently grasped her hand, offering a soothing reassurance. Relax, showcase your true abilities, and regardless of the outcome, I will stand by your side. Feeling the warmth of Ye Chen's hand, her anxiety inexplicably dissipated. She nodded, took a deep breath, and rose to address the audience. I represent the subsidiary I manage in this bidding process and will begin by outlining the nature of our company. After an extensive 50 minutes, the presentation concluded. Su Yunqing proved herself to be the most talented and capable member of the younger generation of the Su family. Even in the absence of a PowerPoint or proposal, her years of honed business acumen and diligent preparation ensured that her presentation was flawless. Particularly notable was her realization during Su Ziheng's presentation that certain contentious points in her own PowerPoint needed correction, which she adeptly addressed in her remarks. This rendered her presentation even more comprehensive, allowing all present to grasp her points with clarity and logical coherence, leaving no room for criticism. Thus, as she finished, Hu Jiao was the first to initiate applause for Su Yunqing. "Thank you, Ms. Su, for your outstanding presentation." This moment cast a pall over the faces of the Hong group and the Su family. Faced with the prospect of defeat, Su Yunqing had delivered an exceptional performance. Lu Mingxian, deep in thought, suddenly smirked and questioned Su Yunqing coldly. "Miss Su, it seems you have overlooked a crucial element in your presentation. Don't just spout a plethora of words without any practical substance." Su Ziheng instinctively interjected, "What element?" Lu Mingxian shot him a disdainful glance, of course. "The bidding price." The crowd stirred, realizing they had nearly been misled by Su Yunqing. All eyes were now fixed intently upon her, awaiting her bid. Su Yunqing faltered under the weight of their scrutiny, her nerves escalating. At that moment, she was still uncertain about the bidding price. A higher bid would compromise her competitive edge, while a lower bid could lead to significant losses. What on earth should she do? Just as tension mounted, Ye Chen spoke up beside her. Chapter 65, A Bid Agreement? Ye Chen rose calmly and declared, "Our bidding price is 500 million. The room fell into stunned silence, as every individual present widened their eyes, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a tea egg whole. "What? 500 million? Are you jesting?" Lu Mingxian expressed his disbelief vehemently. With both hands resting on the conference table, Ye Chen scanned the members of the Hong family and the Su family with a glint of amusement in his gaze. "I apologize, but I simply do not have the time to jest with someone of lesser intellect. Is there anyone willing to match the bid of 500 million? The atmosphere in the meeting room descended into an eerie silence. The quoted price was astoundingly low. The minimum investment for this project was 800 million. And with Ye Chen's bid of 500 million, even if the project turned out exceptionally well, it would still incur a loss of 300 million. It is well known that merchants engage in business primarily for profit. The Hong family and the Su family had submitted such high bids in pursuit of substantial profits. Certainly, if the bidding became intense, both parties would consider lowering their bids. After all, profitability is paramount. However, Ye Chen's offer, which guaranteed a loss, effectively blocked their path to a lower bid. What game is this? Realizing the seriousness of the bidding process, Lu Mingxian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mr. Yi, I do not comprehend the mindset behind your bid of 500 million, but allow me to remind you that this bidding is a significant collaboration among our companies, not a child's play or a mere display of bravado." Hong Danny chimed in disdainfully, "Ye Chen, if you wish to act irrationally, do so on your own. Do not muddle our bidding process. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful." Su Ziheng sneered coldly, "You foolish buffoon. Do you even comprehend how much you stand to lose with a bid of 500 million? Even if we sold you off, you would not earn back a fraction of it in a lifetime. Do not dive into matters beyond your capability. This is a large-scale business collaboration, and you, a mere country bumpkin, should keep your distance." Even Su Yunqing turned pale at Ye Chen's bid, hastily clutching his arm and whispering, "Quickly retract your bid. 500 million is far too low. It must be at least 800 million. Ye Chen responded with a confident smile, exuding an air of control. Addressing the assembly, he maintained his composure. "I shall ask one final time. Is there anyone willing to match the bid of 500 million? If not, we shall await Vice President Hu to announce the results of this bidding." Upon hearing this, the members of the Hong family and the Su family grew anxious. Although their subsidiaries were relatively small, Su Yunqing's bidding plan was exceptionally well-crafted, thus bridging the gap with the Hong family and the Su family as much as possible. Despite existing disadvantages, they were not exaggerated. At present, with Su Yunqing's subsidiary quoting 500 million, this presented an enormous advantage. Even if the Hong family and the Su family were willing to forego profits to protect an 800 million bid, they would still be at a significant disadvantage. From a cost perspective, Hong Maple Real Estate would undoubtedly favor Su Yunqing's subsidiary. Consequently, the Hong family and the Su family could not allow such a situation to transpire. Lu Mingxian quickly stated, "I believe that Su Yunqing's subsidiary lacks the capacity to complete the project. This is a deliberate exaggeration for hype, which violates the principles of business and should disqualify them from bidding." Old Madam Su coldly replied, "To be frank, I am most aware of the capabilities of Su Yunqing's subsidiary. Given the scale of this project and the limitations in manpower, funds, channels, and market conditions, It is simply impossible for her subsidiary to fulfill the collaboration. Even if Hong Maple Real Estate were to hand over the $500 million partnership fund to Su Yunqing from the outset, achieving 80 of the collaboration requirements would be considered a remarkable feat. Hence, on behalf of the Su family, I also support the disqualification of Su Yunqing's subsidiary from the bidding. This was a joint effort to exert pressure on Hong Maple Real Estate. Hu Jiao, maintaining an expression of calm, turned to Ye Chen and inquired, "What is your perspective on their statements?" Ye Chen replied with a wry smile, "I hold no particular opinion. I stated 500 million, and that is what it shall be. We can sign the contract now. Of course, if the Hong family and the Su family continue to express doubt, we might as well engage in a bed agreement to avoid further trivial disputes." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian immediately became intrigued. "Oh, a bed agreement? What terms are we discussing?" The members of the Su family also revealed expressions of eager anticipation, thinking to themselves that this fool had reached the end of his rope. What trick could he possibly conjure? The terms of the bed agreement were straightforward. "Since you all believe that Qingqing's subsidiary cannot complete the collaboration, we merely need to demonstrate our capability. As for the method of demonstration, it is even simpler. If Qingqing's subsidiary can provide all the necessary building materials for this collaboration within 3 days, without requiring any advance payment from Hong Maple Real Estate, how does that sound?" The members of the Hong family and the Su family exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter simultaneously. "Oh my, this is truly beyond belief. Ye Chen, do you need to boast every single day to survive? This is the most amusing joke I have heard this year. It has me in stitches." This proposal was so absurd that even Su Yunqing felt it was akin to a fairy tale. The demand for building materials from Hong Maple Real Estate was immense. Providing all the materials within 3 days was unfeasible even for the Su family. Only the Hong family, operating at full capacity, could accomplish such a task. Her small subsidiary? It was utterly impossible. According to her earlier presentation, it would take at least 3 to 6 months. Realizing this, she intended to dissuade Ye Chen. However, at that moment, the situation had reached an impasse. If she were to speak up, it might provoke a strong backlash from the Hong family and the Su family. Thus, she could only brace herself and plunge into the abyss. It seems she truly misjudged Ye Chen this time. Meanwhile, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and asked the members of the Hong family and the Su family, "Have you laughed enough? If so, shall we discuss the terms of the bet?" The crowd immediately gestured for Ye Chen to continue. "If we successfully demonstrate our capability, then in the future, whenever Qingqing's company participates in the building materials market in Enong, it shall enjoy preferential cooperation rights, and both of your families must withdraw." "Just that?" Lu Mingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Chen shrugged. "What else could it be?" "Very well," Lu Mingxian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "But if you fail, what do we gain?" Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and replied, "First, Qingqing's company will withdraw from this bidding, and both of you will still have the opportunity to rebid, effectively just postponing it for 3 days. Second, you can each present any request you wish for me to fulfill, any request at all. As long as I am capable of doing it, I must comply. How does that sound?" Chapter 66. Group tickets required for departure. Is anything possible? Upon hearing these words, Su Ziheng was the first to leap to his feet, his eyes alight with anticipation. It is worth noting that he had been the most grievously wronged by Ye Chen among all present, yearning for every moment to trample Ye Chen underfoot and teach him a lesson. However, with Ye Chen currently basking in success, he had been at a loss for any means to retaliate. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could he let it slip away? "Of course, I can draft the betting terms into the agreement. I am willing to bear the legal consequences." Upon hearing Ye Chen's agreement, Su Ziheng slammed his hand on the table. "I concur. I wholeheartedly agree." He then hurriedly grasped the arm of Grandma Su, urging, "Grandma, did you hear? This is a splendid chance for revenge against that good-for-nothing. Let us not forget how he has treated us." Grandma Su squinted her eyes, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Our Su family consents to this betting agreement. In her view, avenging Ye Chen was both crucial and necessary. However, above all, the interests of the Su family were paramount. After careful consideration, she realized that if Su Yunqing's subsidiary were to lose the wager in 3 days, it would not adversely affect the Su family's bid. At most, it would merely delay things by 3 days. Moreover, should Su Yunqing agree to bid, she would need to return the investment and interest accumulated by the Su family over the years, amounting to at least 6 million yuan. Weighing this, it was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. To refuse would be foolish, indeed. On the other hand, the thoughts of the Hong group aligned closely with those of the Su family. It was certain that Ye Chen would fail to fulfill the wager, granting them 3 days to prepare and focus all their energy against the Su family. Thus, they would be poised to seize victory in the rebid 3 days hits. It was a guaranteed win. To refuse would be to act with ignorance. Consequently, Lu Mingxian and Hong Danny promptly decided to agree. With the Hong group having brought along seasoned legal personnel, the minor betting agreement was drafted and printed within 10 minutes. Lu Mingxian signed and stamped on behalf of the Hong group, Su Ziheng on behalf of the Su family, and Hu Jiao on behalf of Hong Feng Real Estate. Finally, the betting agreement was handed to Ye Chen. Ye Chen swiftly signed and turned to Su Yuqing, saying, "Wife, please sign." At that moment, Su Yuqing had yet to recover from the shock of Ye Chen's audacious betting agreement. As she gazed at the terms, she could not fathom a glimmer of hope for victory. "Ye Chen, are you certain you wish to sign? If we fail, there will be no turning back." Tears welled in Su Yuqing's eyes as she looked at Ye Chen, hoping he would reconsider. Deep down, she longed to express that their failure was inevitable, and the consequences would be dire. Before Ye Chen could respond, Lu Milan could no longer contain herself and urgently pulled Su Yuqing aside, exclaiming, "Daughter, I implore you, do not recklessly indulge in this folly with that good-for-nothing Ye Chen. If he wishes for demise, that is his affair. We cannot allow others to mock our family." Su Guoqiang also wore a stern expression, saying, "Qingqing, your mother and I are of an age that cannot withstand such turmoil. For our sake, do not be so headstrong." Su Yuqing was already in a state of turmoil, and with her parents now playing the emotional card, she found herself even more hesitant. However, at that moment, Grandma Su fixed a stern gaze upon Su Guoqiang and his wife, scolding, "You two fools, be silent. This is our family's betting agreement, and it is none of your concern. Moreover, Ye Chen has already confirmed multiple times before everyone that it cannot be altered. This betting agreement must be signed today. Nothing can deter us." As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Su Guoxing and Su Guang. The two brothers instantly stood up, forcibly separating Lu Milan and Su Guoqiang, saying, "Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, the younger generation has their own fortunes. Do not meddle in this matter. Speak further, and our mother will surely be displeased." Su Guoqiang and his wife had no choice but to remain silent. Seeing that the situation had escalated beyond her control, Su Yuqing realized that her refusal to sign was no longer a viable form of resistance. With a heavy heart, she sighed and, fighting back tears, inscribed her name upon the agreement. The contract was made in 4 copies, each retaining one. Su Ziheng scrutinized the contract thoroughly, ensuring everything was in order, and then stood to mockingly address Ye Chen and Su Yuqing. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Two pitiable souls. I eagerly await your performance 3 days hence." Su Dingting approached Ye Chen, relishing the moment. "Ye Chen, I still remember how you had me shoot a Douyin video last time. I will craft the most creative script for you to film in 3 days, ensuring you become a sensation." After the Su family members finished their taunts, they bid farewell to Hu Jiao and took their leave, each exuding an air of triumph, as if they could already envision Ye Chen's spectacular failure in 3 days. The members of the Hong group followed suit, indulging in their own jests as they departed. Shortly thereafter, Hu Jiao also led her team away. The conference room was left with only the Su couple and Ye Chen and his wife. The two couples sat adjacent to one another. Lu Milan clutched her head, lamenting, "Oh dear, what cursed fate is mine? Why did I not have the foresight to marry into the Su family? My husband is ineffectual, my daughter disobedient. And to top it off, I have a worthless son-in-law who is on the verge of ruining our family." Su Guoqiang sat beside her, sighing heavily, his face contorted with worry. "It's over. Everything is finished." Finally unable to bear the mounting pressure, Su Yuqing's tears spilled forth. Her gaze towards Ye Chen was a tempest of anger, grievance, defiance, and distrust. "Ye Chen, are you satisfied now? What satisfaction do I possess?" Ye Chen replied, bewildered. Su Yuqing's brow furrowed tightly as she choked out, "At this point, why pretend? Haven't you endured enough in the Su family over the years? Now you've found an opportunity to unleash your frustrations, and this is what it has come to. Are you pleased with this outcome? I understand your feelings, but such thoughtless behavior is deeply disappointing." After a pause, she added bitterly, "Ye Chen, you have changed." Ye Chen retrieved a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping her tears as he spoke softly. "Perhaps you perceive my recent behavior as drastically altered, but please allow me to express my heartfelt sentiment. No matter the time or place, regardless of what transpires, my love for you, Ye Chen, remains unwavering and will never bring harm upon you." Su Yuqing stiffened momentarily, gazing at Ye Chen, rendered speechless. As the Han group and the Su family departed the conference room, they engaged in light-hearted banter while descending in the elevator. Their minds could hardly contain the jubilant fantasies of the momentous event set to unfold in 3 days. The more they imagined, the more elated and excited they became. Just as they reached the entrance, the head of security, flanked by a group of security personnel, halted their progress. Holding a card reader in his left hand and a baton in his right, he flashed a warm smile, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please purchase group tickets before exiting Chapter 67. I am not your husband." At the Polka Bar in Andong City, one of the largest establishments in the area, a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women indulge in their extravagant revelries every evening. This venue draws a diverse crowd from all walks of life, each with their own temperament. Yet, disturbances within the Polka Bar are exceedingly rare. The reason is simple. The owner, Zhao Hailong, is known as the underworld dragon of Andong. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would surely be courting disaster. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ye Chen parked his electric scooter in front of the bar. Observing the throngs of youthful revelers, he mused softly, Zhao Hailong seems to be doing quite well with his business. Perhaps I could bring Qingqing here for a visit when I have the time. However, thoughts of Su Yuqing brought him a pang of discomfort, as the wager he proposed during the bidding meeting that morning had left her utterly disheartened, despite his subsequent attempts to convey his true feelings, even moving her to tears. It ultimately bore no fruit. To Su Yuqing, the wager was an impossibility, and no amount of emotion could alter the impending failure that loomed just 3 days away. Consequently, she had chosen to ignore him and walked away, accompanied by the irate couple, Su Guiqiang and his wife. Ye Chen, for his part, did not feel the need to offer any explanations. After 3 years of marriage, he had never been trusted, no matter his actions. It was precisely this lack of faith that emboldened him to propose such an unattainable wager, intending to mislead everyone into underestimating his capabilities, thereby allowing them to participate carelessly. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a trap he had meticulously set long ago. The outcome in 3 days might prove to be far more intriguing than anyone could anticipate. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen made his way toward the entrance of the bar. His late-night visit was not for the purpose of indulgence, but rather to discuss matters with Zhao Hailong. As he stepped inside, a young woman hurried over, wrapping her arms around his, exclaiming sweetly, "Darling, you finally made it. What on earth is happening?" This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a revealing dress, her face heavily made up, and her looks merely average among the crowd. What made Ye Chen uncomfortable was the sight of tattoos adorning her arms and navel. With her left hand holding a cigarette between her fingers, she seemed to embody the stereotype of the good girl who smokes, drinks, has tattoos, and frequents bars. "I believe we are not acquainted." Ye Chen gently pushed her away. The woman cast a furtive glance toward a particular bar counter inside and whispered, "I was playing truth or dare with my friends, and I lost. I need to find a guy in a short-sleeve shirt to be my husband for the night. And you just happen to fit the bill, so come drink with us. I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to and cannot partake in your game." "Perhaps you should find someone else," Ye Chen replied, attempting to bypass her and enter the bar. "Stop right there," the woman called out as he took a couple of steps. "What else do you want?" Ye Chen turned back. The woman took a drag from her cigarette, sizing him up with a cold gaze. "You don't even want to give me a bit of face? Do you know who I am?" Ye Chen shook his head. With a smug expression, she declared, "I am Qian Xiandong, and my uncle is the chairman of the Qian Group." "Now do you understand? The Qian Group?" Ye Chen countered. "Do you have a cousin named Qian Yuanjia?" Her eyes lit up, and her pride intensified as she exclaimed, "Wow, you possess some degree of insight. Are you scared now? Since you know my identity, you should understand that you must give me face and come drink with us. To be frank, for someone of your background to be invited by someone of my status to be a husband for a night is a rare privilege. You should be grateful." In response, Ye Chen calmly replied, "Such a privilege is better suited for someone else. I have no interest in it." Qian Shinong and Appo's expression soured instantly. Given her affluent upbringing, she was accustomed to being spoiled and having her whims catered to. Which man would not immediately turn into a sycophant upon meeting her? Naturally, only those who were most familiar with her knew that she held a particular disdain for ordinary men. In fact, she reveled in tormenting them. This husband for a night dare was merely one of her many schemes. She delighted in orchestrating encounters with average men, leading them to believe they had found fortune in winning over a wealthy beauty, all the while viewing them as mere playthings. She would order expensive drinks and ensure the hapless man ended up footing the bill, or she might conspire with her friends to have him humiliated in various ways, relishing the sight of their embarrassment and despair. Thus, her rejection by Ye Chen was intolerable. Her temper flared, and she threatened him in a low voice. "You pathetic loser. Don't think that just because I'm giving you face, you can refuse. You will be my husband tonight, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself entering upright and exiting horizontally." In the face of her threat, Ye Chen remained unfazed, responding coolly, "I understand your desire for companionship, but I am simply not the right fit for you. I recommend you check by the trash bin outside. There's a stray dog that might suit you perfectly. You can bring it in however you wish. The choice is yours." With that, Ye Chen turned to leave, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 68. Establishing a Security Company. In the office of the polka bar, Ye Chen reclined on a luxurious sofa, sipping tea, while Zhao Hailong stood respectfully across from him. "Do not stand on ceremony, please sit and speak," Ye Chen encouraged. Zhao Hailong chuckled and took a seat. "How has the progress been with the remaining tasks from the late Mr. Peng?" Ye Chen inquired. "Since Mr. Peng was prosecuted for the fatal accident involving Geng Tianba, I have swiftly consolidated the resources he accumulated over the years. Now, only a few minor tasks remain to be wrapped up," Zhao Hailong replied with a hint of pride. "I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Yi. Without your recognition and support, it would have taken me an eternity to absorb Mr. Peng's influence." Ye Chen waved his hand with a smile. "You need not be so formal. After all, you have assisted me on numerous occasions, which I have always remembered." Zhao Hailong felt a surge of emotion, although he was unaware of Ye Chen's true identity. The way Xiaodai and his son treated him suggested that Ye Chen was far more than just the president of Hong Kong real estate. He represented an echelon that Zhao Hailong could only aspire to. Gaining even a modicum of favor from such a significant figure was crucial for his future endeavors. Ye Chen continued, "The reason I sought you out today is to discuss a matter of importance." "Please, Mr. Yi, go ahead," Zhao Hailong urged. "We are both aware of the current societal climate. While many gray areas still exist, they are increasingly under scrutiny and cannot be openly discussed. Given the trajectory of your current influence, you are nearing a ceiling in Anong. Any further advancement could lead to dire consequences, would you not agree?" Zhao Hailong nodded with a wry smile. "You are correct, Mr. Yi. Outsiders perceive our industry as carefree and unrestrained, yet each of us lies with unease. If our power is too small, we are bullied. If it is too great, we attract unwanted attention, which could lead to imprisonment for all involved. Currently, my most profitable venture is this polka bar. While the daily revenue is substantial, after accounting for expenses like keeping underlings and managing personal relationships, I hardly make any profit over the year. To be honest, I have considered transforming my business several times, but various factors have always delayed me." Ye Chen took a sip of his tea. "I have a proposal. What do you think about establishing a security company? You could recruit your subordinates, selecting those with relatively good overall qualities for professional training. This would provide them with legitimate careers, far more fulfilling than their current hand-to-mouth existence. Moreover, it would not hinder your influence." Zhao Hailong's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Mr. Yi, to be frank, I have contemplated this idea before and even spent some time planning it. However, due to financial constraints, I ultimately abandoned it. After all, a security company requires substantial initial capital to sustain itself, especially now that I have more personnel after consolidating Mr. Peng's influence." Before Zhao Hailong could finish, Ye Chen interjected, "I will personally provide the funds, 300 million in cash. Will that suffice?" 300 million in cash? Zhao Hailong was taken aback. It is worth noting that Mr. Peng, who had been entrenched in Anong for decades, accumulated a mere 300 million in assets. As for Zhao Hailong, his foundation was still shallow, with less than 200 million, and he could not produce more than 20 million in cash. Thus, his financial capacity was inadequate to establish a security firm. However, with Ye Chen offering 300 million, it would be more than sufficient to launch a security company. And not just any ordinary one. "Mr. Yi, your generosity is something I shall never forget. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Zhao Hailong exclaimed, grabbing a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai from the table, uncapping it, and gulping it down in one go. Ye Chen was taken aback by his remarkable tolerance for alcohol. I, Zhao Hailong, am but a simple man, unable to express my loyalty in other ways. I can only resort to drinking. By consuming this bottle, I pledge to be your man, Mr. Yi, ready to face any peril," Zhao Hailong declared, kneeling in excitement. Though Zhao Hailong had assisted Ye Chen multiple times before, his motivations had largely stemmed from his connection with Xiaodai. Now, however, he genuinely wished to follow Ye Chen. Despite his prominence in Anong, in the eyes of true affluent magnates, he was merely an inconsequential thug. Yet Ye Chen had offered him an opportunity, one that could elevate him to a respectable level. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Ye Chen discerned Zhao Hailong's sentiments, which aligned with his primary aim for the evening, to secure Zhao Hailong's unwavering loyalty. To further his own growth and fulfill his father's legacy, he needed to support more capable allies, and Zhao Hailong and Appo's skills and character were perfectly aligned. Ye Chen helped Zhao Hailong to his feet, smiling as he said, "I will transfer the 300 million to you shortly. You will be fully responsible for establishing the security company. I look forward to your good news." With that, Ye Chen opened his phone to obtain Zhao Hailong's bank account details to execute the transfer. He still had over 600 million left for personal expenses. Zhao Hailong gazed at the numerous zeros in the bank account, excitement and anxiety mingling in his expression. "Mr. Yi, may I ask, are you not concerned that I might abscond with this money? My willingness to provide you with funds signifies my trust in your character. However, should anything occur that disappoints me, rest assured, no matter where you flee, I, Ye Chen, will ultimately find you, correct?" Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Hailong's bald head as he nodded vigorously. "I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave," Ye Chen announced, rising from his seat. "I shall see you off," Zhao Hailong replied with utmost respect. Outside the polka bar, Qian Xiantong stood by the roadside, clutching her reddened forehead, awaiting someone. Shortly after, a black Hummer pulled up, and a figure emerged. "Cousin, you finally arrived," Qian Xiantong hurriedly greeted. Qian Yuanjia, observing her bruised forehead, frowned deeply. "Damn it, who did this to you? I see they have no intention of remaining in Anong." Qian Xiantong clung to Qian Yuanjia's arm, pouting. "Cousin, you must stand up for me. That person is still inside the bar. I have been waiting at the entrance for him, and he has yet to come out. Do not worry, that brat will not escape. Moreover, other allies are on their way. Regardless of that person and Appo's identity, he is doomed tonight." Qian Yuanjie replied with an air of superiority. Qian Xianong asked eagerly, "Cousin, who are these allies?" Qian Yuanjie answered proudly, "The heiress of the Hong family, Hong Danny." Chapter 69. Why don't you try your luck? Qian Xiantong was utterly astonished. Although her family was considered affluent, it paled in comparison to the wealth of Hong's consortium's heiress, Hong Danny. Even her uncle's Qian's consortium was slightly inferior to Hong's. Therefore, among the young, wealthy second-generation crowd in Anong, Hong Danny could be regarded as one of the most influential women. Qian Xiantong considered Hong Danny a role model. She would be content if she could ever reach her level. She excitedly inquired, "Cousin, how did you manage to enlist Hong Danny just to deal with a common nobody?" Qian Yuanjia, wearing a mysterious expression, responded to Qian Xiantong, "Hee. You wouldn't believe it, but this morning, Hong Danny posted a message in our friends group, saying she had been extorted and wanted to gather some friends to help her seek revenge. The agreed-upon location to discuss countermeasures was Polka Bar, where we happened to encounter you being bullied. So, I'll have Hong Danny back you up later to suppress the other party's arrogance." "No problem at all." Upon hearing that Hong Danny would be supporting her, Qian Xiantong excitedly pumped her fist. A fierce expression appeared on her face as she muttered, "Hee, you little bastard. I'll make you kneel and sing conquer later." At that moment, Ye Chen happened to emerge from the bar's entrance. Without hesitation, she strode forward, pointed at Ye Chen's nose, and burst into a tirade. "You son of a bitch, you've finally come out, huh? I've been waiting for you for ages." Ye Chen turned his head, recognizing Qian Xiantong berating him. He rolled his eyes in resignation. "There are plenty of places to find a husband. I really don't have time to fool around with you." "Who's fooling around with you?" Qian Xuantong's face darkened with anger, and she raised her hand to slap Ye Chen across the face. Ye Chen swiftly grabbed her wrist, gripping it tightly. "A young lady like you, always resorting to violence. I'm afraid you'll have trouble even finding a stray dog for a husband in the future," Ye Chen said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Qian Xiantong felt a strange sense of unease under Ye Chen's gaze. However, remembering that her cousin was there to support her, Qian Xiantong disregarded it and put on an arrogant face. "You lowly nobody. Let go of my hand immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you taste the sting of society. Let go." Then, Ye Chen nonchalantly released her hand. Due to the momentum, Qian Xiantong stumbled backward, landing squarely on a patch of vomit left by a drunken patron. "Ugh, what is this?" Qian Xiantong disregarded the pain in her buttocks and scrambled to her feet, frantically trying to shake off the filth clinging to her. However, the more she tried, the worse it became. Seeing this, a playful smile appeared on Ye Chen's lips as he quipped, "Looking like this, I'm sure stray dogs will find you even more appealing." This remark sent Qian Xiantong into a frenzy, and she turned to Qian Yuanjia, yelling, "Cousin, Aren't you going to help me teach this scoundrel a lesson? If you don't help me, I'm going to be bullied to death. Sob sob. Hearing this, Qian Yuanjie stepped forward, frowning and saying in a deep voice, "Humph. Ye Chen, so it was you bullying my sister." Qian Yuanjie couldn't suppress the anger he felt toward Ye Chen. He had ruined his relationship with Su Dingting, beaten him up in the street, and extorted 2 million yuan. Because of these incidents, he hadn't slept well for days, plotting how to deal with Ye Chen. Unexpectedly, he had delivered himself to his doorstep. Old grudges, new hatreds. Let's settle them all at once. Seeing Qian Yuanjie step forward, Zhao Hailong, who was behind Ye Chen, whispered, "Should I take action and teach this kid a lesson first?" Ye Chen shook his head. "Wait a little longer. The show has just begun." Zhao Hailong nodded and took a few steps back. Fortunately, he was wearing a hat tonight, and the light outside was dim, so Qian Yuanjie and the others didn't recognize him. Otherwise, even if Qian Yuanjie had twice the courage, he wouldn't be so presumptuous. Ye Chen looked at Qian Yuanjie, asking with interest, "Oh ho, young Master Qian, we really are destined. What's this? Did you think that the 2 million yuan you offered the other day was too little, and now you're voluntarily coming to donate more generously?" Hearing this, Qian Yuanjie's eyes twitched uncontrollably. "Ye Chen, last time it was because I underestimated you and fell for your trick. This time, I've come prepared to suppress your arrogance." Ye Chen glanced at his phone. "Sorry, I'm quite busy. I'll only give you 5 minutes. Hurry up and show me what you've got, or I'm leaving." Huh? Qian Yuanjie's heart sank. He desperately wanted to give Ye Chen a thorough beating, but he had rushed out without bringing any backup. Right now, it was just him and Qian Xiantong. He was afraid he couldn't beat Ye Chen, but he had already boasted so much. If he couldn't deal with Ye Chen, wouldn't he lose too much face? Just as Qian Yuanjie was in a dilemma, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Teaching a piece of social garbage like you a lesson doesn't even take 5 minutes." Following the voice, they saw 5 young men and women walking over. Leading them were Hong Danny and Lu Mingxian, and the remaining 3 were also dressed in designer clothes, looking like carefree second-generation heirs. Seeing Hong Danny, Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly greeted her. "Danny, you've come at the right time. This little brat is bullying my sister. For the sake of our years of friendship, lend me a hand." A cold glint flashed across Hong Danny's face as she coldly snorted. "Even if you didn't ask, I was going to teach this guy a lesson today. He's the bastard I mentioned in the group this morning who extorted me. Ye Chen, the head of the security department of Red Maple Real Estate." "He's the head of the security department of Red Maple Real Estate?" Qian Yuanjie was slightly stunned. He had been curious how Ye Chen, as the infamous live-in son-in-law of the Su family, could know Zhang Eru. Now he understood. As the head of the security department of Red Maple Real Estate, it wasn't surprising that he could befriend Zhang Eru. Of course, in Qian Yuanjie's eyes, this kind of identity was utterly insignificant. Now that he knew that the person who had offended Hong Danny was none other than Ye Chen, having such a powerful helper to deal with Ye Chen would definitely save him a lot of trouble. Lu Mingxian glared at Ye Chen, his eyes practically spitting fire. And he gritted his teeth. "Hee hee. Ye, you good for nothing. We meet again. Looks like someone made so much money collecting protection fees this morning that they came here to relax." Thinking of the money he had been forced to pay Ye Chen to enter and exit that morning, a total of 1,200,000 yuan. Lu Mingxuan's trigeminal nerve throbbed faintly. And that wasn't all. Ye Chen had also suddenly come up with a gambling agreement, delaying Hong's consortium from winning the bidding. Because of this, Lu Mingxian had been scolded by Hong Xingchong when he returned. As a live-in son-in-law, he was already cautious in the wealthy family, afraid of doing something wrong and angering his father-in-law. Because of Ye Chen, he had suffered such an undeserved disaster. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this insult. Faced with Lu Mingxuan's provocation, Ye Chen responded indifferently. "This little bit of money isn't enough to tire me out." On the other hand, are Lu Mingxian. The esteemed live-in son-in-law lost so much during the day. Is he here tonight to continue relying on rich women to earn a living? As he spoke, Ye Chen casually pointed at Qian Xiantong and teased, "Look, this woman has been shouting about finding a one-night husband. Why don't you try your luck?" Chapter 70, It is your turn to apologize. "What did you say?" Lu Mingxian and Appo's face shifted between shades of green and white. He loathed being described with terms like "and Appo's son-in-law," "and Appo's," or "and Appo's kept man," "and Appo's," yet Ye Chen not only used such terms, but also, in front of Hong Danny, designated a new wealthy woman for him. Was this not a trap set for him? The crux of the matter was that this filthy, unattractive woman was nothing more than a lowly creature, a mere streetwalker. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. "You clearly understood my words, yet you insist on making me repeat them. Is it that pleasurable to hear? Or is it that deep down, you possess a submissive streak? You, Lu Mingxian was seething with rage, his face flushed. At that moment, he disregarded the refined image he usually portrayed in public and shouted at Ye Chen, "You, worthless scum from the lower strata of society, I shall end you today." With that, he raised his fist to strike Ye Chen but was halted by Hong Danny. "Xian, don't act impulsively." Lu Mingxian, gritting his teeth, retorted, "How can I not? This waste is insufferably arrogant. If I do not teach him a lesson, my heart will not find peace. Such a waste does deserve to be dealt with." But to personally handle him would be too much of an elevation for him. Hong Danny cast a cold glance at Ye Chen and declared, "Didn't you bring a horde of rough security guards with you this morning, relying on sheer numbers? Now let me show you what true numbers look like." With that, she pulled out a thick stack of cash from her beloved Hermes handbag. The bills were bright red, totaling around 60 to 70,000. Raising it above her head, she proclaimed, "Brothers present, I wish to teach a lesson to this pathetic loser. Anyone who steps in to help today will receive a cash reward of 1,000 each. First come, first served, all are welcome." It should be noted that the polka bar was bustling with business, surrounded by various entertainment venues such as KTVs, billiard halls, and internet cafes. Consequently, many idle young ruffians gathered in the vicinity, some of whom were barely scraping by. For them, $1,000 was a significant temptation. After all, extorting pocket money from school children would take at least a week to earn that much. Thus, Hong Danny's call immediately attracted considerable attention, and soon a crowd began to form. Some among them expressed skepticism, wondering if someone had simply had too much to drink and was speaking nonsense. However, upon realizing that the instigator was Hong Danny, their doubts vanished. Hong Danny's reputation in the polka bar was formidable. She had been frequenting the place since her high school days, smoking, drinking, fighting, and keeping young men. With her wealthy background, she spent lavishly, leaving no one daring to provoke her, which only fueled the envy of many losers. However, it was said that after graduating from university, Hong Danny had married a young man who became a stay-at-home husband, which somewhat diminished her glory. Nevertheless, given her standing, it was unthinkable that she would toy with them. Before long, 50 to 60 people had gathered. They clustered in groups, some smoking, others chewing gum, exuding a rebellious aura. This crowd encircled the entrance of the polka bar, allowing Hong Danny and her companions to stand at the forefront, chanting, "Sister Danny is mighty. Sister Danny is wealthy." The atmosphere was deafening, brimming with male bravado. Hong Danny and her friends reveled in this sensation, slightly squinting and lifting their heads as if to declare to Ye Chen, "I am the queen of this domain, commanding all." Ye Chen, however, remained unfazed, slightly tilting his head to whisper to Zhao Hailong, "Are these ruffians all your men?" Zhao Hailong awkwardly shook his head. "Mr. Yi, most of these fellows are recent dropouts, unable to find work. They are just aimlessly drifting through life, not even worth my time to associate with." Indeed, if they were all of such caliber, he might reconsider investing in a security company. He chuckled bitterly. Ye Chen and Zhao Hailong's hushed exchange caught Hong Danny's eye. She crossed her arms, scoffed, and said, "Hey, Yi, are you frightened now, starting to plot your escape with your friend? Let me tell you, it one and oppose. T-work. Do you see me gathering these people? Even if each one spits on you, you drown." Behind her, the ruffians waved their fists and chanted, "Drown him! Drown him!" At that moment, Xiantong was so excited she nearly jumped in place. "Wow, Sister Danny is truly the woman I admire most. Look at her, so glamorous, so powerful. I even want to hire thugs to show off like this someday." Beside her, Qian Yuanjia felt invigorated as well. In his eyes, given the current situation, even Zhang Eru would be intimidated. As for Ye Chen, that worthless fool would surely kneel and apologize to them in the next second, calling them daddy. However, half a minute passed, and Ye Chen and Apos' expression remained calm and collected, as if he were entirely unperturbed by the gang of ruffians. After a long pause, he asked Hong Danny, "Do you truly believe that this money can buy their loyalty, making them willing to risk everything to deal with me?" "Why not?" Hong Danny, reveling in her moment, took out a cigarette. Lu Mingxian, ever eager, quickly lit it for her. As a son-in-law in a wealthy family, he had long since absorbed such social nuances. Taking a drag from her cigarette, Hong Danny exhaled smoke and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I know you're envious. Envious that we, the wealthy, can command the winds and act as we please, while you, a penniless loser, just surviving is already a great favor bestowed upon you. Do you understand? Bravo. Well said." Ye Chen clapped his hands, then casually remarked, "Since you have finished your bluster, it is time for you to apologize to me. I'm pressed for time and need you to get on with it." At his words, an uproar ensued. Hong Danny stared at Ye Chen, her expression one of disbelief. Turning to her companions to ask, "Is this idiot insane? He actually thinks we should apologize?" Lu Mingxian, holding his forehead, expressed exasperation. Sigh. "In my 20-plus years of life, this is the first time I've encountered such a dimwit. No wonder he is with Su Yuqing. They're truly a match made in heaven." The Qian siblings were in stitches, unable to contain their laughter. This fool, even at such a moment, was still trying to act tough. How hilarious. The laughter continued for over a minute, until their throats began to grow hoarse. Finally, Hong Danny stubbed out her extinguished cigarette and contemptuously scoffed. "Listen up, Ye. I declare today that if you can make me apologize, I will kneel before everyone and eat this cigarette, but if you can't, you shall eat to your fill. How about that? An excellent proposal." Ye Chen's eyes brightened as he patted Zhao Hailong's shoulder, saying, "Then I shall trouble my brother here to serve as a witness." With that, Zhao Hailong removed his hat, facing the crowd, emanating an aura akin to a beast unleashed from its cage. "All right, here's a refined version of the text you provided. Focusing on improved language and removing extraneous elements. Chapter 71. You possess the aptitude for a leading role. Zhao Hailong." At that instant, the eyes of those facing Ye Chen nearly bulged from their sockets. A towering figure of nearly 2 meters, a gleaming bald head, and a prominent scar near his right eye. These were unmistakable features, intimately familiar to them all. The thugs, in particular, revered Zhao Hailong as an idol, an aspiration. A grin stretched across Zhao Hailong's face, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Which one of you was it that boasted about teaching me, my brother, a lesson?" he inquired. "Step forward and let me have a gander." He had initially intended to say, "Which one of you dared threaten my boss?" However, mindful of Ye Chen's inherent preference for discretion, Zhao Hailong opted to refer to him as his brother. This served to subtly foster a closer rapport with Ye Chen, a strategic move that achieved 2 objectives simultaneously. Zhao Hailong's seemingly innocuous inquiry detonated like a depth charge amongst the assembled throng, precipitating a seismic shift in their demeanor. The once brazen and unruly thugs recoiled, their necks retracting like turtles, as they exchanged furtive glances. "Damn, that fellow is Hailong's brother," one whispered. "We've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Blast it all. Had I known, I wouldn't have succumbed to the temptation of a mere 1,000 yuan," another lamented. To enrage Hailong Ji is to jeopardize one's future prospects in Anong. "I lay the blame squarely at the feet of Hong Danny," a third grumbled. "Had she not provoked the wrong individual, we wouldn't have been ensnared in this predicament." Hong Danny, witnessing the abject terror of her hired muscle, grew frantic. Confronting Zhao Hailong filled her with trepidation. As Andong's most rapidly ascending magnate, having recently absorbed all of Pang Lao's resources, Zhao Hailong was undeniably the preeminent figure in Andong's illicit underbelly. Even her father, Hong Xingchong, would afford Zhao Hailong a measure of deference. As for the Qian Yuanjia siblings, they were visibly shaken. It became clear why Ye Chen had regarded them with such dismissive indifference. He had Zhao Hailong as a powerful benefactor. Had Qian Xiantong known this, she would never have dared to provoke Ye Chen, regardless of her arrogance. At this juncture, Ye Chen advanced a few paces, scratching the back of his head as if nothing untoward had transpired. He addressed Hong Danny with a smile. "Miss Hong, when do you intend to offer your apology?" "I'm rather preoccupied and eager to depart." Hong Danny was momentarily taken aback by Ye Chen's question, while she harbored a genuine apprehension of Zhao Hailong. She found the prospect of publicly apologizing to Ye Chen, let alone kneeling and consuming cigarette butts, utterly unacceptable. With a defiant air, Hong Danny addressed Zhao Hailong. "Hailong Ji, this matter is a personal vendetta between Ye Chen and myself. I implore you, out of consideration for myself and the Hong group, to refrain from interfering. I shall certainly offer a substantial token of gratitude in the future." In Hong Danny's estimation, Zhao Hailong and Ye Chen were not truly brothers. She surmised that Ye Chen had merely compensated Zhao Hailong to lend him support. Therefore, if she were to offer Zhao Hailong a more compelling incentive, he would undoubtedly abandon Ye Chen without hesitation. However, events did not unfold as Hong Danny had anticipated. Zhao Hailong flexed his wrists, adopting a combative stance. "Little girl," he scoffed, "in our line of work, we value loyalty above all else. Now that I, Zhao Hailong, have pledged my assistance to my brother, I shall not recant. Spare me the superfluous chatter, and let us proceed with the confrontation, if that is your desire. Regardless, you shall offer your apology today." Zhao Hailong's unwavering resolve caused Hong Danny's complexion to fluctuate between pallor and crimson. Incensed, she stamped her foot, her composure beginning to unravel. Very well, Zhao Hailong, she spat. You mistake courtesy for weakness, presuming that your influence in Enong renders you invincible. Today, I shall publicly humiliate you in front of your own Bolkabar. Turning to the assembled thugs, she exhorted, Brothers, teach Zhao Hailong a lesson. A severe lesson. I shall bear the consequences. However, her appeal fell on deaf ears, eliciting a chorus of dissent from the thugs. What was that? Teach Hailongji a lesson? One exclaimed. Damn it. You're insane. Don't drag us down with you. Idiot. Go to hell. You've grown tired of living, but we have not. Another retorted. Your capabilities are insufficient to shoulder such a burden. A third scoffed. This barrage of condemnation shattered any semblance of respect they had previously shown her. Witnessing this, Hong Danny began to panic. She hastily retrieved a bank card from her Hermes handbag and bellowed, I can offer more money. 2,000 per person. No. 5,000. 10,000, if necessary. As long as you can restrain Zhao Hailong and allow me to inflict a severe beating upon that good-for-nothing Ye Chen. However, she underestimated Zhao Hailong's influence among the thugs. Countless self-proclaimed challengers had attempted to confront Zhao Hailong at Bolkabar, only to be carted away by ambulances. These thugs, despite their daily bluster, were acutely aware of their limitations. To confront Zhao Hailong, the mere prospect of uttering a harsh word in his presence would send tremors through their legs. Such was the influence of Ondong's dragon, an influence that surpassed even that of the official constabulary. Consequently, Hong Danny's repeated attempts at incitement were viewed as a blatant attempt to lead them to their doom. One by one, they succumbed to their simmering resentment and erupted in anger. You presume your wealth grants you impunity? One sneered. Retain that paltry sum for your kept boyfriends and their restorative elixirs. Your licentious demeanor incites my ire. You dare to challenge Hailongji's authority? I dare you to sample my prowess. Hailongji, spare yourself the effort, another declared. A mere word from you, and we shall compel these wretches to kneel and address us as grandfather. The thug's fervent enthusiasm thoroughly unnerved Hong Danny and her companions. They had envisioned a day of reckoning for Ye Chen, a day of ostentatious displays of power, facilitated by hard muscle. How had the situation undergone such a dramatic reversal? Lu Mingxian, unaccustomed to such displays of force, trembled, his legs faltering. Wife, what do we do? He stammered. How should I know? Hong Danny retorted, nervously swallowing. Her inherently arrogant nature prevented her from conceding defeat. With forced bravado, she retorted, Do not presume that your numerical superiority grants you the right to act with impunity. I am not afraid. Do not presume that your numerical superiority grants you the right to act with impunity? Ye Chen chuckled derisively. I believe those were your words just moments ago. However, such matters are inconsequential. I am far more interested in witnessing your performance. I shall not apologize, nor shall I consume cigarette butts. Never. Hong Danny shrieked. Ye Chen approached Hong Danny, lowering his voice with a hint of amusement. Are you familiar with the most popular genre of adult films in the current market? Hong Danny was visibly perplexed by this abrupt shift in topic. What do you mean? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, his tone hardening. Let me enlighten you. Domestically produced films are the most sought after. I believe you possess the aptitude for a leading role. What are your thoughts? Chapter 72. The Salary Settlement. What do you intend to do? Hong Danny felt an inexplicable sense of unease as she nervously inquired. Of course. It's precisely what you think. Ye Chen replied with a playful glint in his eyes. I hear you have a penchant for keeping young men. I could provide you with a chance to star in a film. How could one mere young man suffice? At least 10 are required. As for the male lead, you could find one effortlessly, given your illustrious reputation. There must be many men in Enong who covet you. Regrettably, I cannot upload your debut work to a legitimate platform for fear of it being taken down, but I am quite adept at navigating certain smaller websites. Trust me, within 24 hours, you could become a household name in Enong. Perhaps many reclusive men will secretly stash your image in their archives, revering you as a goddess. Hong Danny's complexion drained of color. You wouldn't dare do that. You wouldn't dare? If it were someone else, I certainly would not resort to such tactics. But you, Miss Hong, are different. Do not think I am unaware of the unsavory deeds you and your young man committed years ago. In a way, had it not been for the two of you, I, Ye Chen, could never have wed such an exceptional woman. Nevertheless, your actions have left an indelible scar on her heart, instilling a fear and aversion to love that has plagued me for 3 long years. At the mention of this, Ye Chen found himself lost in thought. Over the course of their 3-year marriage, he had witnessed Su Yinqing shed tears over this matter more than once. Even to this day, the barrier she faced remained unyielding. He could not fathom when he might finally overcome it. Because of the immense damage they had inflicted upon Su Yinqing, Ye Chen felt justified in disregarding any moral boundaries when dealing with someone as unscrupulous as Hong Danny. Faced with Ye Chen's formidable presence, Hong Danny was truly frightened. Even if her past indiscretions were of a personal nature, should Ye Chen choose to film and disseminate them, the carefully cultivated persona she had built over the years would be shattered. She would be utterly humiliated. Realizing this, Hong Danny quickly relented, donning a polite yet awkward smile. Ahem, Mr. Yi, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Allow me to apologize. Please do not be angry. How about we find a place to sit and share a drink together? I have no interest in drinking. Ye Chen shook his head. Then, I can offer you financial compensation for your mental distress. Hong Danny began rummaging through her Hermes handbag for money. In her frantic state, her hands trembled, causing several bills to slip from her grasp and flutter to the ground. I do not require your money, Ye Chen replied, his dark eyes fixed coldly on Hong Danny. I merely wish for you to fulfill your promise. You have offered your apology. Now commence your performance of eating a cigarette butt. A shiver ran through Hong Danny's body as she managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Are you truly going to make me do this? Wouldn't you do even worse if you were in my position? Ye Chen countered. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Hong Danny surrendered. Very well. Today, I, Hong Danny, concede defeat. You win, Ye Chen. I shall fulfill my promise. But if you are truly a man of honor after I consume the cigarette butt, let this matter end here. We can settle our accounts later. What do you say? Agreed. Just wait, Ye Chen. I swear I shall retaliate against you with the most ruthless means possible next time. Hong Danny vowed fiercely within her heart. With great reluctance, she knelt down, lowering her head to bite the cigarette, but lying on the ground. With a crunch, she found it gritty and unpleasant. Although she had expelled it herself, it tasted utterly revolting, making it difficult to swallow. Ye Chen kindly reminded her, remember, you must swallow it for it to count. Hong Danny's face contorted as she fought back tears. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, she dared not utter any further threats and forced herself to chew and swallow. This scene drew the attention of many thugs, who began recording videos and taking pictures, erupting into cheers. Some even tossed their own used cigarette butts towards Hong Danny, urging her to consume them as well. The embarrassment was palpable. At that moment, the most uncomfortable presence in the room was Lu Mingxian. As Hong Danny's husband, he bore the responsibility of protecting his wife, often asserting that he would shield her even if the sky were to fall. Yet here he was, cowering like a turtle, not daring to utter a word, praying fervently that Ye Chen would not turn his gaze upon him. He hoped for nothing more than for Hong Danny to finish and escape without delay. Alas, in the next moment, Ye Chen's attention shifted to him, and he inquired with a smile, aren't we going to hear from our esteemed son-in-law? Lu Mingxian, already trembling with fear, flinched at Ye Chen's sudden question and fell to his knees, exclaiming, Brother Yi, I was wrong. I do not wish to eat the cigarette, but... His plea only incited laughter from the crowd. What a fitting title for a man who lives off his wife's fortune. Truly pathetic. Ignoring the jeers, Lu Mingxian continued to gaze at Ye Chen with a mixture of embarrassment and desperation. Sigh, I wonder what it was that originally attracted Qingqing to you. Ye Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Since you chose not to participate in the wager, I certainly will not make you eat the cigarette butt. However, I do require you to settle everyone's wages. Wages? Lu Mingxian was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Ye Chen gestured towards the thugs behind him. Look, aren't they all hired by you? It is said that wages for workers should not be withheld. Surely these gentlemen's payments cannot be delayed either. Lu Mingxian felt a wave of despair wash over him. These thugs were hired by us to deal with you. And now they are turning around to demand payment from me? Is there no justice in this world? Of course, he only dared to voice his frustrations internally. On the surface, he maintained a respectful demeanor. Brother Yi, you are absolutely right. I will settle the wages immediately. With that, he retrieved Hong Danny's handbag and addressed the thugs with a pained expression. Brothers, each of you will receive 1,000 yuan. Please line up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen's voice rang out once more. Esteemed son-in-law, that amount seems rather insufficient, don't you think? What is wrong with it? Lu Mingxian questioned, his brow furrowing. Ye Chen wore an innocent smile. I recall you mentioning that each person would receive 100,000 yuan. Lu Mingxian's eyes twitched involuntarily as he nervously attempted to explain, Brother Yi, it was clearly. Before he could finish, Ye Chen interrupted him, rallying the crowd. Brothers, didn't Yi say it was 100,000 each? The thugs, now fully aware of Ye Chen's intentions, cheered in unison. Indeed, 100,000 each. No backing out now. If you try to renege, we'll take you to court. If they refuse to pay, we'll have them film a movie to earn money. This uproar sent Lu Mingxian crashing to the ground in despair, his eyes vacant. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 73, A Man and His Dog. At this moment, Lu Mingxian felt a deafening buzz in his ears, his mind nearly paralyzed. It was crucial to note that the number of ruffians gathered here had exceeded 60 or 70. If each were to receive 100,000, that would amount to a staggering 6 or 7 million. Such an immense sum of cash could not possibly be procured, even if he attempted to liquidate assets. Even Hong Danny could only muster around 5 million in cash, as her own finances had been largely consumed by investments and personal comforts. If she were to part with such a considerable amount, how would Lu Mingxian sustain himself as a son-in-law in the future? With a pained expression, Lu Mingxian turned to Ye Chen, pleading, "Brother Ye, we need to discuss this. Is it possible to lower the amount allocated to each brother? It is simply too much." Ye Chen shrugged innocently, replying, "This matter is not solely mine to decide. We must consult the brothers on their opinions." Lu Mingxian turned to the assembled ruffians, who immediately rejected the idea. "No way. Each of us must receive 100,000, not a penny less. If you refuse to pay, we'll take you and film a little movie. I just so happen to know a few ladies with ailments who could cater to you." "Haha, pretty boy, I advise you to abandon your resistance. Otherwise, I can ensure your delicate face becomes a canvas of scars." The threats from the ruffians left Lu Mingxian trembling. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Wife, what should we do?" He quickly turned to Hong Danny for guidance. Meanwhile, she had just forcefully swallowed a cigarette, but tears welling in her eyes. She did not wish to endure such humiliation again. Standing up, Hong Danny surveyed the ruffians, noting their bloodshot eyes, fueled by an insatiable desire to rob her. Panic surged within her. The day's events had unfolded to such a degree that her defeat was inevitable, leaving no room for redemption. All she could think of was escaping this situation before further embarrassment ensued. After grappling with her thoughts for several agonizing seconds, Hong Danny clenched her teeth and declared, "Get the bank card and withdraw the money." "Really?" Lu Mingxuan's face contorted with concern. With such a large sum surrendered, how would he ever earn pocket money from Hong Danny again? Seeing Lu Mingxian hesitate, Hong Danny struck him across the face. "Are you deaf? Go now. Or do you intend to stand here and wallow in your own failure? You useless son-in-law." Lu Mingxian, clutching his reddened cheek, felt the weight of scornful gazes upon him. The loss of dignity made him clench his fists. Though being a son-in-law had its challenges during their marriage, Hong Danny had generally treated him well. However, this was the first time she had publicly humiliated him in such a manner. Curse that woman. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. When I achieve success, she shall see. Lu Mingxian vowed silently. Yet, he feigned contrition, saying, "I will go now. But, wife, will your card hold enough funds?" Hong Danny dismissively waved her hand towards Qian Yuanjie and her two affluent companions, instructing, "You three, bring your cards and come with us to withdraw money." Qian Yuanjie and his friends looked bewildered. "Why should we do that?" Hong Danny, exasperated, shouted, "Who told you to accompany me today? You must contribute to this sum. Otherwise, I'll hand you over to them. Do as you please." The trio exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "How unfair is this? We came to assist, and now we're being forced to pay." They grumbled internally, yet they understood the necessity of compliance, as the consequences of defiance would far outweigh the inconvenience of contributing. Thus, they proceeded to the nearby bank under the watchful eyes of a dozen ruffians. Standing opposite Ye Chen was only Qian Xiantong, who nervously swallowed hard. The dramatic turn of events within the past 10 minutes had nearly shattered her perception of reality. She realized that this man was someone she could never afford to provoke. Cautiously, Qian Xiantong addressed Ye Chen, "Mr. Ye, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive my actions." Throughout her apology, she remained attentive to Ye Chen's expression, fearful that a moment's displeasure might lead to her abduction for a nefarious purpose, thus ruining her life. In response to her apology, Ye Chen smiled gently. "Do not be anxious. I have no intention of harming you. After all, you have not committed any egregious offense. I merely have a task for you to undertake and execute well." "What task?" Qian Xiantong felt a surge of anxiety. Ye Chen pointed to a black stray dog near a trash can, saying, "Do you see that? From today onwards, you are to take it home and care for it. I do not expect you to treat it as tenderly as you would a husband, but at least you can care for it as a pet, can't you?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xiantong exhaled in relief, almost moved to tears. She nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I will take good care of it. Thank you, Mr. Ye, for your generosity. With that, she dashed over to the trash can and scooped up the filthy little stray dog. As both the girl and the dog were rather dirty, they seemed to share a mutual disregard for their appearances. Observing this, Ye Chen remarked, "You are still young. Even if the world fascinates you, there are certain matters best left untouched. Take care of yourself." Qian Xiantong paused, as if a revelation had dawned upon her. She bowed deeply to Ye Chen, silently vowing to become a better person and avoid such dubious encounters in the future. With that, she left, clutching the small stray dog. Zhao Hailong, puzzled, turned to Ye Chen and asked, "Mr. Ye, you let her off so easily?" Ye Chen gazed at Qian Xuantong's retreating figure and sighed. "Seeing her reminds me of Qian Ning. She is only a few years older than my sister. Most children of that age possess a fundamentally good nature, easily swayed by societal influences. With a little guidance, they can be reformed. This is a stark contrast to individuals like Hong Danny." "Oh, I see." Zhao Hailong nodded thoughtfully. In truth, there was more Ye Chen wished to express. Recently, due to various chaotic events, he had released all his pent-up aggression towards his adversaries. He felt no remorse for this. It was indeed necessary. Yet, during this tumultuous period, if he encountered someone whose nature was not inherently bad and who was worth saving, he still wished to reveal a more benevolent side of himself. Chapter 74. Debt Collection. Half an hour later, Lu Mingxian, Hong Danny, and others returned with the money. Due to the staggering amount, it was ultimately Hong Danny who sought the assistance of the bank manager to facilitate the withdrawal. Over 7 million was packed into 2 bags. The 2 bags of money were placed before Ye Chen. Hong Danny felt a pang of regret in her heart, but maintained a facade of indifference, asserting, "Ye, the money is now in your possession. If you're a man of your word, let us adhere to our previous agreement and call it a day." Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Let us hurry along. I have no time to engage in trivialities." Hong Danny, irked by his response, ground her teeth in frustration. Ye Chen, everything you've done today, I shall remember. In 3 days, we'll meet for the bidding. Should you fail to fulfill the terms of our wager, do not blame me for being merciless." Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly. "Humph." Hong Danny scoffed, angrily turning away. Lu Mingxian cast a reluctant glance at the 2 bags of money, sighed, and followed suit. As for Qian Yuanjie and the others, they were so intimidated by the atmosphere that they dared not linger for a moment longer. Better to leave with their losses than to tempt fate. After their departure, Zhao Hailong began to distribute the money. Though these ruffians lacked formal education, they possessed a fair degree of emotional intelligence. They had all collaborated to inflate the price to 100,000 per person. Naturally, they would not genuinely take that amount, as they recognized that the credit belonged to Ye Chen. Thus, each ended up receiving only 5,000, with the remainder designated for Ye Chen and Apos, as discretion. 70 individuals collectively received 350,000, while Ye Chen allocated 650,000 to Zhao Hailong, suggesting that the gang enjoy a night of revelry at Polka. The ruffians were elated, cheering for Brother Yi. They surged into Polka, ready to indulge. Ye Chen, however, opted out of this celebration, loading the remaining 2 bags of money, totaling 6 million, onto an electric scooter and confidently rode home. At this moment, in Su Guoqiang and Apos, as home, Su Ziheng and Su Dingding lounged on the sofa, looking down their noses at Su Yunqing, who sat across from them. Grandma stated that all investments over the years, plus interest, amount to 6 million in cash. "We must retrieve it from the Su family today," Su Ziheng threatened. Su Guoqiang placed a plate of sliced watermelon on the coffee table, forcing a smile. "Ziheng, Tingting, it's hot outside. Have some watermelon." Su Tingting looked at the meager fruit platter and scoffed. "Is this pitiful watermelon all you can offer us? Do you take us for fools? I only eat imported cherries." Su Guoqiang felt embarrassed and resorted to emotional appeals. "Can you both consider that we are relatives and ask for a bit less? 6 million is far too much for our family to produce. Besides, we've distributed all the money owed over the years." Su Ziheng crossed his legs, casting a sidelong glance. "Uncle, spare me the sob story. Although your branch might not be thriving, you must have made some profit over the years. Plus, this house must be worth over 1 million if sold, right? By the way, what about the dowry your son has saved? I've heard my aunt has stashed away quite a bit. Isn't each an S meager salary and his sister as compensation for the accident part of it? Your son is still in college and not in a hurry to marry, is he?" Su Guoqiang wore a bitter expression, unsure of how to respond. "No way." At that moment, Lu Milan stormed out of the bedroom, hands on her hips, and shouted, "No one touches my son's dowry. If anyone wants to contribute to the 6 million, they can do so willingly. Our family will not part with a single cent. You two should leave. You are not welcome here. Su Ziheng coldly queried. So, Aunt, are you planning to breach the agreement? Lu Milan defiantly replied. And what if I am? Nothing much. Su Ziheng said with a wicked grin. At worst, we'll follow the proper legal procedures and file a lawsuit. TSK. A case involving 6 million could very well lead your family to a life behind bars. Su Dingting chimed in, laughing. A family must stick together, right? Aha. Upon hearing the threat of imprisonment, Lu Milan's face turned pale. She quickly tried to deflect responsibility. All of this was promised by Ye Chen. It has nothing to do with us. If you want money, go after that good-for-nothing. Letting him rot in jail would be for the best. After all, we can't spare a single cent. Ye Chen. Su Ziheng scoffed. You needn't remind me. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. However, we must obtain that 6 million today. Otherwise, we will not leave. With that, Su Ziheng sank deeper into the sofa, appearing utterly at ease. Lu Milan was seething with frustration, unable to vent her anger at Su Ziheng and Su Dingting. Instead, she resorted to indirect curses aimed at Ye Chen. It's all that wretched boy's fault. Look at what he has done to our family. Why couldn't he just get hit by a car and be done with it? If he had, my Qingqing could have found a wealthier husband, sparing us from this daily torment. Mom, perhaps you should tone it down. Su Yinqing interjected, interrupting Lu Milan's tirade. Lu Milan glared. What's wrong? At a time like this, you still want to defend that ingrate. I'm declaring it now. We will not part with a single cent of this money. Let Ye Chen figure it out himself, whether he sells a kidney, donates blood, or whatever else. Su Yinqing chose not to engage further with Lu Milan. Instead, addressing Su Ziheng, this morning, Grandma set a deadline of 3 days for the 6 million to be delivered. It has only been a day. Isn't it a bit hasty to demand the money already? So what? Su Ziheng replied with crossed arms. Su Yinqing frowned. Since the time isn't up, can't we extend the deadline a bit? Must it be demanded today? Upon hearing this, a glint of mischief flickered in Su Dingting's eyes as she spoke. Oh, extending the deadline is possible, but only if you, Su Yinqing, go downstairs, embrace the garbage bin, shout I'm her begging daddy to do me, and post a video on Douyin. Su Yinqing's face turned pale. Lu Milan pinched Su Yinqing sharply, exasperated. You foolish girl. Are you truly considering giving that good-for-nothing 6 million? What else can I do? Su Yinqing's eyes reddened, biting her lip in distress, regardless of anything. He is still my legal husband. I cannot turn a blind eye to this money. You. Lu Milan was incensed, pounding her chest in frustration. Su Dingting rolled her eyes, pushing, TCH. You really are good at playing the virtuous wife. Hurry up and go shoot that video. After all, you can't possibly come up with 6 million. Just then, Ye Chen's voice, both sardonic and amused, echoed from the doorway. Hello. Who said I can't come up with 6 million? Chapter 75, Departing Without a Word? Ye Chen's sudden appearance at the door caused subtle shifts in the expressions of Su Ziheng and Su Dingting, despite their deep-seated animosity towards him. Akin to a desire to see him punished daily, recent encounters had left them with a psychological shadow, as they often found themselves at a disadvantage. The mere sight of him induced an inexplicable tension. Before either could voice their thoughts, Lu Milan marched up to Ye Chen, hands on her hips. You parasitic leech. How dare you return? After causing chaos, you expect us to clean up after you? Let me tell you, not a chance. Hurry up and gather 6 million to repay them both. Rest assured, we won't part with a single penny. Ye Chen, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. I never intended for you to spend your money. I will handle the 6 million myself. Oh, really? Lu Milan scoffed, her disdain palpable. After all this time, you've learned to boast. Let us see how you managed to produce 6 million. At this moment, Su Dingting interjected. Ye Chen, this isn't 600 yuan. It's 6 million. You speak so casually, yet are you not afraid that your tongue might slip? She believed that even though Ye Chen had risen to the position of head of security at Hongfeng Real Estate and had forcibly collected a substantial amount in group ticket sales, amassing 6 million would be an insurmountable task for him. Ye Chen squinted, intrigued. If I manage to repay it, will you still call me daddy? Call if you must. But if you can't produce it, you'd better kneel and call me grandma. Do you dare? Su Dingting glared at him. Ye Chen, don't think I'm oblivious to your little tricks. You believe that since I lost our previous bets, I now lack the courage to gamble with you again. So you're putting on a bold front. How clever of you. Observing Su Dingting's confident demeanor, Ye Chen suppressed a chuckle and nodded. It's a deal. At that moment, Su Yinqing spoke up. Ye Chen, what time is it? Can't you maintain a semblance of seriousness? What is the point of all this frivolity? Sigh. You've truly let me down. Ye Chen thought to himself, when have I ever not disappointed you? Su Ziheng, trying to appear nonchalant, lit a cigarette and took a puff. Do you see? This kind of person, not even trusted by his own wife, still stands here, stubbornly holding on. I can't fathom what goes on in that head of yours day after day. Su Dingting scrutinized Ye Chen from head to toe and noticed two bulging black bags at his feet. She scoffed, if I'm not mistaken. This fool is secretly wishing for those bags of junk to transform into cash so he can throw it at us. Such delusional fantasies. Haha. Su Ziheng laughed so hard he coughed from the smoke. You know, I do genuinely like to experience the sensation of being showered with money. Come on. Throw it at me. Their merciless mockery made Su Guoqiang and his family hang their heads in shame. In the past, they had often been the subjects of ridicule at family meetings, but today, being cornered at the door and taunted by two younger relatives was a first. All this was Ye Chen's fault. At this moment, Ye Chen, observing the scene with a cold smile, thought, if you all enjoy the sensation of being showered with cash, then I shall oblige. With that, he tossed one bag of money towards Su Ziheng. Bang! The bag struck Su Ziheng squarely on the head, nearly causing him to tumble off the couch. Oh, damn! Ye Chen, you. His expletive was interrupted as he noticed a large hole had formed in the black bag, spilling stacks of red bills onto the floor. The sound of bills cascading down filled the air, covering the area around him. What the? Su Ziheng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the pain from the blow to his head. Don't get too shocked, there's still another bag, Ye Chen said as he hurled the second bag at Su Ziheng. Bang! This time, Su Ziheng fell directly to the ground, surrounded by a mountain of red bills. Exactly 6 million. You two can count it if you wish, Ye Chen said with an indifferent expression. At that moment, the atmosphere in the living room fell silent. Everywhere, the color red dominated their vision, and the air was thick with the scent of money. Though both Su Ziheng and Su Tingting had seen large sums of money before, they had only ever been numbers on a screen. This was the first time they had witnessed 6 million in cash. Stunned. Meanwhile, Su Guoqiang's family was utterly bewildered, nearly losing their composure. Did Ye Chen truly just produce 6 million? Su Yinqing rubbed her eyes and opened them again. The money remained. This was no dream. Where on earth did he acquire such wealth? Lu Milan's eyes sparkled, and she could hardly suppress her drooling. Oh my. 6 million cash. If this were a dowry for my son, what an exceptional daughter-in-law he could marry. Yet, alas, that money was destined to be out of her reach. It was all Ye Chen's fault for not presenting such wealth sooner to honor his mother. Hey, I instructed you both to count the money. Why are you frozen? Don't tell me your elementary school teachers never taught you to count? Ye Chen reminded them. Only then did Su Ziheng and Su Tingting snap back to reality. Su Ziheng swallowed hard, forcing himself to think calmly. Ye Chen could not possibly have the means to acquire 6 million. There must be some trickery at play. He scoffed. No need to count. But how can I be certain that this money is genuine? What if you've brought us counterfeit bills? How will I explain that to Grandma? Ye Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. You fool. If I handed you 6 million in counterfeit money, you could easily report me for counterfeiting. With such a significant amount pinned on me, I'd be locked away for life. Why would I hand you such leverage? Therefore, don't even think about claiming that I stole or robbed this money from a bank. In the event of trouble, I'd be the first to be apprehended. What is there for you to worry about? Well, that does make sense. Su Ziheng pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, Ye Chen. I'll concede you're impressive. I'll accept this 6 million for now. We'll meet again in 3 days. With that, Su Ziheng suppressed his excitement, and he and Su Dingting hurriedly began collecting the money back into the black bags. They had struck it rich. As for Lu Milan, her teeth ground in frustration, consumed with envy. Before long, Su Ziheng and Su Dingting had finished packing the money, each carrying a bag. Just as they prepared to leave, Ye Chen raised his hand to block their path, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Su Dingting. TSK, my dear daughter. Is it not a bit impolite to leave without saying goodbye? Chapter 76. This money shall not be submitted. In the eastern district of Anong City, at the Panlong Villa, the residence of the Hong family. With a sharp crack, Hong Danny violently flung a glass cup to the floor, causing shards to scatter in all directions. Trash Leaf Chen. Unlucky Leaf Chen. I shall make you pay dearly for this. She screamed in a fit of rage. At this moment, her bedroom resembled a battlefield, littered with broken glass, overturned cosmetics, and torn clothing and bags, items she typically cherished, each speck of dust causing her distress for days. The state of disarray spoke volumes about her fury. My dear wife, please, calm down. Anger is harmful to your health. knelt Lu Mingxian beside the bed, wincing in pain atop 2 packets of instant noodles. Since their marriage, he had increasingly realized the challenges of being a son-in-law from a wealthy family. Outwardly, he maintained a glamorous facade, but few knew of Hong Danny's volatile temperament. Whenever she was enraged, he faced severe consequences. The punishments ranged from harsh words to physical reprimands. In pursuit of a life of ease, Lu Mingxian felt overwhelmed. "Calm down. What do you expect?" Hong Danny struck him across the face once more. "If it weren't for your pitiful self, would I have to endure such humiliation tonight?" Her frustration stemmed from the losses she suffered, over 5 million due to a bet gone awry, and the fact that a video of her kneeling and eating cigarette butts had been uploaded to Douyin. Attracting significant attention, anonymous users unearthed her identity and disclosed numerous sordid details about her past, igniting a media frenzy that rivaled the recent scandal involving Su Tingting. The most disheartening aspect was that her father, Hong Xingchang, had just called to reprimand her severely. Consequently, all her pent-up anger was unleashed upon her prized possessions in Lu Mingxian. After being slapped, Lu Mingxian mumbled, "Who knew things would turn out this way? But worry not. We were merely unprepared this time. In 3 days, when that scoundrel Ye Chen fails to fulfill his end of the wager, we shall have our revenge." Another slap followed. "Enough with the excuses. Do you think I do not understand this?" Lu Mingxian fell silent, his lips quivering. Hong Danny jabbed her finger into his forehead. "The more I look at you, the angrier I become. How did I ever choose such a useless thing? Besides your looks, what value do you possess? Don't think that just because you've climbed to the position of sales manager, you are impressive. With a mere word from me, you could be out on the street in an instant. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, yes." Lu Mingxian nodded, yet his clenched fists betrayed his simmering frustration. In ancient times, there was the tale of enduring hardship. Today, Mingxian bore the brunt of it silently. Just recently, his father had inquired why they had yet to have children after 3 years of marriage, questioning his capabilities. Now, reflecting on it, he too felt puzzled. "You seem quite capable. Why is it that I can't conceive? It seems it's time for us to visit the hospital for some tests," Hong Danny declared with disdain. "I fear no examination." Lu Mingxian recalled a past incident when he had to pay a significant sum to silence a scandal involving a classmate during high school. His fertility was not in question. As for their inability to conceive, he was not naive. He had heard enough of Hong Danny's past escapades to understand the implications of her previous choices. Just then, Hong Danny kicked him over. "Stop kneeling. My mood is foul tonight, and I still need to vent. Hurry and clean up. Prepare the outfit and whip. I want to enjoy myself." Lu Mingxian shivered, acknowledging her command as he trudged towards the bathroom, feeling utterly aggrieved. He felt like a mere pawn, ever at the mercy of her relentless desires. The thought that Ye Chen had yet to engage with Su Yuqing only added to his discontent. Meanwhile, on a road in Anong City, a Mercedes sports car sped along. Su Ziheng, behind the wheel, swayed to the pulsating music, letting out joyous whoops. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Beside him, Su Tingting wore a sullen expression. 20 minutes prior, they had departed from Su Guiqiang's home, where Ye Chen had insisted she call him father. In the past, she would have slapped him for such an affront. However, after experiencing a few defeats at his hands, she understood Ye Chen was no easy adversary. Opting for a less confrontational approach, she begrudgingly complied, reasoning that no one would film this moment for social media. "Come on, don't be so glum. We've secured 6 million, Su Ziheng exclaimed, seizing 2 stacks of cash and inhaling their scent with glee. "This is exhilarating." Su Tingting rolled her eyes at him. "Sure, 6 million is great. But what does it have to do with us? Ultimately, it will go to Grandma." With a greedy smirk, Su Ziheng replied, "Who said this money must go to Grandma?" Su Tingting was taken aback. "Are you planning to keep it for yourself? If Grandma finds out, even your favored status won't save you from punishment." "You clearly don't understand," he said with a smug grin. "What if we tell Grandma that we didn't receive the money? Bet Su Yuqing and Ye Chen didn't give us a dime? We've got no proof of the transaction, so when it comes to the crunch, she will only believe us." Elated, Su Tingting kissed her brother on the cheek. "Wow, you're brilliant. Just imagining their faces when they realize they've been duped makes me giddy." Su Ziheng puffed out his chest with pride. "This is wisdom. You should learn from me." Su Tingting clutched the stacks of cash, thrilled at the prospect of finally acquiring the bags and clothes she had long desired. "By the way, do you think the betting agreement in 3 days is guaranteed? Though Ye Chen is exceedingly annoying, I can't shake the feeling that something feels off about this situation." A cold smile crept across Su Ziheng's lips. "Rest assured, everything is under my control. Tomorrow, I shall deliver a grand surprise to them. This time, I will ensure they descend into utter despair, never to rise again. Chapter 77. He is my old classmate. In the Tianhe community at Su Guichang's residence, Ye Chen was busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Due to the early arrival of Su Ziheng and Su Dingting, the family had yet to have dinner. Cooking had always fallen to Ye Chen whenever he was at home, but he didn't mind it at all, for he genuinely enjoyed cooking. In the living room, the Su family stared at each other in silence. Lu Milan cast a furtive glance towards the kitchen and whispered, "How strange. Where did that rascal Ye Chen get 6 million? Could it be that he really robbed a bank?" Su Guichang rolled his eyes in exasperation. If he had truly robbed a bank, with today's technology, the police would have been at our door by now. That money must have come from his own endeavors. You saw it this morning. He was at the entrance of Hongfeng Real Estate, earning over 200,000 in ticket sales within just a few hours. It's astonishing. He might even have more money on hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Milan's eyes lit up as she turned to Su Yunqing. "Darling, find an opportunity to subtly inquire how much he has left. We must find a way to get some, as I calculated. We are still quite short for your brother's wedding expenses." Su Yunqing, somewhat irritated, replied, "Can we not discuss this? It's utterly annoying. No matter how wealthy Ye Chen is, it's his own money. What does it have to do with us? You silly girl. How can you be so clueless? Your brother is blood related to you. As his sister, you have an obligation to support him for life. What's wrong with asking Ye Chen for a couple of dollars? To put it bluntly, he has been living off us for years without contributing anything. If pushed, I'll take him to court to demand repayment." Su Yunqing sighed, rendered speechless by such a mother. Seeing her daughter's unwillingness, Lu Milan snorted, "If you're reluctant to ask, I'll do it myself." I refuse to believe he wouldn't show respect to his mother-in-law. Before long, Ye Chen finished preparing the meal and brought it to the table. The family gathered around to eat. In the past, Lu Milan would have found a way to berate Ye Chen and prevent him from joining them at the table. Today, however, she unusually served him a portion and said, "Little Ye, I have something to ask you." Ye Chen was slightly taken aback, surprised by his mother-in-law's sudden warmth. Typically, her words were filled with disdain and insults. Today was a first. Something was amiss. "What is it?" he inquired with a smile. "It's about this. Today, your brother Qingqing called and mentioned that he has been unwell and hospitalized, incurring considerable expenses. Given our family situation, I can't spare much. So I was wondering if you might lend me some money." Ye Chen's mouth twitched, nearly unable to restrain his expletives. When his sister had been hospitalized after a car accident, she hadn't given a penny, even callously withholding the insurance payout. Now, her foolish son was hospitalized, and she had the audacity to ask him for a loan? The key point was that even a fool could see her son's hospitalization was a fabrication, a mere excuse to borrow money, which she had no intention of repaying. Even though Ye Chen had become quite affluent now, he had no intention of giving any money to this mother-in-law. Yet, he didn't want to confront Su Yunqing directly in front of her, considering the pile of unresolved issues between them. Thus, he wore a pained smile and said, "I'm afraid I don't have a penny to spare. I've given everything to Su Ziheng and the others." "Not a single penny?" Lu Milan replied incredulously, "You managed to produce 6 million. So how could you be out of money?" "Truly, I have nothing. If you don't believe me, take a look." Ye Chen stood up and emptied his pockets, revealing them to be completely bare. He even showcased his empty WeChat and Alipay balances. Not a single cent to be found. Lu Milan looked disappointed, throwing down her chopsticks and muttering curses. "I knew I couldn't rely on you. You good for nothing. Just the sight of you infuriates me. I'm not eating anymore." With that, she shot Ye Chen a fierce glare and stormed off to her room. Su Guichang sighed as well and followed her to the bedroom. Seeing this, Ye Chen smirked inwardly. It was remarkable how quickly they could turn against him. Fortunately, the pocket money left by his father was securely placed in a high-interest savings account, accessible only to him. No one could lay claim to it. Otherwise, his mother-in-law would undoubtedly be on his heels every second. At the table, only Ye Chen and Su Yunqing remained. She picked at her food with a lackluster demeanor. "Darling, what are you contemplating?" Ye Chen asked. Su Yunqing glanced at him, pouting slightly, and replied, "There is not a good man among them." Ye Chen grimaced. "What's wrong now? I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Is it the food?" "It shouldn't be. I made it all with your preferences in mind." Observing his anxious attempts to explain, Su Yunqing finally spoke. "It's not about that. I have a question for you, and I expect an honest answer." "All right. Where did that 6 million come from?" "It was earned recently from collecting fees at the company entrance." "Haha." Su Yunqing regarded him with skepticism. "I don't believe it. Does Hongfeng Real Estate truly allow you to do that?" This could tarnish the company's reputation. Tell me the truth, or I won't bother with you anymore. Well, this girl is quite shrewd. Thankfully, Ye Chen had prepared for this, adopting a more serious expression. Since we're on this topic, I won't hide it from you. I am actually the newly appointed president of Hong Kong Real Estate. Su Yunqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Chen quickly added, of my elementary school classmate. You're claiming to be the elementary school classmate of the newly appointed president of Hong Kong Real Estate? Su Yunqing was utterly bewildered. You never mentioned this before. Ye Chen explained, I only recently found out. That day, while I was working at the construction site, I happened to run into him during an inspection. We were quite close back in elementary school, and he promoted me to the head of security at Hong Kong Real Estate. Oh, I see. Su Yunqing nodded, realization dawning upon her. No wonder Ye Chen, as the head of security, felt empowered to act so boldly. He had the support of an old classmate. This meant that her prior success in securing a bidding qualification must have been due to Ye Chen reaching out to his friend for assistance. With this thought, a slight blush crept onto Su Yunqing's cheeks. Humph. This rascal certainly knew how to keep a secret. Feeling a bit better, she finally began to eat earnestly. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that his acting skills had held up, narrowly avoiding exposure. Just as they were eating, Su Yunqing suddenly looked up and asked, Does your classmate have any free time? For what? I think we should invite him out for a meal to express our gratitude. Ye Chen thought to himself, I can't exactly be in two places at once. Chapter 78. You can move in later. Seeing Ye Chen's expression akin to one experiencing constipation, Su Yunqing furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired, What difficulty is there in dining with your classmate? Cough, cough. The thing is, my classmate is quite busy. He is currently abroad and will only be back later. We can discuss the dinner invitation then. Ye Chen explained with a wry smile. All right. Su Yunqing pouted in disappointment. No wonder I didn't see him at this morning's bidding meeting. It was presided over by Vice President Hu. Noticing Su Yunqing's demeanor, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, Oh, from what you're saying, it seems you have a bit of a crush on my classmate? Go to hell. Su Yunqing shot him a glare and pinched his arm hard. With a serious expression, she stated, What do you take me for? Even though we've been married for 3 years without anything happening, as long as we're not divorced, I will adhere to the sanctity of our marriage. Remember that. Got it, got it. Ye Chen replied hastily. Humph, that is more like it. Su Yunqing withdrew her hand. I'm full now. I'm going to take a shower. You clean up the table. With that, she stood and headed toward the bathroom. Ye Chen sat at the table, a bitter smile on his face. He had intended to say that even if Su Yunqing developed feelings for the new president of Hong Kong Real Estate, it wouldn't matter to him. After all, he could greenlight his own heart. However, her response was unexpected and deeply touching. He chuckled to himself, feeling fortunate to have such a wife. In a buoyant mood, he hummed a tune while clearing away the leftovers and washing the dishes. Before long, Su Yunqing emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Even after living under the same roof for 3 years, Ye Chen was still captivated by her presence. Her beauty, figure, and aura were nothing short of perfection. After her bath, she appeared as pristine as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Unfortunately for Ye Chen, she was an enchantment best admired from afar. Unbeknownst to Su Yunqing, Ye Chen was gazing at her intently. Sitting on the sofa, she crossed her legs and commanded, Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and fetch the hairdryer to help me dry my hair. Okay. Ye Chen responded repeatedly, rushing over to grab the hairdryer, plugging it in, and helping Su Yunqing with her hair. As the warm air flowed, the fragrant scent of her hair wafted to Ye Chen's nostrils, intoxicating him. At that moment, as Su Yunqing bent down to style her hair, Ye Chen's gaze inadvertently wandered. TSK. Despite her slender figure, she possessed all the curves one could desire. In Ye Chen's eyes, he and their future children would certainly be well fed. Can I ask you something? Su Yunqing's voice suddenly interrupted Ye Chen's thoughts. What? Even though your classmate is the new president of Hong Kong Real Estate and you've returned 6 million to the Su family, I still think the betting agreement you signed today is far too risky. Given the volume of construction materials required by Hong Kong Real Estate, I can't think of any other company besides them that could possibly meet the demand. Considering my responsibilities at the branch, I can't deliver within 3 days, let alone 3 months. How do you plan to accomplish that? Ye Chen continued to dry her hair, remaining silent. Even if I find a way to procure the needed materials from other suppliers in the next few days, we simply don't have the funds. Besides, you only quoted 500 million in the bidding. Sighing, she added, There are some hurtful things I don't wish to say. But you've truly acted too impulsively this time. Where there is a will, there is a way. Trust me, Ye Chen replied confidently. Humph. Ye Chen scoffed. At this point, there's no need for grandiose promises. Even if your classmate is the new president of Hongfeng Real Estate, this is beyond his ability to assist. Alas, I'll figure it out myself. I believe in doing my part and leaving the rest to fate. I, Ye Chen, will not be easily defeated. With that, she waved her fist determinedly. Watching her, Ye Chen found her increasingly adorable. Let us call it a day for the hair drying. We have to rise early tomorrow. If your company isn't too busy, come by and lend a hand. Absolutely. Ye Chen adjusted her towel and headed toward the bedroom. As she reached the door, she paused, turned back to Ye Chen, and with an inexplicable blush gracing her cheeks, said, If we manage to get through this crisis, you should stay in the small room anymore. Move to my room. With that, Ye Chen dashed into the bedroom, shutting the door behind her, leaving Ye Chen standing in the living room with a dazed yet blissful smile. The next morning, Ye Chen drove Ye Chen to the branch office. The branch was a 2-story office building, with a factory of approximately 2,000 square meters located at the back, specializing in the production of construction materials. The branch employed a total of 30 people, including white-collar roles in sales, procurement, finance, and design, along with factory workers. A few years back, the branch had only 6 or 7 employees and was perpetually in the red. It was only after Su Guoqiang stepped aside for Ye Chen that the company began to thrive and reach its current scale. Yet, despite this progress, Ye Chen remained unappreciated within the Su family. After parking the car, Ye Chen and Ye Chen entered the company. This was Ye Chen's first official visit since their marriage. He had previously refrained from coming due to Ye Chen's concerns about him embarrassing her. Good morning, Sister Chen. Morning, Sister Chen. On their way, several employees greeted Ye Chen, to which she responded with warm smiles and nods. As they moved along, the employees began to gossip. Hey, who is that guy who just walked in with Sister Chen? He looks quite young and not bad at all. Don't you know? That's Sister Chen's husband. Ye Chen. What? Ye Chen? The so-called good-for-nothing who only lives off his wife? TSK. To be a man and live like that is truly shameful. As they continued their chatter, a voice filled with irritation interrupted. What are you all doing gossiping behind someone's back early in the morning instead of working? The crowd turned to see Zhang Mingming, Ye Chen's assistant, a cute girl with a ponytail and large eyes. The employees rolled their eyes and returned to their stations, silenced by her presence. Zhang Mingming then ascended to the second floor and knocked on Ye Chen's office door. Upon entering and seeing Ye Chen seated on the sofa, she greeted him respectfully. Hello, Brother Chen. Hello. Ye Chen smiled in return, feeling grateful towards her. It was Zhang Mingming who had called him last time when Ye Chen was taken away by Su Laotai to exchange for Su Zihang. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Zhang Mingming handed a stack of documents to Ye Chen and, looking anxious, said, Sister Chen, Mr. Wang just called to inform us that starting today, he is canceling our cooperation regarding the construction materials. Not only Mr. Wang, but several other suppliers have also indicated they are terminating their partnerships. Our company is facing a critical shortage of raw materials, and we might halt production. What should we do? Chapter 79. The Schemes of Su Zihang. Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Last month, Mr. Wang and several other suppliers finalized the renewal contracts. Why would they suddenly backtrack? Zhang Mingming sighed. I too am perplexed by this matter. We have never encountered any issues with the contract terms or payment processes. Strangely, they simultaneously chose to breach the contracts. They left no room for negotiation. It is utterly lacking in integrity. What did you say? They breached simultaneously? Ye Chen furrowed her brow and inquired. Indeed, what of it? Ye Chen frowned. It appears this was a premeditated scheme against us. Why? Zhang Mingming expressed her confusion. Our collaboration with Mr. Wang had always been smooth. What benefit would they gain from such a sudden reversal? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, I must make a call to inquire. Ye Chen took out her phone and dialed. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy after several attempts. Each call indicated it was engaged. Ye Chen's expression darkened slightly. They must have blocked me. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Ye Chen, seated on the sofa, interjected. I don't believe that the upstream suppliers are deliberately targeting you. It is likely someone else is behind this. Why do you say that? Ye Chen was about to respond when a familiar voice rang out at the door. TSK. What kind of trouble has our general manager Ye Chen encountered? There stood Su Zihang, leaning against the office door with a cigarette, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him was Su Tingting, heavily made up and holding a newly purchased Gucci handbag, wearing a smug expression. Seeing them, Su Yiqing frowned. What are you two doing here? Su Ziheng, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered into the office, glancing around before replying. Naturally, I came to observe in advance. In 3 days, I plan to transform this office into a storeroom. It should be quite splendid. What do you mean? Su Ziheng sneered. At this point, don't pretend to be calm in front of me. Do you remember what you promised, Grandma? If you fail this bidding, both you and Su Yiqing will have to work for the Su family for free. At that time, I will become the heir of the Su family's enterprises, and I will have the final say in the company. If I decide to convert this place into a storeroom, what objection could you possibly have? Noting Su Ziheng's overtly provocative demeanor, Su Yiqing retorted coldly. Who says we will definitely fail the bidding? Su Ziheng and Su Tingting exchanged glances. Then Su Tingting burst into unrestrained laughter. Su Yiqing, don't tell me you genuinely believe you can succeed in the bidding? That is simply laughable. With only 2 days left until the deadline of the gambling agreement, do you think your small, pathetic company, along with the useless Ye Chen, can pull it off? It's a mere fantasy. Su Yiqing bit her lip in frustration, at a loss for words in rebuttal. After all, even she could not see any hope of fulfilling the terms of the gambling agreement. However, Ye Chen spoke up with remarkable ease. Until the last second, everything remains uncertain. What if we do fulfill the terms of the agreement? Wouldn't certain individuals fear being humiliated? Upon hearing Ye Chen speak, an uncontrollable rage surged within Su Ziheng. Damn it! If he weren't outmatched, he would have taught Ye Chen a lesson 100 times over. I know you, Ye Chen, are quite cunning, which is why I came here today to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I won't allow even the slightest chance of failure. Oh, Ye Chen feigned interest. Then I am eager to hear how the esteemed young Master Su plans to avert this unexpected turn of events. Su Ziheng raised his head slightly, cleared his throat. Ahem. Did not a certain someone just receive notification of the upstream suppliers breaching their contracts? Heh. Allow me to inform you, this situation was orchestrated by me. Once I sever your upstream supply sources, even the most skilled craftsmen cannot work without materials. No matter how much cash flow you may have from winning the lottery, you will not be able to manufacture the required materials within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Yiqing's complexion turned pale. So it was your doing. Indeed it was. What are you going to do about it? Su Ziheng replied with a smug grin. Despicable. Su Yiqing gritted her teeth in anger. She had thought Su Ziheng's previous demand for 600,000 was already shameless, but now he resorted to such underhanded tactics. He is truly pushing them to the brink. Su Ziheng shrugged. This is merely the nature of business. There is nothing shameful about it. What I did was quite simple. I merely informed the upstream suppliers of your actual circumstances. If they have any sense, they will weigh the pros and cons and, at such a critical moment, naturally choose to abandon their partnership with you and instead cling to my support. It's a win-win situation. Do you understand? Haha. Su Yiqing sat in her chair, her eyes devoid of life. Su Ziheng's scheme had severed her subsidiary's lifeline. Hope was entirely extinguished. Su Ziheng and Su Tingting reveled in the sight of Su Yiqing's despair, their hearts soaring with delight. They had endured humiliation and embarrassment for too long. Now it was finally Su Yiqing's turn to face the consequences. Zhang Mengmeng stood in the middle, her expression somber. She held a deep affection for the company and always stepped up to help whenever difficulties arose. Yet, the current situation was beyond her scope. She could not comprehend why someone as outstanding as Su Yiqing had to endure so much oppression from the Su family. Did the higher-ups lack vision? She genuinely felt indignant for Sister Qing. At that moment, Ye Chen rose. Ladies, now that you've finished showing off, can we please leave? After all, my wife's company still needs to operate. Let us not delay everyone's work. Su Ziheng smirked. Ye Chen, who told you we are done showing off? This is just the beginning. You still think you can continue operations? That requires someone to provide you with work. What do you mean? Ye Chen's pupils constricted slightly. You're not aware? As I arrived here today, I sent an email to all your subordinates. The content was straightforward. It detailed your company's current predicament. I even included a recruitment advertisement for myself. Any employee who leaves your company today to join the subsidiary I oversee will receive a 50% salary increase. As for those who choose to stay, once I take over the subsidiary in 2 days, they will be summarily dismissed. Are you surprised? Su Ziheng licked his lips, a devious smile spreading across his face. Chapter 80, Collective Resignation. What did you say? Su Yiqing exclaimed in shock, rising to her feet, her face drained of color. Is my statement not clear enough? Su Ziheng exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling elated, as if he were floating in the clouds. Don't start accusing me of being despicable or shameless. This is merely the nature of business warfare, the reality of society. Su Yuqing, you are still too naive. He chuckled heartily. Su Dingting chimed in with mockery. Perhaps Su Yuqing is still basking in the sense of achievement from expanding the subsidiary over the years. Now, confronted with my brother and Apos, S tactics, she and Apos, S easily overwhelmed. How can anyone still dare to boast about her as the most capable of the young generation in the Su family? Bah! Their relentless taunts were unbearable for Zhang Mingming, who could no longer stand by. The employees of Sister Qing's company were all personally nurtured by her. We have weathered storms together over the years and will not be easily swayed by you. Not easily swayed. Su Ziheng scoffed, whistling loudly and declaring, everyone working downstairs. Listen up. You have 10 minutes to submit your resignation letters. For those who intend to stay, I won't elaborate on the consequences, but remember, crossing me, Su Ziheng, will not end well for you in Anong. His words sparked a commotion below. Soon, a bespectacled man hurried up the stairs, clutching a freshly printed resignation letter. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Su Ziheng and Su Dingting before approaching Su Yuqing, placing the letter on her desk. Sister Qing, thank you for your care, he said. Then turned to stand behind Su Ziheng, slightly bent over, embodying the very image of a sycophant. Next, a girl with long, dyed yellow hair ascended, placing her resignation letter on Su Yuqing's desk. Sister Qing, the world is so vast, I wish to explore it, she exclaimed, then joined Su Ziheng. Her face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Another person followed, and soon, 10 minutes later, out of 30 employees in Su Yuqing's subsidiary, 23 had submitted their resignation letters, standing behind Su Ziheng. The remaining 7 remained in the office, standing beside Su Yuqing, their expressions filled with rage. They shared a common trait. They were all young, recent graduates who had been recruited by Su Yuqing in the past 2 years. Su Ziheng, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted and gazed at the 7 employees. Aren't you considering your options? Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Zhang Mingming retorted angrily. There's nothing to consider. I refuse to collude with you. Beside her, designer Zhang Xiaofu added, when I graduated and struggled to find work, it was Sister Qing who offered me a chance. Regardless of what happens, I will not betray her. The fiery saleswoman Zhang Shui blushed with indignation as she scolded those who had submitted their resignation letters. Do you have no conscience? How can you betray Sister Qing at a time like this? Have you forgotten how she has treated you? Guiyong. 6 months ago, when your son underwent heart surgery, Sister Qing sent you 20,000 without hesitation and never asked for it back. Have you forgotten? Jia Yashan 2 months ago, when your boyfriend hospitalized someone, Sister Qing used her connections to help you out of that mess, didn't she? Wu Xiaoxiao, you were even more outrageous last month. Your negligence cost the company a sizable order worth 1.5 million, and despite such a significant mistake, Sister Qing never once reprimanded you. Is this how you repay her kindness? Huh. And the rest of you, reflect on yourselves. Which of you does not owe Sister Qing a debt of gratitude? Step forward if you dare to confront me. Zhang Shui's words made the group behind Su Ziheng lower their heads in embarrassment. The truth was, they had all benefited from Su Yuqing's kindness and acknowledged her as an exceptional leader. Seeing this, Su Ziheng stepped forward and coldly remarked, "Little girl, you're quite articulate. It's a pity you're still too young to grasp the rules of this society. The saying goes, if one does not think of oneself, one shall perish. Even Su Yuqing is struggling to protect herself. Why should others help her? Isn't that moral coercion?" He turned to the employees who had submitted their resignation letters and asked, "Am I wrong?" Immediately, someone replied, "You're right. We are merely here to work. Don't complicate matters. Su Yuqing's kindness is merely a facade to make us work harder for her." Exactly. If she cares so much, why doesn't she give all her money to us and become an employee herself? Huh. In the end, she only hired a son-in-law for herself, lacking even the slightest sense of shame. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Su Yuqing is undervalued in the Su family. No matter how hard she tries, she will never rise. Those with sense will naturally follow young Master Ziheng. Only someone as brilliant as him can help us realize our life's value. Indeed, young Master Ziheng and Miss Dingding are the most outstanding. Su Yuqing and her useless husband deserve to beg on their knees. Upon hearing these words, the 7 employees defending Su Yuqing trembled with rage. They could hardly comprehend that their colleagues, with whom they had shared countless days, could turn so cruelly against them, devoid of even the most basic sense of shame. Enough. At that moment, Su Yunqing interrupted their mockery. Her eyes reddened as she forced a smile, addressing everyone. I apologize for any grievances you may harbor. It is my inadequacy. Since you all have better options, I shall not keep you. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Su Ziheng scoffed. Su Yunqing, don't put on a pitiful act as if we are ganging up on you. No one will sympathize with you. It disgusts me. Su Tingting chimed in sarcastically. Didn't you see that Lady Su Yunqing has issued an eviction order? We should certainly give her a face, as this place is still under her control for the moment. But in a couple of days, TSK, this place will be turned into a storeroom. And I'll arrange for her to clean the toilets. Let us see how she continues to act so arrogantly. The crowd erupted in laughter. Su Yunqing bit her lip, unable to utter a word. Su Ziheng waved his hand. Let us go. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you all to a grand meal. Starting tomorrow, your salaries will increase by 50%. Oh, yes. Long live. Young Master Ziheng is magnificent. The group surrounded Su Ziheng and Su Tingting as they made their way out of the office. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, Ye Chen, who had been silent for a while, squinted his eyes and smiled at the crowd. Every cloud has a silver lining. 2 days from now, when you come back begging for forgiveness, don't blame me for being heartless. Chapter 81. Please stop boasting. Huh? Everyone immediately turned to look at Ye Chen, wearing expressions akin to witnessing a lunatic. Su Ziheng struggled to suppress his laughter. Ye Chen, do you really think they will come back begging for mercy in 2 days? Are you out of your mind? Do you genuinely believe you have a chance to turn the tide? Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed smile. Who knows? We shall see. Su Tingting cupped her hands in a gesture of admiration towards Ye Chen. Ye, the great fool. Su Tingting, beseech you to cease your boasting. Just retract your so-called powers. I am convinced. Upon seeing this, the former employees surrounding her echoed in unison. When others boast, they merely consider us fools. But when you boast, it's as if we are not even human. No wonder Su Yunqing sought out such a son-in-law. Impressive indeed. Haha. This is the first time I've encountered someone so devoid of self-awareness. No wonder Su Yunqing never brought him to the company. Now I understand why. I, Hu Yong, would rather starve outside or leap from this office building than return to work. Farewell. The crowd laughed and mocked as they descended the stairs. Throughout it all, Ye Chen remained unfazed. He had anticipated that Su Ziheng, having secured 6 million, would not easily relent and would indeed take further action. Yet, the extent to which he took matters was somewhat unexpected. It appeared that Su Ziheng was not as foolish as he had imagined. Of course, from Ye Chen's perspective, no matter how much Su Ziheng and his cohort stirred, it would not alter the outcome in 2 days. After all, at this gambling table, Ye Chen was the only one capable of controlling everything. At this moment, the remaining individuals in the office were in a state of utter despondency. A few employees could not contain their tears. The abrupt turn of events was unbearable for them. They recalled the promises made during their joyous times together, vowing to strengthen and expand the company, which had now utterly dissolved into mere illusions. Su Yunqing gazed down from the window, watching as Su Ziheng led numerous employees out of the company gates. The tears she had been holding back finally fell uncontrollably. How cruel human relationships can be. Don't cry. Sister Qing, we are still here. Zhang Miming urged gently. Jiang Xiaofu clenched his fists, declaring, Sister Qing, regardless of what happens, we will always be your strongest support. Indeed. Sister Qing, although we are young and lack experience, we will do everything in our power to help you through this difficult time. Zhang Shui exclaimed with fervor. Su Yunqing looked at these 7 employees, and a smile broke through her tears. Having you all as my employees is already a great fortune. Thank you. Zhang Mengming's eyes glistened as she chuckled softly. You all go back to your tasks. I will call for you if needed. As Zhang Mengming and the others departed the office, Su Yunqing let out a deep sigh. Currently, the supply of raw materials had halted, the number of employees had dwindled, and the company's accounts were nearly empty. This gambling agreement had clearly resulted in defeat. However, Su Yunqing felt no regret. For the first time in years, she had experienced a rebellious spirit, wanting to fight for herself. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to Ye Chen's gambling proposal yesterday. Unfortunately, the outcome of this rebellion was far from satisfactory. Ye Chen, do you think I am utterly useless? Su Yunqing suddenly turned to him and asked. Ye Chen returned to the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water, puzzled by her question. Why would you think that? Huh? Su Yunqing chuckled bitterly. These past years, I always believed I was working hard, striving for excellence, doing my utmost to avoid offending anyone. Yet, as you can see, the result is a breach of contract from our partners and betrayal from my employees. Is this not a reflection of my inadequacy? Hearing Su Yunqing's choked words, Ye Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Stop thinking that way. I have always recognized your excellence. Those who betrayed you today are not a reflection of your shortcomings. They simply do not deserve your efforts. I have said it before, in 2 days, they will all regret their choices. Your task is to remember the grievances endured in this moment and to refrain from allowing misplaced compassion to draw you back in. Su Yunqing pouted. At this point, let us not comfort me. Ye Chen stood up, approaching Su Yunqing, placing his hands on her shoulders. His dark eyes locked onto hers as he earnestly spoke. Qingqing, I know that during our 3 years of marriage, my background and abilities have let you down too many times, leaving me indebted to you. But I want to say that I am no longer the same. Please, trust me as your legitimate husband, just as I have always unconditionally believed in you. Su Yunqing felt the warmth of Ye Chen's breath and the intensity of his gaze. An inexplicable shyness washing over her. Even her heartbeat seemed to quicken. What is happening? Why am I affected by his words? Moreover, this was the first time Ye Chen spoke to Su Yunqing in such a manner, so intimately. He couldn't help but notice the sheen of gloss on her lips, which made his mouth dry, and he swallowed hard. Would it be all right if I kissed her? Suddenly, this thought emerged. The crucial point was that once this wicked notion surfaced, he could not suppress it any longer. Damn it, just one bold move. With that in mind, Ye Chen leaned in slightly, pouting to kiss her. The distance between their lips was less than 10 centimeters when Su Yunqing suddenly pushed him away. Her face flushed with anger. Ye Chen, you scoundrel. I didn't do anything. Ye Chen hurriedly explained. Humph, you smooth talker. Su Yunqing maintained a stern expression, her ears reddening. Ye Chen felt so awkward he wished he could sink into the ground. Would his honest image, maintained for 3 years, really shatter now? The awkward silence lingered for over half a minute before Su Yunqing broke it. Let us not dwell on this. You are right. Until the final second is passed, everything remains uncertain. I, Su Yunqing, will motivate myself and refuse to give up. I must get busy, even if we ultimately lose. I will find a way to secure a backup plan for those 7. I still have some influence. Ye Chen pointed to himself. So what should I do? Su Yunqing shot him a glance. Do as you please. Just don't cause trouble. Now leave. All right. Ye Chen shrugged, exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Once outside, he found a corner and dialed a phone number. How is the situation progressing? Mr. Ye, everything is in order. In 2 days, they will certainly receive a surprise. Came the calm response from the other end. Thank you for your hard work. Ye Chen hung up, a cold smile gracing his lips as he murmured, the show is finally about to begin. Chapter 82. The trouble will be mine. Evening. In a spacious private room of a restaurant in Anong City, Su Ziheng revels with newly recruited employees, raising their glasses in a vibrant atmosphere. Standing atop a chair, Su Ziheng lifts his goblet, exuding an air of confidence as he proclaims, Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, you are all under my wing. Unlike other bosses, I consider you my brothers. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The surrounding employees enthusiastically lift their glasses in response, exclaiming, Young Master Ziheng speaks wisely. I have long admired your achievements and wish to join your ranks. It is a pity that Su Yunqing, that woman, has been so petty and refused to let us go. Now that we have freed ourselves from her grasp, following young Master Ziheng will surely lead us to success. As for Su Yunqing, she can remain with that useless son-in-law of hers. This stream of flattery swells Su Ziheng's ego even further. You are absolutely right. I have never regarded Su Yunqing highly. Once we secure the bid for Hongfeng real estate, each of you shall reap great rewards. Cheers erupt once more, filling the room with excitement. Just then, the door creaks open. A bald man, his face glistening with grease, enters alongside 4 or 5 similarly unkempt individuals. Upon noticing them, Su Ziheng leaps down from his chair and greets them with a smile. Ah, Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please, join us. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Wang De, revealing a grin that showcases his yellowed teeth, responds, No need for formalities, just call me Old Wang. Let us keep things friendly among brothers. They all settle beside Su Ziheng, exchanging pleasantries. The employees, witnessing this scene, are taken aback. Wang De is a formidable supplier of building materials in Anong, having previously collaborated with Su Yunqing's branch. His significant influence has even compelled Su Yunqing to treat him with respect, let alone these lesser employees, who would revel for days upon merely catching a glimpse of him during negotiations. The fact that such prominent figures are here to support Su Ziheng astounds them, as they seem quite amicable. Indeed, Young Master Ziheng is remarkable. His connections are extraordinary, far surpassing Su Yuqing. Initially, some had worried that siding with Su Ziheng might be a mistake, given the rumors of his being a spoiled rich kid. However, at that moment, their doubts dissipate, leading them to suspect that such tales were merely the slander of Su Yuqing. As Su Ziheng and Wang De engage in lively conversation, Wang De remarks, "Su De Xiao, this gathering of just us men feels a bit dull, lacking in excitement." Su Ziheng's eyes brighten with understanding. He waves to a few female employees. "You ladies, come over and keep Mr. Wang and the others company with a drink. Show some initiative." The female employees exchange glances, feeling hesitant. While they can accept casual gatherings, the notion of accompanying them for drinks feels uncomfortable. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up." Su Ziheng and Appo's expression shifts slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping in. The female employees, startled, comply, taking seats beside the various bosses. "Ah, this young lady has a fine aura. Let us share a drink." One of the bosses exclaims, "I feel as if I've seen you before. What a coincidence. Let us toast." Without further ado, he downs his drink, urging the others to follow suit. These seasoned drinkers quickly begin their tactics to persuade the female employees to consume more alcohol. The women, feeling pressured, reluctantly join in. Initially, the drinking is mutual, but soon, as the night progresses, the hands of Wang De and the other bosses become increasingly inappropriate. Despite their subtle refusals, Su Ziheng's cold reprimands drown them out. "Humph, Mr. Wang and the others will be our key clients in the future. Treat them well, and you'll find yourself rewarded. Fail to do so, and Don and Appo's, say I. Su Ziheng, didn't he warn you?" Moreover, other male employees chime in, "It's just a drink. Is it really that serious? To share a drink with Mr. Wang is an honor. Cherish it. I only wish I were a woman. I would have gone over to drink with Mr. Wang long ago. You ladies, how do you expect to succeed in the workplace if you don't leverage your assets?" Faced with such remarks, the female employees feel deeply aggrieved. Previously, at Su Yuqing's branch, while there were also social gatherings and questionable partners, she had effortlessly managed to defuse any inappropriate situations. Such a drinking culture was absolutely intolerable. Yet now, however, considering the need to leave a good impression on Su Ziheng and secure better treatment, they can only swallow their indignation. As the drinks flow, the atmosphere becomes increasingly intoxicated, with the room filled with disarray. While Wang De and his companions are seasoned drinkers and remain sober, they embrace Su Ziheng, laughing heartily. "Su De Xiao, you truly know how to entertain. I'm confident you'll win that bid. From today onward, I'm committed to exclusive collaboration with you." "What do you say?" Su Ziheng, slightly tipsy, replies, "Winning the bid is a certainty. An exclusive collaboration is no issue. I can handle any volume you have." Wang De and the others' eyes gleam with excitement. "Su De Xiao, you're extravagant. Let us raise another toast." As they finish their drinks, Wang De and the others swiftly draft a subsequent collaboration contract, signing it on the spot. Leaning back contentedly in his chair, Su Ziheng grins at Wang De. "Brother Wang, I have a small favor to ask." "Speak. As long as it's within my ability." Wang De thumps his chest. "I wish for Su Yuqing, that little wretch, to be utterly disgraced. Let her husband be humiliated." Su Ziheng's expression turns malicious. Wang De chuckles lecherously. "Huh? Understood. But I must say, I admire your willingness to part with your cousin." Su Ziheng laughs heartily. "A trivial matter. Thank you for tonight's hospitality, Su De Xiao. We'll take our leave now." Wang De rises to depart. "Brother Wang, take care. Allow me to see you off." Su Ziheng stands to bid them farewell. As Wang De's gaze falls upon the few female employees slumped in their chairs, he licks his lips and says, "Su De Xiao, how about these ladies?" Before he can finish, Su Ziheng waves his hand grandly. "Take them with you. Enjoy yourselves. Should anything arise, it will be my responsibility." Chapter 83. Wang Da's dinner invitation. The following day, Ye Chen arrived at the company early. Su Yuqing had not returned home at all the previous night. Ever since Su Ziheng had departed with his entourage, Su Yuqing had swiftly plunged into an intense work mode. With only 7 employees under her command, every task demanded her personal involvement, leaving her utterly swamped. She had even pulled an all-nighter, resulting in the faint beginnings of dark circles under her eyes. Ye Chen, feeling a twinge of concern, attempted to advise Su Yuqing to lighten her load and take some time to rest, but she sternly dismissed him. Not only was Su Yuqing consumed by her work, but her 7 employees, including Zhang Mengmeng, were also struggling to keep their eyes open, overwhelmed by the workload. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory. Due to Su Ziheng's interference, not only had Wang to become elusive, but other suppliers who had caught wind of the situation were also steering clear of Su Yinqing. Consequently, after a day and night of effort, the number of suppliers engaged was disappointingly low, and those who could provide materials within 2 days were scant. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Su Yinqing and her team's determination. With such dedicated leadership and employees, what great achievements could they not accomplish? Seated at the company entrance, Ye Chen played a game while reflecting on the situation. His idleness was not due to a lack of willingness to assist. Rather, his unfamiliarity with the building materials business rendered him somewhat helpless. Observing this, Su Yinqing had ordered him to guard the entrance instead, aligning perfectly with his role as the head of security at Hongfeng Real Estate. The remaining employees were visibly disappointed by Ye Chen's actions. Jiang Shafu lamented, sigh. After hearing Brother Chen's words to Su Ziheng yesterday, I thought he had a strategy. Turns out I was mistaken. Zhang Shui, visibly annoyed, remarked. I truly do not understand how such an exceptional woman like Sister Qing could end up with such an incompetent husband. I do not expect him to be wealthy, but he should at least contribute in some way. Rest assured, I will never choose a partner like that in the future. Zhang Meiming sighed, adding, actually, Brother Chen is quite a good person, very honest. The truth is, he simply lacks capability, making him ill-suited for Sister Qing. From an outsider's perspective, I don't sense much affection from her towards him. It seems more like pity. Who knows, once this matter concludes, they might very well divorce. Regardless, all that mattered was to support Sister Qing diligently, and everyone resolved to put in extra effort. Jiang Shafu raised his fist in encouragement. Time swiftly passed until noon. As Ye Chen sat at the entrance, he suddenly spotted Su Yinqing rushing out. He quickly asked, Wife, where are you headed? Wang has just called, requesting to meet me for lunch at the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel. Lunch? Ye Chen inquired, perplexed. I believe there might still be some room for negotiation regarding the building materials partnership. I must attend, if I can establish a collaboration with Wang. Leveraging his connections could provide a glimmer of hope to fulfill the material requirements of our agreement. I must go now, Su Yinqing replied anxiously. Ye Chen hastily tucked his phone away. Shall I accompany you? Su Yinqing frowned, her impatience evident. What do you know? Your presence will only complicate matters. Just stay here and guard the entrance. With that, she got into her car and drove off. Watching Su Yinqing's Mazda disappear from view, Ye Chen's brow furrowed in contemplation. He couldn't and Apo's. He shake the feeling that Wang and Apo's sudden invitation for lunch was suspicious. To err on the side of caution, he promptly hopped onto his electric bike and followed her. At the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel in Nanong City, Su Yinqing, guided by a waiter, arrived at the door of a private room. The waiter announced, Wang is inside. Thank you. You may go about your duties, Su Yinqing replied, feeling slightly anxious. It was well known that the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel was the finest establishment in Nanong, with exorbitant prices. Such venues were rarely chosen for ordinary business meetings, indicating Wang's serious intent for this encounter. This only heightened Su Yinqing's pressure. You can do this, Su Yinqing. You must regain the partnership. She encouraged herself, steeling her resolve before entering the room. Inside, Wang sat formally at the table, exuding a rather greasy demeanor despite his polished attire. 2 bodyguards flanked him. The dishes had already been ordered. My apologies for being late, Wang, Su Yinqing said. Expressing her regret, Wang quickly rose, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Oh, Su, you flatter me. Please, sit down. If you delay any longer, the food will grow cold. Su Yinqing took a seat opposite Wang De. Noticing this, Wang De and Apo's expression soured slightly. Su, sitting so far apart makes it difficult to converse. I had hoped to discuss our collaboration, but, my apologies, Wang, I shall move closer. Su Yinqing awkwardly smiled, shifting to sit beside Wang De. Now only a foot apart. Much better, Wang De grunted in satisfaction, casting a glance at his bodyguards, who silently exited the room, leaving just Wang De and Su Yinqing alone. Wang, I came today to discuss the cooperation regarding raw materials. You may not be aware, but currently, Su Yinqing began, but was interrupted by Wang De. Ah, Su, you arrive, and yet do not even raise a glass before diving straight into business. That seems rather impolite. Don't you think? Su Yinqing hesitated. Wang, you know I do not drink. Wang Da's expression darkened. I have a principle. No drinking, no collaboration. If you refuse to drink, then feel free to leave. He gestured dismissively. Su Yinqing felt a surge of panic. She recognized Wang Da's intent to force her to drink. In previous negotiations, she had skillfully evaded such tactics, but now the power dynamics had shifted. After a moment of internal struggle, she mustered a forced smile. Please do not be upset, Wang. I will drink. I will drink. She poured a glass of red wine and gulped it down hastily, choking several times in the process. The sight left Wang to parch with desire. Ever since their first encounter, he had deemed Su Yiqing an unparalleled beauty. To indulge in her presence, he would consider it worth sacrificing years from his life. In past collaborations, he had attempted to test her resolve, only to be cleverly thwarted. But today was different, especially after the previous night's escapade with a subordinate named Zhao Yashan, who possessed a commendable appearance and figure. Now, faced with Su Yiqing, a woman whose beauty surpassed all others, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Wang De rose to pour Su Yiqing another glass, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Since you arrived late, you ought to take another drink as a penalty. Chapter 84. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. At the entrance of the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel, Ye Chen arrived on his electric scooter, parking it beside Su Yiqing's Mazda. He strode toward the hotel, but was halted by a male doorman. Stop. What do you want? The doorman inquired. I have a matter to attend to. I need to find someone inside. Ye Chen replied. However, the doorman obstructed his path, surveying him with disdain. Do you even know where you are? You can't just waltz in here. Our hotel has rules. Without a prior reservation, you're not allowed inside. If you're hoping to strike it rich by meeting a big boss, you might as well go home and buy a lottery ticket. Why do you say that? Ye Chen questioned. The doorman, clearly irritated, scoffed. Isn't it obvious? Hongjianmen Grand Hotel has always been a high-end venue for the elite of Anong. In my time here, I've seen countless dreamers trying to slip in, hoping to rub shoulders with someone important. Judging by your shabby appearance, it's clear you're one of those types. Let me tell you, it's not going to work. Get lost. With a resigned sigh, Ye Chen reflected on the state of society. Though his clothes were inexpensive, they were clean and tidy. How could they be deemed trashy? Surely, he was better than those who, lacking true wealth, adorned themselves with expensive items to masquerade as something they were not. Suppressing his irritation, Ye Chen attempted to reason with the doorman. I reiterate, I'm not here to meet any big boss. My wife is inside, and I urgently need to see her. Please. I ask for your understanding. Yet, this only reinforced the doorman's perception of Ye Chen's insecurity. He raised his nose slightly, letting out a derisive snort. Your wife is inside. I haven't and oppose. T heard of any young female staff here having a husband like you. Could it be that your wife works as a cleaner here? Looking at you, it's obvious you live off her. This remark elicited laughter from the other doormen. Our cleaning staff are quite attractive. Do you really think you stand a chance? You don't understand, do you? It's not just about looks. There are other ways to impress. Another chimed in. Don't underestimate today's pretty boys. They have their talents. Oh, that reminds me. Lu Mingxian, the son-in-law of the Hong family, is said to have quite a few tricks to please Hong Danny. That's how he earns his keep. Ye Chen was unfazed by their mockery, having faced countless challenges and ridicule throughout his life. However, when insults turned towards his wife, Su Yiqing, it struck a nerve. His expression darkened as he addressed the doorman. For the premier hotel in Anong to employ individuals like you speaks poorly of the hiring department's judgment. The doorman and Oppo's expression soured. You little brat, watch your mouth. Consider this a warning. I too must warn you, obstructing me here and uttering those words is a grave mistake. If you continue to hinder me, you will surely regret it, Ye Chen retorted, his tone grave. The doormen exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Oh, I've never met someone so full of themselves. Do you know the consequences of speaking to us like that at the entrance of the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel? Come on. Let us see how you plan to make us regret this. Just as Ye Chen was about to respond, a sharp female voice cut through the air. What's all this noise? Why aren't you working properly? A woman in her 30s, dressed in the hotel uniform and sporting a bob haircut, approached. Her somewhat harsh features suggested she was not one to be trifled with. Upon her arrival, the doorman stood straight and greeted her respectfully. Good afternoon, Sister Wu. Wu Linlin was the head doorman and supervisor of the hotel staff, overseeing 50 to 60 employees and earning nearly 20,000 a month. Despite being unmarried, she believed that any partner worthy of her must earn at least a few million annually, akin to the affluent patrons who frequented the hotel. Through her work, she had been acquainted with several businessmen, but those relationships had soured over time. As she aged, the pressures of romance and marriage loomed larger, leading her to blame men, particularly those without wealth. Frowning, Wu Linlin inquired, what happened here? Why the commotion? One of the doormen quickly explained. This man insists his wife is inside and wants to enter. We refused him at the door, and he even threatened us. Is that so? Wu Linlin regarded Ye Chen with a look of utter disdain. Your wife works here? She isn't employed here. She is dining inside. Ye Chen clarified. Dining? Wu Linlin appeared skeptical, dismissively waving her hand. Come on, it's broad daylight. Don't joke with us. This place is beyond your means. Perhaps your wife is dining elsewhere. Try looking there. My wife's car is parked here. She is indeed inside. Why can't I go in to find her? Ye Chen pressed. Wu Linlin scoffed. If you insist your wife is here, then tell me which private room she is in and who she is dining with. If you can't answer, don't blame me for calling security. Ye Chen replied, My wife is dining with a man named Wang Dafa. He just went in less than 20 minutes ago. Wang Dafa? Wu Linlin paused, taken aback. She was somewhat familiar with him, having received a generous tip from him during a previous outing. This morning, he had contacted her to book a table, mentioning he was inviting a beautiful woman for lunch and instructed that no disturbances were allowed during their meal. Wu Linlin recognized Wang Dafa's intentions all too well, recalling her past experiences with him. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for the woman who would soon find herself in a difficult situation, given Wang Dafa and Apos' notorious reputation. With someone like you, how dare you disrupt Wang's good fortune? You're only fit to wear a green hat for life. Wu Linlin retorted coldly. Now leave, or I will call for assistance. Chapter 85. Your card is stolen. The pent-up fury within Ye Chen could no longer be contained. He fixed his gaze upon Wu Linlin and the composed attendants behind her, stating in a steady voice, Since you are so determined to prevent my entry, what about this? As he spoke, he produced a golden card from his pocket. Its gilded edges gleamed, the front emblazoned with Hongjimin Grand Hotel, accompanied by a logo adorned with small diamonds. The reverse bore the signature of Feng Yutao, the owner of the hotel. The mere sight of it exuded opulence and grandeur. This card was a gift bestowed upon Ye Chen during his last dining experience at the Hongjimin Grand Hotel, personally presented by Feng Yutao himself. It was the hotel's supreme membership card, a symbol of status that afforded privileges equivalent to that of the owner, including unconditional reservations and an annual complimentary expenditure of 1 million yuan, among other rights. It was an exceedingly rare treasure, over more than 2 decades. The hotel had issued fewer than 10 such cards, primarily to the city's elite. Upon seeing Ye Chen unveil the supreme membership card, Wu Linlin's previously haughty demeanor instantly paled. As the head of the hotel, she was certainly familiar with the card's appearance, having seen it once in her 5 years of service, when the owner himself had escorted a member for a meal. The grandeur of that occasion was indelibly etched in her memory. The thought of marrying such a man would ensure a life free from financial worry. Yet, she never anticipated witnessing a supreme membership card in the hands of someone she had deemed a mere pauper. How could this be possible? Wu Linlin anxiously swallowed, her forehead beading with sweat. Unfazed by her reaction, Ye Chen strode toward the hotel, eager to resolve matters swiftly, for he sensed that Su Yunqing and Apos' situation was precarious. Time was of the essence. However, just as he took a few steps inside, Wu Linlin's voice called out from behind, Did I permit you to enter? Halt right there. Ye Chen turned, furrowing his brow. Is it not permissible to enter with a supreme membership card? Wu Linlin retorted coldly. Of course, esteemed members are allowed entry. But you are not. Are you suggesting that my card is counterfeit? Certainly not. Wu Linlin shook her head, attempting to sound astute. I suspect your card is stolen. Stolen? What proof do you have? Do I need proof? A destitute individual like you could never be gifted a supreme membership card by our owner. How else would you have obtained it? Framing someone is illegal. Ye Chen interjected. Wu Linlin scoffed. My eyes are sharp. I cannot frame you. To dare steal a supreme membership card from Hongjimin Grand Hotel, you must possess an audacity beyond measure. I shall have security escort you to the police station for an explanation. With a wave of her hand, 6 or 7 security personnel swiftly approached, their imposing physiques markedly different from typical hotel guards. Wu Jia, what are your instructions? Wu Linlin pointed at Ye Chen. This scoundrel has the audacity to steal our supreme membership card. Teach him a lesson and send him to the police. Understood. The security guards began to encircle Ye Chen. Witnessing this, a sense of glee surged within Wu Linlin. Capturing a thief of a supreme membership card would be a significant accomplishment, surely earning her an A during mid-year performance evaluations. Perhaps she might even be promoted to lobby manager. As she indulged in these fantasies, a commanding voice pierced the air. Everyone, stop. They turned to see a tall woman in a sophisticated business suit and black stilettos striding toward them. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, strikingly beautiful. Upon recognizing her, Wu Linlin and the security staff were taken aback, hastily straightening their attire and saluting respectfully. Good day. Manager Feng. Feng Yui, the niece of Feng Yutao, served as the general manager of the Hongjimin Grand Hotel, her status only second to that of the owner. Lacking heirs, Feng Yutao regarded this niece as his own, positioning her as a likely successor to the hotel. Feng Yui advanced with purpose. Wu Linlin's mind raced. This was her chance to shine. She stepped forward, bowing to Feng Yui. Manager, I have just apprehended a scoundrel stealing a Supreme membership card. I submit him for your judgment. To her surprise, Feng Yui completely disregarded her, walking directly to Ye Chen and bowing slightly. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for our hotel's inadequate management. I will ensure they are punished immediately. Turning to Wu Linlin, her tone turned icy. Wu, you are fired. Go to finance to settle your remaining salary and leave immediately. You and the rest of the attendants are dismissed as well. Staring in disbelief, Wu Linlin and the attendants could only widen their eyes. Manager, why is this happening? What have we done wrong? Feng Yui replied coldly. You have offended a Supreme member customer of the hotel, and dismissal is a light punishment. Furthermore, I have received consistent reports about your lack of professionalism, which has adversely affected the hotel's reputation. Is that not sufficient grounds? At this, Wu Linlin collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, looking up at Ye Chen. Her mind buzzed. He truly was a Supreme member customer. How could she have been so foolish as to offend him? The attendants, equally stunned, found themselves at a loss for words, finally grasping the weight of Ye Chen's earlier warning about regret. This was not merely regret, it was a profound sense of loss. However, regret was futile. Feng Yui was known for her decisiveness. Her decisions were final, leaving no room for appeals. They could only accept their fate, foreseeing that being dismissed from Hongjimin Grand Hotel would leave them unable to find a comparable job in the future. With heads bowed, they shuffled off to collect their final pay. Once the staff had been dealt with, Feng Yui turned back to Ye Chen, expressing her apologies once more. Mr. Yi, I truly am sorry. Observing her, Ye Chen felt a measure of admiration. She was indeed a woman of action, unencumbered by hesitation. Yet, he realized he had not met her previously and questioned, how did you come to know me? Feng Yui responded, I make it a point to familiarize myself with the information of every Supreme member customer, and my uncle often speaks of you. Understanding dawned upon Ye Chen, and he nodded. I would appreciate it if Manager Feng could assist me in locating my wife. I am in urgent need. Of course. In a private chamber on the second floor of the Hongjimin Grand Hotel, the scene unfolded. Director Wang, Su Yiqing murmured, her words slurred and vision blurred by inebriation. I truly can't imbibe any further. Perhaps we could deliberate on the collaboration? Wang Dafa chuckled sinisterly, refilling her glass. How could we possibly proceed without one final toast? Our professional rapport is, after all, beyond reproach. Director Wang, I feel quite faint, Su Yiqing stammered. Her protest cut short by a wave of dizziness that forced her to collapse onto the table, unconscious. Wang Dafa's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The moment I've been waiting for, he exclaimed under his breath. He produced a small vial, extracting 2 blue pills which he promptly swallowed. His reputation for formidable prowess in certain circles stemmed from these imported stimulants, renowned for their potency. Rumor has it that after 3 years of marriage, you've remained untouched by that good-for-nothing husband of yours, Wang Dafa mused, lecherously. Such a rare opportunity deserves documentation. He positioned his phone to record, ensuring the lens captured Su Yiqing. Perfect angle. With a lascivious grin, Wang Dafa began to disrobe, visions of the impending encounter dancing in his mind. Beyond the immediate gratification, he planned to leverage the recording to manipulate Su Yiqing, holding her captive to his desires. The prospect thrilled him. Here I come, my dear, he whispered, as he lunged to tear at Su Yiqing's garments. Just then, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Who's there? Wang Dafa cried out, startled. It is I, Ye Chen stated, his countenance grim, radiating fury. Though he suspected Wang Dafa's invitation to Su Yiqing was insincere, he hadn't imagined such depravity. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would have haunted him for eternity. Who the hell are you? Get out. You're ruining my evening. Wang Dafa roared. Ruining your evening? Ye Chen retorted, his eyes blazing as he advanced. Conspiring against my wife with such vile tactics, do you comprehend the repercussions? Your wife? Wang Dafa sneered. So you're that useless live-in son-in-law. Ye Chen, I've heard tales. What's the matter? Incapable of satisfying your own wife, so you begrudge a more capable man? I wager you've never even beheld her naked form. Perhaps you'd like to watch as a spectator? After all, isn't emasculation the plight of the live-in husband? I presume you're familiar with the sensation? As Wang Dafa reveled in his taunts, Ye Chen, his fury reaching its zenith, lunged forward. With a swift knee strike to Wang Dafa's abdomen, the latter doubled over. Gasping for breath, "You dare strike," Wang Dafa began, before Ye Chen's foot connected with his face. Wang Dafa crashed to the floor, teeth dislodged, blood trickling from his mouth. In his decades of navigating the business world, he had never endured such humiliation. "You dare," he sputtered, summoning his bodyguards. "Are you blind? Seize this miscreant." His cries went unanswered. The guards had been subdued by the hotel's security detail before Ye Chen's arrival. "Scream all you like. No one can save you now," Ye Chen hissed, delivering a kick to Wang Dafa's posterior. The barrage of attacks reduced the man to a blubbering mess. "Ye, you have no idea the consequences. The consequence is that you'll endure further punishment," Ye Chen snarled, slapping Wang Dafa across the face. After 2 minutes, Ye Chen ceased his assault, leaving Wang Dafa battered and begging for mercy. Kneeling, Ye Chen gripped Wang Dafa's chin, demanding, "Was this scheme your own, or were you guided by another?" "Su Zihang instructed me," Wang Dafa blurted out. "I was wrong, Director Ye." "So it was he," Ye Chen murmured, clenching his fist. "Su Zihang, you are treading a perilous path. Director Ye, I beg you spare me," Wang Dafa pleaded. "Begone," Ye Chen commanded, shoving Wang Dafa aside. "This is your final warning. Should you ever cast a covetous glance towards my wife again, I assure you, you will experience a fate worse than death." Wang Dafa nodded fervently. Ye Chen lifted Su Yunqing into his arms and departed. As Ye Chen disappeared, Wang Dafa's terror subsided, replaced by a burning resentment. His face contorted with malice. "Ye," he spat, his words slurred through broken teeth. "Just you wait. This isn't over." Chapter 87, Marital Discord. Evening. In a luxurious room at the Hongjimin Hotel, Ye Chen sat quietly on the sofa beside the bed, gazing at Su Yunqing, who lay upon it. Having been inebriated by Wang Dafa, Su Yunqing was unable to move, prompting him to secure a room for her to rest. She had already slept for over 5 hours. It was worth noting that Su Yunqing had worked through the night prior, and despite his encouragement for her to rest, she remained unyielding. This moment of intoxication provided a perfect opportunity for her to recuperate. Otherwise, her health would surely deteriorate under such relentless strain. Ye Chen found that Su Yunqing's flawless beauty was utterly captivating, and no amount of time spent admiring her could ever diminish his appreciation. Each thought of being fortunate enough to marry such a stunning and kind-hearted woman filled him with gratitude. Yet, their current life together fell far short of Ye Chen's ideal vision. His aspirations were modest, a home shared by two, with meals and seasons enjoyed together. The prospect of expanding their family further was even more delightful. Alas, he wondered when such blissful days would arrive. Ye Chen sighed, for even now, Su Yunqing had never truly opened her heart to him. Although she no longer harbored the intense dislike she once did, the distance between mere affection and love remained vast. At that moment, Su Yunqing stirred slightly, her eyes still closed, murmuring, "Thirsty, so thirsty." Ye Chen swiftly reached for the prepared sour plum soup on the side table, carefully bringing it to her lips, coaxing her to sip it gently. After consuming the drink, her eyes remained shut. Yet Ye Chen noticed a tear had inexplicably trickled from the corner of her eye. What could have caused her to weep? He tenderly wiped the tear away, only to hear her softly lament, so unwilling. "I don't want to lose this betting agreement. I truly can't bear it any longer." Ye Chen's heart ached at her words. The pressure she had been under was immense. Yet, he had his own burdens. Unable to reveal his true identity to Su Yunqing, gently stroking her forehead, he assured her, "Do not worry, I am here for you. As long as we are together, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome." In a moment of tenderness, he couldn't resist lightly pinching her cheek, soft and smooth to the touch. To his surprise, Su Yunqing suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she looked at him. Where am I?" Startled, Ye Chen quickly withdrew his hand, swallowing nervously as he replied, "We are in a guest room at the Hongjimin Hotel. You were quite drunk, so I got you a room." "Quite considerate," I senti it. "Got a room?" Su Yunqing's eyes widened as she seized upon a specific phrase, questioning him with intensity. "What did you do to me?" "I did nothing." Ye Chen hastily stood to clarify. Su Yunqing immediately glanced down at the covers, checking her body for any irregularities, and upon finding none, she relaxed slightly, shooting him a glance filled with disdain. "Humph. I doubt you would dare to do anything inappropriate." Afterward, she rubbed her temples, feeling a bit dizzy as she muttered, "Damn it. To get drunk at such a crucial time, and sleep for so long. Have you seen Mr. Wang? I need to find him to finalize our collaboration." Just as Ye Chen was about to respond, her phone rang, displaying Mr. Wang's name. Su Yinqing gestured for silence, answering the call. Mr. Wang, I apologize. I had a bit too much to drink. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Huh? Su, are you mocking me with that statement? Came Wang Dafa's voice, slightly slurred. Mr. Wang, I don't understand what you mean. I certainly haven't mocked you. Damn it. You two adulterers. I now understand why you were so eager to join me for dinner. It was all premeditated. Tell your useless husband that today's incident is far from over. I will ensure he apologizes on his knees. What? Ye Chen hit you? Su Yinqing's mind buzzed with disbelief upon realizing the gravity of the situation that had unfolded while she was intoxicated. Huh, you little green tea bitch, still pretending? Look at what your man has done. Ding dong. Wang Dafa sent her a photo via WeChat. Upon opening it, she was met with a shocking image of Wang Dafa lying in a hospital bed, his face so swollen it was nearly unrecognizable. Oh no, Su Yinqing gasped, covering her mouth in horror. You little wretch. I've already informed all suppliers of building materials and on to entirely boycott your company. Even the new partners you secured yesterday will breach their contracts. You are utterly finished. This is the consequence of angering me. With that, Wang Dafa hung up, leaving Su Yinqing stunned, her face drained of color. Why did it come to this? Ye Chen approached her with concern. Darling, are you all right? Without warning, Su Yinqing slapped him across the face. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with disappointment and fury as she shouted, Get out! Ye Chen stood confused. Why did you hit me? Why? With a self-deprecating laugh, tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried. Do you have any idea how much pressure I've been under these past few days? The effort I expended to secure another chance with Mr. Wang? And you ruined it all. All my hard work wasted. How can I explain this to the company? How can I face the 7 others? Ye Chen remained silent, which only fueled her anger further. Gazing at him with indignation, she lamented, Now I understand why my mother always said you are an ungrateful wolf. A useless piece of mud. I once defended you, but look at me now, a complete fool. The biggest fool. Ye Chen, you are the most inept man I have ever encountered. Let us get a divorce. Su Yinqing's declaration struck Ye Chen like a bolt from the blue. He furrowed his brow, responding, I will not divorce you. I want to. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Su Yinqing insisted, biting her lip defiantly. Calm down. You're too emotional right now. You need to think clearly, he replied softly, turning to leave the room. You bastard. Ye Chen, you are a monumental jerk. If you walk out that door, don't ever come back. Su Yinqing cried, her anger manifesting in stomps, tears flowing uncontrollably. She couldn't comprehend why, despite it being his fault, he refused to apologize and had the audacity to leave her alone. In the past, he would have readily admitted his mistakes with just a stern look from her. Indeed, men were all unreliable, ever-changing. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Yinqing assumed it was Ye Chen returning and prepared to unleash her fury, only to find Feng Yui entering instead. Chapter 88. Did you spy on the widow while she bathed? Are you the general manager of the Hongjinmen Grand Hotel, Mr. Feng? Su Yinqing exclaimed, wiping away her tears in astonishment. She had encountered Feng Yuqi at certain business gatherings in Anong before. Indeed, she was one of the women Su Yinqing admired in the business realm. Feng Yuqi nodded with a smile. That's correct. Confused, Su Yinqing inquired, Mr. Feng, what brings you here? I wanted to inform Miss Su that you may have wronged Mr. Yi. Feng Yuqi replied candidly. What? Wronged him? Without hesitation, Feng Yuqi produced her phone and played a video for Su Yinqing. This is the surveillance footage from the private dining room where you had lunch with Wang Dafa. I obtained it for you. Take a look. The video commenced with Su Yinqing drunkenly leaning on the table, transitioning to Wang Dafa consuming a pill, disrobing, and preparing to record, before culminating with Ye Chen's timely intervention as he violently confronted Wang Dafa and escorted Su Yinqing out of the room. Su Yinqing sat on the bed, stunned for a long while. Her lips quivered uncontrollably as she murmured, I wronged Ye Chen. Had it not been for him, her innocence would have been irrevocably tarnished. Her mind raced back to the moment she had unleashed her fury upon Ye Chen, almost losing control. But why hadn't he explained himself? Why did he silently endure her accusations and outbursts? Was he a fool? No, he wasn't foolish. He simply chose not to argue with her. At this realization, Su Yinqing felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if pierced by a thorn. It hurt tremendously. If she were in his position, she could never remain so composed and magnanimous. I am a wicked woman, Su Yinqing sobbed, seeing her distress. Feng Yuqi sighed softly and offered comfort. Miss Su, though I am not married, I understand that quarrels are commonplace between couples, especially when love is involved. Love? Su Yinqing echoed, lost in thought. After 3 years of marriage, she surely recognized Ye Chen's affection for her. If it weren't for his feelings, given the pressure from her family, he would have departed long ago, regardless of his circumstances. Yet, her past betrayal had erected an insurmountable barrier within her heart, preventing her from embracing this truth. He loved her, but did she still deserve his love? Caught in turmoil, she considered calling Ye Chen. Resolutely, she retrieved her phone and dialed his number. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. He must be upset with me. A wave of anxiety washed over her. What if he chose to disappear from her life forever? Such thoughts were unthinkable to her in the past. No. I must find him and clarify everything. Wiping her tears and straightening her clothes, she turned to Feng Yuqi. I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Feng. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. I will be sure to express my gratitude in person another day. Feng Yuqi smiled. No need for formality. Just call me Feng Jie from now on. Add me on WeChat, and we can shop and dine together in the future. Su Yunqi accepted the business card, astonished. Feng Yuqi's stature in the Anong business scene was far beyond her own. It was rare for someone of her caliber to extend such an invitation. Yet, Su Yunqi was too preoccupied with finding Ye Chen to ponder further. She quickly added Feng Yuqi on WeChat, exchanged pleasantries, and hurried away. Watching Su Yunqi's retreating figure, Feng Yuqi mused, what a foolish woman who does not recognize her fortune. I almost envy her. Meanwhile, Ye Chen left the Hongjiamen Grand Hotel and aimlessly rode his electric bike. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anger at Su Yunqi for wronging him, but more so, he felt pity. The pressure she had been under lately was immense, and allowing her to vent was not a problem. Ye Chen refrained from explaining himself because he understood Su Yunqi and Appo's temperament. In that emotional state, any words he spoke would seem like mere excuses. It was better to leave her be, allowing her to cool down before addressing the matter later. Ultimately, his reluctance to disclose his true identity stemmed from his awareness of the potential dangers involved. After all, Xiaodai had previously warned him against revealing his real self until he had fully established himself. Otherwise, the safety of those around him would be severely compromised. Hey, Ye Chen. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out to him, halting his thoughts. He stopped and turned to find his old classmate Mu Iha waving at him from the roadside. What brings you here? He asked. Mu Iha smiled. I just finished teaching a class and came out to relax with a drink. I even tried calling you, but your phone was off. Ye Chen sheepishly checked his phone. Sorry, my battery died. TCH. Mu Iha pouted. Since you and Appo's, here, let and Appo's, grab a drink. You left too soon last time at my place. Ye Chen scratched his head, realizing he had no pressing engagements. Sure, hop on. I'll take you to my friend's bar. Yay. Mu Iha exclaimed as she climbed onto the back of his bike, playfully patting his shoulder. Let's go, my little steed. Ye Chen rolled his eyes but said nothing. He started the bike and headed for the polka bar. Faster. Go faster. Mu Iha urged from behind. Goodness, can you calm down a bit? As a girl, you shouldn't be so reckless. It won't bode well for you. Humph. Marrying me won't be so easy. But for you, I might consider it. She teased. Ye Chen merely rolled his eyes again, choosing not to reply. Suddenly, Mu Iha reached out and touched the side of his face. Hey, why is your cheek swollen? Ye Chen was caught off guard, stammering, I accidentally bumped into a door frame. Mu Iha smirked mischievously. I see. You were caught peeking at a widow bathing and got slapped, right? Ha. Ye Chen remained silent. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the polka bar, parked the bike, and entered. However, they were oblivious to a red Mazda that had just pulled up nearby. Inside, Su Yunqi wore a look of grievance, biting her lip. Humph. I knew you, Ye Chen, were no good. Apologize? Not a chance. Leave and never come back. She honked her horn in frustration, pressed the accelerator, and vanished into the night. Chapter 89. I want to drink with her. At the polka bar, Ye Chen and Mu Iha found a cozy spot to sit down, ordering some fruits and drinks. As they chatted, Mu Iha took a sip of her cocktail and remarked, It's hard to believe nearly 10 years have flown by since high school. It's a pity that now, the only one left with whom I maintain a good relationship is you. Ye Chen smiled wryly. In life, having a few true friends is sufficient. Those who seek to befriend everyone often end up surrounded by fair-weather companions. That's quite true. Mu Iha nodded. By the way, Ye Chen, I've been contemplating a career change lately. The yoga market is becoming increasingly competitive, and my family isn't particularly supportive of this path. That is not difficult at all. While I may not be able to assist with much else, I can easily arrange a decent job for you within our company. Mu Iha squinted slightly, playfully responding, "Oh, then you could arrange for me to be your personal secretary?" You know, like those domineering CEOs require in dramas. The kind that often find themselves in compromising situations. Don't worry, I want to tell your wife. After all, it's more thrilling when it's secretive. Ye Chen felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. All right, enough of the jokes. However, Muihi's expression grew serious. I'm not looking to work for an old classmate. Right now, I'm considering two paths, becoming a female live stream host or opening a pet store. Both seem promising and are certainly less strenuous than being a yoga instructor. What do you think? A live stream host? Ye Chen mused. Given Muihi's figure and appearance, she would undoubtedly overshadow many of the so-called goddesses on various platforms, coupled with her musical and dance background. Along with her cheerful and humorous disposition, she had the potential to achieve great success. However, the darker undercurrents and hidden rules within the streaming industry concerned him. Thus, he suggested, perhaps you should open a pet store instead. It would be warm and delightful, and if you're not satisfied, you could always pivot to something like a cat CAF. Sounds splendid. Then it's settled. If you don't show up for the grand opening, don't expect to stay in touch afterward. Muihi affirmed, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction blooming within her. With her emotional intelligence, she understood Ye Chen's reluctance for her to become a live stream host stemmed from his concern for her well-being. Unfortunately, he was already committed to another. Otherwise lost in thought, Ye Chen suddenly interjected, "Oh no, my stomach is feeling a bit off. Enjoy your drink. I need to use the restroom." Go on, go on. It's typical for a lazy person, Muihi teased. Meanwhile, outside the polka bar, a BMW A6 came to a halt. A man and a woman stepped out. The man, slightly overweight and exuding an oily demeanor, had his arm bandaged and his face bruised. He was none other than Wang Dafa, who had received a thorough beating from Ye Chen earlier that day. Wang Dafa was a man who could not conceal his indulgent nature. After enduring such humiliation, seeking revenge on Ye Chen was only a matter of time. However, first, he intended to enjoy a drink and perhaps find a woman to alleviate his woes. Checking if his body had suffered any lasting effects from the encounter with Ye Chen, having just finished his hospital treatment, he casually invited an old flame from WeChat and headed straight for the polka bar. "Hey Wang, out this late, you better offer some compensation. I've had my eye on a handbag lately," the woman leaning against him cooed. If Ye Chen were present, he would recognize her as Zhou Xiaoman, a former high school classmate who had insulted him at their reunion and was later soundly reprimanded. Wang Dafa greedily squeezed Zhou Xiaoman's waist, grinning. "It's just a handbag. As long as you can impress me tonight, I won't hesitate to buy you a whole basket of them. Long live Wang Dafa. I'll make sure you're satisfied tonight," Zhou Xiaoman declared, planting a kiss on his cheek. The pair, along with two bodyguards, entered the polka bar, securing a table and ordering drinks. Wang Dafa unabashedly roamed his hands over Zhou Xiaoman's body, his lecherous gaze fixated on the women dancing in the club. As the thirst intensified, he cursed inwardly, lamenting that if it weren't for the injuries inflicted by Ye Chen, he would have already engaged in some dubious activities on the dance floor. Just then, his attention was caught by a striking figure at the bar. Wow, what a gem! Years of experience told him that this woman possessed both beauty and an alluring figure. With that thought, he poured himself a drink and approached her, leaving Zhou Xiaoman behind. "Wang, where are you going?" Zhou Xiaoman called after him, but he didn't look back. Wang Dafa reached the woman and lightly tapped her shoulder. "Hey there, enjoying a drink alone? Care to join me for a glass?" Muihi turned and glanced at Wang Dafa, instinctively feeling repulsed. "I'm sorry, I'm with a friend. Please find someone else to drink with." Upon seeing her, Wang Dafa's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, an exquisite beauty. I must have her." He proposed, "How about this? Accompany me for a drink, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan. Not interested, Muihi firmly declined. This rejection displeased Wang Dafa. "Do you know who I am? Refusing my drink has consequences." "I don't know, nor do I care." Fuming, Wang Dafa's temper flared. The more defiant she was, the more it ignited his desire to conquer. "You will drink this tonight." Snapping his fingers, his two bodyguards and Zhou Xiaoman approached. Upon seeing Muihi, Zhou Xiaoman's expression soured. "So it's you, little hussy. Do you know each other?" Wang Dafa inquired, intrigued. Zhou Xiaoman nodded, her anger boiling over as she recalled how Muihi had stolen her thunder during their last reunion and left her face bruised. She quickly seized the opportunity to slander Muihi. "She is my high school classmate. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She is actually a little flirt, pretending to teach yoga to wealthy ladies while fooling around with their husbands behind their backs." Mu Yi's expression darkened. Zhou Xiaoman, you're slandering me. Zhou Xiaoman adopted a defiant stance. What are you going to do about it? Come and hit me if you can. Yoga instructor? Wang de Fa. Undeterred by their quarrel, thoroughly assessed Mu Yi's physique. No wonder she is so well maintained. She must be a yoga instructor. I bet she can unlock many talents. Thus, without a second thought, he commanded his bodyguards, bring this lady to my table. I want to share a drink with her. Chapter 90. My connections run deep. Just as the two bodyguards advanced, poised to forcibly remove Mu Yiha, Ye Chen's voice cut through the air. Planning to whisk away my friend for a drink? Perhaps you should consult me first. He approached them with a measured stride. Wang Dafa's already inflamed face darkened further. You again, you little whelp? Zhou Xiaoman, equally taken aback, exclaimed, Ye Chen, what are you doing here? Ignoring her, Ye Chen cast a knowing glance at Mu Yiha, who promptly scurried behind him, seeking refuge. Mu Yiha grumbled. A hint of displeasure in her tone any later, and I would have been forced into becoming a hostess. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Knowing you, you'd be the one pouring drinks on others. Mu Yiha chuckled softly, pursing her lips but refraining from further comment. Wang Dafa's temples throbbed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Yi, it seems fate has delivered you right into my hands. You're the one who inflicted these injuries upon my face. How do you intend to settle this debt? In response, Ye Chen's gaze hardened, his voice laced with a chilling calm. As it happens, I have a few accounts I'd like to settle with you as well. After all, if it hadn't been for Wang Dafa's snitching to Su Yinqing, he wouldn't have been unjustly accused and slapped. The mere thought of it ignited his anger. Zhou Xiaoman, upon realizing the animosity between Ye Chen and Wang Dafa, immediately recognized a golden opportunity for vengeance. She hadn't forgotten the humiliation she suffered at the class reunion. However, mindful of how easily Ye Chen had defeated class monitor Hao Jian and academic committee member Gao Ziyang, she knew she couldn't exact revenge on her own. But with Wang Dafa by her side, success was assured. After all, Wang Dafa had always boasted about his influence and untouchability in Anong. With a glint in her eyes, Zhou Xiaoman began to stoke the flames. Wang, you wouldn't believe how arrogant and shameless this Ye Chen is. At the class reunion, he intentionally tried to humiliate me. And when I mentioned your name, do you know what he said? He dared to say that you're nothing but a pile of dog excrement in Anong, and that he wouldn't even deign to glance at you, even if you were on your knees. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dafa might have doubted the veracity of her words. But after being thoroughly humiliated by Ye Chen earlier that day, he believed that Ye Chen was more than capable of uttering such words. His anger surged, and he spat through his remaining teeth. Yi, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over your wife and the lady behind you. And if you serve me well and kowtow 100 times, calling me grandfather, I might consider letting you off. Otherwise, tonight, I'll show you the true meaning of death. Ye Chen remained unfazed. I'm afraid my primary education was rather lacking. I'm not entirely sure how to write death. Perhaps you could enlighten me? The blatant provocation infuriated Wang Dafa, his chest heaving with rage. I'll kill you. Seizing a beer bottle, he smashed it violently against the floor. The shattering glass instantly drew the attention of the revelers in the bar. Even the dancers on the floor and the DJ ceased their activities. It was clear that a confrontation was brewing, and everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. Boy, you're about to witness the extent of my influence, Wang Dafa. With that, he turned and bellowed into the bar. I'm Wang Dafa. There's some punk trying to act tough with me. Anyone who has time, come lend a hand. And drinks are on me. Wang Dafa frequented such establishments, often visiting the polka bar, and was acquainted with many of the local thugs. At the very least, they recognized his face. He was confident that he could rally a crowd to his side and intimidate Ye Chen into submission. Zhou Xiaoman gazed at Wang Dafa with admiration. Cooing, as expected of you, Wang. I'm becoming more and more enamored. Turning to Ye Chen, she sneered. You pathetic fool. I'll make you kneel and call me grandmother later. Ye Chen merely smirked, unfazed by her threats. Just as Wang Dafa and Zhou Xiaoman were reveling in their perceived triumph, an unexpected scene unfolded. The patrons and thugs in the bar approached them, but instead of standing behind Wang Dafa, they all lined up behind Ye Chen, greeting him with utmost respect. What's going on? Why are you all on the other side? Wang Dafa stammered, utterly bewildered. The thugs responded with disdain. Who do you think you are? You fat pig, trying to act like one of us? Who even knows you? So, you're the one trying to act tough with our brother Yi? Looking at your face, I'm itching to punch it. Kneel down and apologize to brother Yi. Now, dozens of thugs clamored, their fierce expressions suggesting they would gladly devour Wang Dafa whole. Wang Dafa and Zhou Xiaoman were so terrified that their legs buckled, and they both collapsed to the ground, afraid to even breathe. What in the world was happening? Of course, Wang Dafa had no idea that Ye Chen had thoroughly trounced Hong Danny the night before, and each of these thugs had received a 10,000 yuan reward. They also knew that Ye Chen was on good terms with Zhao Hailong. Even the dullest among them knew that siding with Ye Chen in this conflict was the right choice. Ye Chen looked down at Wang Dafa, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "I warned you this afternoon that if you didn't behave, you'd have to face the consequences. Since you've broken your promise, don't blame me for what comes next." What? What are you going to do? Wang Dafa stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. His instincts told him that Ye Chen's ruthless nature meant he wouldn't let him off easily. It's simple. I'm going to deprive you of your greatest source of pleasure. With that, Ye Chen stepped forward and delivered a swift, brutal kick between Wang Dafa's legs. A sickening crack echoed through the bar. Ack! Wang Dafa collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, foam bubbling from his mouth. Throughout the entire ordeal, his two bodyguards cowered in fear, not daring to utter a word. The scene terrified Zhou Xiaoman, who trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that the seemingly invincible Wang Dafa had been so easily defeated by Ye Chen, without even a chance to retaliate. Ye Chen, this has nothing to do with me. Please, spare me, Zhou Xiaoman pleaded. Ye Chen looked down at her, his expression glacial. Didn't someone stop their car after the reunion and hurl insults at me, vowing to teach me a lesson? Have you forgotten already? Zhou Xiaoman stammered, at a loss for words. Ye Chen turned to Mu Yihe and said, I overheard the insulting things she said to you earlier. How you deal with her is up to you. Mu Yihe clenched her fist, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I'm going to make someone regret all the hyaluronic acid they injected into their face. Chapter 91. The second bidding meeting commences. The following day, at 9 in the morning. Today marks the third day since the gambling agreement between Ye Chen, the Su family, and the Hong family group. According to the stipulations of the agreement, Su Yunqing's company is required to provide the construction materials demanded by Hong Feng Real Estate. Failure to comply would result in the enforcement of the stipulated penalties. Both the Su family and the Hong family group are eagerly anticipating Ye Chen and Su Yunqing's embarrassment. In pursuit of optimal results, they tactfully arrange for the bidding meeting to be held at Su Yunqing's branch office. Hong Feng Real Estate raised no objections. At this moment, a considerable number of people have gathered at Su Yunqing's branch office building. In the first-floor office area, aside from the remaining 7 employees of Su Yunqing, many of the recently resigned staff have also arrived. They believe that once Su Yunqing fails the bidding, the branch will fall under the control of Su Ziheng, allowing them to continue working. As for Su Yunqing's 7 remaining subordinates, they would be dismissed. Over 20 resigned employees slouched in their office chairs and leaned against their desks. Some played games, while others casually smoked at their desks, showing utter disregard for the workplace environment. Zhang Mingming could no longer tolerate the scene and frowned, admonishing them, "Can you not show a bit of awareness? This is Sister Qing's company, not a playground for your antics." In response, the resigned employees sneered in derision. "Ha! You dare speak of awareness? If you had any. Wouldn't you see that from today onwards, this company belongs to young Master Ziheng? That's right, we'll be the ones calling the shots in this office area. As for you, it's time to contemplate where you'll scrounge for your next meal. Ha! Young Master Ziheng is bound to succeed in the bidding. Soon, half of the construction material market will be ours. With just a word from him, you few insignificant little chickens won't even find a way to secure a job. Go eat dirt." Particularly harsh was Zhao Yashan, the spokesperson for the resigned employees, who unleashed her scorn. Aren't you all fond of clinging to that little vixen Su Yunqing? When she is forced to work for the Su family without pay, you can join her too. No salary, no problem. You can moonlight as well. Women can sell themselves, and men can sell themselves too. After all, you're all young and fit for the role. This statement left Zhang Mingming and the other 6 wide-eyed with indignation. Zhang Shui replied sternly, "Zhao Yashan, do you have no conscience? How has Sister Qing treated you? How can you say such things?" Zhao Yashan coldly huffed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "What of it? Do you understand the principle that the victor takes all while the vanquished are vilified?" Yet, internally, she was conflicted. How could she not know how Su Yunqing had helped her on numerous occasions? How could she not realize that her resignation was a betrayal to Su Yunqing? But everything had changed because of that incident. The night before last, she had drunkenly accompanied Su Ziheng at a banquet and woke up the next day in Wang Dafang's bed. She had been subjected to unspeakable humiliation. To make matters worse, her boyfriend, worried about her safety, had video called her while she was intoxicated, only to have Wang Dafang answer. He had inadvertently broadcasted her disgrace live to her boyfriend. On the verge of marriage, They broke up over this incident. For Zhao Yashan, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. She had sought help, but Wang Dafeng had merely tossed her 20,000 yuan and left, threatening her that if she caused any more trouble, he would ruin her life. Zhao Yashan could only remain silent and sought solace from Su Ziheng. He simply assured her that if they secured the bid, he would arrange a managerial position for her. The other female employees who had also compromised themselves would be elevated to minor leadership roles as well. This soothed her for the moment. Yet, no matter how she rationalized it, the fact that Zhao Yashan had been wronged remained. After her breakdown, she gradually entertained an extreme notion. Everything she endured was not her fault, but Su Yunqing's. If it weren't for her, she would never have fallen into such a predicament. As for her boyfriend's departure, it was his fault for being a typical male, unable to accept that his girlfriend had been with another man. Bah, it was that she was good enough. It was merely that he didn't deserve her. With this mindset, she felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, she looked forward to her promotion and salary increase while relishing the thought of witnessing Su Yunqing suffer an even worse fate after losing the gambling agreement. Only then would Zhao Yashan find her sense of balance. Meanwhile, in the second-floor conference room, representatives from Hongfeng Real Estate, the Hong family group, and the Su family had all gathered. Additionally, numerous suppliers from Innong were present. Some had previously collaborated with Su Yunqing and were there to relish her downfall, while others had come specifically to gather first-hand intelligence. After all, whoever won the bidding for Hongfeng Real Estate today would be in a prime position to align with the victor. The Su family and the Hong family group had become the contenders. As for Su Yunqing, she had long been excluded from consideration. At this moment, the most spirited among them was Su Ziheng. In recent days, he had secured 6 million from Su Yunqing, poached her employees, and negotiated several lucrative contracts in the Annong construction material market. While he could not claim to rival the Hong family group in terms of supply, the gap had significantly narrowed. Thus, he felt confident about winning the bidding today, solidifying his position as the sole heir of the Su family and the future head of the household. At that point, what would Ye Chen and Su Yunqing be but pawns in his game? Contemplating this, Su Ziheng cast a glance at Su Yunqing and inquired, with only a few minutes left until the meeting, "Why is it just you here? Where is that useless Ye Chen?" Hearing this, Su Yunqing furrowed her brow, visibly irritated. How should I know where he is? The thought of Ye Chen infuriated her. He had the audacity to sneak off to a bar with another woman and hadn't returned all night. And now, on such a crucial occasion, he was nowhere to be seen. Such an irresponsible man deserved to be divorced. Su Ziheng immediately understood her frustration and mocked. Oh, have the lovebirds quarreled? It was to be expected. As the saying goes, couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight. Ye Chen is nothing but a coward. Don't be fooled by his bravado from 3 days ago. When it truly counts, he'll surely falter. Right now, he is probably hiding in a trash can, terrified of being found. Across the table, Hong Danny frowned, clearly displeased. The terms of this gambling agreement are explicit. Ye Chen's participation is mandatory. If he fails to show, who will fulfill the agreement? At that moment, Su Dingding interjected, casting a malicious glance at Su Yunqing. TSK. Isn't this simple? If that coward Ye Chen backs out, he has his wife. After all, they are legally married and must bear the responsibility together. Am I right, Su Yunqing? Chapter 92. When will the 6 million be given? As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Milan, seated beside Su Yunqing, paled and hastily retorted. This betting agreement was clearly promised by Ye Chen. If the agreement is lost, it is that good-for-nothing who should bear the burden. What does it have to do with our Yunqing? Su Tingting scoffed. Aunt, your statement is fundamentally flawed. After all, Su Yunqing also signed that betting agreement. Why should she be exempt from responsibility? And let us not forget, since you failed to win the bid, Su Yunqing must work for the Su family for free. Whatever we say, she must comply. You. Lu Milan was left speechless, her frustration redirected towards Ye Chen, whom she cursed under her breath, blaming him for their misfortunes. At that moment, representatives from the Hong Corporation and various suppliers of construction materials couldn't contain their laughter. As a man, being in such a predicament was truly lamentable. Then, old lady Su raised an eyebrow and, clearing her throat, addressed Su Yunqing. Before the meeting begins, I must inquire about something. You previously assured me that if you separated to participate in this bidding, you would repay the Su family for all the investments made in your subsidiary over the years, plus interest, amounting to 6 million yuan, with a deadline of 3 days. Shouldn't that sum be handed over to me now? Su Yunqing was taken aback. Have you received the 6 million? Old lady Sue's expression darkened. You insolent girl. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of so many witnesses? When did you give me anything? It was indeed given to you. On the night of the betting agreement, Su Ziheng and Su Tingting came to demand the money. It was Ye Chen who took the 6 million and gave it to them. Lu Milan and Su Guoqiang nodded in agreement, affirming the occurrence. Old lady Su turned to Su Ziheng and Su Tingting. Is this true? The two exchanged glances, having already devised a plan for this situation. Su Ziheng deliberately frowned, glaring at Su Yunqing. Don't spout lies. When did we ever receive 6 million from you? To say it was given by Ye Chen is simply laughable. Who would believe that trash could produce such an amount? At this declaration, the majority present shook their heads, incredulous that Ye Chen could possibly muster 6 million. It was as absurd as claiming a sow could launch a rocket. However, for Hong Danny and Lu Mingxian, this statement resonated with a disturbing truth. 6 million. Wasn't that the money Ye Chen had swindled from them? Naturally, such an embarrassing truth would never be admitted. At this juncture, Su Dingding chimed in mockingly, TSK. Su Yunqing, I thought you were audacious enough, but it seems you've grown bold enough to deceive your grandmother. If you continue this arrogance, soon you may even claim that grandma owes you 6 million. Huh? Su Yunqing was taken aback by the shameless denial from Su Ziheng and Su Dingting. Not only that, they had turned the tables and cast this unwarranted disaster upon her. Such behavior was utterly detestable. Reflecting on it, she regretted not having them sign a receipt for the money that night in her fit of anger. What should she do now? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She continued to explain to old lady Su, Grandma, our community has surveillance cameras. If we review the footage from that night, we can confirm that they came to our home, each carrying a black bag filled with cash. Alternatively, an inquiry into their recent bank account deposits would reveal a substantial influx of unexplained funds. The expressions of Su Ziheng and Su Tingting shifted drastically. Yet, admitting to such actions was out of the question. Su Ziheng, feeling cornered, stammered, well, those bags were just trash we found in the stairwell. We thought we were being helpful by throwing them out. As for the recent cash deposits in my bank account, I borrowed money from a friend. Yes, it was my friend who lent me money. What's wrong with saving it? Su Yunqing frowned, pressing for clarity. If you were merely discarding trash, why would you bring the black bags to your car instead of tossing them into the garbage? And if your friend lent you money in this age of online transfers, why would you go through the hassle of withdrawing it only to deposit it again? Su Ziheng's forehead glistened with nervous sweat. Darn it, he had underestimated her resolve. Seeing this, Su Yunqing pressed on, Su Ziheng, your inability to answer only proves your guilt. You and your sister have embezzled the 6 million. Su Ziheng and Su Tingting stood speechless, unable to formulate a suitable explanation. At this moment, the gathered crowd began to grasp the reality that Su Yunqing had indeed provided 6 million, which had been misappropriated by Su Ziheng and Su Tingting. What audacity the siblings possessed. Yet, at that instant, old lady Su huffed disdainfully and declared, Su Yunqing, I do not care how this 6 million came to be. As long as you did not personally hand it over to me, it does not count as repayment. Su Yunqing's face paled. Grandmother? On what grounds? Before she could finish, old lady Su's cold voice interrupted. These are my rules. Moreover, I trust Ziheng and Tingting's character. If they claim it was merely trash and borrowed money, I will accept that, unless you can provide the most direct evidence that you gave them the money. Otherwise, you must come up with 6 million. Upon hearing this, Su Guoqiang's family felt a chill run down their spines. They had thought they could escape the previous 6 million unscathed, only to find they were now being asked for an additional sum. Where on earth would they procure such funds? It was impossible. Su Yunqing, too, was filled with indignation, her eyes reddening and lips trembling. Despite her grandmother's advanced age, she was cunning and crafty. How could she not realize that the 6 million had indeed been pilfered by Su Ziheng and Su Tingting? Yet, she continued to feign ignorance to defend them. As fellow members of the Su family, the disparity in their treatment was shockingly vast. At this moment, Su Ziheng and Su Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. With their grandmother on their side, what was there to fear? Their arrogance surged as they scolded Su Yunqing. You treacherous little wretch. How dare you accuse us of pocketing 6 million? Do you want me to sue you for defamation? I could have you imprisoned for life. Su Tingting added provocatively. You look rather displeased. If you're so confident, why not find some evidence? If you manage to prove that we misappropriated the money, I will gladly acknowledge you as my ancestor. But alas, you will never find it. Just then, the door to the conference room creaked open. Ye Chen strode in, disdainfully glancing at Su Tingting. TSK. Do you think you and your husband are worthy to be our descendants? Do you have the right? Chapter 93. Sent to Africa for mining. The appearance of Ye Chen astonished everyone in the conference room. Su Dingding's face turned grim. You coward. How dare you show up? Aren't you afraid of the penalties for breaching the bet agreement? Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Some people are brave enough to post videos of themselves begging in a trash can on Douyin. What I have to fear? You. Su Dingding was so furious her teeth ground together. This scoundrel knew just how to provoke her. Su Ziheng stepped forward to support Su Dingding. Yi, you worthless fool. No need for such arrogance. Hand over the 6 million to Grandma promptly and fulfill the penalties for losing the bet. You aren't thinking of backing out, are you? That's legally binding. Backing out won't help you. Anyone who backs out is a coward. Ye Chen turned to Su Dingding. You just said that if I provide evidence of the 6 million payment, you would acknowledge this debt, right? Am I mistaken? Can you even provide such proof? Su Dingding looked at him with disdain. Ye Chen wore a deceptively innocent smile as he pulled out his phone and played an audio recording. As the recording played, Su Ziheng and Su Dingding's faces slowly drained of color. The audio detailed the events of that night. From Ye Chen withdrawing 6 million to Su Dingding conceding the bet and calling him daddy as she left. Now, do you acknowledge it or not? Ye Chen leaned on the desk, his gaze cold and piercing. Su Dingding felt as if a predator was watching her. Fear crept into her heart. Beside her, Su Ziheng stubbornly attempted to dismiss the situation. This recording could easily be fabricated. With technology today, who knows what tricks you might have pulled to produce such an audio to frame us. Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. But to Ye Chen, this was merely a desperate struggle. Ye Chen continued. Young Master Su has overlooked an important detail. The 6 million I provided has additional witnesses, right here. Trying to trick me? No chance. Su Ziheng clearly did not believe him. Ye Chen casually pointed toward Hong Danny and Lu Mingxian. Actually, the 6 million is a debt they owe me. They possess the transaction records, and the black bag is theirs. Am I correct? Lu Mingxian and Hong Danny were momentarily taken aback, thinking it was their family's matter to resolve. Why drag us into this? Hadn't we already been humiliated enough? And how exactly did this money become your debt? It was clearly extortion. Nonetheless, despite their grievances, the truth of Ye Chen's words was undeniable. To avoid drawing more attention, Hong Danny could only nod begrudgingly. Seeing this, Su Ziheng was left dumbfounded. He never expected that the money would come from Hong Danny. What a coincidence. Of course, no amount of shock or confusion would change the facts. With Hong Danny's testimony, it was clear that the money had been embezzled by him. He lowered his head, afraid to speak. At this moment, those who had mocked Ye Chen and Su Yunqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Su Old Lady's face was also etched with displeasure, her features marred by deep wrinkles. She had thought that stepping in to support Su Ziheng would suffice, only to be caught in Ye Chen's scheme. Her dignity was in tatters. However, being a shrewd person, she swiftly redirected the conversation. Since this was all a misunderstanding, let us put this matter aside. Considering Su Yunqing has given me 6 million, we should focus on the betting agreement and the upcoming second bidding meeting. With a casual remark, she attempted to close the chapter on the incident. Ye Chen had no desire to linger on the matter. After all, the real show had only just begun. There would be ample opportunities for retribution later. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen took a seat next to Su Yunqing. Just as he was about to greet her, he was met with a cold glare. She looked as if she wanted to devour him whole. What was going on? Was yesterday's incident with Wang Dafa still unresolved? Sigh. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to clarify things. Of course, Ye Chen had no inkling that Su Yunqing was truly angered by having seen him at the polka bar with Muiha, returning late into the night. There must have been something going on. Yet, this was somewhat unjust to Ye Chen. Last night, after the altercation with Wang Dafa and Zhou Xiaoman, he had escorted Muiha home. Seeing how late it was, he had chosen to stay at a hotel. As for Wang Dafa and Zhou Xiaoman, their fates were straightforward. Zhou Xiaoman had received over 10 slaps from Muiha, crying before being released. Wang Dafa, however, was not so fortunate. He was made to sign a contract to work at Zhao Hailong's mining site in Africa. His flight had departed that very morning. It was said that the locals there had a penchant for newcomers. Ironically, Wang Dafa had been reduced to a mere shadow of a man after Ye Chen's confrontation. Clearing her throat, Hu Jiao began the opening remarks for the second bidding meeting. The core was simple, continuing the discussions from the first bidding that had yet to conclude. Given the presence of numerous suppliers, the meeting naturally revolved around them. Hong Danny exuded an air of confidence as she surveyed the supplier representatives. Since we are all in the business realm, let us be straightforward. The results of this bidding will significantly alter the landscape of the Anong building material market. I urge all representatives to select exclusive partners before the results are announced, rather than playing the role of hindsight experts. Our Hong Group will only negotiate supply collaborations before the results are revealed, not afterward. Upon hearing this, all attending representatives, including those from the Su family, furrowed their brows. The implication was unmistakable. She was pressuring suppliers to align with her. In recent days, had the Su family been quite boastful, securing numerous partnerships? Thus, she was forcing the remaining suppliers to cooperate with her. After all, in terms of capital and connections, the Hong Group had a significant advantage over the Su family. The chances of success in this bidding were considerably higher. With such a statement, the suppliers who had intended to quietly await the results had no choice but to make a judgment call. Most representatives, after weighing their options, prioritized collaboration with the Hong Group, given the greater likelihood of success. Of course, some still valued the Su family and chose to partner with them. Among them, no one opted to collaborate with Su Yunqing's branch. Upon reflection, only a fool would partner with her. Suddenly, Su Ziheng scanned the room and, slightly puzzled, remarked, Where's Wang Dafa today? He is our most valued supplier. Having him here would give us much more confidence. The crowd shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Ye Chen, twirling his fingers, replied with a faint smile, I heard he was sent to Africa for mining. Don't wait for him to show up. Chapter 94. Please sign here. Su Ziheng stared at Ye Chen with a look of utter disbelief. With your status as a societal underdog, you've never even met Mr. Wang, yet you dare to claim he is mining in Africa? Do you realize that if those words reach his ears, you will be finished? Ye Chen rested his chin on one hand, murmuring, TSK, TSK. One might indeed meet an untimely end, considering the formidable prowess of those fellows in Africa. You are merely a stubborn fool, while some individuals just need to wear the green hat. As he spoke, Su Ziheng cast a sidelong glance at Su Yunqing. In his mind, Mr. Wang had already acted on the advice he had provided. Therefore, it was certain that Su Yunqing had suffered at Mr. Wang's hands yesterday. Ye Chen had naturally become the king of green hats. The thought brought him great pleasure, unbeknownst to him. This line of reasoning only served to deepen the chill in Ye Chen's heart. The day prior, at the Hongjianmen Grand Hotel, Mr. Wang had nearly humiliated Su Yunqing. And the mastermind behind it all was Su Ziheng. Ye Chen was patiently awaiting the opportunity to settle that score. At that moment, Hong Danny interjected with a hint of impatience. Enough of this nonsense. What I truly wish to witness is how the great waste of Yi manages to fulfill the betting agreement. Once we see them fail, we can commence our bidding against the Su family. Lu Mingxin chimed in, indeed. Yi, the time for the betting agreement has elapsed. Hurry up and present your construction materials for our inspection. Just 3 days ago, you were so full of bravado, claiming you could accomplish it. He shot a taunting glance at Su Yunqing. Feeling the weight of the moment, Su Yunqing was unsettled by his gaze. However, compared to her current disappointment, that felt trivial. She recalled how 3 days prior, Ye Chen had assured her in front of everyone to trust him, and she had harbored a glimmer of hope. What if, just what if, he succeeded? Yet, the subsequent days had been utterly disheartening. What had Ye Chen done during that time? He had loitered at the company entrance playing games, confronted Mr. Wang at a hotel, and spent evenings at bars with women. Such an unreliable man was never worthy of her trust from the beginning. In short, this betting agreement was doomed to failure. Su Yunqing had nothing left to say. As she prepared to admit defeat in this bidding war, Su Ziheng suddenly spoke up. Ye Chen, I find it perplexing that, even at this juncture, you remain so unperturbed. Do you realize what I have in mind for you? I assure you, it will be unforgettable. Leaning back nonchalantly, Ye Chen replied, What difference does it make if I know? After all, I cannot possibly lose. Laughter erupted among those present. I've encountered fools before, but never one so utterly ridiculous. How brazen can one be to say such things? Does he truly believe we are blind to the circumstances? Yi, just concede already. We are all eagerly awaiting the bidding results from the Su family and Hong Group. Ye Chen remained unfazed. At this moment, Su Yunqing felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. How had she ever been so impulsive as to marry him? As for Su Guoqiang and his wife, they had long since slumped into their chairs, having given up hope. They merely awaited the end of the meeting, resolved to ensure that Ye Chen and his woman divorced. No matter the cost, this waste of space should be banished as far away as possible. After mocking Ye Chen for a while, Su Ziheng's eyes glinted with malice. All right. I must commend your confidence, Ye Chen. Since you are so certain of your victory, let us add an additional clause to the betting agreement, shall we? Pray tell? Ye Chen replied with keen interest. Su Zihang's eyes twinkled as he grinned. It's quite simple. If you lose this betting agreement, you must run naked around the Anong steel factory at midnight tomorrow. Are you daring enough? At this, the crowd collectively gasped. The Anong steel factory, abandoned since a devastating fire 2 decades ago, was surrounded by desolation and rumored to be haunted. Tomorrow marked the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the fabled Ghost Festival. To send Ye Chen to run naked at such a time? Even if he didn't succumb to fright, the act would undoubtedly make headlines. It was evident to all that Su Zihang's proposal was a deliberate attempt to humiliate him. Yet, to their astonishment, Ye Chen nodded decisively. Oh, this additional clause seems rather amusing. It must be included. By the way, if I win, will you and Lu Mingxian also be obliged to do this? Su Zihang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely thrown out this idea as a jest, not expecting Ye Chen to actually agree. What a fool. He quickly nodded. Of course, it's written into the clause. Lu Mingxian also expressed no objections, confident that the agreement was theirs to win. Just the prospect of witnessing Ye Chen's misfortune was enough to add to their delight. Thus, the legal team promptly drafted the agreement, printed it, stamped it, and prepared for signatures. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Su Yanqing turned to Ye Chen, her voice laden with disappointment. Ye Chen, you are truly insane. I regret ever meeting you. With a sense of resignation, she stood, ready to expedite the inevitable. Our company's situation is exactly as you all see it. Regrettably, regarding this betting agreement, we have not. Before she could finish, a knock echoed through the conference room. Who is it? Su Zihang called out impatiently. Damn it. To be interrupted at such a crucial moment was infuriating. The door swung open, and in strode 5 or 6 individuals. Led by a distinguished middle-aged man, the bank president of Anong City, Chen Wu. The arrival of Chen Wu left everyone momentarily stunned. What was such a prominent figure doing here? Almost every business in Anong required commercial loans. And who held the power to grant those loans? Chen Wu, of course. The representatives from the Su family, Hong Group, and various suppliers hurriedly stood to greet him, eager to curry favor. Chen Wu merely nodded politely. Apologies for interrupting your meeting for a few moments. May I ask which of you is Ms. Su Yaqing? Su Dingding pointed to Su Yunqing's seat. That's her. Mr. Chen. Is that vile woman in arrears on her bank loan? Such trash deserves to be punished severely. The others wore expressions of anticipation, ready to witness the unfolding drama. However, Chen Wu paid no heed to Su Dingding's remarks. He walked straight to Su Yunqing and gently placed a stack of documents on the table. With a smile, he said, Ms. Su, could you kindly sign this asset transfer agreement for the Gung Group? Chapter 95, Helping You Make Headlines. Upon hearing these words, everyone's mouths gaped in astonishment. Their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Did we mishear something? This included Su Yunqing herself, who stood frozen for over 10 seconds before finally reacting. Her voice laced with confusion. Mr. Chen, what are you saying? Chen Wu patiently elucidated. The Gung Group has been engaged in commercial loans with Anong Bank. Due to recent events, the company has significantly diminished in value, leading to insolvency. Consequently, it had to mortgage the company to the bank, which subsequently auctioned it off. Recently, a mysterious individual purchased it for 300 million renminbi and has entrusted me to transfer all assets of the Gung Group into your name, Miss Su. I have brought a team of financial experts and a prearranged asset transfer agreement. All that is needed is your signature, and the Gung Group will belong to you. This explanation ignited a tempest of reactions. The Gung Group was to become Su Yunqing's? How could this possibly be? It seemed utterly implausible. This was the immediate thought racing through everyone's minds. Naturally, they wished to question the authenticity of this claim, yet it was Mr. Chen himself who had uttered it. Given his esteemed stature, how could he possibly fabricate such a tale? It must be true. As this realization dawned upon them, an unsettling awareness began to take shape. Something ominous was surely about to unfold. In that moment, the most relaxed individual present was none other than Ye Chen. After all, he had orchestrated this entire affair. Since the troubles began for the Gung Group, he had been preparing for the acquisition of its assets. While the Hong Group and the Su family were fixated on the bidding for Hongfeng real estate, no one noticed the subsequent asset transfer issues of the Gung Group. Thus, Ye Chen had effortlessly seized the opportunity. A company originally valued at over 1 billion was acquired by him for a mere 300 million. This was undoubtedly a tremendous profit. At this moment, Su Yunqing's mind was a whirlwind of shock. She was to take over the entire Gung Group? Surely, this could not be a dream? Pinching herself, she winced at the sting. It was indeed real. Yet, who was this mysterious individual who had purchased the gun group and bestowed it upon her? Even if she racked her brain, she could not conceive of anyone she knew who fit that description. As for Ye Chen, he had never crossed her mind. After all, it was 300 million. Not to mention, even if it were some small tadpole, it certainly would not amount to that. Ahem, perhaps that was a bit inappropriate. At this juncture, Lu Milan beside her eagerly interjected, "Darling, what are you thinking? Hurry and sign the agreement. Once you do, you will become a wealthy boss." Yet, Su Yunqing hesitated. To her, this agreement was not something she had earned, but rather a gift from a mysterious benefactor. Signing it without understanding the individual's identity left her feeling uneasy. But Lu Milan was relentless. She almost wished to grab the pen and sign for Su Yunqing herself. Swallowing nervously as she urged, "You silly girl, what are you waiting for? If you don't sign, our family will descend into ruin. Are you ready to go out and drink the wind?" Su Wuqiang, equally animated, chimed in. "Qingqing, listen to your mother, quickly sign." Faced with her parents' pressure, Su Yunqing steeled her resolve, dismissing her uncertainties. With swift strokes, she signed the agreement. "Congratulations, Miss Su Yunqing. From this moment forth, you shall be the sole proprietor of the gun group, possessing 100 ownership." Chun Wu extended his hand towards Su Yunqing, offering his congratulations. In a daze, she quickly rose to shake his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I appreciate your efforts." Ye Chen, who had been observing the unfolding drama, glanced around at the Su family and the Hong group, a smile playing on his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, my wife now possesses all the assets of the gun group. Regarding the betting agreement, is there anything more to discuss?" At this moment, everyone from the Su family and the Hong group sat in stunned silence, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. This sudden turn of events was beyond their wildest imaginations. Were they willing to accept it? Certainly not. Su Ziheng, bracing himself against the desk, stood up, swallowing hard. He questioned, "Even if Su Yunqing has acquired all the assets of the gun group, can we be certain that the materials will satisfy the needs of Hongfeng real estate?" As if seizing upon a lifeline, the others turned their accusatory gazes towards Ye Chen and Su Yunqing. This was their final chance for redemption. Chen Wu scanned them with indifference and flipped to the asset details section of the gun group's asset transfer agreement, gesturing, "Here, look." This section detailed all the assets of the gun group, including a comprehensive inventory of materials. It must be noted that prior to this, the gun group had thoroughly prepared to secure the Hongfeng real estate bid, stockpiling all necessary materials in anticipation of showcasing them as their trump card during the bidding meeting. Unfortunately, before the bidding could commence, the Gung family had collapsed. The accumulated materials remained untouched and now rightfully belonged to Su Yunqing. With this data to support their claims, the room fell into a heavy silence. The atmosphere grew icy. Hu Jiaojio stood. "Since Su Yunqing has fulfilled the terms of the bidding agreement, I, on behalf of Hongfeng Real Estate, will proceed with the agreement, collaborating with the company under her leadership." Upon hearing this, Su Yunqing's face flushed with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Su Ziheng felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. He sank back into his chair, muttering, "It's over. We are doomed." In recent days, he had signed numerous contracts with various suppliers to secure the bid, totaling over 100 million. Had he won the bid, this money would have been easily recovered. But now, it meant that all his contracts were essentially worthless. What use was all that building material if he could not sell it? To breach the contracts? He would be inviting a collective lawsuit from the suppliers. The rest of the Su family appeared equally lost. The faces of the Hong group members were even more ashen. They had assumed that with the downfall of the Gung group, the Hong family would naturally secure the bid. Lu Mingxian had even made a solemn promise to Hong Xingchang. Consequently, the Hong group had preemptively adjusted their company's strategic plans. They were merely waiting for the bidding contract to be signed to commence operations. Yet now, with things unfolding as they were, Lu Mingxian feared returning home, certain he would face the wrath of his explosive-tempered father-in-law. At that moment, Ye Chen stood, stretching lazily. He turned to Su Ziheng and Lu Mingxian, flashing an innocuous smile. "Gentlemen, do not forget our meeting at the steel plant tomorrow. Do not worry. I will undoubtedly help you make the headlines of Anong News." Chapter 96. The Old Lady's Heart Attack. The words spoken by Ye Chen echoed in the ears of Su Ziheng and Lu Mingxian like a summons from the depths of hell. To truly embark on a naked run at the steel mill would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Such a travesty must not be allowed to transpire. With a pained expression, Su Ziheng proposed to Ye Chen, "Perhaps we should just forego this additional agreement? It seems rather pointless." Lu Mingxian readily chimed in. "Indeed, It's inappropriate to stir up trouble at this hour. Let us just drop it. However, Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. I find this rather amusing. Besides, the ones who would suffer the repercussions are you, not me. Why the panic? This matter is settled. If you are unwilling, we can always resort to legal proceedings. After all, the terms clearly state that failure to fulfill the additional conditions will result in unlimited legal accountability for the other party, which you insisted upon adding. The faces of Su Ziheng and Lu Mingxian turned a deep shade of purple. They realized too late that they had set themselves up for a fall. Regretting their earlier decisions, Old Lady Su trembled as she rose, her expression one of rare pleading as she addressed Vice President Hu Jiaojiao. Vice President Hu, could you possibly reconsider? This bidding collaboration is no trivial matter. I implore you to grant the Su family another opportunity. In her eyes, this bidding collaboration was the lifeblood of the Su family. Success would catapult them to great heights, while failure would plunge them into despair. She was determined to advocate for her family as much as possible. However, Hu Jiaojiao firmly rejected her plea. I'm sorry, but I have great confidence in Miss Su's current company capabilities, and with a bidding price of 500 million, I have no reason to decline. Is the Su family suggesting a bid lower than 500 million? Old Lady Su shook her head vehemently. The bidding cost was at least 800 million. Any offer less than 500 million would lead to ruin. Hu Jiaojiao continued, we are both business people, and the primary factor in business is profit. Collaborating with Ms. Su Yuqing will save us substantial expenses. Why would we let this opportunity slip away? In any case, I have made my decision. We will proceed with signing the bidding collaboration contract with Ms. Su Yuqing. She signaled to her assistant, who promptly handed the prepared contract to Su Yuqing. Thank you. Vice President Hu. On behalf of the entire company, we will not let you down. Su Yuqing signed without hesitation. Watching the scene unfold, Old Lady Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she collapsed back into her chair, as if she had aged several years in that instant. She had poured her heart and soul into this bidding endeavor, only to see it end in vain. Realizing the situation could only worsen, Su Guoxing quickly informed the family that it was time to leave. With Su Guang assisting Old Lady Su, the Su family exited the meeting room through a side door. Their spirits low. As they descended the staircase to the first-floor office area, the waiting employees erupted in joy. The bidding meeting had concluded. Especially with the Su family exiting first, it seemed to indicate a successful bid, and they eagerly gathered to share in the good news. Cheers erupted. Congratulations. The Su family is number one. Market materials forever strong. To their astonishment, some even set off 2 firecrackers, sending colorful streamers soaring into the air. The Su family stood bewildered. What was happening? The commotion did not end there. Employees skilled in flattery surrounded Su Ziheng, praising him. Young Master Ziheng, you truly are the brightest star of the younger generation in Anong. I shall forever follow in your footsteps and realize my life's value. Another, Zhao Yashan, rushed to Su Ziheng. Young Master Ziheng, you promised me a promotion to general manager. Will that be honored tomorrow? At that moment, the crowd was jubilant, almost ecstatic. But to their utter shock, Su Ziheng suddenly furrowed his brows and barked, Get lost. Go as far away as you can. Everyone froze, taken aback. Unsure of how to react. Had they chanted the wrong slogans? You heard him. Leave. What are you all doing here? Impatient, Su Ziheng pushed aside the employees blocking his way. It was only then that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the Su family had failed to secure the bidding collaboration? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Young Master Ziheng, why are you telling us to leave? Didn't you say we would conquer the world together? Yes, young Master Ziheng, please explain. Frustrated by their incessant questioning, Su Ziheng could no longer contain his anger. Explain? When did I say I would take you along to conquer anything? We haven't even signed a contract. Without a signed agreement, it's all meaningless. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. His words ignited a storm of outrage. Just days prior, he had treated them as brothers, assuring them they could voice their difficulties. Yet now, faced with his own challenges, he was abandoning them. Was this how one treated friends? Unable to tolerate it any longer, the employees surrounded Su Ziheng and the rest of the Su family, demanding an explanation. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a fight were about to break out. Su Ziheng had never encountered such a scene before. In a panic, he attempted to retreat but stumbled, falling and striking his head on the handrail. Blood oozing from the wound. Su Dingting was also knocked to the ground, her newly bought Gucci bag trampled underfoot. The chaotic scene teetered on the brink of total disarray. Just then, someone yelled, "Oh no, the old lady's heart attack is acting up." At this proclamation, the crowd parted in alarm. In the center, old lady Su lay on the ground, clutching her chest, struggling to breathe, her face contorted in pain. "Oh no, I think I'm done for," she gasped. In a flash, Su Guoxing kicked Su Ziheng, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and carry your grandmother to the hospital." Right. Su Ziheng nodded vigorously. Amidst the frantic activity of the Su family, they finally managed to lift old lady Su. "Goodness, why is this old lady so heavy?" Su Ziheng panted, his face flushed with exertion. But the thought of lingering even a moment longer, with danger looming, propelled him to bite the bullet and dash out of the company doors carrying his grandmother. Throughout this turmoil, not a single departing employee dared to intervene. Regardless of their anger, they knew better than to meddle in matters of life and death. If anything were to happen to old lady Su, they would bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, they could not let this matter rest. They were determined to hold the Su family accountable, even if it meant blocking the hospital entrance. With this in mind, half of the 20-odd employees followed the Su family out in a determined throng. Chapter 97. Depart. Shortly after the Su family left, the members of the Hong group descended the stairs. The remaining dozen or so resigning employees, upon seeing their arrival, exchanged glances filled with intrigue. They speculated that since the Su family had failed to secure the bid, it must be the Hong group that succeeded. How splendid! This was indeed a golden opportunity to align themselves with a powerful ally. If they could not serve Su Ziheng, working for the Hong group would be a great alternative. After all, the Hong group had just clinched the bid, and their spirits were undoubtedly high. It would be a simple task for them to invite a few of these employees into their ranks. With this thought in mind, they quickly approached, offering their congratulations to the Hong group. Their cheers mirrored those they had previously directed at the Su family, merely substituting Su with Hong. However, to their astonishment, Hong Danny offered them no warmth whatsoever. With a stern expression, she snapped, "Get lost. You lot are worthless. Do you think you're worthy of working for my company?" With that, she stormed off in a huff, leaving the stunned employees in a state of bewilderment. What had triggered such wrath? Had they also failed to secure the bid? If not the Su family, nor the Hong group, then who had succeeded? Just as they began to entertain this unfathomable thought, Su Yinqing, Hu Jiao, and President Chun Wu descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the office area on the first floor, Hu Jiao greeted Su Yinqing with a smile, extending her hand. "President Su, this is where we part ways. I hope our collaboration goes smoothly." Su Yinqing eagerly shook her hand, unable to conceal her excitement, and nodded. "Vice President Hu, rest assured, I will put forth 120 effort to ensure the success of this project. Let us enjoy a meal together sometime." With that, Hu Jiao departed with the Red Maple real estate team. "President Su, I too shall take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, President Chen." Chen Wu and his subordinates followed suit. The employees in the office bore witness to this spectacle, their expressions a canvas of shock. Had Su Yinqing truly secured the bidding contract? Such an improbable event had materialized. Emotions surged to a complex crescendo in that moment. Zhang Mingming, Jiang Xiaofu, and 5 others were overwhelmed with tears. They had endured immense pressure and ridicule alongside Su Yinqing in recent days, and prior to the bidding meeting. They had nearly succumbed to despair. At this moment, their release was finally at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 rushed towards Su Yinqing, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Seeing them, Su Yinqing's eyes glistened with emotion, her voice trembling. "Thank you all. We've finally made it through. The sun always shines after the storm. I believe from this day forth, we will be greeted with sunshine every moment." Zhang Mingming and the others nodded vigorously, alternating between tears and laughter. Not far away, Zhao Yashan and about 10 other resigning employees felt as if they had just swallowed something foul. In a mere 3 days, Su Yinqing had turned the tables, delivering a stinging blow to their pride. They could not grasp how Su Yinqing had triumphed in securing the bid. They only knew that the building materials market in Anong would undergo significant changes. The Su family had abandoned them, and the Gung group had no interest in them. If they could not find a new haven, their future appeared bleak. Realizing this, they cast aside any semblance of dignity and hurried to Su Yinqing, offering their congratulations. "Sister Qing, I knew you would succeed. Amazing. Hey, with such a significant contract in hand, your company must be in need of manpower. You know I'm quick and efficient, perfectly capable of filling the gap. I can help too. Count me in." At this, the hot-tempered Zhang Shui shoved them aside, hands on her hips, and scolded, "Get lost. Have you all forgotten what you said to Sister Qing just 2 days ago? How dare you come here begging for mercy?" Zhao Yashan frowned, retorting, We're talking to Sister Qing. Who are you to interrupt? You're just a rookie, fresh out of school. What do you know? Zhang Shui was left momentarily speechless from anger. Zhao Yashan then adopted a more sycophantic demeanor towards Su Yunqing, Sister Qing. We realized that our actions the other day were excessive, but consider the contributions we VE made to the company over the years. Even if we have no merits, we VE endured hardships. You're so kind-hearted. Please grant us another chance. The other resigning employees chimed in. That's right, Sister Qing. Can you bear to watch us lose our jobs and face ruin? Sister Qing, if you forgive us, we will work tirelessly to repay you. The group resorted to various pleas, some even shedding tears, which caused Su Yunqing to furrow her brow in hesitation. After all, despite her anger, she still harbored some fondness for these people. Perhaps, just as she softened and prepared to respond, it was too late. Do you know what happens when a car crashes into a wall? Do you know when to buy stocks? Do you know how to correct your mistakes? Do you know how to wipe your nose? Did you think you were drinking yogurt? Ye Chen's mocking voice echoed as he descended the stairs, casting a look of disdain upon them. Do you remember what I told you the other day? When you come back to plead, don't blame me for being heartless. Your only option now is to turn around and leave. With that, Ye Chen exuded an extraordinary aura of dominance, akin to a beast that had just broken free from its cage. Zhao Yashan and the others trembled under his imposing presence. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if Ye Chen had foreseen today's outcome from the very beginning. Everyone present was merely a pawn in his game. Even the moment they made their decision 2 days prior had sealed today's fate. As this realization struck her, Zhao Yashan felt her scalp tingle. Who was this son-in-law, looked down upon by society? Meanwhile, Su Yunqing recalled Ye Chen's warning from 2 days ago. No matter how one pleads, it must not elicit sympathy, or else the events of the past would surely repeat themselves. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunqing addressed them coldly. You all should leave. You are not welcome here. If you persist, I will call the police. With no trace of compassion in her voice. At this point, they all understood that further resistance would yield no favorable outcomes. With hearts heavy with regret, they departed the branch office, lost in thought. Simultaneously, the suppliers who had hastily chosen sides also exited. Su Yunqing had no intention of negotiating with them. They were acutely aware of this. Their presence was futile. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Yunqing could no longer withstand the barrage of questions from Zhang Mengmeng and the others, and she recounted the events of the bidding meeting. When they learned that Su Yunqing would be collaborating with the Gung Group, excitement erupted among them. After all, Su Yunqing's status had skyrocketed, and they would undoubtedly share in her fortune. After a prolonged moment of exuberance, Su Yunqing announced that everyone would have a day off to celebrate with a grand feast. The room erupted in applause as they set off, with Ye Chen, the gallant protector, in tow.